Chapter 101. Come over here and try on this swimsuit. Chu Ge gestured toward the fitting area. I do not want a swimsuit. Then how will you go into the water? Chu Ge tried to coax her. Even if you use your magic to protect yourself, dressing like that on the beach is very strange. You will not fit in with everyone else. I can simply stay here. I will just stand here and watch. Why must I go to the beach? And why must I enter the water? Chu Ge persisted. We are already here. It was not easy to come all this way. I will not. Do you not want to experience the life of a modern young woman? Chu Ge asked. Qiu Wuji breathed out, frustrated. You call this the life of a modern young woman? Chu Ge sounded justified. Are they not girls? Look at the happy smiles as they run on the beach. Look, there are even little girls. Qiu Wuji peered through the gaps in the fitting stall. Several little girls ran barefoot along the shore, while other children built sand castles. Their faces were full of joy. Looking at the scene, the stern expression on Qiu Wuji's face softened. The children were also wearing swimsuits, so it really seemed normal enough. Who knew? In the past, seeing women on the street in short skirts and black stockings seemed normal too, but in some people's eyes, it became something else. Therefore, the abnormality was not the clothing, but the filthy minds of certain people. It seemed he understood the meaning in her gaze. Chu Ge gave up and surrendered. That is right. The filthy one is me, not the clothes. So go ahead and wear it. It is fine. Qiu Wuji looked at him with disdain. It is a pity that I have you beside me. Chu Ge fell silent. Forget it. Qiu Wuji tossed her ponytail back and picked out a bikini at random. The little girls are wearing them, so there is no need for me to be squeamish. If someone dares to cast lewd glances, they should be careful with their eyes. Yes, I will not look. I certainly will not look. Chu Ge was overjoyed. Wait, hold on a second. Qiu Wuji turned her head. What kind of trouble are you causing now? That piece you are holding is a size A at most. You cannot wear it. Try this one instead. Get lost. You can visually estimate sizes now, can you? Qiu Wuji kicked at him, snatched the swimsuit from Chu Ge's hand, and stormed into the women's changing room. Once inside, she was stunned. There was so much exposed skin. If a pervert were to enter here, they would be in paradise. Qiu Wuji nervously extended her spiritual sense. She could not let herself be seen. Did she really have to undress in front of so many people? Yet everyone was acting so casual, just chatting away. Observing the casual behavior of the others, Qiu Wuji began to undress with hesitation. The eyes of the room turned toward her one after another. All the women, both young and old, brightened up. Where did this fairy come from? She is so beautiful. Even the way she undresses is so unhurried and graceful. She has such class. You are good, little brother. The young woman at the counter looked at Chu Ge in amazement. That is the first time I have seen such a beautiful girl. Chu Ge looked up at the ceiling. Is that a girl? That is your grandmother's grandmother. And the first time I have seen such a handsome young man as well. Chu Ge raised an eyebrow. Are you about to sell me something? Do you need sunscreen, little brother? The young woman immediately began her sales pitch with enthusiasm. By the way, the prices for renting lounge chairs and umbrellas are listed here. She handed over a price list. Chu Ge looked at the numbers on the page, and his heart bled. However, for his ulterior motives, he had to take the hit. Rent them, I will rent them all. And I need sunscreen, 2 boxes. Chu Ge took the items and slipped into the changing room. In a flash, he had changed and stepped out, waiting by the entrance of the passage. He had never been so anxious while waiting for someone in his life. He paced back and forth like an expectant father outside a delivery room. The person about to appear was, after all, Qiu Wuji in a swimsuit. Click. Someone opened the door to the changing room and walked out into the passage. Chu Ge hurried over. Sorry, I mistook you for someone else. The person who emerged was just a woman he did not recognize. She was quite charming, and she looked at Chu Ge with a significant glint in her eyes. Are you trying to pick me up, handsome? Ha! Chu Ge quickly stepped back. It is a misunderstanding. I did not mean anything like that. The woman took a step forward. Then, what is your social media contact information? Chu Ge was stunned. So you are the one picking me up. He stood there, at a loss for how to respond for a moment. The woman smiled as she looked Chu Ge over. This man is so handsome. His muscles look good, and he seems quite honest too. Oh my, are there still men like this in the world? She had not intended to flirt, but she could not help herself. What is the matter, handsome? The woman deliberately leaned in and reached out, trying to brush her hand against his chest muscles. Did you not bring your phone? Or is it hidden somewhere? Her hand began to travel downward, searching for the phone. Chu Ge was startled and retreated until he was pinned against the wall. No, listen, miss, I am waiting for someone. Oh, are you not waiting for me? Chu Ge could tell that this young woman was likely just doing this on purpose, perhaps finding it fun. But he really did not want to play along. If Qiu Wuji saw this and caused some dramatic misunderstanding, he would be done for. He blurted out in a panic. I have a girlfriend. I am not waiting for you. As the words left his lips, someone tapped the woman on the shoulder. She turned around to see the beauty, who had amazed everyone in the changing room standing behind her with a smile. Excuse me, he is waiting for me. The woman froze. The phrase a match made in heaven instantly popped into her mind. She hurried to explain. Sister, please do not misunderstand. I was just teasing him. Your boyfriend is very handsome. You are a perfect match. The killing intent almost surfaced in Qiu Wuji's eyes, but hearing this, she forced herself to hold it back. She put on an impeccable, polite smile. Thank you. The woman hurried away. Qiu Wuji's gaze finally landed on Chu Ge. She looked over his bare upper body and curled her lip, almost imperceptibly. He can even attract bees and butterflies now. What is so great about him? Well, maybe he is a little bit good-looking. Chu Ge watched Qiu Wuji's displeased expression, which reminded him of a mother hen protecting her chicks, and felt happy inside. He chuckled. Look, I am an official who can withstand the test, right? If you were not out here with me, you would have lost your way after being touched a couple of times, would you not? Qiu Wuji sneered. You, a lecher like you, can withstand the test. Who are you trying to fool? If you put it that way, it is not entirely unreasonable. But since I already have you, the other assumptions do not exist. Chu Ge said righteously. As long as there is Qiu Wuji, Chu Ge will be faithful for his entire life. Bah, what do you mean have me? Do you really have me? Qiu Wuji turned and walked away. You should say less of those sweet nothings from your book's male protagonists. It is so cringeworthy it gives me goosebumps. Despite her words, her steps were quite light. Chu Ge chased after her and walked side by side, stealing glances at her. Qiu in a bikini. She was truly beautiful. It fully revealed her fair, delicate skin, and her perfect figure wrapped in the swimsuit, the kind of description that would be censored by the platform if it were detailed any further. But why did he suddenly feel like he did not want her to walk out there and be seen by others? Chu Ge fell into deep confusion. Is there something wrong with his mindset? Right, what if other men come to flirt, and then a fight breaks out? Let us see if I do not beat them to a pulp. What are you thinking about over there? Qiu Wuji looked at him curiously. You spent so much effort trying to trick me into coming here. Yet now that we are stepping on the beach, you are silent. Ah, nothing at all. Chu Ge smiled and took her hand. Both of them were barefoot, stepping unevenly on the sand as they walked slowly toward the sea. The sea breeze blew against their faces, bringing a faint dampness that felt cool and refreshing. Stepping barefoot on the shore, the waves washed over their feet with the tide, then retreated, carrying a certain indescribable rhythm that allowed Chu Ge's wandering, chaotic thoughts to gradually calm down. Not to mention being born and raised here, he actually had not visited many times. Perhaps he had even seen the sea less than Qiu Wuji had. But coming here again at this moment, his mood was completely different. It was because she was by his side. The QQ in a swimsuit he had been thinking about so much suddenly felt meaningless. The true meaning was just like this, hand in hand, standing side by side with her. Even if they said nothing, his heart could be at peace. Qiu Wuji squinted her eyes, letting her messy hair flutter in the breeze, watching the vast expanse of the horizon where the sea and sky met in the distance. This was the vast sea and sky in autumn. The water sparkled, stretching up to the horizon where, at the end of the world, the water and the sky converged. It was just like the shadow of the two of them hand in hand on the beach under the sunlight, appearing as one. Chapter 102. Noise erupted from the distance. Chu Ge turned to find the cause. High waves crashed against the shore, where several surfers rode the crests. Would you like to try that? Chu Ge gestured toward the surfers. Qiu Wuji shook her head with a faint smile. She had no interest in surfing. The crowd cheered on the sidelines, adding to the spectacle, but to her, the activity felt beneath her notice. It reminded her of the amusement park and the movie theater. She understood the experiences a modern girl was supposed to have, and she was content with having witnessed them. However, she could not summon a genuine desire to participate. 10,000 years of cultivation had left her heart still as water on most matters. She pondered why she consistently lost her composure and flared up at him. It was unbecoming behavior. Chu Ge seemed to accept her refusal. You always miss out on many experiences when we go out. I suppose these things offer you no challenge. Qiu Wuji smiled but remained silent. Chu Ge let the subject drop. They stood together, hands clasped, watching the sea as if they could remain there for an eternity. A flicker of embarrassment crossed her mind. For her, standing still and observing the ocean counted as meditation. She could hold this pose for a year without effort. But Chu Ge was mortal. He had taken time off from his writing to come all this way, and standing idle seemed like a waste of his day. She turned and began walking back toward the lounge area. I want to try that. Let us find a lounge chair and soak up the sun. Unaware of her internal debate, Chu Ge had found their quiet vigil by the water perfectly comfortable. When she turned, he followed naturally. He took one look at her as she walked and stopped short. Wait. You are wearing a one-piece bikini. But why do you have swim trunks pulled over it? Qiu Wuji walked ahead, the corner of her lips curling into a secret smile. The one-piece suit felt fine on her torso, but the bottom half was too revealing for her comfort. She had simply grabbed a pair of shorts from the changing room, just like the other women. She had expected this lecher to stare at her body, specifically her legs, from the moment they emerged. He had barely looked. His gaze only drifted to her top for a split second. He had the desire, but no courage. He was truly pathetic. Honestly, that outfit is quite strange. People will laugh at you. Chu Ge followed, sounding genuinely pained. I will teach you how to dress properly when we get back. Teaching me properly, indeed. You just do not want me showing off too much for others to see. Qiu Wuji bit back a laugh. She ignored his comment and asked with languid indifference, which lounge chair did we rent? Please do not tell me you forgot. Chu Ge checked the metal tag on his wrist and smiled. This way. Follow me. A large umbrella shaded a small rattan table set with drinks. 2 lounge chairs flanked the table. They settled into the chairs, squinting against the sunlight, as they watched the distant waves. Are the drinks on the table an extra charge? Qiu Wuji asked. Chu Ge glanced at the price tag. It was not exorbitant. Drink up. It is affordable. Qiu Wuji poured a glass of orange juice. She leaned back in the chair and sipped slowly through a straw. You are becoming more bourgeois by the day, Chu Ge teased. What does that even mean? I suppose it means pursuing an exquisite lifestyle. I struggled through a lifetime of cultivation. Was it not for the sake of enjoying the true freedom of the immortals? You labor over your writing to earn money, is that not because you want a more comfortable life? Why call it bourgeois? Well, Chu Ge admitted honestly. I do not fully understand the word myself. You just carry yourself with that kind of air. Qiu Wuji grew curious about his perspective. Do you not strive for an exquisite life? Chu Ge thought for a moment. My goals are crude. I earn money so I can buy a house and a car and marry a wife. I have not thought beyond that. They say money is not enough to define quality of life. It mostly depends on the wife you choose. Qiu Wuji fell silent. I think they are right, Chu Ge added. My quality of life is excellent right now. This was a blatant flirtation. Qiu Wuji ignored him and returned to her juice. It was her way of responding that he had no wife and had to pour his own juice. Chu Ge disregarded her unspoken dismissal. He cheerfully poured himself a glass of orange juice. Pouring his own drink was fine. Others had to pour for their wives, and his QQ at least poured tea for him sometimes. He sipped his juice, his gaze wandering over the strange combination of Qiu Wuji's one-piece swimsuit and the shorts. He tested the waters carefully. The sun is vicious. The umbrella is not providing enough shade. Do you want some sunscreen? Qiu Wuji looked at a couple nearby. A man was applying sunscreen to a woman who lay with her eyes closed, looking like a stroked kitten. The man looked equally pleased, like a fox that had snatched a prize. A win for both sides. But Qiu Wuji could not see how having a man rub oil on her would be comfortable. The thought repulsed her. Still, she caught the look of anticipation in Chu Ge's eyes. Very well, she said lazily. Chu Ge was ecstatic. He reached for the sunscreen. I will. Before he could finish, the bottle opened on its own. In the blink of an eye, the oil spread across Qiu Wuji's exposed skin, leaving it gleaming. Chu Ge stood with his mouth agape. The bottle nearly slipped from his hands. Do you want me to apply a layer to you as well? Qiu Wuji asked airily. Chu Ge felt a surge of indignation. What am I even doing here? Dreaming, Qiu Wuji replied dryly. Wake up, Father God. Stop fantasizing about romance and focus more on your plot. Chu Ge lay back in his chair, listless and silent. Qiu Wuji smiled, not bothering to comfort him. The sunscreen felt unpleasant. It was sticky and slick. She did not need it, nor did she fear the sun. It seemed not all the experiences of mortal women suited her. Silence settled between them. The only sounds were the crashing waves, the laughter of children, and the cheers of the surfers. All these sounds mingled, making their quiet retreat feel even more idle. Are you bored? Qiu Wuji asked suddenly. Ha, Chu Ge had been admiring the view. He turned back, startled. Why would I be bored? Standing or lying by the sea with nothing to do, she said. This is meditation for me, but for you it is pure boredom. Chu Ge smiled. I am not bored because you are by my side. Qiu Wuji wanted to tell him to stop with the nauseating sweet talk, but the words died on her lips. The sentiment seemed genuine. His heartbeat had not even quickened when he said it. It had been perfectly natural. She tried a different angle. It has only been a short while, so of course you can say that. If I stayed here doing nothing for the whole day, you would think I was insane. Chu Ge laughed. Being at the seaside is a form of practice. Even if you stayed here for a year, it would not be strange. After all, I am the one who wrote you. I would just rent a tent nearby and stay with you. As long as I have an internet connection, I will survive. That is true, you wrote me, she said with a mocking smile. Do you regret writing such a dull woman? If you had written someone charming, perhaps things would have progressed differently. Like the oil application, for instance. Chu Ge finally let out a loud laugh. What are you laughing at? Qiu Wuji glared. Well, if I say it, you will call it nauseating again. But Qiu Wuji, you really should remember this. Qiu Wuji is the most perfect woman in Chu Ge's imagination. There is no one better. Others may have their charms, but what does that have to do with me? Chu Ge did not look at her as he spoke. He remained sprawled in his chair, squinting at the horizon as if they were just making idle conversation. But Qiu Wuji was watching him. His face was lit by the sun, and his words had been resolute, without a hint of hesitation. As long as I have you, I am not bored. For some reason, the sea breeze felt delightful today. Was it the oil? Even the laughter of the children sounded melodic. Qiu Wuji lay still for a long time. She watched the sun begin its descent. The sand castles the children had built were worn down by the tides, collapsing into chaotic heaps. The slanting rays of the sunset gave the ruins a touch of melancholy. Shall we build a sandcastle? Qiu Wuji asked suddenly. Ha, Chu Ge did not mind. Whatever she wanted to play, he was in. He chuckled. Will a castle built by your own hands become a magical artifact? Do not be absurd. I have cooked so many meals for you, yet you have not become an immortal. Am I not on the path to becoming one? They bickered as they knelt in the sand, excitedly building their fortress. Wait, do not add so much sand. Qiu Wuji swatted his hand away. You are building a snowman, not a castle. It is too fat. Move aside. Chu Ge sat to the side, looking aggrieved as he watched her work. Seeing she was distracted, Chu Ge picked up a small seashell. He secretly drew their names in the sand, Chu Ge and Qiu Wuji, with a heart between them. Feeling that was not enough, he engraved words inside the shell itself. Qiu Wuji had seen him out of the corner of her eye, but she said nothing. And he calls himself the Father God. He is so childish. Sect leader Qiu had forgotten that her own act of using immortal arts to reinforce the sand castle against the tides was equally childish. The sun dipped below the horizon. The golden afterglow illuminated the sea, casting a pale, gilded light onto the sand castle. The crowds on the beach thinned. Parents dragged their children away by their ears, leaving them sniffing and casting longing glances at the seashells they had left behind. As for their own ruined castles, no one cared about those anymore. The waves washed over the shore tirelessly, yet the reinforced castle stood stubbornly like a mountain. Amidst the surrounding ruins, it seemed like the last light of an empire holding its ground. 2 seashells engraved with their names were planted on the ramparts, like the family crest of a general guarding the fortress. The 10,000-year-old woman laughed like a child. Chapter 103. I still want to pick up seashells. Sunset had long since passed, and the beach playground was closed. Qiu Wuji clutched a large handful of shells, unwilling to let them go. Why does the beach have to close? She asked, genuinely unable to fathom the logic. Nighttime increases the risk of accidents, Chu Ge explained. If someone accidentally gets swept into the sea, or gets cramps from swimming too far out, rescue crews might not notice in time. The difficulty of rescue operations also rises, so closing is reasonable. Chu Ge watched her expression and struggled to suppress a laugh. She had acted uninterested earlier, but her actions were no different from the children playing nearby. Even now, her reluctance to leave while clutching those seashells mirrored the little ones. So much for having a heart as still as water. What was the point of these shells anyway? Chu Ge had plenty of experience here. When he was a child, he loved picking them up, only to bring home a pile that had nowhere to go, looked mediocre, and eventually ended up in the trash. Qiu Wuji seemed to guess his thoughts. She hummed in protest. The shells I pick have a purpose. It is not what you think. Chu Ge realized. Do they have spiritual energy? Yes, I chose the ones with a tiny bit of spiritual energy, Qiu Wuji said. The underwater world must be tainted by treasures. I will go down to explore later tonight. Chu Ge felt a wave of concern. You are in this clone form, diving into the deep sea, at night, that sounds dangerous. His second reaction was internal sarcasm. If she was going to dive into the ocean to hunt for real treasures anyway, then what was the point of picking up these broken shells, with a hint of spiritual energy? He wisely kept that thought to himself, knowing he would get hit if he spoke it aloud. Qiu Wuji appeared satisfied by his concern. She smiled broadly. I will see when the time comes. This is not the deep sea, so it should be fine. If I truly feel it is impossible, I will not force myself. I can only say it is your misfortune. Chu Ge considered this. If there are monsters in the ocean, why are so many people playing here? Therefore, they should not be monsters, just objects, Qiu Wuji reasoned. They are likely stones, beads, or things buried in the mud on the seabed. I have seen such encounters many times. Chu Ge pondered. Since humans have supernatural abilities, could animals develop them too? Logically speaking, that should not be allowed after the founding of the country. Qiu Wuji tilted her head. Chu Ge waved a hand. Never mind, it is nothing. He reasoned that human abilities did not transform their bodies, nor did they create actual demons. A fish with supernatural powers could not hit someone through an internet cable, so there were probably no monsters. However, if there were places with dense spiritual energy where few people visited, that would be a different story. At least in populated areas like this, monsters were unlikely. They would have been cleared out long ago, which was why no one had ever heard of them. His mother's department certainly did not get paid to do nothing, which explained why they were always too busy to come home. He felt a sudden swell of pride. So, his parents were guardians. He stretched his arms. I thought that by cultivating, I could learn to fight little monsters like Ultraman. In the end, I am just chatting and joking on the internet. I even took a beautiful woman out to play, and I did not see any flirtatious bullies for us to fight. It makes me doubt the charm of the beauty by my side. Qiu Wuji gave him a dangerous look. Do you want to swap for someone else? Chu Ge cleared his throat. Where would you find so many bullies openly harassing women in our current society? You think you are in one of your own books, where the protagonist constantly gets into trouble because someone takes a liking to the woman beside him. Qiu Wuji sneered. There was a handsome man who was just harassed earlier, and he had quite the luck. Chu Ge retorted. So tell me, why is it that when a man harasses a woman, he is a bully, but when a woman harasses a man, it is considered lucky? Qiu Wuji stroked her chin in thought. This seemed to be a philosophical question. The result was the same though. Men get beaten, and so do women. If that woman earlier had not known her place, she would have been soundly thrashed. She huffed in indignation. You just keep walking like this. Where are we going? To find that woman from earlier. Chu Ge sounded resigned. To eat. The sky has turned dark. If you are not hungry, I am. Oh, what are we eating? Since we are at the beach, it has to be seafood. Chu Ge was unsure if the seafood here in Nanjiang was different from other places, but it was certainly distinct from Japanese-style raw seafood. There were few dishes like sashimi. Instead, the main focus was on cooked food, fresh boiled, or steamed dishes that were light and flavorful. Fish, shrimp, and crab were dipped in prepared sauces. One bite and the freshness melted in the mouth. It was a taste of heaven. It was a pity it was expensive. Despite living in a coastal city, they rarely ate it. Qiu Wuji had been here for a long time without ever having a proper seafood meal. She had bought fish at the market that were labeled as seafood and pan-fried them at home, but did that really count? In her own world, she had never eaten seafood either. When her cultivation was low and she needed to eat, she never visited the ocean. When her cultivation reached the point of abstaining from grains, she lived on immortal herbs and medicine, so she never touched ordinary food. This was her first time eating seafood. The old lady ended up with sauce all over her mouth, her face flushed with excitement. It is delicious. This is tasty. Chu Ge, eat this. What kind of shrimp is this? Chu Ge pointed to the plate. We call this a mantis shrimp. Elsewhere they call it a pimp shrimp. I have not written about these things before, but naturally, they should exist. I have heard of pimp shrimp, but it sounds like it refers to someone being cheeky. Chu Ge laughed. Exactly. It was named based on that. The boiled version is delicious. I will go get some later. It is difficult to peel, but that will not defeat me. Qiu Wuji used a touch of immortal magic. A piece of perfectly peeled shrimp meat landed on Chu Ge's plate. Eat this. Eat this. Watching her excitement filled Chu Ge with warmth and satisfaction. It was good. He picked up the shrimp meat from his plate and placed it back onto Qiu Wuji's plate. If you like it, eat more. I have had these before. Qiu Wuji looked up at him, her mouth still moving as she chewed the shrimp. There was sauce on the corner of her mouth. Chu Ge instinctively pulled out a tissue and reached out to wipe it away. Qiu Wuji watched him, her mouth still moving, but she did not pull away. She allowed him to wipe it. A young woman at the next table took out her phone and snapped a picture. She felt a surge of envy in her heart, thinking the scene was beautiful. Qiu Wuji, who usually used magic to make cameras malfunction whenever she was secretly photographed, did not stop at this time. She turned to the young woman who had taken the picture. Send me a copy of that photo. The young woman was nervous because the person she had secretly photographed was speaking to her. She let out a breath. You two have such a great relationship. Qiu Wuji looked at Chu Ge and straightened her face. Chu Ge smiled but remained silent. The young woman sent the photo and asked carefully, "Can I post this on social media?" Qiu Wuji looked at her own profile in the photo and the gentle expression on Chu Ge's face. She fell into a trance for a moment before laughing suddenly. Do as you please. She was no longer a person without an identity, who had to hide in the shadows. If the whole world saw her photo, what did it matter? The only annoying thing was that the whole world might misunderstand her relationship with him. She dismissed the thought. Whatever, they had been misunderstood before. The young woman happily posted the photo, taking the opportunity to scold her boyfriend. You never helped me wipe my mouth. The boyfriend, caught in the crossfire while lying down, muttered under his breath. That man does not have good intentions. He is wiping her mouth now, and tonight he will. The young woman did not hear him clearly, but Chu Ge and Qiu Wuji both did. They were not angry. Qiu Wuji laughed instead. Is it true that what every man says behind the scenes is exactly the same? Chu Ge thought back to the man who spoke about cotton candy and balloons. Perhaps. Qiu Wuji smiled slightly. Similar situations happened repeatedly. It might not prove that every man spoke nonsense behind their backs, but it did prove that in the eyes of other girls, Chu Ge was an ideal partner, and they were envious of her. In her life, she had never been envied for such things. Others only envied her for how powerful she was. In this modern world, she had experienced this several times, and the feeling was truly bizarre. She actually felt a unique sense of pride. She returned to her elegant posture and peeled the crab slowly. There should still be staff cleaning the venue at the beach. When do you think it is better for us to go? Chu Ge said. Let us wait until people are asleep. Even if there are night guards, it will be easier to avoid them. Then where shall we go in the meantime, while we wait for the food to settle? And how do we get back? Qiu Wuji understood the situation now. Do the buses not run at night? Chu Ge blinked and met Qiu Wuji's questioning gaze. He waited for 3 full seconds before speaking slowly. Obviously, we are staying at a hotel. He did not lower his voice. The couple at the next table heard him. The man blurted out. Look, I guessed right. A man never has good intentions. Chapter 104. It remained unclear whether Chu Ge possessed genuine good intentions. However, the man at the nearby table seemed to have forgotten that he also needed to book a hotel room for the night. His lack of foresight stood exposed. The young woman beside him marched away in a fury, leaving one to wonder how long it would take for him to grovel and win her back. Chu Ge and Qiu Wuji observed the man's tragic expression. They shared a private, mischievous smile, like two monkeys, and resumed their seafood meal. Chu Ge could not possibly harbor any ulterior motives. They were simply sharing a room, something they did every single day. Qiu Wuji remained perfectly calm. What could he possibly do? She could kick him into the next room without breaking a sweat. Not only was she calm, but she also grew impatient. The meal is practically finished. Shall we go check out the hotel? A waiter passing by glanced at them, then burst into tears as he walked away. Chu Ge looked puzzled. You barely ate anything. Would you like a little more? Excess is not as good as moderation. Qiu Wuji wiped her mouth with a graceful motion and stood up, swaying slightly. There should always be a lingering desire for more. That is what makes one look forward to the next time. If I eat too much now, I will not look forward to it later. Chu Ge laughed. I have unexpectedly received a lesson from my master. Ignoring the logic, it turns out this woman is quite frugal. Qiu Wuji shot him a glare. You act as if you know I am saving money. She thought to herself that the crab was expensive, and eating it made her heart bleed. It would have been better to dive into the ocean tonight, and catch a few for herself to take back. You talk too much. She spoke with a hint of bitterness. Go pay the bill, and let us see if you feel the heartache. Chu Ge did not feel any heartache. It was not that he was suddenly so wealthy that he disregarded the cost of a seafood meal, but rather that he had prepared himself for a massive expenditure. Her frugality meant the final total fell well below his initial estimates. Perhaps he could book a better hotel for the night. He pulled out his phone to check the travel app. There was a hot spring resort hotel nearby with decent ratings. He wondered if every location had a so-called hot spring resort hotel. He knew for a fact that the Nanjiang area genuinely had hot springs. They could soak in them. It was a slight pity they had not visited the bathhouse by the beach, so a real hot spring soak sounded like a nice alternative. Unfortunately, it was impossible to soak with Qiu Wuji. He shook his head to clear the thought. What was he thinking? The hotel was easy to book since it was not a holiday. There were plenty of rooms available. Chu Ge decided not to rush the booking and opted to check the place out in person first. Suddenly, Qiu Wuji tugged at the hem of his shirt. Look, how can there be sugar hawthorns here? Chu Ge followed her gaze. An elderly person stood by the roadside with a pole wrapped in thatch, decorated with a string of sugar hawthorns. They looked quite charming. This is a county town, so there are many small items like this. Actually, Nanjiang has them too, but you have to dig into the old alleys in the city center to find them. The local fish balls and meat swallows have to be eaten by diving into those hidden alleys to be authentic. Qiu Wuji did not care about fish balls. She pulled him toward the hawthorns with great excitement. I never expected to find sugar hawthorns in this world too. Chu Ge paused. He recalled the story from her autobiography, where a little girl sat on the edge of a field, swinging her dirty little feet, waiting in anticipation for the peddler to sell candy. So, she had sugar hawthorns back then too. The only difference between then and now was the ability to scan a code to pay. Qiu Wuji pulled out her phone to scan the code for one skewer. She tilted her head, pondered for a moment, and scanned again to retrieve a second one. Just as Chu Ge assumed she intended to eat both herself, Qiu Wuji gracefully extended her hand to offer him one. Here, one for you. One for each of us. Chu Ge felt a strong urge to pat her head. He raised his hand, but ultimately did not dare to overstep his bounds. He awkwardly pivoted and accepted the skewer instead. Qiu Wuji seemed to read his thoughts. She curled her lip, tossed her ponytail, and walked away, while licking her sugar hawthorn. Chu Ge followed in silence. With a hawthorn skewer in hand, neither spoke. Qiu Wuji seemed to be savoring the feeling of her childhood, while Chu Ge was savoring the presence of Qiu Wuji. In the county town at night, the streetlights illuminated their movements and expressions. They were blurry, yet they seemed perfectly synchronized. They did not speak until they reached the entrance of the hot spring hotel. They stopped in unison, waited for the automatic door to slide open, and stepped inside together. Their movements were so in sync that the receptionist skipped the step of asking how many rooms they needed. Would you like a king-size bed or a standard room? Qiu Wuji did not understand the difference between the two. She reverted to her established tradition from when she first arrived in this world, remaining silent and letting Chu Ge handle the negotiations. Chu Ge struggled with the dilemma. Of course, he wanted a king-size bed, but the high probability was that he would be kicked off and forced to sleep on the floor. It was safer to be honest and request a standard room, which at least represented the progress of sharing a room together, right? He swallowed the pain in his heart and spoke with righteous indignation. Do I look like that kind of person? Of course, a standard room. Qiu Wuji nodded as she listened. A standard room sounded more proper than a king-size bed. Wait. A thought struck her. Did that imply they were sharing a room? Wait. She leaned forward to look, but Chu Ge had already finished registering with his identification card. Qiu Wuji felt a surge of anger. I have an identification card too, I want a. She stopped mid-sentence when she saw the price. 688 yuan. Qiu Wuji closed her mouth. It was more expensive than the crab they had just eaten. The receptionist looked up at her. Your identification card would need to be registered anyway. Not many people are so proactive these days. They had entered together while eating sugar hawthorns. It certainly was not what it looked like, was it? Qiu Wuji silently handed over her identification card. Using her identification card for the first time in this world left a strange taste in her mouth. She thought back to the times she wanted to do improper things, and was always held back by the lack of an identity. Was this object specifically meant for doing bad deeds? Chu Ge stood by, wondering if he should regret the choice. He had intended to see the hot spring in person before deciding whether to stay, but the question had caused his brain to switch instantly to the choice between a king bed and a standard room. Forget it. Being able to stay in the same room was far more important than the hot spring. The receptionist added, if the two of you would like to soak in the hot spring, you can call the front desk. We will send a wooden barrel with hot spring water up to your room. Chu Ge did not believe for a second that the barrel would contain real hot spring water, but it seemed better than nothing. He silently accepted the room key card and walked toward the elevator with Qiu Wuji, each harboring their own hidden agendas and divergent thoughts. They finished the last of their sugar hawthorns at the same time, tossed the bamboo sticks into the trash can by the elevator, and looked up in unison to watch the elevator numbers change. Why do you have to do the exact same things as me? Qiu Wuji finally gritted her teeth. Chu Ge replied, I was just about to ask you the same thing. Guests waiting for the elevator looked at the pair with strange, amused smiles. Each person wore an expression of an affectionate aunt. Both of them felt embarrassed, turned their heads away at the same time, and clamped their mouths shut. Once inside the room, Chu Ge inserted the key card to power the lights. The room brightened quickly. Qiu Wuji slammed the door shut, grabbed Chu Ge by the collar, and pinned him against the wall. This is all your fault. You ruined the taste of my sugar hawthorn. Chu Ge pursed his lips and suddenly laughed. I actually tasted it. Would you like to hear? Qiu Wuji paused. What is it? It was sweet, and it was sour. Chu Ge said. It is just like my mood. Qiu Wuji stood stunned for a moment. She dropped his collar, snorted, and walked into the room. She looked at the two beds side by side, and showed her clear disdain. I am going into the sea tonight, so you can lie here and ponder your thoughts. Was this the reason she finally accepted a room together? Chu Ge chuckled. If that is the case, the room is a waste. I am going with you. Qiu Wuji looked at him with contempt. What use could you possibly be? Even if I am just a cheerleader, I cannot just wait at home while you head into danger. Chu Ge stepped forward. He instinctively wanted to reach out and pat her head, but realized his mistake and pulled back at the last second. Qiu Wuji stared straight at him. Are you trying to pat my head? Just now and earlier, were you? Chu Ge gritted his teeth. Yes. He reached out and patted her head, tooling her hair. Even if you hit me, I have to say it. You are so cute that you have surpassed the Qiu Wuji of my own imagination. He finally got to rub her head. He had been holding it in the whole way, and the release felt as satisfying as finally clearing a blockage. He was willing to take the hit. Qiu Wuji's hair became a tangled mess. She looked up at him with eyes full of fury. She wanted to hit him, but his words distracted her. Is that so? Am I cute? Is that word even meant for me? No, wait. Have I truly surpassed the character he wrote in his book? Chapter 105. The night deepened. Although the two planned to head into the sea later, the room held no awkwardness. Qiu Wuji kept the television on, eyes fixed on the screen, ignoring Chu Ge completely. Chu Ge leaned against the headboard, phone in hand, scrolling through the group chat. Both were merely killing time. This was likely Chu Ge's first time finding an excuse to call in sick. Well, he had not actually called in himself, his assistant had, but that counted as his own doing. A twinge of guilt pricked at him for neglecting his readers, but this was a necessary sacrifice. If he had stayed home, he would never have seen Qiu Wuji looking so adorable. Her hair remained a tangled mess, and she still wore a pout of lingering annoyance as she watched the television, likely not absorbing a single frame. The group chat buzzed with talk of relationships. One user lamented being a bit too dense. Another asked for details to mock him. The dense user explained how he had recommended a computer part instead of accepting a girl's lunch invitation. Another user chimed in about graphics cards. The original poster asked, in confusion, if they were talking about graphics cards. A user named Blue Pill replied with a question mark, seemingly oblivious. Chu Ge laughed until his sides ached. He recalled his own past bouts of denseness, wondering how he had ever written a romance novel. At least he now understood that a girl asking for lunch meant more than just gratitude. He glanced at Qiu Wuji, realizing he still lacked the skill to truly understand her. He dared not cozy up to her, fearing instant retribution. A user named Handsome Face chimed in, telling them to stop arguing. He suggested they consult Chu Ge, noting that since he wrote so many women, he must be a veteran playboy. Chu Ge stared at the screen, feeling a sharp pang of irony. A heartbroken user lamented the absence of a beautiful girl to cuddle. Handsome Face claimed he did not care about looks, only gender. Blue Pill retorted that he did not care about gender, only looks. Handsome Face replied with confusion. Wan Zijun recoiled in his hospital bed, edging away from Panda. Panda offered a cynical scoff, telling Zijun that as long as he did not write pretty on his face, no one would look at him. Zijun had no reply. Chu Ge laughed, finding the nonsense chatter of his group members to be the greatest joy outside of writing and being with Qiu Wuji. A notification pinged. Chu Ge checked the familiar avatar and opened the message. His editor asked if he was available for an interview, as his book was being highlighted as a success story. Chu Ge replied that he was ready. The editor asked him to send a photo and review the interview questions. Chu Ge sent a photo he liked, his spirits lifting. This was a clear sign he was on the right path. Qiu Wuji cast a sideways glance. Had he finished being an idiot? It was time to leave. Chu Ge sprang to his feet, ready to obey. Under the dark night, the two left the hotel in casual clothes and headed straight for the beach. The coastline stretched on. Chu Ge regretted not knowing about the layout earlier, realizing he could have just worn his swimsuit and climbed in without paying. They hid behind a rock to avoid the night patrol. Qiu Wuji peeked toward the beach. The sandcastle was still there. Chu Ge asked what the plan was. She asked if he could dive. He replied that he could hold his breath for 1 minute. She told him to just be a cheerleader on the surface. He asked if he could use the water avoidance spell. She looked him over, unwilling to admit that he could indeed perform the spell. It was not a high-level technique, after all. She pressed her finger to his brow, passing on the technique. She warned him that his current cultivation could not support it for long, so he should not dive too deep. Chu Ge acknowledged this. They skirted the rocks and dashed into the sea, gradually sinking until they disappeared. Chu Ge felt a surge of novelty and excitement. It felt exactly like the magic in his imagination, only now it was real. This experience was second only to the heroine stepping out of his book to cuddle. The Golden Bell Shield spell could not compare to this wondrous sensation. The drawback was clear, his mana drained quickly. His foundation stage cultivation could not sustain this for long. Worse, he could not handle the ocean current, nearly drifting dozens of meters away. Qiu Wuji grabbed his arm, calling him a burden. Chu Ge retorted that as his master, she should be offering guidance and encouragement instead of acting like a moody teenager. She countered by asking if he had never seen a master who abused her apprentice. Chu Ge fell silent. He decided he would teach her a lesson when they got home. Qiu Wuji remained silent, clutching Chu Ge's arm as they dove into the deep. She sensed the concentration of spiritual energy. It was not far, explaining why the shells washed up on shore had been tainted by it. The object had likely drifted from the distant sea over many years, slowly approaching the shore. In time, a lucky person would have found it. Such was the story of the immortal world. Qiu Wuji imagined that in this new era of supernatural powers, whether in the mountains, the sea, or even one's own backyard, a group of lucky people were already walking at the forefront. She decided it was not too late. Since she was here, she would snatch this opportunity for Chu Ge. It was a win-win situation, beneficial for her own cultivation as well. She narrowed her eyes, pinpointing the location, and pulled Chu Ge along, darting through the waves like a swordfish. They arrived at the spot. A large reef sat on the seabed. Qiu Wuji pushed it slightly, confirming it was loose. A reef pushed by the waves must have pinned the object down, preventing it from appearing sooner. Chu Ge asked if they would find it once they moved the reef. Qiu Wuji looked at the rock and said it would take some effort. Chu Ge volunteered to try. He pushed, but he could not find his footing. Underwater, there was nothing to brace against, and the soft silt provided no support. Pushing into the void could not move such a large reef. Qiu Wuji chuckled, telling him he was not strong enough. Chu Ge felt frustrated. She stepped forward, telling him to stay as a cheerleader. She pressed her delicate hand against the rock and closed her eyes. It required effort, as she had said. Her current vessel relied on unique spiritual soul perception and experience, not raw physical strength. Moving the reef required using an understanding of the 5 elements, utilizing the force of the water to assist. She gathered her mind, and the surrounding seawater surged, forming a continuous push that slowly nudged the reef aside. Sweat appeared on her forehead. The reef shifted slightly, revealing more of the surging spiritual energy and the gleaming light of an object, which resembled a bead. Qiu Wuji spoke with effort, telling him to pick it up. Before she could finish, a sense of danger alerted her. Someone was there. A sharp water arrow shot toward her back. Simultaneously, a wave swept in, snatching the treasure from beneath the reef. A water-controlling ability. Her first instinct was to shift her strength from pushing the reef to protecting her back. However, she found herself wrapped in a warm chest. Chu Ge had enveloped her, using his own back to block the water arrow. Qiu Wuji possessed vast experience, wasting no time on thought. She redirected her spell, striking with the force of the sea. A figure hiding behind a distant reef was launched into the air by the immense power, revealing a diver's suit. The next moment, an electric net crackled across the figure's body. The assailant shrieked and fled into the distance. A glowing treasure pearl floated in the water. Qiu Wuji gestured, and it flew into her hand. A perfect counterattack and treasure hunt. Qiu Wuji had no intention of examining the treasure, but looked down and whispered, telling him it was enough and asking how long he planned to hold her. Chapter 106. Chu Ge was truly wrapping her in his arms. In the daylight, Qiu Wuji stood nearly 1 meter 7 in height, and Chu Ge stood just over 1 meter 8. That height difference was perfectly normal, and they looked quite well matched when they walked side by side. Once she curled slightly into his embrace, however, she looked just like a fledgling hiding beneath an eagle, completely shielded from every angle. Chu Ge lacked other options. He knew only movement techniques and the golden bell shield. His instinctual defense was simply to use his own body as a barrier. He had done something similar when shielding Zhang Qiren, though he had not pulled him into an embrace then. Qiu Wuji had long forgotten that moment. She remembered that when the crowds had pressed against them in the movie theater, he had protected her in the same way, though he had also said something incredibly dense and annoying. This time, the closeness was different. His arms held her tight, his body bowed low to ensure no stray attacks could reach her. The sense of safety was absolute, like hiding in a warm home, while a storm raged outside. It felt as if the reason she had chosen to teach him the movement technique and the golden bell shield was to create this very moment. In truth, she would have won the fight easily even without Chu Ge. It would have taken a little more effort, but she could have defended herself and then countered, and the attacker would have had no hope of escaping her wrath. With Chu Ge shielding her from the wind and rain, she had turned directly to the attack, securing victory with far greater ease. She found she did not even have the desire to chase down the fleeing enemy. She only wanted to stay in this safe embrace for a moment longer. By the time she realized it, the attacker had already vanished. Qiu Wuji felt deeply annoyed. In her own world, this would have been a grave mistake, something absolutely inexcusable. Was he helping her, or was he getting in her way? She decided to count it as help. How much longer do you intend to hold me? Chu Ge coughed twice. Instead of pulling away, he leaned his weight into her. I am not trying to take advantage of you. Support me, I have no strength left. Qiu Wuji fell silent, her expression unreadable. Every scrap of warmth and comfort vanished into thin air. Qiu Wuji truly admired his ability to ruin a moment. He was not even injured. Then she remembered. His mana had been exhausted. Qiu Wuji wrapped an arm around his waist, her tone sharp. Stand steady. Chu Ge returned the embrace, carefully watching her face. She remained expressionless. Qiu Wuji parted the water and surged forward, bringing him to the shore in an instant. The two sat on the coastal rocks, drenched, taking a moment to rest. Qiu Wuji kept her face stern. Take off your coat. Let me see the injury on your back. Chu Ge did not hesitate. He had been shirtless on the beach all afternoon, so what difference did this make? He stripped off his shirt in a few quick motions. Qiu Wuji moved behind him to inspect the skin. Her tone lightened. It is fine, just a minor bruising. The water arrow could not pierce your defense. Chu Ge felt a surge of pride. It is a minor success level of the Golden Bell Shield. After all, it is tough enough to withstand attacks even in your world, let alone here. That is still a minor internal injury, and you have depleted your mana. What are you proud of? Chu Ge went silent. Qiu Wuji began to chant a spell, seemingly intending to heal him, but she stopped halfway and dispersed the energy herself. It is only a minor injury. You will heal on your own. Chu Ge understood her reasoning perfectly. If she wasted any more mana, she might be forced to return. She wanted to stay a while longer. She had not even used magic to dry her wet clothes, let alone heal him. Qiu Wuji pressed the pearl they had seized into his pocket. It is a clam pearl. The quality is excellent even by mortal standards, and it has absorbed quite a bit of spiritual energy for some reason. It is a great treasure for you right now. Carry it with you during your practice, and reaching the foundation establishment stage should not be difficult. Do not talk about that now. Chu Ge pulled her toward the hotel. We are soaking wet. Let us go back, take a bath, and get a good night of sleep. I do not want you to simply vanish. Qiu Wuji pressed her lips together and remained silent. Chu Ge had not anticipated that the hotel wooden barrel would actually prove useful. The trouble was that the bathroom in their standard room was small. Both of them were drenched, and both needed to wash and change. Chu Ge looked at her, and the look in his eyes held a peculiar meaning. Qiu Wuji, wet and disheveled. In the dim outdoor light, he had not seen clearly, but under the indoor lamps, the scene was dangerously tempting. Even without mentioning her body, just seeing her wet hair sticking to her face made his heart race. Thinking of the warmth he had felt while holding her, Chu Ge felt his resolve wavering. Seeing the look in Chu Ge's eyes, Qiu Wuji gave a cold laugh. She knew exactly what was running through his mind. If he dared to utter the words "let us bathe together," she would throw him out the window. Chu Ge finally spoke, though it sounded like he was rushing to banish her. I will have the front desk bring a wooden barrel into the room. You go use the bathtub in the bathroom. Why are you still standing there waiting? Just go in and wash. Qiu Wuji stared at him wide-eyed. She looked at his panicked, slightly flustered expression, and was genuinely stunned. You are actually chasing me away. Damn it. Chu Ge sounded truly frantic. Stop seducing me, woman. Qiu Wuji looked at him, confusion flickering in her eyes. They stared at each other for a long time. Qiu Wuji saw the desire in the man's eyes, even hotter than before. She hesitated, then, as if possessed, spoke. Would you like me to find a whip and give you a beating? Chu Ge wanted to jump off the building himself. He would remember those group chat fools for this. A doorbell rang. Hello, I am here to deliver the hot spring service. The strange atmosphere in the room vanished in an instant. Qiu Wuji returned to her cool, detached composure. She grabbed a hotel bathrobe and retreated into the bathroom. Chu Ge exhaled, his shoulders slumping. He felt exhausted. Only now did the pain from his injury start to register. Qiu Wuji had called it a minor injury, but it was still an injury. The impact of the water arrow had been an internal blow, unlike the time he had been stabbed with a dagger. His internal organs felt shaken, as if they were being twisted. The hotel staff carried the wooden barrel in and poured in buckets of water. Chu Ge lacked the energy even to complain that they were just bringing hot water, not a real hot spring. He only wanted them to finish and leave. Finally, once everything was settled, Chu Ge climbed into the barrel and leaned against the rim, fiddling with the clam pearl in his hand. Soaking in the hot water eased the pain of his injury. The spiritual energy of the pearl was indeed dense, seeping into his skin and seemingly offering a bit of healing. Water-type items were a universal setting, were they not? Chu Ge gave a soft, dry laugh. How could his mind wander to writing tropes even now? This object could not be the same as those in the immortal world. He did not even care much about the pearl. It was a useful auxiliary item, certainly valuable, but he had no intention of selling it, so why dwell on it? The meaning of this night did not seem to be about obtaining a treasure. It was about fighting side by side with Qiu Wuji, holding her, and wrapping his arm around her waist. She had not resisted. Qiu Wuji was just behind the glass door, bathing as well. Chu Ge no longer felt the earlier desire. He merely savored, over and over, the feeling of holding her in his arms. I can help her. I am not just a cheerleader. People often said they belonged to two different worlds, but they were gradually overlapping in every way, and in every sense. Her writing and her life, his cultivation and his battles. They were doing what the other did, walking into the other's world. Behind the glass door, Qiu Wuji sat in the bathtub, also lost in thought. He is capable of fighting alongside me. He is not just a scholar. Even though his interference had seemingly allowed the enemy to escape, the warmth in her arms had been truly unforgettable. The enemy had escaped because she had forgotten to pursue them, not because he had held her back. On the contrary, he had shielded her firmly, like a solid wall. It had been so safe. She had never imagined that being held tightly in a man's arms would not make her feel disgusted or want to kill him, but instead make her crave that warmth so much that she had forgotten to chase her enemy. The choice to teach him the Golden Bell Shield had been a good one. People said they belonged to two different worlds, but in truth, there was little difference. It was the world he had written, after all. On both sides of the glass, they bathed, lost in the same reflections. Chapter 107. When Qiu Wuji emerged wearing the hotel bathrobe, the wooden barrel had already been cleared away. Chu Ge lounged on the bed in his own robe, tapping away on his phone. She had listened for Chu Ge calling staff to remove the barrel, confirming his business was finished, before she finally stepped out. Chu Ge guessed her intent, but he remained silent. Qiu Wuji kept to herself, moving silently to the other bed, propping herself up against the headboard, and flicking on the television. Despite nothing occurring, their heart rates accelerated in unison. Both realized that while separate rooms for bathing were fine, the reality of sleeping in the same space now confronted them. The lingering scent of their recent baths hung in the air. The memory of their embrace while fighting side by side remained vivid. His warmth, her softness. The two beds sat less than 1 meter apart. From the corners of their eyes, they could catch glimpses of each other. Their feet tangled together in the sheets, tense and restless. Even the ordinary hotel bathrobes seemed to radiate an intimate aura. This was the true meaning of getting a room together. Qiu Wuji had surfed the internet long enough to understand the implication. Chu Ge understood it even better. The television played a mindless rerun on the movie channel, while his phone displayed the chaotic daily chatter of his online friends. Both stared at their respective screens with unfocused eyes, utterly oblivious to the content before them. Thump, thump. Chu Ge heard the rhythm of his own heart, drowning out the muffled sounds from the television. His mouth felt dry. Qiu Wuji took a deep breath, and her voice cut through the stillness of the night. The sudden interruption startled him. Chu Ge slumped on the bed, his voice dull when he answered. He asked what about the enemy. Qiu Wuji spoke with a similar numbness, laced with weariness. She told him his golden bell shield had reached a minor level of success. In their world, he could roam freely through the qi refining stage. Even many attacks from the Foundation establishment stage would prove ineffective. She noted that for this person to injure him, however slightly, meant he could not be underestimated. Chu Ge asked if the strength of his golden bell shield was perhaps too weak. She countered that the opponent was simply strong. She explained that the assailant had fled. She had only briefly borrowed the water to channel her energy, using a very simple lightning induction technique to injure him, and the damage was likely not critical. She told him her stay would not last much longer, and she would likely return tomorrow. She warned him to be careful since he would be alone. Chu Ge reasoned that the water in the ocean was unclear. They had only seen the outline of a figure wearing diving gear, so he wondered how the attacker could have clearly seen their faces. Qiu Wuji shook her head. She said it was hard to say. The person clearly possessed a special ability related to water. Perhaps he could merge his body with the current. She admitted she had not detected him beforehand, so it was not difficult to imagine he knew what they looked like through the water. Chu Ge countered that it was probably nothing special. The person likely sensed the treasure, but could not move that reef, so he had been squatting there for a long time. The fact that he could not move the reef using water power suggested his control over water was nothing extraordinary. She sighed and told him his logic held some merit. However, she reminded him that even she had used her maximum power to push that reef. His failure to move it was no disgrace. She looked out into the void, remarking that the world was vast and full of capable people. After seeing this person, she even began to feel that her current vessel lacked sufficient strength. She warned him never to underestimate an enemy. Chu Ge fished out the clam pearl and tossed it toward her. He asked if she could use it to break through, or perhaps stay for a few more days. Qiu Wuji smiled faintly. She explained that her current vessel was unique and unpredictable. It was likely impossible to measure using the system he had defined. Even he did not fit perfectly into the stages of qi refining or foundation establishment. She told him she had a sense of when she would break through, and that it was drawing near. Chu Ge nodded, understanding the truth in her words. He had never seen a qi refining cultivator with soul power capable of traversing 2 worlds. The entire situation defied convention. He noted that they were the same in that regard. A mischievous thought crossed his mind. Qiu Wuji shot him a sharp look, sensing his thoughts. She tossed the clam pearl back at him and clicked off the television. She told him it was late and asked if he was waiting to die from exhaustion. Chu Ge hesitated. She reminded him that he had to write his chapter tomorrow. She threatened to expose him if he did not update, claiming he was not sick, but out with his female assistant. He quickly agreed to sleep. Qiu Wuji kicked her slippers about, searching the room. She wondered aloud why the lights remained on even after she had turned them off. Chu Ge watched her frantic search for the switch, and suggested that perhaps the light was better. He added that if it were dark, he might not be able to stop himself from doing something. Qiu Wuji snapped her head around and asked if he dared. Chu Ge sighed, explaining that it was not about daring, but fear that he might act on impulse. He asked her to spare him and leave the light on, as the darkness was more torturous. She glared at him for a long time, but Chu Ge maintained his helpless expression. She stopped searching for the switch and stomped back to her bed. She wrapped herself in the thin quilt, turned her back to him, and told him to sleep, muttering about what a lecherous man thought about all day. Chu Ge did not dare to look at her back. He stared at the ceiling, trying to induce a meditative state of calm. He was truly exhausted, and his injuries throbbed. Pushing this any further served no purpose, and he certainly did not have the courage to climb into her bed. He would be kicked to death. Since it was impossible, there was no point in agonizing over it. She was right. Rest was the only logical choice, and his update for the next day was still unfinished. He pondered the nature of their relationship. It felt more real with each passing day. He had held her tight today, and she had not protested. Yet, in daily life, he dared not approach her, knowing she would strike back. What was missing? Did she refuse to acknowledge him as her boyfriend? He had confessed several times, and she remained noncommittal. What more could he do? It was a headache. He wished for a teacher. The clam pearl by his pillow emitted a soft, faint glow. The light from the hotel hallway spilled into the room, dim and shadowy. Chu Ge lost his awareness, slipping into a deep sleep. Almost at the exact moment he drifted off, Qiu Wuji turned around to lie on her side. She rested her head on her hand, quietly watching him sleep. Her gaze held a mix of gentleness, embarrassment, and a charm she did not even recognize. To share a room with a man, she could have returned, but for some reason, she had deliberately chosen to stay one more night. The next morning, the sky began to brighten, and Chu Ge awoke. There was no shared moment of waking together. Qiu Wuji had already vanished. Chu Ge felt a jolt in his chest. He sprang up and scanned the room. Under the clam pearl on the bedside table, a note waited. It said she was going back, which happened to save on the cost of a bus ticket. Chu Ge stared at the note. Was this a new method of frugality? He continued reading. A full set of clothes was hidden inside her quilt, still warm. She told him to pack them, warned him not to touch them indiscriminately, or do anything strange, and reminded him to charge her phone, which had no battery. She added that she had left some pretty shells in his pocket, and threatened to beat him if he lost them. That was all. Chu Ge twitched. Was that it? What kind of performance art was this? He flipped the note over and over until he spotted a line of small text on the back. It read that she was very happy he could fight alongside her. Chu Ge stared at the words for a long time. A wide grin spread across his face. A complete Sundra. He felt very happy as well. He washed up, humming a little tune. He pulled back the quilt where she had slept, gathering the clothes that still held her lingering warmth and scent. He packed them into a plastic bag, thinking that he did not need to do anything strange with these items when the real person was his goal. Chu Ge checked out of the hotel, grabbed a breakfast pack, and continued humming as he caught the first bus of the morning to return to Nanjiang. The seaside trip had been wonderful. As for the enemy he had provoked, he did not care. Chapter 108. Chu Ge had skipped a day of updates. He returned home to focus on his draft. The first chapter would not arrive until noon. The group chat did not mind the delay. They just wanted the story to continue. Someone asked if Chu Ge had recovered from his illness, advising him to rest rather than push himself. Chu Ge felt a surge of shame. He tapped out a reply promising to do his best. Women truly impacted writing speed. He had told his first lie since becoming a writer. Other matters demanded his time. The interview with the writer's assistant had arrived. He reviewed the questions the night before. They were fishing for inspirational, cliché answers. You update 10,000 words every day, surely that is exhausting. Chu Ge played along. He typed, with no women in my heart, my writing is divine. Another question appeared. Your previous books did not sell well. It took 3 books before you achieved success. Can you talk about how you persevered? Chu Ge hovered his fingers over the screen. He took his time, typing slowly. I do not consider this perseverance. I had a friend. His first 2 books barely reached double digits in average subscriptions. Only the 3rd book offered a glimmer of hope. He wrote while delivering food. He never missed a day. Many people hold on to their dreams. When everyone sees an old has-been, please do not mock them. Offer encouragement instead. The assistant chose not to ask who that friend was or if he was still writing. That would derail the interview. The assistant felt satisfied with the answer. It was the kind of chicken soup for the soul people craved. Chu Ge's true thoughts remained unvoiced. He sighed and kept playing the part. Perseverance and effort would always bring rewards. Even he did not believe a word of it. Many readers report that your heroine, Qiu Wuji, feels vivid and real. Many suspect there is a real-life prototype. Is this true? Nobody had ever reported such a thing, even in jest. But this was an interview, not a test of truth. Chu Ge smiled, typing his response. Of course there is. The follow-up came immediately. Is it your girlfriend? Not yet, but I am working on it. This contradicted his earlier claim about having no women in his heart. The assistant did not care. Nobody took that line seriously. Readers loved author gossip above all else. So is she as beautiful, proud, and powerful as the Qiu Wuji in your book? Not exactly the same. The biggest difference is that she is even cuter. Damn it. Seeing an interview made one feel like they had been force-fed dog food. Life was unbearable. The interview went live the next day. Someone shared it to the book club chat. The chat dissolved into wails of misery. Someone complained about being a single dog walking down the street, only to be hit in the face by dog food from a mindless author's interview. Chu Ge offered a weak defense. It has not happened yet. How can it be dog food? The chat retorted with a mocking cheer, wishing the lovers a happy sibling life. Chu Ge stiffened. On the official registry, she really was his sister. Someone in the chat pointed out the flaw, suggesting that being siblings would only excite him more. He felt trapped. In the metaphysical sense, she really was his daughter. The chat continued to mock him, asking if he forgot his old avatar. They called him a beast. Chu Ge growled at the screen. He had not even succeeded in courting her, yet they painted him as a depraved monster. The group chat gleefully declared that Chu Ge had admitted to being a degenerate. Chu Ge gave up. He tried to redirect the topic to his photo, asking if he looked handsome. The chat begrudgingly admitted he looked somewhat human, but most preferred to tease or joke about hitting on him. He managed to steer the conversation away, hoping they would not ask about the manager who cosplayed as Qiu Wuji. He realized a few people were missing from the chat. Wan Zijun and Panda. Had they been released from the hospital? Were they exacting their revenge? The revenge inside the black room had already been underway for 2 days. Customers had flooded the Wang family's hotel with complaints. They cursed the food as something not even a dog would eat. At first, the Wang family blamed the head chef. The chef felt aggrieved. He demanded the Wang family taste the food the customers were shouting about. When they did, it tasted fine. The Wang family immediately concluded that competitors had paid for fake reviews. They used their security guards to forcibly expel the complainers. Within 2 days, the hotel stood empty. The Wang family racked their brains trying to understand why. They tasted their own food, and it was perfectly fine. Chef Jin Jin asked Zhong Yi, his voice filled with hesitation. Does this feel wrong? He gestured toward the empty hotel. The other chefs are innocent. Even if they are not implicated now, their reputation will suffer. No one will hire them later. Zhong Yi smiled. Their head chef has already accepted a high-paying job elsewhere. Jin Jin asked where he had gone. The Miracle Nightclub, Zhong Yi replied. President Zhang has launched a late-night supper service. It is a high-end operation, and he needs a hotel chef. Jin Jin cursed the cunning move. Zhong Yi looked at the sky and stayed silent. It was an idea he had given to Zhang Qiren. He did not tell Jin Jin that. He felt he was merely sinister, but Zhang Qiren was ruthless. Zhang Qiren did not just want to strike a rival. He wanted the Wang family dead. Zhang Qiren had laid out his plan. The Wang family's business interests overlapped heavily with his own. They had been rivals for years, and now the bridge was burned. More importantly, their involvement in gambling and drugs was a fatal flaw. They did not need black market tactics. The government would crush them. The Wangs were using their influence to suppress the truth, but for how long? If he did not add the final straw, would he just wait for them to catch their breath? Zhong Yi went silent. So, he had invited Rong Fu to do the deed. The Wang family was currently overwhelmed by investigations from Lin Wuiyang. Where would they find the energy to hire assassins? The blade of Rong Fu had struck not only the Black Room, but also the brothers' real estate company. He was a truly ruthless man. Zhong Yi could not resist asking one more question. Beyond the competition, do you hold a deep grudge against the Wang family? Zhang Qiren looked at him, recognizing the curiosity. He smiled. They are involved in illegal and criminal activities. As a concerned citizen, should I not help take them down? Or does Mr. Zhong sympathize with them? Zhong Yi shook his head. He did not sympathize with them. He was watching Zhang Qiren. Zhang Qiren continued. Competition is one thing. As for a deep grudge, yes, that exists. His voice dropped, turning icy cold. If the Wang family had not encouraged him, would my useless brother have dared to attempt my assassination? If my good friend had not stepped in to block the blow, I would be lying in a grave. Zhong Yi remembered the assassination attempt. Because Chu Ge had shielded him, it had seemed like nothing happened. Most people disregarded it, but when he thought about it, the matter was grave. It was murder, and it was fratricide. At least in Zhang Qiren's mind, it was grave. Zhang Qiren sneered. The Wang family told him that regardless of the outcome, he was the only legitimate heir. Even if killing me displeased our father, he would still have to inherit the property. Leaving me alive would only complicate matters. That fool actually believed them, never realizing the Wang family was deliberately inciting internal strife. Zhong Yi sighed. So you orchestrated a situation where the Wang family and your brother would turn on each other. They deserve it, do they not? Zhang Qiren said calmly. The Wang family has committed countless crimes. The authorities have been watching them for a long time, but could not find evidence. As rivals, we happen to know where some of that evidence is buried. They want to claim the gambling debts are just from guests, or find a scapegoat to fool the police. Hey, if their account books appeared on Lin Wuiyang's desk, what do you think would happen? This was the purpose of their cooperation. Yet, Zhong Yi had other concerns. He wanted to know where the evidence of Zhang Qiren's own illegal activities lay. The underground boxing ring was closed. Was there nothing else? Unfortunately, when he first contacted Zhang Qiren, the man had been sharp-edged, radiating a sense of danger. He had acted as if he only cared about monopolizing the market, and his interest in the Black Room had clearly been about consolidating power. He had let that slip several times. This time, however, the tune had changed. He spoke only of being a concerned citizen helping the police, and about putting evidence on Lin Wuiyang's desk. He never mentioned consolidating power again. He had grown. Had it happened so quickly? Zhang Qiren looked up at the sky. It had not yet gone completely dark. Wait a little longer. We act tonight. He took out his phone and started reading. Zhong Yi glanced at it, feigning carelessness, but his expression turned odd. It was the reader's assistant interview page. To access that, one had to install the app. Zhang Qiren had not deleted it. Not only had he kept it, but he had also left the notifications on. How else would he know about the interview? He truly had the heart of a writer. The content on the page left Zhong Yi feeling conflicted. It was Chu Ge's interview. Chu Ge's familiar, smiling face stared back from the screen. I do not consider this perseverance. I had a friend. His first 2 books barely reached double digits in average subscriptions. Only the 3rd book offered a glimmer of hope. He wrote while delivering food. He never missed a day. Many people hold on to their dreams. Zhang Qiren read on. His gloomy expression evaporated, replaced by a genuine, joyful smile. The cold, chilling light beneath his glasses bloomed into a smile, transforming his face into that of a handsome scholar. Zhong Yi watched him, lost in thought, and shook his head with a soft sigh. Chapter 109. Chu Ge spent the last 2 days catching up on his writing. With his rhythm restored, thoughts of Qiu Wuji occupied his mind once again. A day apart felt like an eternity. Unfortunately, these past 2 days of intense writing had failed to trigger that panoramic overview state. He could not see Qiu Wuji, nor could he catch even a glimpse of the Cloud Mountain. Was it because he was writing about other characters? That seemed unlikely. After all, he had seen Chu Ge conversing with others while writing that plotline. It was like doing Yu's 6 Meridian Divine Sword, unpredictable and unreliable. The more desperate he became to see her, the more elusive she became. He tried sipping spirit tea, and kept the newly acquired clam pearl close to his person, attempting to meditate while he wrote. He could feel his cultivation increasing, and the internal injuries slowly mending. His writing flowed smoothly, but the vision of Qiu Wuji remained out of reach. It was maddening. Chu Ge uploaded the final chapter for the day and exhaled, rising to stretch his stiff muscles. Perhaps he was simply too eager. Cultivation worked the same way. The more one obsessed over a specific result, the more likely one was to suffer a deviation. He stepped onto his treadmill and began to jog, his mind drifting. It had been some time since he visited the Black Room to train. Today would have been a suitable day for a workout, but he lacked the motivation. It was highly likely that the Black Room was in the middle of a retaliatory campaign. Showing up now would be no different than asking if they needed help. It was best to avoid getting tangled in such affairs. His internal injuries remained unhealed. Chu Ge felt the distinct burden on his movement techniques, and the effectiveness of his golden bell shield was far below its usual standard. Internal injuries were deceptive. They might look minor, but their impact was more severe than the time he had been stabbed. It was no wonder Qiu Wuji had remarked that his opponent was formidable. To think that such a powerful supernatural user was hidden in Nanjiang. Perhaps neither the Black Room nor Zhang Kairan knew of this individual. Did Lin Weiyang know? Based on that directory of supernatural users, it seemed probable. Perhaps he could find a way to probe for information. Honestly, despite being injured, Chu Ge harbored no hatred toward the water element user. When a treasure emerged, the capable would seize it. Conflicts were to be expected. The opponent had not acted out of a personal desire to harm him. The other party, however, might harbor resentment because the treasure had been snatched away. Since the user had been unable to move the reef, and the object had not belonged to them in the first place, Chu Ge felt entirely at peace with the outcome. He only hoped he would not be targeted. He prayed that the deep sea was dark enough to keep their faces hidden. In this respect, he was fundamentally different from Qiu Wuji. She had remained frustrated by the failure to pursue the enemy and cut the roots of the problem, viewing it as a mistake. Chu Ge, conversely, felt that abandoning the chase was the right choice. There was no reason to kill over such a matter. The modern world was vastly different from the world of immortals. He only wondered if time would prove his innocence or his naivete. Chu Ge paced through various thoughts. After finishing his jog and taking a shower, he returned to the computer to type another 1,000 words for his stockpile. Still unable to find a path to see Qiu Wuji, he gave up and went to bed. Writing was truly a nuisance. In his dream, Chu Ge stroked Qiu Wuji's hair. "You are a mature heroine now. You need to learn how to write on your own." Ever since he had started teaching her to write, he had harbored this secret desire to slack off. Within the world of the book, Qiu Wuji was indeed writing. Time did not align. Chu Ge often wrote about things happening days later, and at times, even he lost track of the passage of time. Qiu Wuji had once considered that the differing flow of time could be used to read and write. After finishing her own tasks, she sat by the window, holding her delicate small brush, and continued to write her autobiography. She preferred using a brush on paper over typing on a computer. It felt more like the work of a true scholar, and it resonated more deeply with her spirit. The moonlight was like water. The blue lamp burned like a bean. By the window, under the moon, the woman wrapped her shawl around her shoulders and held the brush, her brows furrowed in thought. Had Chu Ge been able to gaze across the boundary and witness such a beautiful sight, sleep would have been impossible for him. It was a beauty that words could not fully describe. To witness that furrowing of her brow would have been enough to break one's heart. Qiu Wuji was stuck. Writing an autobiography and weaving a story shared at least one common trait. In the beginning, there was plenty of inspiration. Words flowed. But once she wrote enough, she would always hit a node and find herself unable to put brush to paper for a long time. Perhaps it was a plot point she did not know how to express. Or perhaps she did not know how to bridge the gap between two different turning points. The more she understood, the easier it was to get stuck. Qiu Wuji had once been confident that the whole world would read her book, never considering how to make the transition smooth. Now, she considered everything, and in doing so, she became paralyzed. She gnawed on the tip of her brush, a sudden urge to strike someone rising within her. If she could not write a story, so be it, but to fail at writing her own ready-made autobiography was infuriating. Damn that Chu Ge. He refused to come and offer guidance. Was he not the heavenly Tao? He had the ability to peek at her bathing, so why could he not come over and teach her how to manage this transition? In his slumber, Chu Ge seemed to sense something and turned over. In his dream, the Qiu Wuji he was stroking became a mature, intellectual woman, sitting by the window, brush in hand, gazing at the moon. Chu Ge felt as if he were the moon itself. Between dream and reality, between book and world, between heaven and earth, they gazed at one another from afar. He was surprised to be having such a dream. Was it because he missed Qiu Wuji too much? She was so beautiful. Qiu Wuji grew startled. The moon felt strange, as gentle as when Chu Ge looked upon her. Yet, it lacked the sensation of his divine sense descending. It was a remote connection, as if looking at one another across the vastness of space and time. How could such a feeling exist? Was it because she was thinking of him? She spat. She was not thinking of him, she only wanted him to teach her how to write. In the dream, Chu Ge heard Qiu Wuji scolding. What are you looking at? I asked you to teach me how to write, but you refused. Chu Ge wondered. This dream felt so real. Even her angry expression was displayed in perfect detail. Was this a lucid dream? Could he dream of her without clothes? He hesitated, but decided against it. If he could not even do that, what use was this lucid dream? Damn it, why think so much during a dream? Chu Ge's courage grew. Without attempting to please your master, how do you expect to receive the true teachings? Qiu Wuji seemed to hear the voice clearly, and she was stunned. Even in the form of the moon, you are still so lecherous. She suppressed the urge to break through the boundary and strike him. Instead, she replaced her expression with a smile. The master is not here, so how can I please him? She silently thought to herself that if he dared to ask her to dance, or something equally frivolous, she would kill him the moment she broke through. Chu Ge, not daring to think of such things even in a dream, spoke honestly. Wait until you come out to serve your master. Pouring tea or kneading shoulders would suffice. Qiu Wuji found her prepared retort stuck in her throat. She murmured, confused and amused. Am I hallucinating? This feeling is so strange. It truly felt like he was crouching by her side, clutching his hands, wanting to embrace her but lacking the courage. Was it because she missed him? If it were an illusion, it did not matter. Qiu Wuji spoke lazily. Very well. If I have to please you to learn something next time, you must please me when you learn something as well. Chu Ge was ecstatic. It is a deal. Whether you need my shoulders or I need yours, I win either way. Qiu Wuji seemed to realize the implications. She spat in disgust. Such small ambitions. Was he really like that, or was this just her own projected fantasy? Was she fantasizing about him because she thought this version of him was the cutest? Qiu Wuji felt hesitant. Just then, a tremor shook Qiu Wuji's heart. She felt a warning that someone had intruded upon the magic treasure or array she had left behind. She mentally scanned the locations and quickly identified the source. It was in the real world, in Chu Ge's living room, at the calligraphy hanging. The strange, anthropomorphic feeling of the moon vanished, and it returned to its cold, distant state. Was it not an illusion? If it were truly Chu Ge, did this mean he was under attack? Qiu Wuji immediately thought of the water element user, and felt a surge of anxiety. She wanted to split her soul to intervene, but she could not leave. The efficacy of the drugs she had taken to recover her soul had diminished significantly, and taking more was useless. Using the terminology from his games, her cooldown had to be waited out. Qiu Wuji paced by the window, consumed by regret that she had not rooted out the threat earlier. She had not expected the opponent to track him down so quickly. What was she to do? Chapter 110. Chu Ge sensed a noise in the living room, and jolted awake. The dream vanished, and Qiu Wuji was gone. Fury surged through him. He snatched the chair beside his bed and charged out. A figure in black paced the room, expression vacant, eyes glazed as if sleepwalking. The man's face bore singed marks. Chu Ge identified him instantly. This was the same supernatural user injured by the lightning net from the beach. The water element user had actually tracked him down. How had he found the location, and why was he sleepwalking? Chu Ge glanced at the living room wall. The painting titled Zhuangzhou Dreaming of a Butterfly shimmered with a faint, ghostly light. The intruder had clearly fallen into a dream illusion. This was an opportunity. Chu Ge swung the chair with all his might. The chair shattered upon impact. The intruder groaned, collapsing to the floor. The dazed, sleepwalking expression vanished, replaced by a sudden, sharp clarity. Ignoring the searing pain in his head, the man rolled across the floor, narrowly dodging Chu Ge's kick, and slammed into the edge of the treadmill. Chu Ge shadowed him, lunging forward to stomp on the man's stomach. A pang of regret flickered in his mind. He lacked experience. He should have grabbed a kitchen knife instead of a chair, while the intruder was still dreaming. Still, he was learning from his mistakes. His foot hit empty air. The intruder's stomach had twisted into water, letting the foot pass straight through to the floor. A look of cruelty flashed in the intruder's eyes. His entire body liquefied, coiling around Chu Ge like a serpent. He tightened his grip, wrapping around Chu Ge in an attempt to suffocate him. Chu Ge remained calm. He had anticipated this move the moment his foot passed through the water. He closed his eyes, and brilliant golden light erupted from his body. His golden bell shield had reached a minor level of success, enough to project his inner energy outward. The indestructible golden energy blasted the water element away from his body. It splashed across the floor, writhing and gathering until it reformed into a human shape. The intruder, still reeling from the impact, had not yet recovered. Chu Ge delivered a heavy kick to the man's nose. The intruder choked, tears and blood mixing as his face turned a bruised, deep red. Realizing he could not win, the intruder dissolved into a puddle of water, attempting to slip through the crack in the door. Golden light flashed. Chu Ge crouched in front of the door crack, slapping the puddle of water repeatedly. He noted that the transformation was not without its costs, as the strikes seemed to land regardless of the man's liquid form. The water splashed everywhere. From within the spray, the intruder cried out in pain, begging for mercy. Chu Ge continued to strike the water. He demanded to know why he should stop after the intruder had tried to end his life. The intruder insisted he had not intended to kill anyone, and claimed he only wanted the pearl. He swore he had no intention of causing harm. Chu Ge did not believe him. Breaking into a home in the middle of the night warranted a beating. If not for the dream defense of the butterfly painting, he might have suffered a gruesome fate while sleeping. Still, he felt a sense of frustration. How does one finish a fight with a puddle? He considered finding fire to roast him, but if he left, the intruder would escape through the door. As Chu Ge hesitated, the water began to shrink. The splashing ceased, and the liquid slowly reformed into a man, beaten black and blue, curled on the floor, gasping for air. Chu Ge sighed. He remarked that the ability was not particularly impressive if transforming into water could still result in injury. It was not even a proper water form, which would have allowed him to dodge attacks. The intruder coughed up blood and offered a servile smile. He admitted that Chu Ge was simply too strong. He begged for a compromise, pleading to be let go since he had been beaten to this state. Chu Ge did not respond immediately. He feigned knowledge and asked if the intruder had tracked the scent of the clam pearl to find his home. The intruder slumped in defeat. He admitted he had scoured the city of Nanjiang for 2 days before sensing the aura nearby. He had even staked out the apartment for a full day. He had watched Chu Ge and noticed he did not live with that terrifying woman, assuming they were only temporary companions. The pearl was here, so it seemed like an easy target. In his mind, Chu Ge was hundreds of times less dangerous than the woman. He had failed to move the reef for days, yet she had pushed it aside with ease and deflected his attacks with a simple net of electricity. Chu Ge, by contrast, had only displayed an impenetrable defense, and even that had been breached by a single water arrow. He had assumed Chu Ge would be an easy mark, but then he had stumbled into a mind-altering illusion and been destroyed by a chair. Chu Ge gained a rough understanding of the situation. He asked the intruder for his name. The man mumbled that he was called Heidongking. Chu Ge raised his fist, mocking the answer, but the intruder insisted it was his real name. Chu Ge pressed him, asking if it was a code name, similar to the wall walker he had fought before. The intruder looked genuinely shocked that Chu Ge knew of the group. Chu Ge felt a surge of satisfaction. He had known other malevolent supernatural organizations existed in Nanjiang beyond the Black Room. Now, his suspicions were confirmed. Heidongking looked defeated, explaining that after the wall walker was captured by Lin Weiang, the police had raided their hideout, arrested their brothers, and confiscated their abilities. The survivors had relocated and remained in hiding, afraid to show their faces. Chu Ge asked if the heat had died down. Heidongking explained that since Lin Weiang had been focused on the Wang family, they had emerged to get some air. He insisted his confrontation with Chu Ge was an accident. He had seen the treasure, staked it out for days, and then been beaten to the punch. Chu Ge sneered. He remarked that sneaking into his home in the middle of the night showed the same lack of ambition as the wall walker. Heidongking realized that the wall walker must have fallen to this same man. Chu Ge weighed his options. Releasing the intruder would leave his home exposed to constant harassment, but he could not bring himself to kill. Since this man was an associate of the wall walker and an active criminal, simply handing him over to Lin Weiang was the logical solution. He would spend years in prison, and by the time he got out, Chu Ge would have moved. The problem was easily solved by calling the police. He grabbed the beaten Heidongking and dragged him back to the bedroom. He reached for his phone on the nightstand to dial the number. Heidongking panicked, begging him not to call the police and offering 100,000 in cash to be released. Chu Ge ignored him, scrolling through his contacts to find Lin Weiang's number. Heidongking swore on his life that he would never return for revenge. He insisted he had urgent business tonight, and that missing his duty would have dire consequences beyond just going to prison. Even if he survived the police, his own people would end him. Chu Ge paused, his finger hovering over the dial button. He demanded to know what the urgency was. Heidongking stomped his foot. He revealed that the Wang family had claimed a man named Zhang Qiren would be breaking into their stronghold to steal something tonight. They had hired many outside supernatural users to guard the premises. He had accepted a contract and issued a military pledge. If he failed to show up, he would be finished in Nanjiang. Chu Ge's expression turned sharp. Either Zhang Qiren or the Black Room had a mole. Both Zhang Qiren and the Black Room were his friends. He could not ignore this information and sleep soundly. Even if they had their own contingencies, he could not sit still. He took a deep breath. Under the bewildered gaze of Heidongking, he dialed Zhang Qiren's number. No one answered. He tried Zhongyi, but he also failed to connect. They were likely in the middle of the operation with their phones silenced. Chu Ge could not stay any longer. He grabbed Heidongking by the collar and commanded him to lead the way to the Wang family's headquarters. Chapter 111. The taxi ride continued. Chu Ge sat in the backseat, debating whether to call Lin Weiang. This was Zhang Qiren and the Black Room's operation. He did not know their true intentions, but he suspected they were up to no good. If they had a plan in place, a call to the police would only ruin their efforts. Yet, knowing there was a trap ahead made calling the police seem like the safer option. If things went wrong, he could apologize later. Doing nothing and getting caught in a trap seemed worse. He weighed his options and dialed Lin Weiang's number. The line rang endlessly, but no one answered. Chu Ge hesitated for a moment, then exhaled, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Perhaps this silence meant Lin Weiang was directly involved in the operation. He recalled Lin Weiang mentioning that he was working with the Black Room now. It was possible that Zhongyi was secretly colluding with Lin Weiang behind the scenes, while pretending to cooperate with Zhang Qiren to snare the criminals. The police were likely waiting in the wings, ready to act. That scenario seemed plausible enough to calm his nerves. Chu Ge relaxed his tensed shoulders. He composed text messages to Lin Weiang, Zhang Qiren, Zhongyi, and Panda. Regardless of the actual plan, if any of them glanced at their phones, they would receive a warning. He had done what he could for now. The rest required his presence. He needed to be nearby, just in case a fallback plan was necessary, or he could offer support. Having a prisoner beside him might even provide an advantage he had not considered. Chu Ge glanced at He Dongqing. He Dongqing sat beside him in the back seat, his face bruised and swollen. The man stared ahead with a dull, menacing expression. He had not expected that his private investigation would lead him directly to someone connected to his team's enemies, and even worse, someone with close ties to Lin Weiang. The timing could not have been more precise. He was trapped. He had been forced to act as a guide, but his own loose tongue had exposed the operation. If his boss found out, he was a dead man. Regret burned within him, but a cold, ruthless resolve flickered in his eyes. Since he was doomed anyway, he might as well go all the way. If he handed over his boss and turned to the side of justice, he might claim a meritorious deed. It could mean fewer years in prison, or even freedom. He Dongqing took a deep breath. He glanced at the driver in the front seat and lowered his voice. He asked Chu Ge if he had ever considered why the Wang family did not just destroy the evidence if they knew people were coming to steal it. Things like secondary ledgers could be deleted, altered, or burned. If they really needed them, they could bury them in some unknown location where no one could find them. Why on earth would they hire guards and make such a scene? Chu Ge frowned. He suggested it was just a trap to catch the intruders. He Dongqing shook his head, his voice barely a whisper. There was more to it than that. The Wang family had things they needed to guard, and those items were difficult to hide. Just tucking away a ledger was pointless. If their treasures were stolen, the Wang family would fall. Chu Ge raised an eyebrow. He asked if it was like the way his clam pearl could be sensed. He Dongqing confirmed his theory. The Wang family relied on their treasures to support supernatural users, gathering people to work for them in gambling and drug trafficking. They used to guard these things strictly, and no one could steal them. But things had changed recently. Ever since Wang Jinken's casino was exposed, the Wang family's industries had faced massive audits. Countless people had been hauled in for questioning, and the family was busy cleaning up their mess. Half of their workforce was gone. Chu Ge nodded slightly. This was indeed the perfect time for Zhang Qiren to strike. Even if Zhang Qiren or Zhong Yi were not interested in ledgers, their true target was likely the family's treasure. They might just be using the ledger as an excuse. Whether the family had guessed their intent, or a mole had leaked the information, hiring outside guards had been a necessary precaution. Zhang Qiren and his group must have prepared for that possibility. A thought occurred to Chu Ge. He turned to He Dongqing and suggested that his boss did not have pure intentions either. After all, if he left his post to goof off, he was not really helping the Wang family, was he? He Dongqing laughed quietly. Of course not. His boss wanted to see if there was an opportunity to steal the Wang family's treasure for himself. Chaos was the best time for such things. If the opportunity arrived and his people were not there to help, he would be as good as dead. Chu Ge snorted but kept his silence. Everyone had their own ulterior motives in this messy situation. It felt like the police were watching the whole scene, waiting for them to make their move. Chu Ge paused, then asked if the aura of these treasures could really not be masked. He Dongqing explained that since these items contained potent energy, supernatural users with strong mental powers could always sense them. Users whose abilities aligned with the treasure's attributes were especially sensitive. He glanced back at Chu Ge's apartment with a look of longing, wanting to run back and take the pearl, but seeing Chu Ge's mocking expression, he coughed and continued. There were ways to mask the aura. His boss had an item for that, but he could not sense it himself. The Wang family's treasure was likely too powerful to hide, though he did not know the specifics. Chu Ge nodded and fell silent. He looked out the window at the neon lights, already visualizing the storm brewing inside the distant Wang family villa. His phone buzzed in his pocket. He checked the messages. Zhang Qiren asked if Chu Ge was really that loyal, or if he was just trying to scam him out of a gold-tier alliance membership. Zhong Yi simply replied that they knew, they had a plan, and asked how Chu Ge knew everything. Zhang Qiren and Zhong Yi simultaneously slipped their phones back into their pockets. They exchanged wary glances, each hiding his own secrets, and chuckled. They asked if the other was being checked up on by a girlfriend. Both denied having one. They cursed the person who messaged them, acknowledging that he seemed to have one. They decided to stop praising his loyalty. Zhang Qiren glanced at the villa ahead, which appeared dark and quiet, as if everyone were asleep. He turned and vanished into the darkness. Zhong Yi watched him disappear before turning to leave as well. A shadow descended on the wind, landing softly inside the villa grounds. The intruder approached the sleepy guard near the entrance and knocked him unconscious with a single blow to the neck. This was a core member of the Black Room whom Chu Ge had yet to meet. Long Yujia, a college student with the ability to control the wind. There was nothing mysterious about him. He had been absent from recent activities because he was obsessed with studying for graduate school exams. Having failed his exams, he had returned to help his friends settle the score. He was a tragic example of a supernatural user whose ability seemed useless, as he could only drift with the wind. Without a breeze, he was powerless. However, he had participated in a few jobs and had grown adept at knocking people out and sneaking around. Long Yujia easily unlocked the heavy iron gate of the villa. The group slipped inside. Zhang Qiren signaled, and a subordinate moved to pick the lock of the villa's security door. The man placed his hand on the lock, and in an instant, it clicked open silently. A metal manipulation ability. The two groups exchanged looks, entered the building, and split up to search for the prize. Their objective was clear. They needed the secret room. The Wang family treasure would not be sitting in a bedroom safe. The ledger and the stored contraband had to be in a secure vault. They could feel the secret room was somewhere underground, but finding the entrance was the challenge. Everyone understood that entering the secret room was the most dangerous part. Once inside, there was no way out, no place to run. But that was a concern for those who followed the rules when stealing. Zhou Yi felt that term was appropriate, as he did not believe in doing anything too extreme. He only cooperated with Zhang Qiren, because Zhang Qiren had no respect for the rules at all. While the Black Room members searched for the vault, Zhang Qiren headed straight for the master bedroom of the Wang family patriarch, Wang Xiangdong. He figured that placing a knife at Wang Xiangdong's throat would end the whole affair. Panda stood outside the nanny's room and let out a soft exclamation. He had found network cables leading underground. He claimed he could almost imagine the face of someone sitting in front of a computer screen watching movies down there. The Black Room members crowded around, asking if he had found the door. Panda traced the cables. He was certain it had to be there. Meanwhile, the lockpicker with Zhang Qiren had opened the door to the master bedroom, and one of Zhang Qiren's subordinates slipped inside. Zhang Qiren himself never stepped foot upstairs. He watched his subordinate infiltrate the room, while he silently retreated out of the villa's main gate. Panda opened the door to the secret room, but the Black Room members did not enter immediately. Instead, the boss's wife pulled out a white rabbit creamy candy and tossed it into the dark room. It was not a flashbang. It was a husband and wife operation. It was their improved version of the terrible tasting food. A stink bomb. Chapter 112. Lights flickered on inside the villa. Coughing erupted from the underground secret room as figures scrambled toward the exit. The members of the Black Room had already retreated outside the moment the stink bomb was deployed. Footsteps pounded from all directions. Wang family guards, previously hidden in the shadows, converged on the intruders. Wang Xiangdong stood in the center of the gathering, his face darkening with rage. He sneered at Zhou Yi. He pointed out that Zhou Yi knew Rongfu did not belong to the Wang family. Yet, Zhou Yi used the excuse of his injured companions to collaborate with the very culprit who harmed them, all just to loot the Wang family assets. Wang Xiangdong declared that he would expose the hypocrite right in front of everyone. The Black Room members remained silent. Zhou Yi offered a faint smile. He noted that he had already spoken to them beforehand, so the provocation would have no effect. Wang Xiangdong arched an eyebrow, asking if they were truly willing to serve as his dogs. Zhou Yi sighed, wondering why they never grasped the truth. It was their actions that everyone loathed. The contraband in the secret room and the wealth in the safe were stained with the blood of countless victims. Could they even keep track of the carnage? He explained that they had accepted Zhang Qiren's job to report the family for that very reason, and they had come here tonight for the same cause. So what? Wang Xiangdong spat the words out. He claimed he was prepared and that they would walk away with nothing. His expression twisted into a cruel snarl as he promised to teach them that being a hero came at a steep price. A wave of security guards surged forward. The 4 or 5 Black Room members stood firm, resembling a small boat rocking in a raging sea. Zhou Yi chuckled. He remarked that the Wang family had focused their supernatural defenses on Zhang Qiren, leaving only these ordinary guards. He asked if they truly believed the Black Room was just there for a joke. Wan Zijian remained silent. He scrawled the word dad across his face and stood in front of his team. The approaching guards faltered. Their expressions shifted to sheepish smiles as they retreated, stammering apologies to their supposed father. Wang Xiangdong kept his face blank. He stated that he was also a supernatural user, and his abilities were far more developed than theirs, rendering their tricks useless against him. Zhou Yi nodded in agreement. Wang Xiangdong gestured, and several hulking guards stepped forward. He introduced them as men who despised their own fathers. Wan Zijian stared, confused. The guards lunged forward with savage grins. Wan Zijian spun around and sprinted away, cursing loudly. The boss's wife tossed another flash candy. Everyone shouted in unison and scattered, plunging the entire scene into chaos. Amid the confusion, Zhang Qiren slipped into the backyard utility room. A faint ripple of energy resonated within, similar to the power surging from the open secret room. It was easy to deduce that this was either a replica of the treasure or a decoy meant to mislead intruders. After all, nobody would store a real treasure in a backyard storage shed. The Black Room members had not even glanced in this direction. Zhang Qiren walked toward the decoy nonetheless. His subordinate, gifted with lock-picking powers, opened the door, and Zhang Qiren stepped inside. Steel flashed in the gloom. A machete swung down. Zhang Qiren raised his bare arm to block the blow without a change in expression. The attacker panicked, retracting the blade so quickly that the blunt back struck his own forehead. He stammered, acknowledging the man before him. Zhang Qiren offered a slight smile. He noted that they knew his abilities well, and he found that impressive. His gaze drifted to the corner of the room, toward a ragged wooden cabinet. Several men stood there. They appeared to be from 2 different factions, maintaining a wary distance from one another. He studied the cabinet for a moment before letting out a laugh. He dismissed the illusion as pointless. To tell the truth from the fake, one only needed to observe where the guards stood the tightest. A bearded man in his 30s, with a solemn expression, spoke up. He asked if Zhang Qiren truly believed he could succeed alone. He declared that they had been waiting for him to deliver himself to his death. A thin, tall man suddenly materialized behind the group, blocking the exit for Zhang Qiren's team. Zhang Qiren felt a sharp chill. This single man exerted pressure like a mountain. His supernatural presence felt tangible. Zhang Qiren wondered what terrifying power he possessed. Zhang Qiren remained composed. He ignored the tall man entirely and smiled at Wang Zhenqian. He corrected a misunderstanding. He claimed he was not Zhang Qiren at this moment, but a concerned citizen, helping the police solve a case. He insisted he was not there to loot, but merely to cause trouble for them. As he spoke, he flicked a lighter and tossed it into the scattered debris. A fire roared to life in the small utility room. The faces of everyone present twisted in alarm. They cursed Zhang Qiren. Zhang Qiren retreated swiftly to the side. His peripheral vision locked on the tall man. He noticed the tall man's icy gaze falter, replaced by tension, as he stared at the burning wooden cabinet. A smile tugged at the corner of Zhang Qiren's mouth. Inviting a wolf to guard the house never ended well. He hoped the Wang family could survive the consequences. Wang Zhenqian scrambled to save the wooden cabinet, shouting at his men to kill Zhang Qiren. He stopped mid-sentence with a curse. Before he finished, the tall man surged forward, slamming his palm into Wang Zhenqian's back. He shouted for the others to act. The strike appeared to be a simple palm attack, but a ring on his finger shifted, transforming into a sharp spike. He drove it into Wang Zhenqian's heart. Wang Zhenqian, caught off guard, took the hit square in the chest. He collapsed onto the cabinet, which splintered into pieces. Simultaneously, the two factions guarding the cabinet erupted into internal conflict. From the shattered wood, a small metal box flew out. It pierced through Wang Zhenqian's body and landed in the hand of the tall man. The tall man glanced at the growing fire in the shed. He did not have time to signal his subordinates to retreat. He turned and sprinted through the iron fence in the backyard, vanishing into the night as if the barrier were not there at all. His metallic ability was confirmed. He did not get far before Zhang Qiren and his men blocked his path with smirks. Zhang Qiren asked if he had forgotten they had been waiting for a long time. The tall man took a deep breath. He told Zhang Qiren that the goal of toppling the Wang family had been achieved and warned him not to be greedy or look for trouble. Zhang Qiren smiled faintly. He countered that the treasure belonged to the capable and asked how that could be called greed. The tall man fumed. The fire had thrown everything into chaos. He wished He Dongqing were there to help, wondering where that bastard had disappeared to. That bastard He Dongqing was hiding behind a nearby tree with Chu Ge. He explained the situation to Chu Ge. He identified the man as his big brother, a metal control user who went by the alias Anvil. He Dongqing admitted he did not know his real name. Chu Ge whispered a question. He asked if a highly developed metal ability could manipulate the metal elements within an opponent's body. It sounded powerful. He Dongqing replied that theoretically, he could do the same with the water inside people, but it was not nearly as easy as it sounded. Chu Ge nodded, weighing how to catch the man off guard. Anvil tucked the box into his robe and sneered. He told Zhang Qiren that if he wanted the treasure, they would have to fight for it. Zhang Qiren clapped his hands. His subordinates drew their guns and aimed them at Anvil. Anvil froze, confusion etched on his face. Zhang Qiren sighed, genuinely puzzled. He questioned why supernatural users always acted like they had regressed to the era of martial arts legends, pointing out that even older stories had firearms. He asked if Anvil truly believed his abilities were superior to a gun. Anvil took a deep breath and shook his head. He told Zhang Qiren that he was indeed impressive, and perhaps they should have been working together. Zhang Qiren did not respond. Anvil chuckled. He noted that Zhang Qiren was right about one thing. He did not know if other people's powers could beat a gun, but he certainly did not fear them. As he spoke, Zhang Qiren watched as the muzzles of his men's guns warped into twisted scrap metal. The handles shifted into iron spikes, piercing their hands and drawing blood. Anvil drove a punch toward Zhang Qiren's face. The ring on his finger morphed into a sharp spike that gleamed in the moonlight. Zhang Qiren instinctively blocked with his palm. A piercing, agonizing pain erupted in his hand. Simultaneously, Anvil let out a grunt of pain. Both men recoiled, clutching their bleeding palms. Anvil cursed in frustration, caught between anger and amusement. Zhang Qiren's ability was truly infuriating to fight against. He had no desire to linger, so he seized the moment of confusion to make a break for it. Suddenly, his body felt heavy. Even taking a half step became a struggle. Zhong, the red-haired youth beside Zhang Qiren, had activated his gravity control. The others discarded their ruined firearms and lunged at Anvil with whatever branches they could snap from nearby trees. Anvil's desperation turned into ferocity. He let out a roar, and Zhong's belt buckle morphed into a spike, piercing his own stomach. Zhong stumbled backward. Amidst the melee, Chu Ge crept behind Anvil and unleashed a heavy punch. Golden light erupted as he struck Anvil square in the back. Anvil coughed up blood, stumbling forward, and the small metal box fell from his robes. Zhang Qiren snatched the box with lightning speed and sprinted away. Anvil ignored Chu Ge, who had injured him, and roared a command to stay. He lunged at Zhang Qiren. Zhang Qiren fled into the night, puzzled. His father had been desperate for this item and had promised reinforcements. Why were they missing? Suddenly, the shadows ahead began to warp. Zhang Qiren stopped, frozen in disbelief. A shadow leapt forward like a venomous snake, swiftly constricting around the small box in Zhang Qiren's grip. Zhang Qiren did not even attempt to struggle. He silently let the shadow rip the box from his hands. The shadow seemed to glance at him before surging onward. It morphed into a lethal blade and struck the abdomen of the pursuing Anvil. Anvil instinctively defended, but a sound like clashing iron rang out. He let out a piercing scream as blood sprayed into the air. The shadow blade was sharper than any metal. A slender but imposing figure emerged from the shadows. She appeared eerie and dreamlike under the moonlight. Chu Ge watched from behind, observing Zhang Qiren, who stood dazed and drained of his spirit. The scene felt surreal and impossible to articulate. He never expected that the official forces Zhong Yi contacted for this operation would include not just Lin Wuiyang, but also Moon Shadow. This organization seemed cursed by the residents of their building. From the wall walker to Heidongking, and finally their boss Anvil, they were all doomed. Anvil was the most pitiful case, the only one to be swarmed by the trio of neighbors. Moon Shadow approached slowly. She walked past Zhang Qiren without even sparing him a glance. She used a ribbon of shadow to bind Anvil tightly. Then, she addressed Chu Ge. She told him that Anvil was a major criminal, and that she was ordered to bring him back. She gestured to the box. She hesitated, clearly puzzled by the order, but extended the box to Chu Ge. She explained that her superiors had instructed her to hand it over if she saw him. Chu Ge stared at the box, unable to process the request. Moon Shadow added that he had only 1 month to study it before it had to be returned to the state. Chapter 113. Fire broke out in the backyard utility room, and the chaos in the courtyard shifted. The secret room guards, driven out by the stench, dared not leave their posts. One of them grabbed a hairdryer, hoping to blast the smell away. A slender figure had hidden behind the safe without anyone noticing. As the air current hit, he and the safe floated out of the secret room together. The guards stared, unable to process the situation. Long Yujia had been hiding in the secret room throughout the chaos, undetected until this very moment. He seized the chance to carry off the half-ton safe as the wind pushed him forward. Inside, the Wang family kept their darkest secrets, every single incriminating ledger. No one expected someone to make off with an entire safe. A mere hairdryer provided so little force. How he managed to ride the wind like that defied the laws of physics. It felt as if Newton would crawl out of his grave just to see it. The guards stood frozen for a beat, then shouted in unison as they gave chase. "Boss Wang, someone is stealing the safe." The crowd outside, busy chasing Zhong Yi and his group, stopped in their tracks. They watched the safe drift through the air toward the villa fence. Suddenly, the wind died. Long Yujia cursed in frustration. The autumn night air had been calm, leaving him stranded without a breeze. He clutched the safe, 4 times his own weight, and plummeted toward the ground in a desperate, clumsy fall. Wang Xiangdong laughed, his expression twisted. He watched Long Yujia tumble toward the sharp spikes of the iron fence. "You think yours is the only wind-based ability," he sneered. The crowd finally understood. Wang Xiangdong possessed the true power of wind control, capable of suppressing or altering the wind within a certain range. Unfortunately, he could not force the wind to reverse, or Long Yujia would have been blown right back to him. Things looked grim for Long Yujia, who was about to be impaled on the spikes. Just then, Zhong Yi calmly pulled out a round paper fan, a cheap promotional giveaway for a fertility clinic. He gave a gentle flick. That tiny gust of air was all Long Yujia needed. He glided smoothly over the fence and escaped. Wang Xiangdong stared in disbelief, then roared at his men. "Stop standing there, pull your guns and kill him." He had hoped to avoid using firearms to keep the situation from spiraling out of control, but that was no longer an option. The contents of the safe were too critical. Once they fell into police hands, a few more charges for using guns would be the least of his worries. The security guards drew their weapons and took aim at Long Yujia outside. Bright lights cut through the night. The darkness outside teemed with police officers, all aiming their weapons at the villa. Lin Wing pulled Long Yujia and the safe behind the cover of a large tree, and exhaled deeply. With this evidence in hand, he vowed that if he could not root out this malignant tumor from Nanjiang, he would change his name. The fire in the backyard spread, illuminating Wang Xiaodong's grim face. "You think you have won, Lin Wang?" he challenged. "You have no idea how much trouble you have invited." Lin Wang shouted back, dismissing the threat. "That means nothing. As long as you all end up in prison, Nanjiang comes out on top." The police proceeded methodically, arresting suspects in batches and extinguishing the flames. They pulled Anvil and the Wang family members from the burning building, escorting them away in a flurry of activity. The members of the Black Room, preferring to avoid contact with the authorities, slipped toward the back exit to find Zhang Qiren. They had a score to settle with him. Chu Ge had taken Heidongking to surrender to Lin Wuiyang, missing the Black Room group entirely amidst the confusion. Panda and his crew marched aggressively toward Zhang Qiren, only to find him looking utterly defeated. He looked up at them with empty eyes. "Are you here to cause trouble?" he asked. "Rong Fu was my hire, yes. I only intended for them to give you a beating. I truly never expected him to use a blade. As for Chef Jin, I never sent him. He went on his own accord. I suppose when you hire wolves you cannot control, you reap what you sow. The Wang family learned that lesson, and so have I." He gestured to himself. "If you are still angry, take your revenge. I will not fight back." Panda and Wan Zhaijun exchanged bewildered glances. Mr. Zhang had always projected an aura of sharpness and ruthlessness. Why was he acting like this? He had been aggressive only moments ago, setting fires without hesitation, a natural-born predator. Surely, a man like that would not crumble just because he failed to steal a treasure. That did not make sense. His demeanor quelled the Black Room group's desire for retribution. After a long silence, Wan Zhaijun, still nursing his most serious injuries, spoke for the group. "Forget it. What good would beating you do? You rich people can just pay our medical expenses. Consider it payment for this operation, and we will call it even." Zhang Qiren answered listlessly. "Fine. I will transfer the money to you later." Zhong Yi watched Zhang Qiren, deep in thought. He knew nothing of the encounter between Zhang Qiren and Moon Shadow, but he arrived at a different conclusion. Do you feel betrayed by your father again? Even so, there is no reason to lose your spirit. This does not feel like the Zhang Qiren I know. Zhang Qiren blinked, a flicker of his former brilliance returning to his eyes. He frowned. Did my father not hold back, because he knew the police were coming? At the very least, he would have warned you. Zhong Yi sighed. I think your father is conflicted. I am not certain he truly cares whether you live or die. Please do not think I am trying to sow discord. Zhang Qiren shook his head. Whether you are sowing discord or not, these words mean nothing. I have only one path, and I must follow it. Zhong Yi replied quietly. You should realize by now that the environment here is not suited for your line of work. This path is a dead end. The more capable you become, the faster you will die. Zhang Qiren frowned, locking eyes with him. Zhong Yi leaned in and whispered. Chang Yi found peace only while in exile. The defeat vanished from Zhang Qiren's posture in an instant. A fierce light flared in his eyes. Without another word, Zhong Yi turned and led his group away. Meanwhile, Chu Ge handed Heidongking over to Lin Wuang, who could only laugh. Now I know. It was you who took down the wall walker before. Chu Ge accepted the credit. If my wife did it, it counts as me doing it. He grinned. Does this mean I get a bigger reward for bravery? By the way, the bounty for that wanted criminal from last time still has not arrived. What is up with the efficiency here? I will look into it, but I am swamped and cannot promise to follow up immediately. You will have to rely on your luck. Lin Wuang glanced at Heidongking. Surrendering? Seeking a lighter sentence? Heidongking looked at Chu Ge with pleading eyes. Chu Ge nodded. You could call it that. Even though he had barely contributed, perhaps that punch to anvil counted for something. It had knocked the box loose, preventing the enemy from destroying it. It felt good to have contributed to the cause of justice, to have participated rather than waiting at home for news. At the very least, his conscience was clear. Otherwise, why bother practicing the Golden Bell Shield at all? Lin Wuang's words about Nanjiang winning were truly inspiring. He felt a sense of pride in having played a small part. He had also unexpectedly gained permission to study the small metal box for 1 month. Was this a favor granted by his parents? It seemed strange. Such departments were usually strictly regulated, and he had never enjoyed special treatment in his life. Perhaps it was because the agent in charge, Moon Shadow, was an acquaintance. He wanted to ask her more, but she had vanished without a trace. Whatever special training she had undergone, she had become colder and more distant. Most tragic of all, she had not even glanced at Zhang Qiren, and her hatred for him was palpable. Zhang Qiren, he thought, I truly cannot help you with this. You are on your own. Chu Ge shook his head. His work here was done. He wanted to go home and sleep, but then he remembered the night was half over. What about tomorrow's update? Writing books and being a hero were fundamentally incompatible. The prospect of missing another update turned his face pale. He bolted away from the villa hillside, sprinting to the main road at the foot of the mountain to flag down a taxi. At that moment, nothing mattered more than writing. As he reached the mountain edge, he saw Qiu Wuji standing by the cliff under the moonlight, hands behind her back. She watched him silently. She wore her traditional robes, and her sleeves fluttered in the autumn wind, as if she were about to drift away on the breeze. Her clear, autumn water eyes fixed on him, filled with a mixture of resentment and joy. How did you get out? Chu Ge asked, rushing forward in a mix of shock and delight. He wanted to embrace her instinctively. He had missed her so much, even though they had only been apart for 2 days. Writing seemed unimportant compared to Qiu Wuji. But as he reached her, his arms opened, only to falter. He lacked the courage to hold her, and his hands dropped awkwardly to his sides. Qiu Wuji watched his hands and pouted, but she reached out and took his hand, walking alongside him down the mountain. She spoke softly. I could not get out in time. I ended up staying inside for a whole extra day. Chu Ge, in that one day, I truly learned the meaning of living each day like a year. Chu Ge felt a surge of emotion, and turned to look at her profile. Qiu Wuji lowered her head, watching the moonlight on the path. It was my mistake that let the water element user escape. I never expected he would find you so quickly. I was so uneasy. That is not true, Chu Ge said softly. Your calligraphy protected me. No matter where you were keeping me safe. Qiu Wuji felt her cheeks flush. She thought his words were unbearably cheesy, yet she could not bring herself to scold him. Sometimes, cheesy words sounded surprisingly pleasant. Chu Ge tugged on her hand, stopping them in their tracks. Qiu Wuji turned, confused. Chu Ge gazed intensely into her eyes. Qiu, may I hold you? Just for a moment. Qiu Wuji opened her mouth, her mind going blank. A strange impulse stirred within her. The day had felt like an eternity, and seeing him safe brought a rush of relief and a desire to hold him, if only out of fear of loss. When he had hesitated, she had been caught between wanting to hold him and wanting to strike him. If she agreed, would he misunderstand her intentions? She tried to think of a refusal, but her mind was empty, unable to form the words. Before she could clear her chaotic thoughts, she felt his arms wrapped tightly around her. Chu Ge had acted without waiting for an answer, pulling her into a firm embrace that he showed no signs of releasing. Qiu Wuji rested her chin on his shoulder in a daze, staring up at the moon. He said just for a moment, did he not? 3 seconds had passed. 5 seconds. The wretched liar. Chapter 114. Chu Ge muttered, his voice barely audible, as he held her close. It is so good to see you. I have missed you so much these past 2 days. Qiu Wuji did not answer him. Her tense body gradually softened until she leaned quietly against him. Perhaps an embrace was not so bad after all. He was alive, capable of laughter and movement. He was unharmed, and that was all that mattered. She pressed against his body, feeling the strength of his hold as if he feared she might vanish. He was no longer a hollow phantom. He was real. The panic and anxiety of the past day, the distraction that plagued every movement, evaporated within the embrace. The moonlight felt warm. It reminded her of the moon he had once substituted for, grinning down at her like a happy face. Autumn deepened. The night air grew cool, and falling leaves danced around them like colorful butterflies. Was this day of separation a test to see how much she cared for him? Qiu Wuji hesitated, wondering if she should embrace him in return. As she debated the action, Chu Ge tilted his head. She wondered if he intended to whisper something, or if he had other ideas. She tensed up. His lips brushed against her ear, and his warm breath tickled. She grabbed his ear on instinct. "What do you think you are doing?" Chu Ge froze. He had simply wanted to kiss her cheek in a moment of impulse. He lacked the courage to voice his thoughts, fearing a blow. He forced a smile. "I just wanted to talk." "Why so nervous?" "Bah, how long do you intend to stand here? Can you not say what you have to say when we get back?" Sect Master Qiu dragged the liar away by his ear. Chu Ge was pulled along. He felt a pang of regret. If he had been less impulsive, he could have held her for longer. Still, joy filled him. He had held her, and she smelled wonderful. Even when he tried to steal a kiss, she only pulled his ear without striking him. He felt as though everything, including his bed, carried her scent when he returned home. He wondered what Qiu Wuji felt in the next room, if she tossed and turned. Chu Ge slept soundly, smiles dancing in his dreams. He woke up past 11. Chu Ge jumped out of bed, heart pounding. Oh no, my update. He did not even have time to wash his face. He checked his phone, but the comments section was not filled with complaints. Instead, the readers were cheerful. The update today is Qiu's biography. Wonderful. Chu Ge's main story is just for fun, but Qiu's biography is truly good. What are you saying? This is the main story. Exactly, Chu Ge. Update more of the main story. Chu Ge stood there, mouth full of toothpaste foam, stunned. He decided to ignore the idiots and went to wash up. Fortunately, he had a backlog of chapters for Qiu's biography. As he brushed his teeth, he felt something was wrong. How could Qiu Wuji upload chapters herself? When did she steal his author account password? You are a mature heroine now, he thought. You can even upload your own chapters. He stood there, stunned. This felt so strange. After rushing out of the bathroom, he heard the sound of cooking from the kitchen. He peeked inside and saw Qiu Wuji wearing an apron, flipping something in a pan. The scent of meat filled the kitchen, and she was even humming a little tune. What are you peeking at? Qiu Wuji said without turning her head. Dinner will be ready in 20 minutes. Go write. Write whatever you can. The biography is just a side story. It can only manage for now. It does not count as a real update. As you command. Mida Chu Ge swallowed the words my beloved wife just in time. Qiu Wuji turned and raised her spatula, her eyes flashing with danger. She wondered if he was trying to call her an old woman. Chu Ge sprinted away. He opened the document on his computer. How was he supposed to write in 20 minutes? He could not focus his mind. His head was filled with her every expression, the sight of her cooking in an apron, and the softness and fragrance of the embrace from the night before. If he had been more decisive and quick, he might have succeeded in kissing her. 20 minutes passed. Qiu Wuji appeared by his side, glaring at the words chapter XXX on the document. Her face turned dark as a soot-covered pot. Is this your writing? That is already 5 characters. Chu Ge whispered. I thought a top author would have profound insights, but I did not expect such laziness. Qiu Wuji pulled his ear again. Go eat. Chu Ge forced a smile. Can we strike a deal? What? Do not pull my ear. Tugging my collar was fine. Chu Ge knew this sounded overly submissive. If she made a habit of it in public, he would have no dignity left. Why can I not pull your ear? Qiu Wuji liked the gesture. It was a practical way to declare her status. Chu Ge uttered a single sentence that extinguished her misguided intent. That is an action reserved for married couples. Qiu Wuji let go of his ear as if shocked. She decided she would pull it again later. No, that was not right. There would be no pulling it later. Qiu Wuji sat at the dining table, clearly annoyed. She picked up her chopsticks and kept a straight face. I had too much to do yesterday to scold you, but I must ask now. What made you think you were confident enough to go to such a dangerous scene alone? I was not there to be the main force. I just wanted to see if I could find an opening to help or provide support. Forget it. You have the spirit of a chivalrous hero. I know this. If I told you to hide at home, you would not be able to do it. Qiu Wuji spoke with a stern face. But you must think things through when you act. Chu Tianji, the character you wrote, is steady in plans before he moves. What about you? Actually, that is because the steady and cautious genre was popular when I started writing the story. Qiu Wuji raised an eyebrow, confusion clear in her expression. I was not reckless. I ambushed them for a long time before I struck. I think I performed quite well. Is that so? Qiu Wuji had not seen the battle and was deeply skeptical of his claim. In the past, he would have just jumped right out. If he had really ambushed them, then she would praise him. It was an improvement. Chu Ge continued. There is another big problem, Master. What? I truly do not know what level my strength is at. I have no way to gauge it. Qiu Wuji ate her rice, thinking silently for a moment before answering. It is difficult to judge strength alone. The main issue is your lack of combat experience. In a direct comparison of ability, you are not worse than that water element user, perhaps even stronger. The Golden Bell Shield is truly one of the best defensive arts, and my movement technique is not to be underestimated. However, in actual combat, you would likely lose to him, let alone his boss. Chu Ge nodded. He had managed to beat Heidongking yesterday, not because Heidongking was weak, but because Heidongking had been injured by Qiu Wuji first, and had fallen into the trap of the butterfly dream illusion. The chair he had used to strike him had shattered, wasting at least half of the enemy's combat strength. Even then, it had taken a lot of effort to win. In a fair fight, he would likely not be the opponent's match. Qiu Wuji had warned him repeatedly that Heidongking was strong, precisely because she was worried he would not be able to win, let alone the anvil. That man was a hard nut to crack who had the upper hand even when surrounded by a group. Chu Ge had only landed a punch because his footwork was mysterious, and he had struck during the chaos. In a fair fight, the anvil would have stabbed him to death. How does one practice actual combat? Chu Ge felt a headache coming on. I have fought so many times recently. I am the rare person in this society who fights often. Where else can I go to practice combat? Fight the members of the Black Room, Qiu Wuji suggested with a faint smile. Or, there is another way. What? Qiu Wuji tapped her own nose. Fight me. Chu Ge almost spat out his food. He let his imagination run wild. Sparring with his beautiful master, skin to skin, sweat and gasps. As a writer, he naturally jumped to these scenarios. Qiu Wuji did not know what indecent thoughts were running through his head. She seemed excited as she spoke. Speaking of which, you have never learned attack techniques. Your punches and kicks look crude. I must consider teaching you a set of something. Chu Ge said, since I am already on the path of the Golden Bell Shield, how about something like the Vajra subduing demon fist, something straightforward and powerful. I feel like that is my style. If it were that, I could have taught you long ago. Why did I hesitate for so long? Is there a reason for that? Yes, Qiu Wuji explained. The reason I only taught you movement and protection is that those techniques are compatible with any type of cultivation. It is always right to practice them first. But for true core cultivation, I must teach you what I am most skilled at. If I tried to teach you other profound methods, I might not teach them well. However, my specialty is sword cultivation, and this world is not very suitable for that, so I have always hesitated. She paused, then tilted her head. Besides, I also selfishly feel that what my father God learns should be all-encompassing, not limited to sword cultivation, or some crude fist techniques. All-encompassing techniques are quite rare. Chu Ge smiled and shook his head. I thought it was a big problem. This does not matter. These things are not our core pursuit. Anything is fine. I only want to know how to get into the book to see you, and I only want to know how you can stay here forever. Qiu Wuji chewed her rice, watching him silently, and said nothing. Chu Ge thought about it. From this perspective, perhaps I should specialize in spiritual arts, like the technique of changing heaven and striking earth, or something related to space and time. That is more difficult, and not something my current cultivation can consider, so I will consider spiritual arts first. Qiu Wuji tilted her head, looking at him. She felt it was absurd, yet logical, that he, a cultivation novice, was speaking so freely about cultivation. He had created the world, so of course no one understood the theoretical settings better than him, even she did not. As the Father God, he should have his own thoughts and choices. So, Qiu Wuji asked, what have you decided to specialize in at this stage? Well, Chu Ge said seriously, the book transitions from a mortal world to a cultivation world. I incorporated many settings from martial arts works, including the technique of changing heaven and striking earth. Chapter 115. Chu Ge's idea was excellent. Unfortunately, Qiu Wuji did not know how to perform those techniques. The female master felt her pride sting. She ate with a sour expression, remaining silent. She did not know whether to scold him for deliberately choosing techniques she did not know, or to scold him for not writing her as someone who already possessed them. Either way, it was his fault. Chu Ge stared, bewildered by Qiu Wuji, who seemed to change colors like a chameleon. He could not understand why she had been laughing and chatting moments ago, only for her face to turn sour so suddenly. Qiu Wuji poked at her rice with her chopsticks, trying to regain a bit of face. Even so, you must learn hand-to-hand combat. Since we are speaking of martial arts techniques, I am reminded of one I learned in my youth. Let us go with the Tianshan Jimiai hand. It is all-encompassing, though it is a bit feminine. It should suit you well. Chu Ge stared, unable to process the situation. Why would a feminine technique suit him? He thought that the Tianshan Jimiai hand was not actually feminine. When Suzu fought Ding Chun Kaiu, observers described the movements as graceful. This sounded promising, actually, quite fitting for a handsome guy like himself. It was just that the style clash was intense, a body glowing with golden light from the Golden Bell Shield, followed by the Tianshan Jimiai hand. He tried hard to visualize his future combat style, but he failed to construct a coherent image. Qiu Wuji kept her face straight. How about the Nianhua finger, or the Nianhua grappling hand? After all, your Golden Bell Shield is a Buddhist technique. Chu Ge shook his head vigorously. Do not do that. Let us stick with the Tianshan Jimiai hand. That is better. Anything was better than the Nianhua finger. The Buddha holds a flower while Kejapa smiles. Fighting while smiling, with fingers held in a flower-holding gesture, might work for a character like the monk Wuhua, but if he shouted about his Golden Bell Shield while doing that, his style would collapse into utter absurdity. Fine, show me that box. Qiu Wuji remembered the small metal box. Chu Ge fished it out. It is rumored that this thing raised a group of supernatural users for the Wang family, and allowed their criminal forces to expand. I do not know what is inside. This box is meant to isolate energy, but the effect is poor. The item inside still leaks spiritual energy. No matter how it is hidden, it eventually becomes a source of trouble. Qiu Wuji weighed the small box, flipping it over and over for a long time. She gathered a protective spell in her hand and opened it cautiously. Her pupils contracted slightly. Inside the box was nothing but a single grain of sea sand. The kind that you could buy for a few $100s a ton outside. However, this was a very strange grain of sea sand. The moment the box opened, a 7-colored light washed over them, like the sunset clouds on the horizon of the sea, before returning to dullness. At first glance, it seemed right before them, but looking closely, it felt as distant as the sea and sky. At first glance, it was a grain of dust, but looking closely, it felt infinitely vast. The meaning of a mustard seed containing Mount Sumura drifted faintly. It was as if an ocean existed within that single grain of sand. What is it? What is it? Chu Ge leaned over the dining table to look, and upon seeing it, his eyes went wide. Is this a peculiarity of space, or does it affect the mind? Chu Ge felt quite amazed. Is what I see an illusion, or does it really have the essence of the mustard seed containing Mount Sumuru? It affects the mind. It is not a treasure of space. Qiu Wuji stared at the sea sand with a strange expression. You just said you wanted to practice the technique of changing heaven and striking earth, and this thing just happened to be delivered to your door. Chu Ge thought for a moment, feeling uncertain. It must be that Zhongyi reported my mental test results. The authorities have the intention to observe and cultivate my potential. Otherwise, I do not think that just because my parents opened a back door, they would casually give such a valuable item to someone for 1 month. This must be a collective decision. Qiu Wuji glanced at him. The collective decision of our sect is actually the decision of this seat. Chu Ge sighed. This side is not the same as your side. After all, I truly have not received any special treatment for all these years. I know that much. Qiu Wuji sighed with some regret. Chu Ge looked at her, curious. What are you regretting? I originally wanted to suggest that you refine this thing into a pill to eat, or refine it into a magical artifact to carry. But if you cannot handle its purpose, I can only give up. Qiu Wuji continued. This is just a primordial treasure. According to the views on our side, it counts as a relatively good material. It has not been refined or processed, so the effect is not very good. If it were refined into a pill, or used to refine a special magical artifact, it would be much more valuable than just this single grain of sea sand. I feel that your side has not formed a system for refining magical artifacts. Giving this to them is a waste. Chu Ge laughed carefree. One world has the usages of one world. Anyway, we can only use it for 1 month, so why think so much about it? Hey, is this effective for my practice of the technique of changing heaven and striking earth? Qiu Wuji answered. It is almost tailor-made, too suitable. Although I have not learned the technique of changing heaven and striking earth, it is, after all, only something at the level of martial arts. I can guess the general meaning, and it is extremely compatible with this thing. Chu Ge hesitated. You have not learned it. The atmosphere suddenly cooled. Qiu Wuji wore an unpleasant expression. How is that? It is not strange that I do not know such low-end things. Do you want to learn the cloud water heart method of my section? Do you even have the cultivation to learn it? There are many methods, but you cannot learn them. It is not that I do not know them. It is that you are too weak. Chu Ge forced a smile. No. It is that I am weak. Since it is a low-end method, I will add a setting that says you know it. After all, it does not have much impact. Do you agree? Qiu Wuji hesitated for a moment, but still shook her head. Even with minimal changes, I am unwilling to do it now. Chu Ge, we have worked so hard for so long. We cannot fail at the last step. Chu Ge made a firm decision. Then I will not learn it for now. We will wait until you go back and understand it. Qiu Wuji watched him silently. Treasures are not often found in front of you. The cultivation method is clearly within reach, yet you still want to wait. If you miss the opportunity to cultivate with the treasure, do you not care at all? Chu Ge reached out and took her hand. As long as you feel that it is even slightly unfavorable to you, then I will not do it. In the eyes of others, this sand might be a treasure, but compared to you, it really is just sand. Qiu Wuji's gaze gradually softened like autumn water. She struggled slightly to free her hand, lowered her head and spoke. We are eating. Why are you touching me back and forth? You dead lecher. Although she pulled away, she did not strike him. Chu Ge smiled and retracted his hand. The two lowered their heads to eat, remaining silent for a time. Yet, something rippled within their hearts. Even though a priceless treasure that everyone would fight for was right beside them, its radiance trying hard to remind them of its existence, it really was like sand on the side. It could not shift even half a trace of their emotions. Until they finished their meal, Qiu Wuji spoke in a low voice. The officials want the sea sand in 1 month. It is fine if we keep the box, right? This should be negotiable. I will ask Yu Ying when the time comes. The box is not that important. They would not pay for the jewelry and return the box, right? Qiu Wuji nodded. Well, if we can keep the box, it will happen to be used to hold our clam pearl. That way, it will not be touched by the likes of Heidongking. Qiu Wuji picked up the sand to look at it, and smiled with a bit of triumph. As for this sand, we can just put it in any cup for now. I can apply a spell to cover it. The duration of the spell happens to be about 1 month. Perfect. Looking at her sense of achievement, as if she were organizing her house and making it neat, Chu Ge felt it was very interesting. She was truly like a homemaker, even if what she was saying were topics of immortality and cultivation. However, the chat over dinner did not mean that Qiu Wuji would go back to find the technique of changing heaven and striking earth right now. nor did it mean that Chu Ge would learn the Tianshan Jimiai hand right now. For the two of them, the most important thing was always writing. As soon as the meal was finished, Chu Ge was driven off to write. This time, his mind was calm. He did not have the drifting thoughts he had had 20 minutes before dinner. He quickly entered the state, and the keyboard clattered as he began to write. Qiu Wuji applied the spell to the sea sand, put the clam pearl into the box, and cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks. Everything was neat and tidy. After thinking for a moment, she naturally went to brew a cup of tea, and placed it beside Chu Ge's desk. When the tea was placed beside him, Chu Ge was not even affected. He continued to write. The two of them were already very accustomed to her assistant-like appearance. In fact, in Chu Ge's heart, if she just brewed tea, he could call her an assistant. But with cooking and washing dishes, what was this called? This was clearly his wife. He was writing, and she was holding her laptop to watch movies, manage chat groups, and read book reviews. If one had to call this an assistant, then perhaps this could be called a husband and wife small workshop. The warmth of home overflowed in the tea fragrance of the afternoon, drifting in the quiet rented room, and permeating their respective hearts. Chapter 116. Chu Ge felt incredible that afternoon. He managed to push out 2 updates totaling 8,000 words. He sat back and opened the group chat with anticipation, hoping to see the readers praise his hard work. The conversation in the group took a turn. They were asking why he kept updating the biography instead of the main story. Chu Ge stared at the screen, bewildered. He wanted to know what exactly they considered the main story to be. The readers pleaded for the biography of Qiu, filling the chat with mourning emojis. Chu Ge leaned back and sighed. Qiu Wuji sent a grinning emoji into the group chat. She followed it up with a private message to Chu Ge. She asked him if he felt a sense of being NTR'd. Chu Ge gaped at the message. He questioned how she even knew that term, and suggested she leave the group. Qiu Wuji laughed, telling him that she had learned all their little slang words days ago. She warned him not to kick her out, or he would never hear the end of it. Chu Ge regretted his decision to make her a group administrator. He complained that she never learned anything useful, and instead filled her head with nonsense. He asked how her writing practice was going. Qiu Wuji replied that others were treating her side story as the main plot, which she found quite amusing. Chu Ge covered his face with his hands. He took a long moment before asking how she had learned to chat online, while sitting right next to him. He noted the constant use of cutesy emoticons. Qiu Wuji told him that the feeling of communicating through text, while sitting side by side, was quite interesting. Chu Ge suggested she stop, as it was not a good habit. She asked him why. Chu Ge explained that it represented a decrease in real-life communication, and implied a certain level of loneliness. Qiu Wuji called him a pretentious intellectual. Chu Ge was left speechless. He felt it was ironic to be called pretentious by someone who used classical poetry to describe internet chatting. He decided to change the subject. He asked if she wanted to go out to eat that day. Qiu Wuji suggested they microwave the leftovers from lunch, noting it was much simpler. She asked him to wait while she finished the paragraph she was reading so she could go heat up the meal. She told him to rest and chat with his friends in the meantime. Chu Ge asked her what she was reading. Qiu Wuji told him she was rereading his book to gain some insight. Chu Ge felt as if he had just taken a sip of ice-cold cola, the refreshment spreading from his head to his stomach. In the next room, Qiu Wuji glanced toward the door like a thief. She looked back at her phone screen. She was actually reading a work by a top author from the female-oriented fiction category, not Chu Ge's book at all. Feeling guilty for tricking him, she backed out and clicked on Chu Ge's book. Underneath the new chapter where Qiu Wuji spoke, she used her alias to post a voice clip. She recorded a line about thwarting the enemy's scheme and entering the heart of burning flame to destroy the source of chaos. She had only just discovered the voice recording feature. She wondered if people would say her voice acting as Qiu Wuji did not sound like the character. She listened to the playback and decided it sounded brave and spirited. She did not care what others thought. The plot in that section was a trap to lure a mole into spreading false information. In reality, she was not going to the heart of burning flame. She was the hunter waiting in the shadows. This was her first engagement with Yan Qianlie before the final battle. She had set a trap for him. Although Yan Qianlie retreated without sustaining damage, he lost subordinates, his morale was crushed, and the secret arrangements he had made were gone. All of this would clearly influence the scales of victory. The day of the final battle was only a few days away. To be honest, Qiu Wuji respected Chu Ge's plot design. He had never experienced these things himself, yet he managed to weave together mutual calculations and confrontations to create a brilliant world in his book. She wondered why he was so dull in real life. Chu Ge told her that this section was inspired by famous martial arts duels. The final battle was set, but the stories leading up to it were learned from masters of the craft. Qiu Wuji had tried to learn from top female authors, but she could not grasp the essentials. She realized she needed a mentor. Qiu Wuji put down her phone and leaned over to see what Chu Ge was doing. He was scrolling through the group chat for writers. One author complained that his health was failing, and he had to reduce his output. Another author asked if he was slacking off and how much he had cut. The first author replied that he used to write 30,000 words, but now he could only manage 20,000. Chu Ge looked at his own 8,000 words, which he had been feeling proud of, and silently typed a plea for them to stop making him look bad. The group immediately began to copy and paste his message. Another person told Chu Ge that while others could ask for a break, he had no right to complain. Chu Ge asked what was wrong. The author threw an image into the chat and pointed out that everyone had suspected Chu Ge was trying to pick up his female disciple when he asked for writing tips earlier. He told them to look at the evidence. Chu Ge focused his eyes on the picture. It was the photo of him wiping Qiu Wuji's mouth at the seafood stall. The girl at the table had asked to post it on her blog, and Qiu Wuji had not objected. Chu Ge had not objected either. He felt he did not need to hide Qiu Wuji away anymore. He had been so happy at the time that he wanted the whole world to know. He never thought the photo would spread so far. Qiu Wuji leaned in and asked how that photo ended up in his group chat. Chu Ge rubbed his forehead. He asked what they were going to do. Qiu Wuji glared at him. Her expression clearly spelled out the word scumbag. He had wiped her mouth, and now he was asking her what to do. Chu Ge looked back at the screen. The writers were shouting in indignation, asking if he was even a human being. They demanded he let go of that girl, and expressed shock that he was hiding such a beautiful woman. Chu Ge asked where they saw the photo. The writer who posted it explained that the image was currently very popular online. Everyone was saying the woman was beautiful, and the man was handsome, and the photo was incredibly sweet. At first, no one knew who they were. Some guessed it was an influencer photoshoot, while others argued that influencers lacked that kind of temperament. The more they argued, the more popular it became. Chu Ge was speechless. The writer continued, saying that he had just watched it for fun, but when Chu Ge's interview photo came out, he realized the man wiping her mouth was Chu Ge. He told Chu Ge to just wait, because as the identity of the male lead was dug up, the photo would become even more popular, along with his book. He joked that perhaps this was a promotional tactic by the publishing platform. Chu Ge remarked that big-name authors certainly had big imaginations. The writer asked if that was really him. Chu Ge confirmed it was. The writer asked if he really had picked up his female disciple. Before Chu Ge could answer, his own group chat exploded with mentions. They asked him if the woman in the photo was Qiu. They accused him of taking a day off for illness just to go on a date. They noted that even if he did take a day off to date, it would not be so bad, but they were shocked to realize it was Qiu. They shouted for Chu Ge to come out and answer for taking advantage of his female assistant. Chu Ge's phone pinged with a WeChat message from Lin Weiyang. He asked if that was him in the photo. Chu Ge admitted it was. Lin Weiyang noted the woman looked familiar and asked if she was the female fan from the other day. Chu Ge broke into a cold sweat. Lin Weiyang accused him of sleeping with a fan and asked if he needed to be taken in for questioning. Chu Ge told him to mind his own business and asked about his bounty reward. Lin Weiyang told him the money had already reached the bureau's public account that morning, and that Chu Ge just needed to come in and sign for it to transfer it out. Lin Weiyang teased him for trying to change the subject. Chu Ge closed the app. He turned to look at Qiu Wuji with a troubled expression. Qiu Wuji was also stunned. She had expected only a few people to tease them, not for it to become this popular. When a matter on the internet reached the point where even friends around them knew about it, one could say it had gone viral. Even Qiu Wuji felt a little panicked. She asked Chu Ge what they should do. Chu Ge looked at her for a long time and suddenly smiled. He asked her why she was worried. Qiu Wuji blinked. Chu Ge spoke softly. He told her that his desire to pursue Qiu Wuji was never something to be hidden. He wished the whole world knew. He asked her if she was willing to let others know. Qiu Wuji grew quiet and looked at him without speaking. Chu Ge told her that if she did not want to be discussed by others, he would post an announcement saying he had taken his little sister out for a walk, and that would be the end of it. He told her that if she did not mind, he would tell everyone that she was Chu Ge's Qiu Wuji. Chapter 117. Things often feel numb when they happen, like the overwhelming buzz of a crowd. But upon closer inspection, it seems they have no real impact at all. So what if Chu Ge was dating his female assistant or a fan? They were both unmarried, and it was only natural. Others could only watch with envy and jealousy, masking their bitterness with sour congratulations, eventually turning the whole thing into casual gossip. People would say that some famous author married his fan or dated his editor, and they would call it impressive. This was exactly how it went at the class reunion. Old Hong brought it up, and the table laughed it off, though nobody truly knew who he was talking about. The only real impact was internal. Because of that, Chu Ge made his move. Chu Ge remained calm, while Qiu Wuji began to panic. She met his gaze, opened her mouth, and found herself unable to answer. When people around them misunderstood their relationship, she could laugh it off, claiming their bond was as clear as the wind and the moon. But what if the whole world believed it? Could a cultivator who had reached the tribulation stage truly see through it? Or in her own heart, did she still believe everything was innocent? She froze for a long time before stammering out a reply. She demanded to know who he was talking about and told him not to add extra scenes for himself. Chu Ge remained silent. Qiu Wuji stuttered, her voice wavering. She told him his behavior was that of a lecher. Calling her his younger sister would only make things more awkward, as if he were trying to cover up something that was obvious. It was better to just say she was his assistant. She repeated the question, asking what was wrong with that. By the end, her confidence had returned, and her words flowed more smoothly. She argued that a little assistant would not dare to slap her boss in public, so she had no choice but to endure it. She reminded him that even Meng Meng knew her boss was harassing her in the workplace. Chu Ge looked at her, at a loss for words. Qiu Wuji raised her voice, declaring that she did not care what others said. She stood firm, claiming her conscience was clear and her reputation untarnished. She let out a huff, clenched her small fists, and marched out of the room to heat up the food. Chu Ge watched her retreating figure. Her small fists were clenched, and her arms were slightly raised. She looked exactly like a stubborn emoticon, adorable enough to make a person cry. Yet, he could not help but laugh inwardly. Qiu was far too amusing lately. Smiling, he opened the group chat and replied directly. He stated that she was the prototype for the character Qiu Wuji in his book. He told them he liked her, and had even mentioned it in an interview, so why could he not pursue her? The group chat was silent, filled with confusion at his blunt honesty. Chu Ge's straightforwardness left the group members stunned, unsure of how to respond. Chu Ge continued, reminding them that they had previously helped him drive the conversation to impress her. He asked for their assistance again, claiming he had not yet succeeded in winning her over. After a long pause, someone asked, with a numb tone, if he really wanted their help driving the conversation again. Chu Ge clarified that he was asking for advice, admitting he did not know how to woo a woman. A voice retorted that they were well aware of what he used to write. Another chimed in, noting they had seen the video of him wiping her mouth. That tender look had gone viral online, now dubbed the sweetest romance of early autumn. They challenged his claim that he had not succeeded yet. Chu Ge shook his head, lamenting how bored people must be to give such a thing a title. The group urged him to stop pretending, and just tell them when the wedding banquet would be held. Qiu Wuji typed that if they kept talking nonsense, she would mute them all. The group replied in unison, greeting the sister-in-law. More greetings followed. They urged their sister-in-law to supervise Chu Ge and make him update more of the main text today. Qiu Wuji stared at the screen, speechless. One person commented that the sister-in-law's voice acting for Qiu was actually quite convincing. Another remarked that with that kind of presence, Chu Ge's status at home was in trouble. It seemed the crisis had passed, though the only cost was the shift from calling her Qiu to calling her sister-in-law. Chu Ge wondered what was wrong with these people. They refused to listen to any explanations, even after he told them that was not the case. The chat group began chanting about their Qiu again. Chu Ge was left speechless, asking why they were starting again. The group members argued back righteously, stating that their love was for the Qiu Wuji in the book, which had nothing to do with the cosplayer in the group. They told him to go pursue his cosplay assistant, while they continued to chase their real Qiu. Chu Ge and Qiu Wuji stared at the screen, dumbfounded. It seemed there was no flaw in that logic, but the real Qiu Wuji was right there. Someone commented about wanting to lick Qiu's feet. Another claimed Qiu's foot odor had given them mouth ulcers. The couple sat at the dining table, eating their meal in a daze while staring at the chaotic group chat on their phones. Occasionally, they would look up and meet each other's eyes, unable to decipher the expressions on the other's face. It was all too strange. They finished their bland meal and continued to look at each other. After a long while, Qiu Wuji put on a stern face and asked if he had nothing else to do that evening. Chu Ge spoke carefully, saying he planned to save a chapter for tomorrow, so he could resume his 10,000-word daily update. He added that he also needed to go to the police station tomorrow to sign papers and collect his money. After that brief exchange, the conversation seemed to die out. It was no longer just one person named Zhengkaran shouting sister-in-law. 2,000 or 3,000 people were doing it, and it did not stop there. The internet had already labeled them as a couple, complete with that title, the sweetest romance of early autumn. Chu Ge looked at the comments. One person said it was so sweet they needed insulin. Chu Ge wondered where the sweetness was. Was sitting here eating leftovers considered sweet? Another comment gushed about how gentle the man was, saying the way he looked at her was like gazing at the most beautiful porcelain. Where was the gentleness in sitting there like a goose, staring at a phone and smiling foolishly? Qiu Wuji glared at him, asking if he was enjoying it and accusing him of ruining her reputation. Qiu Wuji had long forgotten that she had agreed to let others post the photo. She gritted her teeth and told him that saving the draft could wait. Since he had nothing to do, she decided it was time to start teaching him the Tianqian Jimiai hand. Chu Ge blinked, filled with anticipation. Was it the kind of teaching he imagined, involving intertwined arms and guidance on how to channel energy? He asked where she would teach him. Qiu Wuji remained expressionless, telling him to stand in the middle of the living room, noting that their style emphasized small, precise movements that did not require much space. Chu Ge thought that was perfect, as close-quarters grappling was exactly what allowed for physical closeness. Chu Ge stood in the center of the room at attention, filled with excitement, and watched Qiu Wuji walk over slowly and extend her delicate hand. She told him to watch carefully as she demonstrated the first form, placing her hand on his forearm. A split second later, a sharp pain shot through him. Chu Ge let out a yelp as his arm was twisted behind his back, and he was forced face down onto the floor, captured instantly. His pride and joy, the golden bell shield, offered almost no resistance against that twist and lock, leaving him in so much pain that he lost all his strength. Qiu Wuji pressed her knee against his lower back and sneered, explaining that this was the Jimiai hand, meant to break those wicked thoughts first. Chu Ge protested, saying he never wrote that in his original settings. Qiu Wuji retorted that modifying a martial arts technique was easy enough for her. Chu Ge accused her of just wanting to beat him up. She denied it, insisting it was a teaching lesson and a necessary experience for close-quarters combat. She then asked, with a straight face, if he wanted to try the second form. Chu Ge rolled his eyes while lying on the floor, gritted his teeth, and said he did. Qiu Wuji plotted how to torment him with the next form, loosening the pressure of her knee slightly. Suddenly, Chu Ge moved, arching his back and heaving upward with all his might. Qiu Wuji had never expected that Chu Ge, who had always honestly taken the beating since they met, would actually fight back. A burst of fierce power exploded outward, catching Qiu Wuji off guard while she was distracted, and she was actually flipped over to the side. Chu Ge pounced on her immediately, pinning down her hands and feet. He decided today was the day he would show her what husbandly authority meant. Qiu Wuji's hands were pinned to the sides, and she looked up in astonishment at Chu Ge pressing down on her. Her appearance matched the description in Officer Lin's report, with disheveled hair and a look of pure shock in her eyes. She never imagined Chu Ge would actually dare to do this. Chu Ge did not dare to actually act lecherously, he just wanted to assert some authority. He had planned to ask if she would dare hit him at will anymore. However, looking at the scene that mirrored the report, feeling the softness and fragrance beneath him, he could not utter a single word. He stared blankly at her face, his heart pounding. His throat felt dry. A voice inside kept screaming at him to kiss her. It taunted him, asking if he was a man and questioning why he was still hesitating when the whole world considered her his girlfriend. His throat bobbed, and he slowly, millimeter by millimeter, leaned down. Qiu Wuji rolled her eyes. In the next instant, the world spun. Chu Ge felt himself flying through the air, and before he understood what happened, he was pinned to the floor again with his hands twisted behind his back by Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji's voice came from behind him, instructing him that this was the second form. Chu Ge lay on the floor, feeling like his life was meaningless. His status in the family was going to be miserable from now on. Little did he know that Qiu Wuji, who was pinning him down, also had a flush on her face, and her chest was heaving slightly. When she taught him footwork, or the golden bell shield before, there had never been such obvious physical entanglement as in today's combat lesson, especially since he had dared to fight back. Was it because today felt like a public acknowledgement, which had made him bolder? Qiu Wuji could not help but recall the feeling of her hands being pinned, and the heavy pressure of him on top of her. If one day, his cultivation truly became strong enough to hold her down so she could not struggle free, what would happen then? Was he helping her break free from the heavenly path, while challenging himself? And was she actually teaching him how to challenge and conquer her? Chapter 118. Qiu Wuji crouched beside Chu Ge, her lazy tone masking the ripples within her heart. "Do you know how many mistakes you just made?" she asked. Chu Ge lay flat on the floor, his spirit utterly depleted. He mumbled into the hardwood, knowing that hesitation spelled defeat, and that he should have acted decisively to press his lips to hers when he had the chance. His voice trailed off into a whisper that only he could hear. Whether she had actually heard him or merely guessed, Qiu Wuji offered a cold laugh in response. "If you had tried to press those lips of yours against mine, you would have only succeeded in kissing the floorboards." Chu Ge thought about it and realized she was right. He remained silent, his face pressed against the floor. The gap in their strength was simply too vast. It was useless to flip her over when he lacked the ability to pin her down. Qiu Wuji pulled him to his feet with a playful smile, and brushed away imaginary dust from his clothes. "Your mistake lies in pinning me down without controlling my hips. Hip strength is the most critical asset in such a moment. Once the hips are restrained, it is even more effective than controlling the limbs." Chu Ge stared at her, dumbfounded. He wondered if she was truly teaching him how to overpower her. Qiu Wuji continued as if nothing had happened. "This is a lesson in how to defeat an enemy. Who else but you would have such a head full of nonsensical thoughts?" Chu Ge felt a wave of shame wash over him. "I will remember that," he said. Qiu Wuji spoke in a calm, flat voice. "Given your cowardly performance earlier, I find you quite adorable. However, your bold attempt to resist for the first time showed promise. Both are worthy of praise, so we shall continue the lesson." Chu Ge instinctively moved into a defensive posture. A single jade finger bypassed his defense without resistance, and tapped against the center of his brow. "If I truly wanted to beat you, you should stop struggling," she said. Chu Ge stood frozen. As her finger pressed against his skin, the entire set of moves and energy channeling techniques for the Tianshanji Miai hand burned clearly into his mind. He did not need her to teach him through physical closeness, nor did he need to be beaten by her. Much like the golden bell shield, her touch was like an immortal bestowing wisdom upon him, and it was just that simple. Chu Ge had not wanted to cheat like this. He had dreamed of his beautiful master teaching him through close, personal instruction. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. "Should I practice the moves myself?" he asked. Qiu Wuji beckoned to him with a wave of her hand. "We will spar," she said. Chu Ge turned and bolted toward the door. Qiu Wuji grabbed him by the back of his collar and hauled him back. The small rented room soon echoed with his continuous cries of pain. "Master, I was wrong, master," he shouted. "Where were you wrong?" she asked. He was wrong for letting her be called sister-in-law by everyone today, but that was caused by the photo she had allowed someone to post online. Who could have known it would cause such a stir? She simply used it as an excuse to beat him. Chu Ge felt as aggrieved as a man wrongly accused in a court of law. Yet, he could not truly call it a beating. She was genuinely sparring with him. "I asked you where you were wrong. What are you thinking about?" Qiu Wuji asked, her cheeks puffed out in annoyance. "Your movement just now should have been a rotation. You should have flicked your finger against my wrist to force me to withdraw, and then followed up with your left hand, like this." Her slender hand wove through the air, and their fingers intertwined like colorful butterflies dancing upon the plum blossoms, lingering on the branches, unwilling to part. "Finally, you would achieve this stalemate instead of being twisted around like a chicken. Do you know where you went wrong now?" she asked. So that was what she was asking about. Chu Ge answered honestly. "I have remembered it," he said. They looked at each other while bracing their arms against one another. Something flickered in the eyes of both. After all this time, was this not still a lesson requiring close contact? Qiu Wuji twisted her wrist with mysterious grace, her fingers brushing against Chu Ge's wrist from an impossible angle, like a jade hand sweeping over falling snow. Chu Ge's wrist went numb. Qiu Wuji broke free from the entanglement and twisted his wrist, pretending to snap it while mimicking the sound. Crack. You have been broken again, she teased. Chu Ge did not know whether to laugh or cry. Qiu Wuji withdrew her hand, hands clasped behind her back, and swayed as she walked back to her room. Ponder that last move yourself, she said. I am going to take a bath. Chu Ge stood there foolishly, waving his hands in the air. The mysterious techniques she had displayed made him feel the martial arts world he had only dreamed of. It was more intuitive than the golden bell shield, and quite fascinating. Moreover, it was beautiful. Every move and every stance was elegant, and when she performed them, they were even more stunning. He wondered if his own movements would look graceful or clumsy once he mastered them. Qiu Wuji passed him as if he were invisible, holding her clothes, and entered the bathroom. An hour later, Chu Ge was still practicing. Qiu Wuji passed him again, dressed in her pajamas, one hand smoothing her wet hair while the other held her dirty laundry. She entered the balcony to wash them. Chu Ge naturally ceased his practice and entered the bathroom to wash up, declaring his training for the day finished. Neither spoke a word, but their eyes had already said everything. It is your turn to wash, his eyes said. Oh, she replied with a look. The night was deep and quiet. Chu Ge sat in front of his computer, writing his draft for the following day. The training had taken less than 2 hours. He had started after dinner, and with the time spent bathing, it was only a little past 9. He still had time to write. He had no time to worry about the noise on the internet, nor was there any need to. Whether they felt no shame or a little guilt, whether they were sparring or asserting authority, the matter concerned only the two of them. What did it have to do with others? He huffed to himself. Even if he was the one getting beaten, Qiu was still so adorable. He would certainly find an opportunity to assert his authority as the man of the house someday. As he was thinking this, the fragrance of tea filled the air. Qiu Wuji had brewed another cup and placed it beside his desk. He could not tell if it was the scent of the tea or the lingering aroma of her bath that smelled so sweet. Her hair was not even dry yet. Chu Ge said thank you. His eyes appeared to be fixed on the document on his screen, but the corner of his eye was drifting toward her. Why was she still standing there instead of leaving? Could it be that she had become addicted to sleeping in the same room at the hotel and wanted to try it again? He heard Qiu Wuji mutter in a low, shy voice. It is your turn to be the teacher now, she said. Chu Ge blinked in surprise. What? He asked. Qiu Wuji spoke. When you turned into the moon, you promised that once I came out, you would continue to teach me how to write, she said. Chu Ge replied. Are you not already quite pleased with yourself? They treat your autobiography as the main text and treat you as if you are far more impressive than me. You do not need me to teach you anymore. Qiu Wuji looked at him with disdain. Look at how sour you sound, she remarked. Chu Ge rolled his eyes. Why would I be sour? Do I not know that they only call it the main text because they're playing along? If I stopped updating the real story, just wait and see. Panda would break through the internet and beat me to death by tomorrow. Qiu Wuji pouted. She understood this logic. The readers were ultimately here for the main story, and the autobiography was merely a supplement. Yet, even the autobiography had hit a wall. She was stuck in the book's world, unable to figure out how to make the transition between the two stories smooth. She had been unable to come up with a good solution. She had read books by top female authors looking for answers, but she had found no path and ultimately had to ask him. Qiu Wuji regretted beating him so severely earlier. Now that the tables had turned, she wondered if he would make things difficult for her. She watched as Chu Ge assumed a professional posture and took a sip of tea. What problem has been troubling you for so long? He asked, following you from the world inside the book to here. Thinking of how viciously she had beaten him moments ago, Qiu Wuji felt her confidence wither. She spoke in a weak voice. It is the transition between two plot points. There is a time gap between my two stories, and they are not closely related. When I try to recall what happened in between, it is only boring chores. The second event happens very abruptly. It is fine if it happened abruptly in my reality, but will it not seem inexplicable if it is written that way in a story? She asked. Chu Ge felt a sense of amazement. He laughed out loud. You actually understand this principle, he said. Qiu Wuji replied. I understand the principle, but I do not know how to solve it. When I read your book, you switch between multiple scenes and character groups, yet there is very little sense of abruptness. I do not know how you manage that. Tell me, master. Chu Ge shivered, feeling his spirit soften. He forced himself to restrain the urge to act like a fawning sycophant. He sat up straight and spoke with a stern expression. You beat me earlier, he said. Qiu Wuji had no choice but to respond. You beat me too. Now that you are the master, you can discipline your apprentice, she said. Why would I beat you? Chu Ge asked, tilting his head back. What did I promise you when I turned into the moon? A shoulder massage. Qiu Wuji gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Chu Ge, is your skin itching? If I punch you once, your shoulders will never need to be massaged by anyone ever again, she warned. Chu Ge did not know whether to laugh or cry. I knew you would try to welch on the deal, he said. Qiu Wuji huffed, looking wronged, as if she were the one being bullied. When I taught you, I never held it over you. I taught you everything I knew, she argued. Chu Ge stopped insisting and began to teach. If you are switching scenes and it is only a minor transition, a single separator line is enough. You should know that, he said. Qiu Wuji stared at him, stunned. She looked at his slight smile, and all the pre-prepared rebuttals she had ready were blocked. She simply said, "Oh," in a daze. Chu Ge continued. You need several techniques to achieve a smooth transition. For example, after you experience the first event, you just describe the boring act of walking, staying at an inn, or meditating. Then, you encounter something suddenly, right? Qiu Wuji nodded. Yes, exactly like that. It is very hard to read if I write it directly, is it not? She asked. Chu Ge explained that first-person narratives often run into this complication. If it were a third-person narrative, you could completely separate the threads. You could write that while Qiu Wuji was traveling, someone else somewhere else was doing something. You could write a chapter or two about that, and then Qiu Wuji arrives from afar and encounters them. That is a very smooth cut, he said. But my autobiography is in the first person. It can only be about my observations, she said. Chu Ge offered a solution. But it is a memoir. You can completely utilize foreshadowing techniques. For example, write that while you were walking hesitantly, you had no idea that the seemingly peaceful small town ahead hid such filth. Even for the entire month you stayed at the inn, it remained a comfortable and peaceful place until you met that person. After that, you can write about your daily life. When the event finally occurs, it will not seem abrupt, and you will have built up anticipation beforehand, he said. Qiu Wuji's eyes lit up. This was a technique that she would never have thought of in her original mindset of simply recounting things exactly as they happened. It was absolutely useful. The difficulty that had plagued her for so long was resolved in these mere few sentences. She could even use his words directly. This was truly a method, and it was no less sophisticated than what she had taught him. One was literary and the other martial, each possessing its own captivating charm. She lowered her voice and asked with a slightly ingratiating smile, "Why are you suddenly being so nice? You did not make it difficult for me, but taught me directly," she asked. "Because you are right. You also taught me everything you knew without holding back," Chu Ge said seriously. "Do not do that again next time. You must let me massage your shoulders before I will teach you." "It is a deal, start tomorrow," he said. Qiu Wuji nearly poured the tea over his head. She turned around and stormed out of the room, looking thoroughly annoyed. "See how I beat you tomorrow. You just wait," she shouted. Chu Ge watched her back as she ran off and suddenly burst into laughter. Did she not sound just like a grade school student saying just you wait? I will call someone to beat you up tomorrow. The Qiu Wuji who previously carried the air of a sect leader had completely changed. Even his own demeanor had become more relaxed. It was clear that depending on where one placed the other person in their heart, their mindset and behavior could be completely different. This feeling of teaching each other and swapping statuses was there a term to describe it? Could one call it 69-style teaching? Chapter 119. Early the next morning, Chu Ge followed his usual routine. He meditated with the clam pearl. While he went for his run, Qiu Wuji busied herself with washing up. When he returned to shower, she started preparing breakfast. Then, they ate together. During breakfast, they exchanged glances. Each was still dwelling on the feeling of being the submissive one from the night before. They lowered their heads to sip their porridge, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. It was as if both had forgotten the moments when they felt powerful and authoritative. They only remembered being bullied by the other. They turned their heads away, each letting out a huff. Both were busy scheming about how to bully the other, when it was their turn to be the mentor today. Qiu Wuji thought the durian training method would have been excellent, but she realized she could not trick him with that anymore. Chu Ge was entirely focused on getting her to massage his shoulders. They finished their meal with secret agendas in mind, speaking very little. Chu Ge returned to his room to finish his draft from the night before. He published the first chapter of the day, fully intending to start a day of writing 10,000 words. After hitting the publish button, he glanced at the comments section and found himself stunned. A reader asked if the protagonist of the early autumn romance was the author himself. Another arrived looking for the author. Comments flooded in, mentioning where they had come from, whether it was the short video apps or social media platforms. Chu Ge felt a headache coming on. Were they here to read the book or to investigate him? Another reader asked if the girlfriend in the photo was his assistant, the one named Qiu Wuji, who helped manage his social media. Someone else claimed it was the prototype for the female lead. A new commenter complained after checking the book that they could not find a woman named Qiu Wuji in the first few dozen chapters, only a story about Chu Tianji being bullied, calling it a trash book. Someone else defended the author, pointing out that the story had only just begun, and the point was to see how an underdog rises. The comment section devolved into an argument. Qiu Wuji walked in, holding her phone. They stared at each other in silence. She asked if he wanted her to delete the posts and ban the users. Watching her try to act so serious, Chu Ge almost burst out laughing. He told her to let it be. The heat would die down in a while. As long as they did not use profanity, she should ignore them. She could lock some of the threads if necessary. She began handling the posts and asked why authors were addressed as DDA. Chu Ge explained the history of the term, how it originated as a dialect word for father but evolved on the internet into a term of respect. He noted that authors also called readers Dada, and the slang kept evolving into various silly nicknames. Qiu Wuji laughed at the absurdity of internet users. Chu Ge remarked that the term Chuda always reminded him of a specific internet meme. She kicked him, telling him to get back to work and asking if he enjoyed teasing his assistant. Chu Ge dodged the kick and changed his clothes. He told her he was going to the police station to collect the money, and would return shortly. He suggested she go out and enjoy herself instead of staying home. She replied that Meng Meng had invited her for tea and asked who would want to stay home all day. He asked what Meng Meng was after. She explained that the girl admired her skin, and she had taught her a little about health. He asked if she had taught her cultivation. She said no, she had taught her about sleep. She expressed confusion about why so many people treated staying up late as cultivation. Chu Ge looked up at the ceiling. He had been one of those people once. Sleep was still missing something, perhaps the comfort of holding a soft, fragrant Qiu. He dared not voice that thought and slipped out the door. At the police station, Lin Wuang was swamped with work, but took the time to process Chu Ge's paperwork. Having someone help made the process of signing and collecting the money swift. It was finished quickly, and there was no demand for photos or publicity, as protecting the privacy of helpful citizens was a priority. It would be dangerous if he were targeted for retaliation. Chu Ge, feeling good with 100,000 in his account, slung his arm over Lin Wuang's shoulder and offered to treat him to dinner. Lin Wuang sighed with resignation. He said he had no time. He noted that if it had been someone else, he would not even have had the time to guide them through the paperwork. Chu Ge asked if he was that busy. Lin Wuang said the Wang family was about to collapse. He explained that aside from all the other issues, just counting the number of people arrested that day, and the time required for interrogations was a massive task. Chu Ge asked if the case was large enough to be transferred to the provincial department. Lin Wuang said the department was handling matters related to the family's higher UPS, while they handled the rest. Chu Ge asked if Lin Wuang would be promoted once this was over. A glimmer of light appeared on Lin Wuang's tired face. He glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, then lowered his voice to say there was great hope. Chu Ge felt happy for him. He said a deputy section chief position at such a young age was rare and well-deserved. Lin Wuang told him not to celebrate before things were settled. He remained in a good mood and said Chu Ge should not expect to get out of treating him to dinner just because he was busy. Chu Ge laughed and suggested they treat each other to an extra meal later. Lin Wuang joked that he was calculating like a miser and asked if that was how he tricked his female fans. Chu Ge felt speechless about the recurring meme. Lin Wuang asked when the wedding would be. Chu Ge said it was not even on the cards yet. Lin Wuang warned him not to play with the girl's heart, or he would end up as the gossip subject known as Chu Qian, and told him not to claim he knew him if he did that. Chu Ge told him not to worry, as he would not dare to toy with her even if he wanted to, given his low status in the household. Lin Wuang teased him about how men changed their tune after getting what they wanted. Chu Ge mocked him, asking if he was writing an autobiography too. Lin Wuang denied it, claiming he was a devoted family man. They continued to banter until they reached the gate of the municipal bureau. Lin Wuang remembered something and lowered his voice again. He told Chu Ge that Zhang Qiren was currently processing documents to work abroad. Chu Ge felt a stir and narrowed his eyes. Lin Wuang explained that the Zhang family seemed to have some small import and export business in Japan and South Korea, but it was minimal. He said Zhang's departure to become a minor boss with significantly less capital was essentially exile. He asked why someone with such impressive recent maneuvers would be exiled. Chu Ge asked if he had given up on arresting him. Lin Wuang said he was focused on the family's actions, not the individual. He said that personally, Zhang had been cooperating with him in recent events, so he had nothing to say. He added that if Zhang could turn over a new leaf, that would be good, but he feared Zhang was not going to do anything legitimate. Chu Ge believed that with Zhang's capabilities, he would likely thrive in an environment abroad. He had no moral qualms about Zhang causing trouble for foreigners, so he thought the exile might actually be a good thing. However, with a weak foundation, every step would be dangerous, and he might even die abroad without anyone to collect his body. Thinking back, he realized his current life with money might not be as happy and free as his early days of struggling as a writer. After parting ways with Lin Wuang, Chu Ge walked back slowly. He wanted to say a few words to Zhang Qiren, but did not know how. Finally, he sent a WeChat message asking if he was really going abroad. The reply came quickly, saying yes. Chu Ge asked where, and the other side said Japan, and offered to treat him to a hostess bar when he visited. Chu Ge brushed it off. The reply mocked him, saying someone was already living the sweetest romance of early autumn, and had no interest in such things. Chu Ge asked if he enjoyed being a nightclub owner and falling into depravity. Zhang Qiren typed slowly that he had no interest in that, and that for people who wrote books, beauty could be found within the pages. Zhang Qiren was using humor to mask his emotions, but the sentence struck Chu Ge deeply. Beauty is found within the pages. To others, it was a joke, but to him, it was a description of his reality. He never imagined that the ancient advice about pursuing knowledge would manifest so literally in his life. It was not much different for Zhang Qiren. If he had persisted with his writing, perhaps there would have been a chance with Yu Ying. His playful message was still filled with regret. Chu Ge was full of words but did not know how to express them. He hovered his finger over the phone for a long time, before sending a simple message wishing him a safe journey. Zhang Qiren replied simply, thanking him as a brother. Chu Ge let out a breath and suddenly felt something. He turned his head to see Yu Ying standing silently in the shadows of a corner nearby, seemingly with something to say. Chapter 120. Chu Ge had just parted ways with Zhang Qiren. He instinctively assumed Yu Ying intended to discuss that specific topic. Yu Ying spoke instead, her voice steady. I will be staying in Nanjiang for 1 month. I am here to assist the municipal police bureau, with the Wang family case as part of my internship. During this time, I can find Sister Qiu to fulfill my promise to study her shadow abilities. Chu Ge stood there for a long moment, stunned, before he let out a sigh. That is no longer necessary. Qiu was merely curious back then, and it is of no use to her now. Yu Ying pressed her lips together. I still feel like I owe you a favor. You really do not need to keep that in mind. We are neighbors. Neighbors. Yu Ying hesitated for a moment before asking, is someone else living in my room now? Not yet. I noticed the landlord posted a rental sign outside. I assume it is on the local apps as well, but it seems not a single person has come to view the place yet. That is wonderful. A rare smile graced Yu Ying's face. I still have some belongings I did not have time to move, like my old computer. Your salary is not low these days, is it? I am still in the internship period. It is not high. Very well. Let us go move them later. Qiu and I can lend a hand. Chu Ge paused to think, then asked suddenly. Did you see my parents? Are they doing well? Yu Ying looked confused. Who are your parents? Chu Ge scratched his head in confusion. Never mind. Let us make a deal. When I return the items inside the box, may I keep the box itself? Yu Ying hesitated. The box does not seem to matter, but I must request permission first. Dealing with official matters is such a hassle. Chu Ge muttered his complaint. Yu Ying did not answer, and Chu Ge let the conversation drop. Their interaction remained purely superficial. Chu Ge found himself struggling to find common ground with Yu Ying. Every topic he introduced failed to flow, a stark contrast to his easy banter with Lin Wuang. Perhaps they were simply not well acquainted, or perhaps Yu Ying's personality was too distant to invite casual humor. It could also be that they were a man and a woman, and Chu Ge's heart was entirely occupied by Qiu Wuji. Speaking too much with other women felt inappropriate to him. Furthermore, Zhang Qiren stood between them. Chu Ge found it remarkable that Yu Ying never once mentioned Zhang Qiren throughout the conversation, as if their history as neighbors had no connection to him at all. He could not hold back any longer and brought it up. Zhang Qiren is going abroad. Yu Ying replied indifferently. To arrest him, I am the living evidence of his underground boxing matches and attempted murder. He would not have been able to escape in the first place. Then why do you not arrest him? Yu Ying finally looked at him, her expression serious. You and Sister Qiu saved me. If he is arrested because of this, he might hate you. To me, that would be betraying my benefactors. Chu Ge remained silent. Yu Ying turned and walked away. He will not stop the evil deeds he is committing now. One day, he will fall into my hands for other reasons. Chu Ge rode his scooter home in silence. Yu Ying was heading to the same residential complex, but he did not offer a ride, nor did she ask for one. With a momentary blink, she seemed to dissolve into the shadows and vanished. Despite earning 100,000 yuan, and hearing that Lin Wuang might receive a promotion, his mood, which had been buoyant, turned inexplicably heavy. Nothing had actually happened. Zhang Qiren going abroad was not a negative event, and Chu Ge certainly did not believe Yu Ying and Zhang Qiren needed to reconcile. Regarding the conflict between the two, Chu Ge stood firmly on Yu Ying's side. Everything aligned with reason, yet a dull weight settled in his chest. Perhaps this was just a bout of sentimental melancholy. Chu Ge could not quite grasp the reason himself. Maybe it was simply because the world prefers to witness only beautiful stories. A familiar figure appeared before him. Qiu Wuji carried a vegetable basket, swaying as she walked home. As if she sensed his presence, she turned her head just as his scooter rounded the corner, her face lighting up with a look of joyful surprise. Chu Ge's mood soared instantly, his heart clear as an autumn lake, washing away the fog. Back home, Qiu Wuji sat on the sofa, resting her chin on her hand, listening to Chu Ge tell his story. With the other hand, she pulled various fruits from the basket, arranging them on the table as if performing magic. Chu Ge looked on in wonder. What prompted you to buy fruit suddenly? I have never seen you interested in this before. Did I not buy you a durian? Chu Ge laughed wryly. Are you certain that was for the purpose of eating fruit? Qiu Wuji huffed. In the past, I felt that if I was hungry there were meals, and if I was thirsty there were drinks. Fruit seemed unnecessary, just a snack that did not require deliberate purchase. Meng Meng gave me a lecture on the benefits of fruit today, so I went and bought some. Chu Ge chuckled. Was she shocked that you have such excellent skin despite rarely eating fruit? I told her that I have consumed more fruit than she has consumed meals. Qiu Wuji kept up appearances, but she seemed to misunderstand, assuming my skin was the result of eating fruit. Chu Ge laughed so hard he nearly fell over. Qiu Wuji peeled an apple as she changed the subject. How many countries are there in this world? I have not checked. Chu Ge answered. There are over 200, though I have not memorized the exact number. 200? Qiu Wuji stared, her eyes wide. The world you wrote in your book is larger than this one, yet you only wrote about 9 countries? That is the way of a failing writer. When you made up stories before, how many countries did you account for? Qiu Wuji dropped the fruit knife and covered her face with her hands. 2. They were constantly at war. They lowered their hands simultaneously, looking bold and spirited. Qiu Wuji continued peeling the apple. Chu Ge cleared his throat. It does not really matter that there are over 200 countries. To me, and to most people, there are only 2. China and everywhere else. Everyone besides me is an enemy? Chu Ge nodded. More or less. Although that is an exaggeration, allies do exist. And what about the countries Zhang Qiren is going to now? They were enemies with a bloody history. Come to think of it, in the melodramatic shows you watch, they are always the villains. However, diplomatic relations have been established, and there is significant interaction now. Qiu Wuji nodded slightly, appearing to understand the nuances of international relations. She let out a cold laugh. So those are the ones from the television dramas. If I had been there at the time. Chu Ge paused, letting out a thoughtful sound. Why would I not be a person of this country? Do you want to see my identification card and family registry? Chu Ge hesitated. Even if you look at the world within the book, you are a person of this country. A world built upon your culture, concepts, and modeled after the Taoist scriptures and myths of this nation, certainly belongs to the civilization of this country, Qiu Wuji said. I have watched some streaming dramas where the people looked different, and I could not even remember their names. That is what it means to be from a different world. I remember you once wanted to travel to a war-torn country abroad. That was to establish a foothold, not because I was genuinely interested. Qiu Wuji rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Although, I do have a bit of interest. It is a way to understand the world and learn about different customs. When the time comes, let us actually travel abroad. That is not possible for the time being. At the very least, I must finish the book. Once I am unburdened, and hopefully the pandemic situation has improved, we will have some money on hand. We can travel around the world together. Qiu Wuji held out her finger. It is a deal. Chu Ge looked at that finger, as white and delicate as jade, but he hesitated, and did not hook his own around it. Qiu Wuji asked in surprise. What is wrong? It feels like a bad omen. We do not need to make a promise. If we are meant to go, we will go. Why make a promise? Qiu Wuji laughed until she bent over. You people are constantly breaking superstitions, yet you are more superstitious than anyone else. Chu Ge remained silent for a moment, before speaking in a low voice. I am not superstitious. I just care about you too much. Qiu Wuji's laughter died away. She looked at Chu Ge for a long time, before suddenly stuffing the apple she held into his mouth. Eat your fruit and stop thinking too much. Chapter 121. Qiu Wuji began cooking, and Chu Ge went back to his room to write. Both of them were distracted. They told themselves not to think too much, but how could they help it? Why had Qiu Wuji, upon appearing this time, been willing to let him hold her? An unprecedented turn of events. Had he done something to touch her heart? No. It was simply because when he faced danger, Qiu Wuji felt for the first time what it meant to be unable to emerge when she wanted to. Anxiety, terror, the inability to see him. She endured a powerless, agonizing day. The moment she saw he was unharmed, her tightly coiled heartstrings finally snapped. The two rarely discussed what it would mean if they were separated by two worlds forever. That fear never truly left their hearts. Zhang Qiren was merely going abroad, separated by a body of water, and the divide of enmity, yet it already made their hearts feel heavy. What if it were the divide of two worlds, never to see each other again? Until they could find solid ground in this matter, any promises or expectations for the future were empty. They could only grasp the present. Chu Ge could not bring himself to type. Even opening the group chat to see others discussing that photo of him wiping her mouth felt jarring. He sat blankly before his document for a moment, then finally pushed his desk away and stood up, leaving the computer behind. Qiu Wuji stood at the sink washing vegetables. Her movements lacked focus, and she was clearly lost in thought. Despite her distraction, she sensed Chu Ge entering. She spoke without turning, asking why he was there and telling him to pour his own tea if he ran out. Her voice froze mid-sentence, arms wrapped around her waist, pulling her tight from behind. Qiu Wuji tensed, her instinct driving an elbow backward. Chu Ge let out a low grunt, but did not let go. The complex series of attacks she had prepared, stepping on his foot, twisting his wrist, and delivering a shoulder throw, halted at the very first step. Her slipper rested on his shoe, but she exerted no pressure. She inhaled deeply, her voice cold and sharp. She demanded to know what he was doing and warned that a single elbow strike was enough to cause internal injuries. She asked if he truly wanted to die. Chu Ge endured the pain, his voice low. He admitted that he would accept death at her hands. She sneered at the thought of him expecting her to go down with him. She told him the destruction of the world meant nothing to her. He held her tighter. Even if the world were destroyed, he would still hold her. In the angle he could not see, her expression shifted from anger to an involuntary roll of her eyes. After a long moment, she told him to stop. She reminded him that he was practicing his cultivation. They were both exploring the two worlds and seeking the truth. Was that not for the sake of free movement and breaking the limits of their positions? She lectured him on the danger of seeking speed in all things and told him his current mindset was poor. She knew exactly why Chu Ge had suddenly acted with such audacity. They had both been thinking about these things, and she had understood all along. His words from earlier remained in the air. Chu Ge offered no answer, nor did he need one. He silently regulated his breathing, tending to the internal injury caused by the elbow of the female tyrant. He kept holding her waist quietly, resting his chin on her shoulder. This was the posture he had dreamed of for so long, achieved while wounded and spitting blood. Yet, simply holding her brought peace. That ethereal, phantom dream, the beauty within the book, now truly rested in his arms. He did not answer, and Qiu Wuji did not push him away again. The two stood silently by the sink, remaining motionless for over 10 minutes. Chu Ge's anxious heart finally began to calm. He began to feel her softness and the scent of her hair, details he had been too distracted to notice before. She told him to go heal himself. Qiu Wuji had been listening to the rhythm of his heart, and feeling it steady, she finally spoke in a low voice. She told him to remember the clam pearl, as it could assist in his recovery. She chided him for looking for trouble when he had none. She reminded him that his goal of 10,000 words for the day was in jeopardy again. She gently struggled to break free. The embrace that her elbow strike could not break earlier released with a single, gentle push. Chu Ge stepped back honestly, offering an apologetic smile. He promised that the 10,000 words would be done. He joked that as long as his hands were not broken, spitting a little blood was nothing. He would get used to it. Qiu Wuji never turned to look at him. She feared that seeing his wretched state would force her to beat him again, and she also feared him seeing her flushed face. She wondered if he would continue to push his luck. Would she have to beat him later? Yet, his sincerity at that moment had been so overwhelming, and she could deeply feel his anxiety and panic. Why did that make her feel a little happy? During dinner, the two acted as if they were in the middle of a cold war. They each ate their meals in silence, not because they wanted to be quiet, but because they did not know how to start a conversation. Qiu Wuji appeared to be simmering in anger at the rogue, and Chu Ge feared making her angry and being scolded, so he chose to focus on his meal. He had already hugged her, so a little injury was nothing. If he got used to it, he could hug her again. Chu Ge stole a glance at Qiu Wuji's stony expression and swallowed his words. He decided to let things cool down first, waiting until her face was less sour. He announced he was finished and was going to write. She ordered him to get to his writing, threatening that if he did not hit the 10,000 word mark, he would not be allowed to eat dinner. He saluted and vanished into his room. His writing session that followed was incredibly productive, as if he had taken a stimulant. Qiu Wuji spent the entire afternoon listening to the sound of Chu Ge typing, like a machine that never needed to think. As a newcomer to writing, Qiu Wuji could not understand how someone could type for hours without needing to think. It felt unscientific. Yet the facts proved that when people were sufficiently motivated, it was truly possible. The plot was already in his heart, his thoughts were clear and smooth, and the structure flowed naturally. From time to time, he would even come up with inspired sentences. The only requirement was total concentration, allowing him to immerse himself fully in the plot. Once Chu Ge began to multitask, training and writing simultaneously, he could enter this state. At those times, writing did not feel like writing, but rather like restoring the appearance of a world exactly as it had occurred in his documents. Qiu Wuji could not understand it, but she envied the state, so she went to work on her autobiography as well. She lacked Chu Ge's focus, her mind chaotic and complex. She did not produce even 1,000 words all afternoon, yet she watched as her phone twice displayed notifications that the book she followed had updated. That meant Chu Ge had churned out 2 more chapters in an afternoon. Qiu Wuji looked at her scattered document, pouted, and sighed in frustration. It was infuriating. She still had some difficult questions she wanted to ask him, but in this state, how could she ask? Should she ask if he would be teased? Should she ask him to massage her shoulders? Or simply ask for a hug? She realized she was still giving him the cold shoulder, so how could she ask? As she struggled with this, Chu Ge's head peeked through the door, as if he were watching what she was doing. Qiu Wuji snapped at him, demanding to know what he wanted. She asked if he was shrinking away, or if he wanted to launch another sneak attack to hug her. He entered with an apologetic smile. He claimed his task for the day was finished, and he wanted to ask his master a few questions about cultivation. Qiu Wuji paused and immediately found a solution. She proposed a trade, where she would also ask him questions. She told him to state his problem first. Chu Ge actually had no problems. His multitasking cultivation was going smoothly. It was obvious he had come specifically to make conversation, or rather, to provide her a step to let her anger subside. As long as he had time to think, as the author of a harem novel, Chu Ge knew what to do. Pressed by her question, he concocted an excuse. He wondered if the clam pearl, since it had healing effects, could help him practice a healing technique. He wanted to be able to heal with magic instead of waiting to recover on his own. Qiu Wuji shook her head, explaining it was not feasible, because his golden bell shield belonged to a fierce, rigid style, which differed in nature from the magic required for healing. Mixing them would easily lead to trouble. She added that the golden bell shield itself had a strong self-restorative effect, making a self-healing technique redundant. She suggested that having others heal him or using elixirs was better. She then asked why he was asking her when these were his own settings. He coughed and claimed he knew the theory, but not the practice, so he had to ask his master. Qiu Wuji accepted this explanation and stood up with dignity. She told him to sit over, so she could examine his injury. Chu Ge sat in her seat and folded his hands. Qiu Wuji reached out and pressed under his ribs. It was bruised, something the golden bell shield could not block. The internal injury was not too bad, as she had held back her strength and her magical power had not raged inside. She told him it was fine, and she would sort it out for him. Soft, magical power seeped into his skin, soothing the injury. Chu Ge felt wonderful and asked about her own difficulties. He asked if the transition issues she mentioned last night were still a problem. She massaged and sorted and spoke in a trance. She said that as she had mentioned before, she lived in the town for a period. At the beginning of her sword cultivation, those experiences had been beneficial. The bustling scenery, neighborhood disputes, the intentions of parents, the petty nature of small-minded people. She could not have experienced these while she was young in the mountains. From the perspective of one wielding a sword across the world, looking at everyone as if looking at a book, she had gained much. Chu Ge listened, mesmerized. He asked what happened next. She said that now, When she recalled it or tried to commit it to paper, she only felt that it was boring and full of trivial matters. She questioned if anyone would want to read that as a novel. Chu Ge fell into deep thought for the first time when she asked about writing. In this specific case, it could have been glossed over without being written. But if it were about the greater proposition of how to make trivial matters interesting, that could not be explained in a few words, especially when looking at trivial matters from a detached, omniscient perspective, it lost all sense of immersion, making it even harder and more boring. Even Chu Ge did not possess the skill for that. Anyone who could find true interest in the ordinary was a master. As he frowned in deep thought, he suddenly felt the slender hand massaging his ribs shift. It seemed to hesitate before kneading his temples. Chu Ge froze, and he heard Qiu Wuji's voice. She told him to stop, as his mind was already tired from writing all afternoon. She suggested he rest, and they could talk more after dinner. Her slender fingers were soft, pressing against his temples. A lingering fragrance drifted into his nostrils. Chu Ge was not tired. In this moment, his mind was completely blank. He felt as if he were ascending to the heavens. Chapter 122. With treatment like this, what more shoulder kneading could you need? Wait, what else would you need? Chu Ge figured it out. Qiu Wuji was as stubborn as a donkey. If you asked her to knead your shoulders, you could forget about it for the rest of your life. If you said nothing, she would naturally care for you in unexpected ways, letting you experience a touch of a woman's tenderness. That was the natural instinct of a devoted wife emerging from within. As long as you did not challenge her pride, you could just wait for her to act on her own. In other words, she was not actually that angry about the hug from earlier. On the contrary, she felt a bit of heartache, because her elbow strike had injured Chu Ge. Chu Ge felt as if he were floating on clouds, disconnected from the reality of the world. His mind was not too exhausted to solve her dilemma. He had to figure this out for Qiu. Your question touches upon writing craft. Famous authors can make trivial daily life feel interesting or atmospheric. Ordinary people just find it dry and boring. This is not something that can be taught in a few sentences, and even I am not particularly skilled in this area. But if you are interested in improving, you can start by reading essays from great writers like Zhu Ziqing or Wang Zhenqi. They find true interest in the mundane. Qiu Wuji asked if it was just about prose style. Chu Ge shook his head. It is prose style, but not entirely. Some sentences may not be beautiful, but they always pierce the heart. That is the power of language. It is like writing about a father's back. Zhu Ziqing can reach into your soul with a simple description, while I would only be able to use it for a meme. Qiu Wuji nodded. Though she did not recognize Zhu Ziqing, the meaning was clear. The same logic applied to her own poetry and prose. Some lines lacked ornate language, yet a simple sentence could be passed down for 1,000 years. She felt no regret about it not being a quick fix. Instead, she felt a sense of inevitability. Some things are the result of years of cultivation, not something achieved overnight. Just like Chu Ge's martial arts training. Qiu Wuji thought Chu Ge was quite capable. No wonder he could construct their world. He could answer any question and pull out references or examples at will. He clearly had a deep well of knowledge. Indeed, Qiu Wuji had chosen a master of the highest caliber. She did not need any withered old hermit. She relaxed and laughed. I was too impatient, wanting to learn everything as a beginner. I should read and learn more. Should I skip this section for now? You can skip it. This is not a project that requires a completely seamless novel structure. It is just a spin-off. Theoretically, you could write it as independent episodes and no one would care. Chu Ge paused and laughed. I look forward to the day you construct a complete world of your own. After they finished teaching each other, Qiu Wuji realized she was still massaging his temples. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. She pulled her hands away, pretending nothing had happened. She suggested they go out for dinner. Chu Ge let out a sigh of regret. His courage failed him, and he did not dare to rest his head against her. That would have been the true definition of floating on clouds. It was a shame he did not dare. No matter. There would be a day for that. Chu Ge stood up with renewed energy. He suggested they try KFC or McDonald's, since she had never eaten them before. Qiu Wuji was always looking forward to the foods Chu Ge introduced. She smiled and agreed to give it a try. Eating $10 beef noodles compared to spending dozens on McDonald's represented the newfound wealth of Chu Ge, even if he still could not afford a bathroom. It was funny, really. He usually complained about fast food being junk and a waste of money, but every once in a while, it tasted pretty good. This chicken is mediocre. Qiu Wuji chewed on a drumstick as she gave her verdict. I see people selling chicken at the market. I know now that chickens are classified by whether they are free-range or not. Some chickens look fine on the outside, but their meat is soft and weak, just like you were before. Chu Ge looked at her, questioning. Qiu Wuji continued eating until her mouth was covered in oil, speaking as she did so. The chicken was definitely not fed on grain, and it was not free-range. The nutrition is poor. Chu Ge could not help but laugh. Yet you are eating it happily enough. Qiu Wuji noted that as long as the taste was good, that was all that mattered. Chu Ge asked if she was paying attention to nutrition now. Qiu Wuji waved the chicken leg in the air, looking a bit proud. I have been paying attention from the start. Did you not notice that your diet was nutritionally balanced all this time? Your cultivation requires a large intake of energy and needs balance. Our concept of energy and this world's concept of nutrition are different paths leading to the same destination. Chu Ge asked if that was why his cultivation was going so smoothly. Qiu Wuji waved the leg again. Of course it is related. I go to the market, and I know immediately whether something is good or not. The vegetables I buy for you are the best. She had a look that screamed for praise. Chu Ge could not help but laugh. He gave her the praise she wanted. Of course my Qiu is the best. The drumstick froze in midair. Qiu Wuji looked left and right, feigning annoyance. Who is your Qiu? I am just a poor assistant being forced to cook by a vicious boss, getting harassed and teased without pay. Chu Ge nearly choked on his cola. A girl's voice came from nearby. Hey, are those the two from the beach romance in early autumn? They turned to look. A few students were pointing excitedly. When they saw the pair look over, the girls did not shy away and crowded around. It really is them. Seeing them in person, that was definitely not staged. They really are that sweet in real life. Chu Ge and Qiu Wuji looked at each other. Had they really become this famous? Were they recognizable just from eating McDonald's? A girl excitedly said she knew the beach stall in the photo, as she had been there too. They were definitely from Nanjiang. Another girl pointed out that the stall had already posted the photos on the review site. Chu Ge realized he was not necessarily famous everywhere, just locally. But that was still an exaggeration. It had only been a few days since the posts went viral. The girls pulled out their phones. Can we take a picture with you too? My social media following needs a boost. Chu Ge felt helpless. Hey, young lady, do I get a cut if you use my photo to boost your followers? The girl whimpered that she had no money. Chu Ge was about to refuse, but Qiu Wuji smiled. Taking photos is fine, but please promote our novel at the same time. The girl happily agreed and took the photo before leaving. Chu Ge cleaned his ears, feeling strange. He asked why she was taking over the marketing. Qiu Wuji smiled. I am your operations officer, am I not? Chu Ge felt it was awkward, claiming that books should stand on their own merits. You are too academic. Qiu Wuji tapped his arm. This is not some rule-breaking tactic. Why is it awkward? I am not afraid of people pointing fingers. Why are you acting so high and mighty? Qiu Wuji's expression grew serious. She lowered her voice. Chu Ge, we need presence in this world. This is not about the concept of making enough money to eat with current sales figures. Chu Ge felt a chill. His back straightened involuntarily. He spoke with a serious tone. Yes, I understand. Qiu Wuji leaned back in her chair and took a sip of cola. Chu Ge might not have noticed the back-end sales figures. Do you know how much your average subscription numbers have jumped because of this wave? Chu Ge shook his head. Qiu Wuji opened the app and navigated to the bestseller list, turning the screen for him to see. Chu Ge stared blankly at the book titles in the top 10, unable to process his own feelings for a long moment. Was he in the top 10 again? Qiu Wuji took her phone back, continued sipping her cola, and muttered. What is so worth celebrating about being in the top 10? In my heart, you should be number 1. Seeing Chu Ge's puzzled look, she turned her head and added. I am talking about my world. I do not mean your skill level. Chapter 123. Chu Ge found himself smiling whenever he looked at Qiu Wuji. She did not try to be cute. She wore a cold, lofty expression, often reminding him of an older sister, but he could not help but find her adorable. The way she chewed a chicken leg, mouth covered in grease, was adorable. The way she sipped cola, slurping away, was adorable. Her stubborn refusal to touch a hamburger was adorable too. Chu Ge could not resist asking, why will you not touch the burger? Do you think eating it will kill you? Qiu Wuji stared at the burger in Chu Ge's hand, clearly hesitant. The vegetables are raw. Are you modern people really like this? Chu Ge looked down at the lettuce, his expression blank. A distant memory surfaced, as he remembered being exactly like that once. Qiu Wuji added, and that white sauce. It looks so strange. Chu Ge nodded. Trust me, I used to think the same thing, but then I started enjoying it. I will not eat it. I simply will not. She shook her head. Chu Ge slammed his hand on the table. Why are you acting like my daughter? Qiu Wuji slammed her hand down in response. You have raised a daughter. Chu Ge softened his tone immediately. No, I just hear parents say that when they share photos of their kids. He tried to coax her. You are different from others. If you want to experience this world, you have to try everything. It was the same argument people used to coax children into eating, but surprisingly, it worked on Qiu Wuji, even if she was more stubborn than a toddler. She hesitated, opened the hamburger box, and carefully peeled back the paper like she was testing a strange magical artifact. She picked up a tiny bit of the strange white sauce and licked it. Her brow furrowed, and she shook her head. This tastes bad. She proceeded to remove the lettuce, scraped away all the salad dressing, put the bread back together, and finally took a bite. This is what real food should taste like. Chu Ge blinked, glancing at a table nearby where a 5 or 6-year-old girl was doing the exact same thing. Qiu Wuji followed his gaze, caught the sight, and glared at him. Even a child knows what tastes good. You grown adults do not understand a thing. Chu Ge laughed. You are right. Qiu Wuji chewed, her cheeks moving as she glared at him, clearly wanting to scold him, but settling for the stare. Chu Ge picked up a napkin and gently wiped the corner of her mouth. Even with salad on your lips, you look tempting, but my Qiu is prettiest when she is clean. Qiu Wuji felt like he was flirting again, though she lacked evidence. Wiping her mouth had become a habit, just as natural as walking hand in hand on the way home. The leaves are falling more and more. They walked along the roadside. Qiu Wuji watched the leaves dance in the air and asked with curiosity, why is it still so hot? There is no sign of cooling down. It does not feel like the traditional autumn. Global warming causes that, and we are in the south. It will likely cool down around the Mid-Autumn Festival, or National Day. Mid-Autumn. She asked, is this festival important to you? You did not write about the Kixi Festival in the book, but the Mid-Autumn Festival is there. Yes, it is a day for reunions. Chu Ge sighed. It has been so long since I have seen my parents. He tightened his grip on her hand and smiled. At least I have you now. Qiu Wuji glanced at him and looked away. The sentiment did not resonate deeply with her, as those memories from 10,000 years ago had long faded. Had she not been writing her autobiography, the topic would not have stirred a ripple. Yet now, for some reason, she felt moved. It was not because of parents. She found herself subconsciously calculating the date to ensure she could appear on the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival. Who would want to be alone on a festival symbolizing reunion? She did not stop to wonder why she was surrounded by disciples in the book world yet felt alone, while being here in a tiny room with him felt like the opposite. She pushed the boring thought away. She turned her mind to the fried chicken. This fried chicken is okay as an occasional treat. It reminds me that I have not properly made chicken or duck soup. It was too much trouble, and our room is not suitable for killing chickens. Chu Ge suggested, I heard the market has people who can butcher the chicken for you. We can ask. Qiu Wuji brightened. Is that so? That is perfect. I saw a high-quality free-range chicken at the market. Let us make soup tomorrow. Chu Ge hesitated. If it is too much trouble, you do not have to. My cultivation does not depend on a bowl of chicken soup. Do not flatter yourself. I want to drink it too. All right. Meng Meng said fruit can be juiced. We should buy a juicer. Buy it, we will buy it. Wait, I want to buy a bag of milk candies. Chu Ge accompanied her into the supermarket to buy a bag of white rabbit candies. He held the bag with a smile as they walked hand in hand into their residential complex. Here, have one. Qiu Wuji handed over the bag. You go ahead. Do you think I am giving it to you to eat? I need you to peel it for me. My hands are occupied, because they are being held by a scoundrel. Chu Ge took one, peeled the wrapper with one hand, and turned to see Qiu Wuji's expectant gaze. He popped the candy directly into her mouth. His finger grazed her soft lips, and he felt a jolt of electricity. Qiu Wuji did not seem to notice. She sucked on the sweet candy, hesitated for a moment, and held out the bag again. This time I will share one with you. Only one. Do not take more. Chu Ge took two. Qiu Wuji kicked him. The security guard watched the bickering couple disappear into the shade of the complex, goosebumps rising on his arms. Whoever said global warming was the problem. The autumn chill was clearly growing stronger. He wondered if he should buy a bag of white rabbit candies to share with his wife, but he immediately dismissed the idea. She would only call him crazy. The couple entered their building. Just as they reached for the elevator button, the doors opened. Yu Ying stepped out carrying an old computer, with a monitor sitting in the elevator. Chu Ge rushed forward to help carry the monitor. I told you to let us help move these things. Yu Ying apologized. It is too much trouble. It is fine. She turned to Qiu Wuji. Sister Qiu, do you really not need the shadow ability anymore? The shadow ability had been transformed by the two of them into a set of immortal cultivation techniques and stored in the sect library. Qiu Wuji had no intention of learning it herself, but it was being cultivated as a special sect technique, and many core disciples were already practicing it. She smiled. I do not need it. Yu Ying, you are such a good girl. Chu Ge glanced at her. She acted like a little girl herself, yet she was playing the role of an aunt. Yu Ying took the compliment to heart. In her eyes, Qiu Wuji was a mature older sister. She smiled and said, I asked about the box Chu Ge mentioned this morning. It can be kept. Let me know if you need any more help. Qiu Wuji nodded. Actually, I do need your help. Yu Ying paused. What is it? Qiu Wuji pulled Chu Ge over. Fight him. Yu Ying blinked. Chu Ge stood silently. Chu Ge is practicing his cultivation tonight. Fighting me is awkward because he holds back. It should be better with you. Qiu Wuji sounded serious. Can you find a training ground? Or maybe we can go to the suburbs. Yu Ying realized she was not joking. We can go to the suburbs. It is not far from here. She looked Chu Ge up and down. She felt that with his clumsy appearance, she could defeat him with a single shadow. Was this really good for practice? Chu Ge tugged at Qiu Wuji's sleeve. Hey, fighting her feels like I am just going to get beaten up. Do you think you are not being beaten up when you fight me? Qiu Wuji crossed her arms and smiled. You usually treat Yu Ying as a unit of measurement for combat power. Now you can actually measure yourself against the unit. Should we call it weighing? Chu Ge could not help but laugh at the absurdity. Chapter 124. The suburbs lay under a shroud of night. Dark winds stirred, and trees cast ominous, shifting shadows. Silence reigned, broken only by the faint whistle of air against the ear. The setting felt like a scene from an old horror film, as if a ghostly soundtrack lingered just out of reach. Suddenly, the shadows of the trees seemed to stretch and yawn open, filling the air with the phantom sound of a low, mournful wail. There was no path left to escape. In the next heartbeat, the shadows swallowed Chu Ge whole, holding him fast. Yu Ying glanced at Qiu Wuji with hesitation, her eyes questioning the wisdom of continuing a spar against such an unskilled opponent. Qiu Wuji only smiled, her arms crossed over her chest, and offered no reply. Yu Ying intended to simply drag the dark sphere before Qiu Wuji to end the match. She flicked her wrist, and the shadows carried Chu Ge directly in front of her. Just as she prepared to cast the massive shadows aside, her expression shifted sharply. The sphere expanded in a sudden burst of power. Golden light erupted from within, and with a resonant boom, the shadows that bound Chu Ge shattered into nothingness. A fist glowing with brilliant radiance hammered through the air toward Yu Ying's chest. Yu Ying braced herself, She had detected no special ability from Chu Ge earlier. Reports claimed he was impervious to blades and bullets, but she assumed that meant only tough skin. She had dismissed him completely. Now, the wind whipped around his fist. The sheer power behind the strike rivaled the fighter, who had nearly killed her in the ring all those months ago. Yu Ying relied on her deep well of combat experience. She twisted her waist with liquid grace, slipping past the blow. At the same moment, Chu Ge's own shadow lashed out and grabbed his ankle. Chu Ge stumbled, nearly falling headlong. But he executed a strange, fluid turn. He regained his footing, mirrored the movement of the shadows to appear behind Yu Ying, and whipped around to land another punch. Yu Ying stiffened. Chu Ge possessed far more power than she expected. Any intent to hold back vanished. If she continued to coddle him, victory was no longer guaranteed. Her face went blank, stripped of all emotion. She pushed and pulled with both hands to parry his strike. Simultaneously, the shadows around her shifted, transforming from binding ribbons into cruel, jagged blades that pierced toward Chu Ge's back. Golden light flared across Chu Ge's back. He met the shadow blades head-on, using his golden bell shield to absorb the impact. He flipped his wrist, nimbly catching Yu Ying's arm to twist it. She withdrew, spinning to escape the lock. Her left hand chopped toward his throat. Chu Ge reached out to intercept her. A powerful gust of wind slammed between them. Qiu Wuji stepped into the center, forcing them to break apart. The combat stance evaporated from both fighters. Only then did Chu Ge register the searing pain in his back, where the shadow piercing had found its mark. He had attempted to absorb a blow to gain the upper hand, but she had dismantled his strategy with ease. He had clearly lost the bout. Yu Ying examined him with fresh surprise. She turned to Qiu Wuji, her brow furrowed. The fight was not finished. He still had a follow-up grapple prepared. Why hold it now? Chu Ge remained silent, though he privately wondered if he could have continued. Still, his master never acted without reason. Qiu Wuji kept her true reasoning locked away. If they continued their current trajectory, they would inevitably end up in a close-quarters clinch, their arms tangled together. The sight would be unbearable. She had no intention of watching them embrace. Qiu Wuji maintained the dignified air of a master. She stood with her hands behind her back, gazing at the moon. The sparring was only for cultivation, she said, her voice cool and detached. Point of contact was enough. Chu Ge was already injured, so there was no need to force a final verdict. She turned her eyes to him. Did he understand where he went wrong? Chu Ge answered honestly. He had overestimated his defense and underestimated Yu Ying's finesse. Yu Ying's lip twitched. She found it ridiculous that he called her finesse strange. She was the one who had underestimated him. How could someone who relied on the blunt force of impervious skin suddenly master delicate grappling techniques? It made no sense. She had nearly lost to him. Qiu Wuji nodded. He was learning to critique his own performance, which was a sign of progress. As combat increased and experience deepened, errors would diminish. By then, he would be capable of handling most threats in this world, and she would no longer need to worry. She paused, turning her attention to Yu Ying. She offered her thanks for Yu Ying's restraint. Yu Ying replied that such restraint was expected in a sparring match. Qiu Wuji shook her head. She was not referring to the earlier restraint with the bindings. She meant that final strike. In a fight to the death, that hand aimed at the throat would have been a shadow blade, would it not? Yu Ying fell silent. Qiu Wuji's gaze pierced through her, as if nothing could be hidden from her sight. She seemed sharper than Yu Ying's own instructors. Qiu Wuji patted Chu Ge on the shoulder. The measurement was complete. He was at the level of 1/3 of a shadow. It was time to go home and apply medicine. Chu Ge grunted and mounted his electric scooter. Qiu Wuji sat behind him with natural ease, and the vehicle chugged away into the night. 1/3 of a shadow. That did not seem like a bad result. Yu Ying remained standing in the outskirts, her face expressionless. Had they completely forgotten she existed? She had never realized they were this shameless. What was their relationship, anyway? They acted like a married couple, yet Qiu Wuji's tone of voice during the critique felt like a master speaking to an apprentice. If they were master and apprentice, it was an odd dynamic. The sight of the electric scooter carrying a long-haired beauty on the back was nauseatingly sweet. Yu Ying retreated into the shadows, a sense of gloom clinging to her. She needed to send a message to Sister Gu. Chu Ge's grappling skills were a separate matter, but his ability was clearly impervious skin, and it was highly developed. How should she rate his potential? By the time Chu Ge brought Qiu Wuji home, the sight of the door across the hall sparked a memory. He struck his palm against his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to ask Yu Ying to return with them. Qiu Wuji seemed cheerful. She walked through the door with a smile, telling him his performance had been acceptable. Chu Ge followed her inside, assuming she spoke of the combat. He agreed that he looked much more competent than when they had first started sparring. Qiu Wuji nodded in approval. It was indeed better. He had even learned to use underhanded tactics, feigning weakness and allowing himself to be trapped only to launch a surprise attack. That was exactly the behavior of a protagonist in one of his books. Chu Ge rubbed his chin. Was his protagonist really that underhanded? No wonder the book was popular. Qiu Wuji rolled her eyes at him. He was becoming arrogant. He was riddled with wounds and still felt proud of himself. She ordered him to lie on the sofa so she could apply medicine. Chu Ge shed his shirt and lay prone on the sofa, letting out a heavy sigh. Yu Ying still managed to break through his defenses. His golden bell shield had reached a minor stage, but it was not as formidable as he thought. Qiu Wuji dabbed the red medicine onto his skin. He should be content, she said. Yu Ying had not held back with her shadow spikes. Knowing he was impervious to blades, she had used her full strength. That he only suffered superficial flesh wounds was a testament to his durability. Chu Ge hissed through his teeth, grimacing in pain. He wondered aloud why he had been injured as often as he drank water over the past 2 months. Did other beginners suffer injuries this frequently? Qiu Wuji replied that there were 2 reasons. First, he was unskilled, and many of his previous injuries were completely avoidable. The second reason was his study of the Golden Bell Shield. Chu Ge asked for clarification. Was the Golden Bell Shield not meant to prevent injury? Why would studying it make him more prone to getting hurt? Because he possessed the ability to be impervious to blades, he naturally relied on it during combat, she explained. He considered dodging less and chose to take hits more often. It was inevitable that he would get hurt more than others. She advised him to pretend he did not have the Golden Bell Shield. Dodge whenever he could. When an opponent finally landed a hit and realized they could not break his defense, their morale would shatter. Chu Ge chuckled. That sounded like a devious plan, and he liked it. That was only because he wrote her as the female lead. Qiu Wuji retorted, her tone cool. Qiu Wuji continued. The performance today, where he absorbed a hit to secure an opportunity for victory, was excellent. There were times to act that way. Determining when to choose which strategy required long-term experience to form an instinctive reaction. The battlefield changed in an instant. If he had to stop and think about a decision, it would be too late. Chu Ge asked if he should spar with Yu Ying again tomorrow. Qiu Wuji pursed her lips. After a long silence, she told him to spar with her instead. Yu Ying's fighting style was monotonous, and there was little value in practicing with her indefinitely. She could simulate a variety of combat styles to help him master different tactics. Chu Ge understood the implication. Was she jealous? She was jealous even of sparring? She was a jar of aged vinegar that had fermented for 10,000 years. If Yu Ying caused this, what would happen if Gu Wujian stood here? Qiu Wuji asked about Gu Wujian. Chu Ge immediately cut her off. She had nothing to do with him, and she should stop choosing her words so carelessly. Qiu Wuji nodded, satisfied. He had said she collected information on ability users and compiled publications, correct? Chu Ge confirmed that was the case. Qiu Wuji asked what rating she would give him. Would she be lenient because of their past? Chu Ge insisted they had no past. Qiu Wuji sighed and asked what rating she would give him, then. Chu Ge shrugged. How would he know? She needed to figure out what his ability actually was first. He did not even know himself, so who could possibly evaluate him? The ability user directory lay open. Name, Chu Ge, identity, internet writer. Ability, impervious skin. Gu Wujian paused, her pen hovering over the paper. She furrowed her brow in thought, added a question mark after the description, and continued writing. Degree of development, medium. He had successfully blocked a blade from wrong foot without injury. Nature of ability, combat. Potential assessment B. Behind the B, Gu Wujian drew a larger question mark, then 2 more. If it were standard impervious skin, a B rating was an overestimation. A body that could block cold weapons could not withstand modern firearms. Unless the ability evolved into a state of diamond-like indestructibility, impervious skin alone was mediocre in the modern age. Yet, was it truly just impervious skin? How could one explain the performance wrong Fu displayed after copying the ability? Gu Wujian sensed that even diamond-like indestructibility could not account for that. Regardless of the source, all the intelligence reports arrived with the same 4 words, impervious skin. No matter how much her intuition screamed that something was wrong, she could only record the known information. If the very nature of the ability remained in doubt, the potential assessment was meaningless. What caused even greater confusion was the woman at Chu Ge's side. There was not a shred of information regarding her. What was her ability, anyway? Chapter 125. The days that followed were perhaps the happiest of Chu Ge's life. Perhaps because he had passed all the tests the night before and performed well, Qiu Wuji had swept away her usual tendency to find excuses to beat him. She had become virtuous and compliant. Chu Ge practiced martial arts and rode in the morning, while Qiu Wuji went out to buy chicken for soup. The rich aroma of the chicken soup drifted through the house, so enticing that it could pull Chu Ge's focus away from his writing. The routine of pouring tea and serving water had become natural. She added new flair to it, first by cutting fruit. Once the juicer they bought online arrived, she was eager to experiment. On a hot day, with a glass of iced fruit juice placed in front of him, Chu Ge felt so moved he could almost cry. Breakfast now came with variety. The juicer could even grind soy milk. Qiu Wuji no longer drank the subpar soy milk bought outside, which was filled with water. She bought soybeans and ground them fresh. She served soy milk in the morning, herbal tea and juice while he wrote, and chicken soup with meals. Chu Ge felt the saying he had mentioned before was incredibly true. The quality of life mainly depends on the kind of wife you marry. Although she did not admit to being a wife, nor did she perform the most crucial activity of a wife, she was his wife in every way that mattered. To Chu Ge, she was his wife from every perspective. Qiu Wuji did not consider herself a wife, but she performed these tasks with joy. She found it interesting. She could use modern equipment to perform tasks that once required cultivation techniques. She had always been interested in these changes. Qiu Wuji was delighted to use modern things to create new tricks with her own hands. She even forgot that this state was exactly that of a housewife. She had long since thrown the idea of making money into a corner, as it felt meaningless. Making money would be simple for her now, but she had no desire to do so. It was enough that the money Chu Ge earned from writing could support the family. She was just a little assistant. Chu Ge was not a person with a great thirst for wealth either. The income from his 10,000 subscriptions, plus some unexpected windfalls, felt impressive enough to him. He had no intention of reaching for more, let alone letting Qiu Wuji earn money to supplement the household. The conversation they had once held about how she needed to make money independently seemed to have been forgotten by both of them. Well, working as an assistant was also independent survival. Was earning his money not work? It clearly was. Being an operations officer was tiring. A little assistant had to endure teasing, and had to be called sister-in-law unwillingly. Was that easy? Qiu Wuji researched new tricks, watched dramas, read books, and wrote hundreds of words for the Qiu autobiography during her spare time. She watched the readers praise the updates, her eyes curving like crescent moons. This life was comfortable. It was quite like cultivation. She could even beat up Chu Ge in the evening to relieve boredom. Of course, it was sparring. Since she would not let him get close to Yu Ying, the poor little assistant had to make a small sacrifice. A rhythmic slapping sound echoed through the room. They traded blows rapidly in the living room. As they fought, their arms became intertwined. Chu Ge applied a bit of force, pinning Qiu Wuji against the wall to restrain her. They were teaching each other the folding plum hands, or some form of delicate joint locking. Grappling back and forth, they always ended up like this. Qiu Wuji leaned against the wall, her chest heaving, hair disheveled, eyes unyielding. Chu Ge swallowed hard, his throat bobbing. Next, Chu Ge was flattened against the wall like a starfish. Qiu Wuji clapped her hands and walked away. She told him to hold back and have some sense. She warned that if he looked at her with those lecherous eyes again, she would stick a durian to the wall next time. Chu Ge punched the wall, cursing that Lin Wuyang had caused him so much trouble. If Lin Wuyang had been there to hear it, he would have insisted that it had nothing to do with him. Even a real man could not handle that. Qiu Wuji poked her head into the room and called out for him. Chu Ge walked over honestly, asking if they were practicing the mental method tonight. She confirmed it. Qiu Wuji had returned to the book world specifically to imprint the sky-changing earth-striking great method and bring it back to teach Chu Ge. As long as he was not pushed to his limits, short-distance time travel while his spirit was vigorous was quite easy. The exhaustion required for recovery was brief, and after a short rest, he could travel again. This time, the trip was just a day trip, similar to going out for fun and returning by evening. Chu Ge felt uneasy even for that one day. He felt that being without her for half a day was difficult, and he feared that every separation would be a hurdle he could not return from. Fortunately, this time the journey was calm and peaceful. The sky-changing earth-striking great method was successfully imprinted into his soul sea. However, Qiu Wuji did not explain how to practice it until they had finished a set of folding plum hands for sparring. She brought up the topic abruptly. Chu Ge walked into the room, feeling puzzled. He asked if this required them to go inside. Qiu Wuji was very cautious. She explained that mental techniques were not to be trifled with. A moment of carelessness could drive a practitioner insane. Over the past few months, the soul-forging method he practiced had been somewhat effective, stabilizing his soul. He could attempt this, but he needed to be fully prepared. She had not rushed back to retrieve the secret manual earlier because she felt he was missing something. Chu Ge remained blank, his thoughts drifting. Was that true? He had felt she was just too lazy to go back after coming over. He had only thought about going home because she had nothing to do these past few days. Qiu Wuji continued. Now that he had mastered various skills and had no shortcomings, and the exercise he had just completed put his body at its peak, he was ready for any emergencies. The next step was to let his soul quiet down. His bedroom was naturally conducive to spiritual peace. She told him to sit on the bed while she protected him. Seeing her solemn expression, Chu Ge did not dare let his mind wander to any other thoughts. He sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed with great seriousness, his palms facing the sky. He felt a slight pain between his eyebrows as Qiu Wuji took out the clam pearl and pressed it directly against his brow, almost embedding it into his skin. Instantly, he felt a strange power spreading from his brow, rushing straight into his soul sea. He had never felt the reality of a soul sea before, but now he sensed it. In the vast nothingness, he saw a stretch of thin mist, like steam on the ocean. It was the manifestation of his own mental power. The unique radiation contained in the clam pearl was not a treasure that merely provided energy or assisted in mental power improvement. It granted the ability to observe the mental sea. It was no wonder the Wang family used this item to cultivate ability users, or that Zhang Qiren wanted to steal it, or that even the state valued it. This special value was more significant than providing direct energy. To Qiu Wuji, however, such a small thing was nothing strange. She was the true treasure. Qiu Wuji's voice echoed in his soul sea. She explained that the sky-changing earth-striking great method had no specific meridians to follow. The world of the spirit had its own rules. As a beginner, he did not need to consider affecting the spirits of others. He should start with self-visualization. Chu Ge felt he had conveyed his intent. Qiu Wuji was not surprised that his mental fluctuation could be transmitted. In fact, given his mental strength, he had long been capable of that. She clarified. That was correct. It was visualization. For instance, he should imagine a sword or a saber. At first, it would be void and useless. When he felt they were solid and could control and project them, it would become an exotic mental art capable of hurting others, which was extremely difficult to defend against. That was just an example. The sky-changing earth-striking great method was not in that direction, but he understood the intention and could visualize according to its method. The sky-changing earth-striking great method was not just a mental hallucination. It involved dragging the opponent into the mental world. In minor cases, one could spy on the soul and know everything. In moderate cases, one could control the human heart and ferry the soul. In severe cases, the opponent could fall into their past and present lives, into the vast world of red dust, and their soul could be lost forever without return. The levels progressed from martial arts to immortality. Visualization. He had to visualize according to the direction of the sky-changing, earth-striking great method. What should the mental world be? Chu Ge had targeted this skill specifically when he chose it. Of course, if he were to visualize the book world, what else could it be? However, the book world was too vast. He needed a specific target to make it easy for a beginner to find a goal. He locked onto Qiu Wuji. Within Chu Ge's consciousness, the shadow of Qiu Wuji gradually emerged. Qiu Wuji, who was guarding him, felt strange. She seemed somewhat happy, yet shy. Why was he visualizing her during his cultivation? Was he supposed to call for Qiu to save him when he could not beat someone? However, as she watched, her expression gradually changed. The image of Qiu Wuji in Chu Ge's soul sea began to shrink. It was the illusion of a zoom-out effect. Looking down from the distant sky, in the Cloud Ridge Mountains, atop the main peak, beside the sword-casting platform, the real Qiu Wuji held the autumn water-condensing green sword, repeatedly refining and reforging it. The tip of the sword cut her jade-like hand, and green blood flowed, forming hidden patterns on the blade. The bloodlight flickered, and amidst the quenching of the supreme void fire, it slowly faded from view. Rippling waves connected the autumn water to the sky. Qiu Wuji gazed at the moonlight and spoke to herself in a low voice. Tomorrow at midnight, the 15th day of the 7th lunar month. The time has come. This 100 Ghosts Night Walk must finally be swept away. Chu Ge watched the bloodstains on her hand in silence. In her world, the reality she experienced, and the reality in this world, were two completely different templates. Two completely different people. No one knew better than he did how many treacherous storms and life or death situations she faced. He had once joked with her, asking if her time here counted as work-life balance. Perhaps it really was. In Qiu Wuji's heart, she might prefer the comfort and peace here. That was true cultivation. Therefore, she would grow to love this place more and more, and be less willing to leave. This was an inevitable result. In a sense, fighting and struggling was not what defined an immortal, at least not in Chu Ge's heart, nor in Qiu Wuji's. Chu Ge transmitted his thoughts in a low voice. It will be over soon. In the next chapter of the plot, I will not let you be so tired. You can drink flower honey, eat white cloud cotton candy, go on a sea voyage, and travel the world. Would you like that? The real Qiu Wuji seemed to sense something and smiled slightly. The Qiu Wuji beside him also revealed a sweet smile. She was truly shocked in her heart. His sky-changing, earth-striking great method, and his mental world, were truly rooted in that place. Chapter 126. Chu Ge's spirit retracted. His first attempt at practicing the sky-changing, earth-striking great method came to a halt. He opened his eyes and looked at Qiu Wuji, who was guarding him. Qiu Wuji had not yet managed to hide the smile on her face. Seeing him open his eyes, she quickly pulled a stern expression. "Did I tell you to stop?" she asked. "You dare to make decisions about cultivation on your own." Chu Ge felt helpless. "My head is spinning," he said. "This consumes too much mental energy." Qiu Wuji paused, noticing that his soul sea was indeed nearly exhausted. His mental world was too vast, absurdly so. While his mental strength was high, it was not enough to adapt. Perhaps that was the main reason he had never been able to truly enter the world. Chu Ge realized this at the same moment. He looked up at Qiu Wuji and smiled slightly. "The sky-changing, earth-striking great method is a good thing. Now I can at least provide you with simple support." Qiu Wuji rolled her eyes. "Your little ability," she started, but swallowed the rest of the sentence. If his descent strike belonged to the power of world correction, it was likely invincible. "Go on, go and rest," she said. Chu Ge smiled. He did not argue with her. They had discussed this topic once before. Qiu Wuji would not underestimate the enemy. Looking at her true body quenching blood and performing rituals in Cloud Ridge Mountain proved it. She took facing enemies more seriously than anyone. There was no need to persuade her otherwise. He simply said, "You should also rest." "I do not mean sleep here now. I mean return to the book world." Qiu Wuji pursed her lips and remained silent. Chu Ge said softly, "I know you like the peace and tranquility here. Theoretically, splitting your focus has almost no effect, but tomorrow's battle is critical. I feel uneasy with even the slightest impact. You should return early, unify your soul, soothe it, and concentrate. Enter a state of battle readiness with your whole heart. Then I will have nothing to worry about." Qiu Wuji replied, "You did not need to worry in the first place." Chu Ge reached out to stroke her temple. "How could I not want you to stay? I feel like I have lost my soul after you have been gone for half a day. But please, be good. Do not make me worry." "Hey, stop using that tone, like you were talking to a daughter," she said, glaring at him with puffy cheeks. Yet, in the end, she did not reach out to brush away his hand as it messed with her hair. The two looked at each other in silence for a moment. Qiu Wuji's gaze finally turned sharp and murderous, carrying the aura of her true body in the book world. That was the look Chu Ge had seen when he first met her upon her emergence. It was as if she could kill at any moment. He had not seen it for a very long time. The cute Qiu Wuji and the Sect Master Qiu Wuji had felt like two different people, but at this moment, they converged once more. "I am going back," she said, turning calmly. "You must cultivate diligently. Do not slack off." Chu Ge responded with a simple hum. Qiu Wuji walked out of the room. Her footsteps paused slightly. "Grind the soybeans yourself tomorrow morning. Remember to eat the pears in the refrigerator. They will go bad if left too long. If you eat alone, eat less fried chicken. You can eat more of the beef noodles. After speaking, she entered her own room, wrapped herself in a quilt, and vanished. Chu Ge bit his lower lip and stood in silence for a long time. Suddenly, he let out a long breath. Qiu Wuji welcomed the climax of the entire volume, which had been set up for so long. The battle of fire and water between Qiu Wuji and Yan Qianlie represented the peak of the righteous and demonic paths across the 9 provinces. The chain reactions, the movements of various parties, their strategies, the rise and fall of powers, and the changing landscape had continued for an entire volume of 300,000 to 400,000 words. Today, it finally reached the chapter of confrontation. In the hearts of the readers, this carried the weight of the peak of the Forbidden City and the moon filling the river. The anticipation was incomparable. Early in the morning, fans were already refreshing the application page to see when Short Little G would update today. Although Short Little G had been despised for taking leave by faking illness to chase girls some time ago, his subsequent performance had been quite good. Generally, the first chapter would be out around 10 in the morning. Sometimes it was earlier, at 9 o'clock. Then in the afternoon, 2 chapters would be typed out, and 10,000 words would appear. There were generally no updates at night. Everyone guessed he was paying his public grain tax. Speaking of this public grain tax, many people were filled with envy and hatred, because the woman in the photo was truly too beautiful. Everyone admitted that this girl cosplay of Qiu Wuji was excellent. However, they were a bit too shy to tease her in the group chat. She was the sister-in-law, after all. Short Little G has done all kinds of evil things, taking away such a beautiful female fan. If he does not contribute a brilliant confrontation chapter, we will not be done with him, Panda said in the group chat. In fact, Panda felt a bit guilty at this moment. Ever since he saw the photo, he felt that Chu Ge and the operations officer Qiu in the photo looked especially like the third brother and the sixth brother. He and Wan Zijian had both seen the third brother and the sixth brother wearing the same clothes. It was normal for one person to bump into a look, but it was a bit weird for 2 to do it together. Moreover, their figures matched. If he photoshopped a mask onto their faces, they were exactly the third brother and the sixth brother. Panda remembered that he had once punched Chu Ge through the internet cable. At the time, his own hand hurt from the recoil. Was that the third brother's impervious skin? By the way, at that time, he had judged that Chu Ge was from Nanjiang. The answer after communicating with Wan Zijian was clearer. Wan Zijian had seen the woman in the photo. At that time, he had tried to chat her up, only to be kicked by a high heel until he could not take care of himself. It was evident that she was at least a powerful ability user stronger than Wan Zijian. Everything matched. The operations officer cosplaying Qiu was likely the sixth brother, and the Short Little G whom everyone cursed every day was the loyal third brother. Panda even found the reason why he had been inexplicably blocked last time. He had called Chu Ge the grandfather of the Calabash brothers. Panda and Wan Zijian felt that this world was truly magical. Fatty, if Chu Ge is really the third brother, how do you plan to not be done with him? Wan Zijian asked Panda in a private chat. The third brother's loyalty is unquestionable. If you dare to bully him, watch out, I will beat you up. I will offer my chrysanthemum to him, and let him blast me until he is satisfied. Damn, get out of here, you homo. Seriously, setting aside the third brother's business, these chapters today are too important. I am also afraid that Chu Ge will not write well, and waste the foreshadowing of such a long time. Panda, as one of the operations officers, thought more than Wan Zijian. It just so happens that recently, because of the photo, we have become a minor internet celebrity, and many passers-by have come to read the book. If the climax erupts at this moment, it will have a snowball effect on the book's performance and reputation. It is very meaningful. Just trust Chu Ge's level, Wan Zijian said. Despite saying that, Wan Zijian could not help but be worried by what Panda said. For such an important chapter, Chu Ge would not drop the chain, would he? At this moment, Chu Ge did not have any chains in his eyes. In his heart, this book no longer existed. His fingers seemed to jump unconsciously, objectively restoring the scene of that world in the document one by one. His eyes looked through the screen and clearly saw, amidst the layers of mist and under the moonlight of midnight, countless green peaks and a gathering of thousands. After a long period of open strife and secret maneuvers, the righteous and demonic sides had formed a stalemate. Each occupied half of the mountain, but neither had any intention of fighting. The atmosphere was silent and solemn. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the central main peak, and on the 2 mountain paths facing north and south where 2 figures were slowly climbing. Qiu Wuji and Yan Qianlie simultaneously refrained from using any flying artifacts or techniques. They just walked slowly upward from the foot of the mountain. From the moment the moon was obscured by the summit, to when it gradually revealed its full appearance, the mountain reached its end. The crowds on the surrounding side peaks looked down like ants. Their duel would signify the power balance of the righteous and demonic paths of the 9 provinces' immortal path. It would also announce whose hegemony was determined from this moment on. The 2 of them stepped onto the summit under the moon almost at the same time. They stood far apart and smiled. Yan Qianlie threw a wine jar from afar. 100 ghosts gather together to accompany Sect Master Qiu in drinking, he shouted. Qiu Wuji took it smoothly and smiled slightly. With the sky high and the sea wide, 10,000 miles of clear autumn, what ghosts are there, she replied. After saying that, she smashed open the mud seal, looked up, drank a mouthful, and smashed it to the ground casually. Under the moonlight, the waves of wine circles rippled and dissipated, like autumn water connecting to the sky, sweeping away the demonic atmosphere. Even if there are, they are swept away with one stroke. What is there to talk about, she said. Chapter 127. Yan Qianlie watched her with a glint of appreciation. Their paths diverged, yet respect grew within him. She possessed a regal poise, a biting pride, and she had outmaneuvered him repeatedly in the shadows during the past several months. To those on the demonic path, all female cultivators were nothing more than cauldrons for the taking. Yan Qianlie walked the path of blood and rage. He had long abandoned lust, but his deeply rooted contempt for women remained. He had never considered Qiu Wuji a worthy opponent. He assumed her fame stemmed merely from hypocritical righteous men who slobbered over pretty faces, puffing each other up to make her seem stronger than she was. Now he understood. Qiu Wuji was a true top-tier cultivator, the strongest opponent he had ever encountered in his life. He needed to strike at her Dao heart from a different angle if he wanted to win. He asked if she realized that her full force deployment was exactly the trap he had laid for her. Qiu Wuji offered a faint smile. She replied that he had surely planted some pawns to ambush Cloud Ridge Mountain, but she asked if he realized her sect had been secretly training new arts. Shadows and illusions intertwined. Even if he went there himself, he might not find the path to breach their gate. Yan Qianlie paused. Qiu Wuji asked him with a calm voice if he felt confused about where the boneless elder had gone recently. Yan Qianlie dismissed it, claiming the withered bones in the grave were nothing to fear, as he had his own arrangements. Qiu Wuji pointed out that while he paid attention to the boneless elder, he had not been concerned about the poison hand demon lord. Yan Qianlie laughed. He called him a stray dog whose primordial spirit had escaped. Qiu Wuji replied that she had a very promising disciple named Chu Ge. Yan Qianlie nodded. He had heard of him. The man was unyielding with extraordinary fortune. He had attained a golden core at a young age. Many of their operations had failed because of him. Cloud Ridge Sect was truly a place of gifted individuals. Qiu Wuji continued. Alone, Chu Ge might just be a junior worth praising in his eyes. Alone, the Poison Hand Demon Lord was just a stray dog. But when Chu Ge took the primordial spirit of the Poison Hand Demon Lord to sneak into his 9-burn altar, he might want to consider what reaction their cooperation would produce. Yan Qianlie's expression shifted slightly. The autumn water condensing green sword leaped from its scabbard. Rippling divine light illuminated the night. Qiu Wuji pointed her sword. She preferred to enjoy the battle against an evenly matched opponent. External distractions only mudded the mind. She admired his purgatory flame and asked for his instruction. Yan Qianlie wondered if this woman was a bit sinister. She said all the good and bad things. Was this how her master taught her to be on the righteous path? The thought passed. A heroic spirit surged in Yan Qianlie's heart. He pushed the external distractions aside and laughed loudly. He told her she was worthy of being Qiu Wuji, and told her to take his punch. A violent, unparalleled fist of flame tore through the air. A fire dragon roared, hideous and fierce. The ground several yards away scorched black wherever the fire dragon passed. Qiu Wuji's figure blurred. Autumn water merged into the night sky. It seemed as if Qiu Wuji was everywhere. Rippling light drowned the flames. A brilliant sword glow bloomed under the bright moon. Piercing sword intent cut through the night and tore through the fire. The onlookers who praised the water and fire battle suddenly remembered that Qiu Wuji was not a water attribute cultivator. She was a sword cultivator. The strongest, sharpest sword that broke everything. The entire mountain peak exploded. A black flame spiraled into the sky. Dark night. Black flame. A dark aura, twisting and chaotic. Cultivators watching from a distance could no longer see the scene at the center of the battle. They could only see a brilliant sword light erupting in the darkness, like an eternal moon that never fell in the night sky. Moonlight washed over the world like water, connecting the mountains and the water to the far reaches of the sky. As a cultivation novel, Chu Ge wrote detailed fight scenes. This chapter did not finish the battle. He chose a point to cut the chapter. The readers felt both satisfied and furious. They had put down the heavy stone in their hearts, feeling the climax was well written. At the same time, they were angry that the shortcutter G was getting worse. Why cut the chapter in the middle of a fight? Chu Ge was not cutting the chapter on purpose this time. His eyes were heavier than ever before. He reviewed the fight scenes he had written to see if there were differences from what he had just seen. Differences in details were normal, especially regarding Qiu Wuji. Since she had truly perceived reality, many of her actions no longer followed his writing. Chu Ge was used to this. But what if Yan Qianlie had different details too? Was it the butterfly effect caused by Qiu Wuji's differences? Or was Yan Qianlie naturally choosing differently to respond to Qiu Wuji's changed offense? Or was Yan Qianlie beginning to show signs of breaking free from the heavenly Tao? This required observation. Yan Qianlie's level and standard meant that if he had already noticed the existence of the heavenly Tao, attempting to break free was normal. If Qiu Wuji could do it, Yan Qianlie had a certain possibility of doing it too. He had not noticed it on weekdays. In this life and death duel, did it show? Could the outcome avoid following what was written and spiral out of control? Chu Ge slowly wrote the new chapter on the document. His spirit was tight. He did not let go of anything in the intertwining of sword light and fire within the black flame. Powerful cultivators could not see the details. They were clear to him. In the fire, Yan Qianlie whispered that she had often traveled with a wandering soul in recent days, disappearing to unknown places. He thought she might have delayed her cultivation. He did not expect that upon meeting this time, her cultivation would be more solid and refined. Every change was in her heart, like the moon reflecting in water. Qiu Wuji swung her sword to break the fire. She said they were the same. His precision was also beyond her expectations. Yan Qianlie revealed a strange look in his eyes, both excited and ferocious. He said her myriad phenomenon shadows were things that completely detached from the concept of the Cloud Ridge sect. No one in the world would think of it. He did not know if the Heavenly Tao thought of it either. She was breaking free from it, right? Qiu Wuji's expression tightened. Inside Yan Qianlie's black flame, a trace of white appeared. White flame. It attached to Qiu Wuji's sword body, burning and spreading. It melted iron silently. In the blink of an eye, it invaded Qiu Wuji's meridians, along the autumn water condensing green sword, which should have isolated all fire. Yan Qianlie roared toward the sky, asking if the Heavenly Tao knew the things he practiced. He roared that he would control his own fate, and told heaven to go to hell. White flame soared, replacing the night. Qiu Wuji vomited a mouthful of blood and stumbled back in horror. She could suppress this white flame. What really made her heart tremble and panic was that Yan Qianlie had discovered it. How could he discover it? This trembling in her mindset was the cause of failure in a battle of this level. How could Yan Qianlie miss this opportunity? He let out a wild roar. Terrifying heat waves rushed to the sky. The entire green peak turned into nothingness. Qiu Wuji, in the center of the raging fire, could only deploy defenses and flee the center where the temperature was highest. Firelight flashed. Yan Qianlie had already blocked her path of retreat. His eyes were full of bloodthirsty violence. He told her to stay. The demon hand turned into a fist. The terrifying heat was about to slam into Qiu Wuji's back. Divine light flashed in Qiu Wuji's eyes. She spun in mid-air. The half-broken autumn water condensing green sword stabbed into the center of the fist. The sky collapsed and the earth roared. 100 miles of green peaks turned into ruins. Qiu Wuji wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She looked determined. She told him that he could not escape. Yan Qianlie was about to mock her when his heart suddenly tightened. The white flame he had worked so hard to practice degenerated for no reason. It rapidly turned back into the original black flame, and became much weaker. An irresistible pressure descended. The Heavenly Tao was correcting the direction of the world. Erase the super plot cultivation method that should not exist. This did not seem to cause damage to Yan Qianlie on the surface, but it was fatal in a battle. It was like swinging a sword at someone, thinking it could cut iron like mud, only for it to break suddenly. The reaction at that moment was a weakness for anyone. Sun Ce died because of this. Yan Qianlie too. With a squelch, the autumn water condensing green sword stabbed heavily into Yan Qianlie's heart. The flames stopped. 100 miles were peaceful. With a violent roar, the flame primordial spirit fled. Qiu Wuji vomited blood. She was powerless to pursue, and did not bother to chase. She looked up at the moon. It was as if she could see the smiling face in the moon. Chu Ge saved the document. He published the chapter, which was completely different from the actual battle process. He wore a relaxed smile on his face. He told himself he had said he could help her with one strike. He told her not to underestimate the enemy, or he would spank her when she returned. Chapter 128. Chu Ge finished speaking, appearing casual. He did not wait for Qiu Wuji's response. His consciousness snapped back, leaving him physically drained. He abandoned all concerns regarding reader feedback on the climax. For the first time in his life, he collapsed onto his bed in broad daylight. The moment his head hit the pillow, he drifted into a deep, unconscious sleep. This intervention via the sky-changing earth-striking great method was active. It was fundamentally different from his previous passive interference, and the cost was exponentially higher. Despite the exhaustion, a hum of excitement remained. It was not just the godlike power to influence the world, but the critical fact that he had been able to assist Qiu Wuji. The anxiety that had lingered in his heart finally dissipated. Chu Ge slept soundly, relieved that the weight had been lifted from his chest. As for Yan Qianlie's escape, that was inevitable. An opponent of that caliber would not die in a simple duel. There remained vast potential for future conflicts, perhaps involving the lands across the sea. The mode of his escape differed slightly from the original design, but that did not matter. There was no energy left to analyze it. He drifted further into slumber. In the world of the book, Qiu Wuji stood silently. Her face bore the pallor of injury, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Yet, a strange expression lingered upon her features, a mix of indignation and joy, tinged with the red flush of shyness. Bystanders misinterpreted it as humiliation from her near defeat, coupled with the joy of victory. No one dared to capitalize on her injury. Yan Qianlie's defeat sounded the horn for the righteous paths, offensive against the demonic. Treasures blazed with light all around. Shouts of battle shook the heavens as righteous cultivators surged forward. This marked a pivotal moment for the balance of power in this world. It symbolized the establishment of the Cloud Ridge Sect's hegemony, and the beginning of Qiu Wuji's absolute dominion over the 9 provinces. Far away at the Fire Prison Sect, a brilliant feather of fire pierced through the depths of the earth, shooting straight into the sky. Its gorgeous light cut through the night and fell into the hands of Qiu Wuji, 10,000 miles away. The Heavenly Tao contract was completed by force. Only then did people recall that the duel between Qiu Wuji and Yan Qianlie had been sparked solely by the pursuit of this vermilion bird feather. The divide between righteous and demonic, the power of hegemony, had all been triggered by a tiny feather, leading to a series of upheavals. In truth, Qiu Wuji had never desired such a development. Initially, she had only wanted to exchange the feather to set up the 4 symbols formation. If Yan Qianlie had been willing to negotiate honestly instead of plotting schemes in the shadows, none of this would have happened. It was all a tiresome mess. Perhaps Yan Qianlie was not entirely to blame. It was the predetermined plot set by a certain father god. Qiu Wuji gazed in the direction Yan Qianlie had fled. A flicker of sympathy appeared in her eyes. Beneath the heavenly Tao, both of them were merely pieces that could not escape the board. Yan Qianlie had sensed the truth and struggled against it, but his efforts were in vain. The heavenly Tao had intervened personally to suppress potential variables. She fared no better. When she returned, she would likely be spanked. In reality, had Chu Ge not intervened, Qiu Wuji did not believe she would have lost. She still possessed hidden trump cards. Of course, the battle might have been far more grueling, and there was no need to gamble. Still, the fact that he had stepped in to help warmed her heart. Qiu Wuji knew that regardless of his desire to correct the plot, his concern for her safety took precedence. He had reminded her repeatedly, terrified that something might go wrong. This intervention must have drained him significantly. She gazed at the moon, her thoughts drifting into a daze. To onlookers, it appeared as though she ignored the chaos and spreading flames in the distance, standing in silent contemplation of the moon with an air of absolute composure. Sect Master. The elders flew toward her. Their eyes were filled with awe and reverence as they bowed. You are injured, and this place is chaotic. Please return to the sect to recover. Qiu Wuji nodded. She did not attempt to feign strength. People's hearts are unpredictable, she whispered. We cannot trust them completely. Elder Zhou, provide protection for me. Escort me back to the section. Yes. Even though she spoke in a weak voice, the listeners felt an inherent authority that compelled them to obey without question. The shift in psychology was immediate. Another elder asked in a low voice. The Sect Master has defeated Yan Qianlie, and the Fire Prison sect has lost its morale. Shall we mobilize our forces to finish them in one stroke? Please instruct us. Qiu Wuji remained indifferent. If you do not kill the snake, you will suffer its bite. Rally the righteous allies immediately. Launch a war of extermination against the Fire Prison sect. As for Yan Qianlie, please track his whereabouts. We obey the Sect Master's command. The group bowed in unison. Qiu Wuji was escorted by her most loyal confidants into the heavily guarded secret grounds of her own sect to enter seclusion and heal. Elder Zhou offered a word of caution. During your previous seclusions, you were accustomed to letting your soul wander. This time, please be more careful. It is better to concentrate your spirit. Qiu Wuji flushed slightly. Her neck stiffened as she retorted. Who let their soul wander? I did not. He wishes. Let him wait. Elder Zhou stood silent, his expression blank. What are you talking about? Chu Ge slept until the middle of the night. He woke up starving and went to grind soy milk for himself. Ever since Qiu Wuji arrived, instant noodles had vanished from the rental apartment. She rarely ate snacks like biscuits, so there were none in the house. He searched for a long time. With a snap of his fingers, he crept into her room to steal milk candies. Qiu was the best. Even when she was not here, her milk candies still nourished the hungry Chu Ge. She was injured and had gone into seclusion. According to habit, when she went into seclusion, her soul projection should emerge. Perhaps he could wait for her in the morning to eat breakfast together. Chu Ge sipped his soy milk contentedly and sat back at the computer to check the status of the new chapter in the backend. The volume of comments and book reviews was explosive. He could not scroll through the backend page quickly enough. A rough scan revealed mostly praise. The tips seemed to have increased significantly, and he had gained several more alliance leaders. This result was not unexpected. It was normal. In this book, various powers vied for supremacy, and combat was the central theme. A duel that had been foreshadowed for hundreds of thousands of words would be a perfect climax, provided the writing captured the process with brilliance, the bystanders reacted with sufficient shock, and the atmosphere was rendered effectively. That the readers loved it after such long anticipation was natural. Although the actual battle had not unfolded that way, it did not matter. A novel was, after all, a novel. Chu Ge had always been aware of this. Ever since the autobiography of Qiu was published, he knew he had to distinguish his writing from the reality that had occurred. Sometimes, he amused himself by wondering how the readers would react if they could watch a live stream of the book world. Would they rage that it did not match the original work? It was an entertaining thought, but a live stream of the world within the book was impossible to share. Even he found it difficult to watch. For instance, he longed to know the extent of Qiu Wuji's injuries, but no matter how much he worried, it was useless. He could not see her for the time being. Even after a long sleep, the aftereffects of the sky-changing earth-striking great method had not dissipated. His brain still throbbed. He could not risk using it a second time. Chu Ge sighed, silently took out the sea sand, pressed it against his brow, gripped the clam pearl in his hand, and began to cultivate. He had to recover as quickly as possible to see Qiu and see if he could help her. Perhaps because this method of training through extreme ability usage was truly effective, Chu Ge inspected his soul sea. Although the exhaustion had not vanished, his soul felt stronger and more solid. If he were to test his mental strength now, he would be a stable level 5, perhaps even level 6. He did not know how that compared to the immortal cultivation standards, but he believed that using the sky-changing earth-striking great method to intervene in the world would be easier in the future. This was visible progress. Chu Ge quietly cycled his golden bell shield technique for 36 rotations. He opened his eyes, and the sky was already bright. He peeked into Qiu Wuji's room. She had not arrived. Unease began to gnaw at him. He tried to communicate with the world using his slightly recovered spirit, and sensed a vague response. Qiu Wuji's injuries were not serious. If you are unhurt, why have you not emerged? It was not as if the world had obstructed him. His perception remained clear, and everything seemed unchanged. Chu Ge scratched his head and opened the document to write the new chapter. He intentionally added a line to the new chapter. While Qiu Wuji was healing, she recalled that she had not let her soul wander for a long time. Should she go out and see how things were outside? In the secret chamber where Qiu Wuji was in seclusion, she was healing with closed eyes. Her eyebrows twitched, then she forced them to calm down. Stop stuffing things into my body. Bah. Chu Ge waited in anticipation at the computer. Qiu Wuji still did not appear. He thought for a moment and added another line. Qiu Wuji thought, a madman like Yan Qianlie who shows no respect for the heavenly Tao deserves this defeat. The heavenly Tao is watching you. Qiu Wuji's eyebrows twitched again. I am trying to heal. Stop passing notes. If you keep watching me, be careful or I will beat you. Chu Ge sat in silence, arms crossed. He had a guess as to what was happening. Did she feel ashamed to face him after being reminded repeatedly, and nearly failing? Or was she hiding because she was afraid of being spanked? Chu Ge felt a mix of annoyance and amusement. She complained about him passing notes. Great Sect Master Qiu, whose name shook the world. Are you just a little girl who has run away from home? Chapter 129. Chu Ge realized Qiu Wuji was merely acting coquettish rather than facing any real danger, so his urgency vanished. He leisurely updated the chapter, and chatted with the readers in the group for a while. He mentioned that there might be fewer updates today, while he sorted out the outline for the next arc. Under the flood of supportive and understanding comments, the author retreated into his private sanctuary. He had not visited the Black Room for a few days. He once thought Zhongyi stayed there permanently, but later learned that was not the case. Zhongyi moved like a ghost, appearing and vanishing without a trace. The only true regulars were the chef couple, who ran the restaurant nearby, and Panda, who operated a gold farming studio within the room. After being thoroughly humiliated by Rong Fu, the chef couple had less desire to sabotage their competitors, and more drive to exercise. As Chu Ge walked in, he spotted the two of them jogging. They seemed quite diligent. When they spotted Chu Ge wearing his third brother mask, they waved a greeting. Chu Ge waved back, choosing not to interrupt their workout. Panda, however, reacted differently. The chubby man scanned Chu Ge from head to toe, then glanced back at the message he had just posted in the group chat. He had written that it was only right for Chu Ge to organize the outline, and that it did not matter if he did not update today. Panda silently deleted the message, and replaced it with a new one. Short little G has no humanity. Panda, you are the only one here, Chu Ge asked, leaning his head over. Where is Zhongyi? Panda deliberately left the chat window open, letting the author see the anticipation from the readers. He squinted at Chu Ge. Brother Zhong does not come here often. Third brother, are you very free? It is broad daylight, yet you ran over here. Do you not have work to do? Chu Ge stroked his chin beneath the mask. Is slacking off at work not the norm? You are watching me more intensely than a capitalist. Panda endured the insult, gritting his teeth. How are you able to say that while staring directly at my screen? The author chuckled. Oh, you are idling away, hanging out in an unrelated fan group, yet you criticize me? Panda slammed the table, his keyboard clattering loudly. He stared at the screen, veins bulging in his neck. You call this an unrelated fan group? Damn you. He paused, realizing the group was indeed dedicated to his own book. Never mind. He could not outmatch the thick, impervious skin on this man's face. Panda rolled his eyes. You have not been here in a while. I thought your exercise phase was just a passing fad, and that you had given up. What are you here for today? I need to test my mental strength. Is that machine fixed? Panda brightened. Is that all? That means you will be finished and gone very soon, right? Chu Ge replied. Since I am already here, I should obviously get a workout in before leaving. Panda nearly punched him in the face. Chu Ge looked at him strangely. Fatty, you are acting weird today. You are so eager to chase me away. Did you make a date with a girl? There is no need to hide it from your brother. Let me help you vet her. Forget it. Panda spoke with irritation. As a Kyokia candy, I will never betray Kyokia. Chu Ge stumbled, nearly losing his footing. Seeing his reaction, Panda felt a sudden surge of satisfaction. He smiled sweetly. Go up and test it. I will help you switch on the instrument. Panda was not entirely sure why the machine broke last time. He silently bet that since this guy played at being impervious to weapons, his mental strength would barely reach 1 star. He was a 3-star expert, after all. He planned to find a way to use mental communication to torture him later. That would teach him not to update the book. The machine beeped. Panda activated the instrument. Chu Ge put on the helmet with practiced ease. He had experience now. He knew to focus and restrain his spirit, not letting it radiate toward the world inside the book. He simply needed to use his mental energy to resist the electrical pressure of the machine. Panda watched, wide-eyed, as the stars on the machine lit up one by one. 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars. It continued climbing to 6.5 stars, and only stopped near 7 stars. Panda was dumbfounded. The machine only measured up to 12 stars, which meant the strongest known mental strength was 12 stars. Yet, this muscle-bound brute had effortlessly reached nearly 7 stars right in front of him. How was it? Chu Ge took off the helmet and leaned over to check. Not even 7 stars. That is still a bit weak. Panda twitched, suppressing the urge to throw a punch. Yes, you need to work harder. Maybe focusing on work increases mental strength? Chu Ge nodded in agreement. You are so diligent at gold farming, Fatty. Your mental strength must be very high, right? Panda remained expressionless. Zhong Yi arrived just then. He walked upstairs and pulled Chu Ge aside. Zhang Qiren has gone to Japan. Did you know? Chu Ge nodded. I know. It happened the day before yesterday. He sent me a message before he left. The case of the Wang family has not been closed yet, but the tree has fallen, and the monkeys have scattered. Now Zhang Qiren's brother, Zhang Xiren, is effectively the king of the underground. He is surrounded by followers and looks quite powerful. Are you interested in taking him down? Chu Ge studied Zhong Yi. Was it your suggestion that Qiren go abroad? Yes. Is this to prepare for dealing with the Zhang family later? That is not it. Come to think of it, if the Zhang family collapses, Zhang Qiren might actually avoid a disaster by being abroad. Chu Ge tilted his head and sighed. I will not participate in this matter. Yu Ying is in Nanjiang now. With her there, the Zhang family is nothing more than chickens and dogs. It just depends on how far you want to push them. Zhong Yi nodded. Fine. Rest more. I will ask if anyone else in the black room wants to get involved. Chu Ge had only mentioned exercising to make small talk, so he did not intend to stay. He prepared to take his leave. Suddenly, he remembered something and grabbed Zhong Yi. Are you familiar with the Shanjian tea house? Zhong Yi paused. I know it. Why? Is it reliable? Is there anything off about it? No. Zhong Yi smiled. That place is fine. They are honest business people. I often go there to buy tea. Since you ask, I assume you found their tea set interesting, right? Exactly. Chu Ge let out a breath of relief. Shanjian Tea House was the home of Zhu Mengmeng, the friend Qiu Wuji had made. Since the items sold their possessed spiritual energy, Chu Ge had been unable to shake his worry, always fearing it was some other strange person. Since Zhong Yi was an off-the-books government agent, his word provided a bit of peace of mind. That runaway woman was truly making her father worry. She needed to come home immediately. Chu Ge rode his electric scooter home, deep in thought. Panda had been grieved prematurely. Chu Ge had not actually come out to slack off. He had two goals. One was to test his mental strength, and the other was to get some fresh air and clear his head. One could not sit before a computer while writing. He did need to plan the plot for the new volume. It would revolve around the shifting landscape of the 9 provinces following Yan Qianlie's defeat. In the short term, there would be a massive trend of the righteous path hunting down demons, and the demonic path rising to resist. There were many stories to tell. Chu Tianji and others had many brilliant moments, and a batch of demonic heroes would emerge. An ensemble cast was just like that. Upon arriving home, Chu Ge opened the document. He tidied up the plot arrangement and the key milestones, and then his thoughts turned to Qiu again. One typical change in this new volume compared to the previous one was that Qiu Wuji's screen time would decrease. She was now a supreme hegemon, a legendary figure, who did not need to appear in too many scenes. Of course, she would still need to show up from time to time, or the Qiu candies would revolt. Her primary plot line would involve the 4 symbols formation, which still lacked the final component, the white tiger's fangs. The black tortoise shell fragment was her own possession. The azure dragon scale had been obtained from the battle against the poison hand demon lord in the 10,000 snake cave. The vermilion bird feather had just been acquired. The 4 symbols formation was missing only the item of the white tiger. The legend in the pugilistic world was that it was a fang. There was no news of its location yet, making it Qiu Wuji's main target for the coming period. Of course, Chu Ge knew where the object was. He did not want her to see this part of the outline, or she would simply go and fetch it, and the plot would become a complete mess. In fact, Chu Ge did not want her to see the plot at all in the future. The battle with Yan Qianlie had sounded an alarm for him. Perhaps Qiu Wuji did not have the blind confidence that she would definitely win just because he wrote it. She was still very serious when facing enemies, but she would inevitably hold the assumption that she had seen it all and was familiar with her opponent's tricks. Once a variable appeared outside the plot, such as those white flames, she would inevitably be caught off guard. This trap would easily be triggered again in the future, because it was a matter of human nature. It was best to cut off this possibility and stop letting her read. Fortunately, he had not organized most things when he reorganized the outline before. Now that he was effectively rewriting it, Qiu Wuji did not know about most of the events. He would keep it that way. The document would be encrypted, and she would be forbidden from reading it in the future. With Qiu Wuji's reduced screen time, she would have more time here. He chuckled. The plan was solid. The stubborn girl needed to hurry back. He missed her. Chu Ge finished organizing the document, closed his eyes, and attempted to use the sky-changing earth-striking great method again to locate Qiu Wuji. Blood and fire reddened the sky. Shouts of slaughter, curses, and screams drifted into the distance, hazy and remote. Chu Ge's consciousness swept past indifferently, like the eternal heavenly Tao watching the lives and deaths of all beings, ripples absent from his mind. His consciousness traveled across the landscape, entering Cloudridge Mountain, which was surrounded by shadows. He traversed the green hills and arrived at Qiu Wuji's secret chamber. Qiu Wuji opened her eyes suddenly, her slender hand instinctively reaching for her sword hilt. She watched, wide-eyed, as Chu Ge's projection appeared before her. They stared at each other in silence. It is you. Qiu Wuji pouted. Come home. The heavenly Tao projection said. Qiu Wuji flipped the heavenly Tao projection over and struck its backside repeatedly with her scabbard. How dare you spy on me? Chu Ge, stunned by this preemptive strike, let out a loud shout. You say Yan Qianlie does not respect the heavenly Tao, but the person who desecrates it most in this world is clearly you, Qiu Wuji. Frustrated and furious, Chu Ge focused his will, attempting to strip the laws of physics from this space. Qiu Wuji widened her eyes. She felt the strength vanish from the hand she was using to strike him. The heavenly Tao struck back. He flipped the world-renowned Sect Master Qiu over, and a large hand landed with a slap. I will let you know what is called heavenly punishment. The sound of the slap was crisp. The echoes rippled, bouncing back and forth. The air turned silent. Both of them froze. After several seconds, Chu Ge stealthily moved the palm he had pressed against her, lingering on the sensation. He coughed. So, do you think it is better to hide here, or outside? Qiu Wuji flew into a rage. The next moment, the Chu Ge sitting before his computer had his ears yanked. You really dared to hit my backside. You are vile. Chapter 130. Chu Ge did not rise, despite Qiu Wuji's tight grip on his ear. He tilted his head, watching her simmering fury with a crooked, amused smile. Qiu Wuji's chest heaved. She bit her lip, and her eyes burned with such intensity that it seemed she might incinerate him on the spot. She gritted her teeth and hissed. You. Chu Ge spoke in a lazy, unbothered tone. You strike me, and you say nothing of impropriety. But when I retaliate, suddenly I am the one acting lewdly. Is this a strike born of 10,000 years of cultivation? Qiu Wuji blinked. She had forgotten that she was the one who had subconsciously initiated the physical confrontation to preemptively strike him. Well, I can do it, but you cannot. She began to act stubborn, refusing to yield. Chu Ge stood up and turned his back to her. If you want to touch so badly, then go ahead. The moment his backside was exposed, Qiu Wuji could not resist. She lashed out with a kick, sending Chu Ge flying onto the bed, where he remained face down and motionless. My apologies, Qiu Wuji said. Your posture was simply too inviting to ignore. Chu Ge did not move. He eventually rolled over and sat on the edge of the bed, eyeing her from top to bottom. Sect Master Qiu, you have become quite capable now. Daring to run away from home, are we? Qiu Wuji pulled a stern face and stepped back, her gaze darting away. Do you know that you were wrong? Chu Ge asked, his expression hardening. Where exactly did you go wrong? Qiu Wuji continued to retreat. Her confidence had evaporated. He had helped her, and it was no exaggeration to say he had saved her. Without his intervention, she might not have survived the hegemony of the 9 provinces, let alone the victory. If she had been more severely injured, the situation would have been disastrous. This all happened despite his repeated warnings not to be careless or underestimate her opponent. He had fretted over her like an old father, time and time again. Qiu Wuji felt humiliated. She could not bear to face him, and worse, she felt an itch on her backside, as if a spanking were well deserved. That was why she had run away. Seeing her uncharacteristic cowardice, as she carefully stepped back, Chu Ge felt a swell of amusement. He kept his face stern. Why are you retreating? Can I possibly be more terrifying than Yan Qianlie? He could kill, but what can I do? Come here. Qiu Wuji thought that he was far more terrifying than Yan Qianlie, mainly because he could devour her whole. Guilt overcame her. Qiu Wuji walked toward him, pouting slightly. You are not allowed to hit me. Then do you know that you were wrong? I know, my master. Qiu Wuji finally softened. I read too much of the plot and assumed I understood all his methods. Now I realize that I can perceive truth, but so can he. I cannot view him with old eyes, which led to my misjudgment. It is not a good thing that I read the plot. Chu Ge continued to assert his husbandly authority. I am not talking about that. I am talking about the fact that to help a young, immature girl, I exhausted my mental energy and nearly fainted, only to be rewarded by being avoided and having my companion run away. Qiu Wuji, you are heartless. Qiu Wuji went silent. She found it hard to believe he had nearly fainted from exhaustion. Still, it was probably close enough to the truth, even if it was slightly exaggerated. He was new to the sky-changing earth-striking great method, and observing the world already gave him a headache, let alone suppressing Yan Qianlie or modifying the plot. He must have been exhausted. Regret settled in her chest. She mumbled, fine. I will boil chicken soup for you today to make amends. Chu Ge kept his face straight. Is it the chicken soup I want? Sit over here. Qiu Wuji sat on the edge of the bed, a foot away from him. She watched him warily. You are not allowed to hit my backside. Chu Ge laughed and cleared his throat. Why would I hit you? Look at how hard your master has worked. Do you not think you should massage my shoulders? So, this had been his goal all along after all the fuss. Qiu Wuji felt a mix of laughter and tears. If this was his original intention, compared to the threat of a spanking, it really was nothing at all. Especially if he truly had fainted from exhaustion. She hesitated, then pouted and reached out her hands. Turn around. Chu Ge hid his laughter and turned his back. Qiu Wuji dutifully began to massage his shoulders. She spoke in a gentle, hushed tone. There, look at you, acting like a child who has been bullied and wants compensation. Who is the child here? Chu Ge thought, though he realized they were both acting the part. He decided to let it go. His dream of having Kaiokyu massage his shoulders had finally come true, and it felt incredible. Her understanding of human muscles and meridians surpassed everyone else on Earth. The sensation was indescribable. It was sheer bliss. The psychological victory felt even better. The hegemon of the immortal path, who had just defeated a powerful enemy and commanded the awe of the 9 provinces, was now acting like a wrong little wife, massaging his shoulders. This was not about original intentions. This was about training. How else would he maintain his authority? Qiu Wuji spoke as she worked. You must not fill your head with thoughts of tricking women into massaging your shoulders. You should seriously consider that since Yan Qianlie discovered the heavenly Tao and attempted to break free, there might be others like him. You must be careful not to crash your own car. Chu Ge replied. Is the person most determined to challenge the heavenly Tao and make me crash, not you. Qiu Wuji paused. Chu Ge continued. Actually, in a sense, you and Yan Qianlie are allies. You are both challenging me, the great boss, trying to break free from these shackles and seize your own destinies. You want the sky to be high and the sea to be wide. Qiu Wuji massaged his shoulders in silence. She whispered, that is true. They sat in silence for a long time. Finally, Qiu Wuji muttered, it is not my fault that this big boss is so annoying. The implication was clear. It was not her fault that this big boss was so good he had managed to turn her against herself. Chu Ge pretended not to understand. He sighed. I am wronged. I am being called a boss, but I am just a writer trying to make money. Whom have I offended? Qiu Wuji nodded. From his perspective, it truly was an unprovoked disaster. Who could have imagined that writing a novel would lead to the world becoming real, the characters rebelling, and him being forced to change the plot with a sword held against his neck? Chu Ge leaned back with a weary expression. Qiu Wuji did not refuse. She let him rest against her body as she moved to massage his temples. Chu Ge leaned into her, feeling the comfort, but he had no mind to enjoy the sweetness. He whispered, Qiu, I am conflicted. I am not some great boss trying to manipulate the joy and anger of others. It is not just about you, but even with Yan Qianlie, I feel that wanting to break free is entirely justified. If I put myself in their shoes, no one could tolerate this. Yet, you and I both feel that if things fall apart completely, I might suffer the consequences. At the very least, my current mental strength cannot withstand such chaos or collapse. Qiu Wuji hummed in agreement. It was precisely because of this premonition that she dared not alter the plot recklessly, such as running off to kill Chu Tianji. She had thought of it, but she dared not act on it. Killing him would likely not just be about ending his life. It would be about killing Chu Ge. The most probable outcome would be the descent of the heavenly Tao to execute corrections, resulting in a duel between her and Chu Ge. One of them would certainly perish. She could not do that. She could control herself, carefully attempting to change things from the fringes, but others would not have her restraint. To others, caution was merely about avoiding detection by the heavenly Tao. Once they felt they had the ability to challenge it, their first instinct would be to tear the sky apart. That was beyond doubt. So, you and I were originally enemies, Qiu Wuji whispered. The god who creates the world and the cultivator who wants to grasp her own destiny. In the stories of others, this is a tale of man conquering heaven. In truth, you have been helping me challenge yourself all along. I hate that kind of melodrama. I am a writer of light novels, not here to struggle with philosophy, Chu Ge said with certainty. I am convinced that in essence, there is no conflict between us. We can coexist. The only problem is that the timeline was advanced, causing some trouble. Once we reach a certain point, the world can run on its own. By then, the creator god can retire, and I can fly away with my Qiu. Qiu Wuji snapped. Ah, who is flying away with you? Are you still dreaming? She continued to let him lean on her, massaging his temples while saying this, but she found her own words unconvincing. In a fit of annoyance and embarrassment, she pushed him away. Is that enough? Go eat. Chu Ge sat up straight and looked at her earnestly. Qiu, it is good that you came out. I am thinking about what will happen to this world if people like Yan Qianlie manage to escape. Qiu Wuji paused, her eyes slowly widening. What should one do if the heroine runs out of a book? There seemed to be no answer, other than finding common ground and reaching a compromise. If one had the ability, one could woo the heroine and fall in love. The truly fatal situation was what would happen if the male antagonist ran out of the pages of the story. Chapter 131. I thought about it. Actually, it is not difficult to deal with if the male villain comes out. Time approached noon. Qiu Wuji did not plan to stew chicken anymore. She called for takeout, and by the way, she replaced a tank of liquefied gas. Returning to the room after making the phone call, Qiu Wuji saw Chu Ge, who still seemed to be struggling with something. She suddenly said this. Chu Ge froze, staring at her in confusion. He asked if the plan was to call the police and have the villain arrested. No, Qiu Wuji replied seriously. You can modify the settings to turn him into a girl, or modify his personality to turn him into a man interested in men. You can use your advantages. Chu Ge looked at her with an odd expression. He muttered that this would just lead to them killing each other while living under the same roof. Qiu Wuji gave a cold laugh. She asked if he had been writing too many harem novels and demanded to know what was running through his mind. Chu Ge retorted in frustration. He told her that he was the one who wanted to ask what was in her head, and reminded her firmly that he was not interested in men. Qiu Wuji fixed him with a dangerous stare. She snarled that she did not care either way. She promised that if that day came, she would take a sword and cut off both their heads to achieve true freedom. She wanted to avoid being bullied, as she was now constantly being spanked or forced to give shoulder massages. Chu Ge blinked, his frustration vanishing as he suddenly laughed. He leaned in and suggested that she could go ahead and swing that sword right now. Qiu Wuji turned her head away, humming in annoyance. She muttered that she was afraid the world might be destroyed. Are you reluctant to part with the world? Chu Ge stood up and walked over. He instinctively reached out to brush her temple. Qiu Wuji took a half step back, swatting his hand away. She asked if he had forgotten how to speak without constantly touching people. Seeing the panic in her eyes, Chu Ge softened his voice. He asked if it was possible that she was actually reluctant to part with him. Qiu Wuji grew flustered. She told him to stop being so vain, Father God. She raised a fist, threatening to hit him. She insisted that she would never be reluctant to part with him, and that it would be best if he just died. Chu Ge reached out and wrapped his hand around her small fist. He lowered his voice. He asked her if she knew why he had been so anxious and had wanted to punish her this time. Qiu Wuji pulled her wrist away, her face flushing with anger. She accused him of being nothing more than a lecher who looked for excuses to bully his little apprentice and little assistant. Chu Ge shook his head. He looked up at the ceiling, lost in thought. He told her he knew she was heading into a decisive battle, and he had been uneasy from the start. He confessed his fear that she would face such a life or death moment, that he would be unable to control the outcome, and that something would go wrong. When she returned to her world, he had spent every moment watching, worried about every variable. Qiu Wuji pursed her lips and murmured that it was not quite that exaggerated. I was so afraid something would go wrong, so I urged you repeatedly, yet it happened anyway. Even though the mistake was not due to carelessness, and it might not have been your fault, I just wanted to punish you because I had warned you so many times. Chu Ge's voice trembled. He was genuinely afraid. He looked at her and asked what he would do if something truly happened to her. Qiu Wuji's gaze softened, her eyes shimmering like autumn water, as she stared intently at his face. She thought to herself that if something really happened to her, he would just go on living his life the same way he always had. He had spent the last 20 or 30 years doing just that, so what else could he do? But she kept these words to herself. Her heart felt soft, and she found she could not bring herself to say them aloud. It was a dangerous situation, but you survived. Yan Qianlie's variable was suppressed, but you were still injured. I worried so much about your injuries. When I woke up, I reached out to the world, terrified that you might not come out, desperate to know your true condition. Chu Ge sighed softly. My spirit was exhausted, and I could not enter the world. I was frantic with worry, and had no way to help. I tried to reach you through the book, but you ignored me. Do you know how angry I was? I truly never want to experience that feeling of being separated by two worlds again. Qiu Wuji watched as he brushed her temple, and then she watched as he pulled her into a tight embrace. She heard his whisper in her ear. He told her that he was so glad she was okay, and that she had returned. Qiu Wuji closed her eyes. She remained aware of her own movements, noticing as she hugged him back and leaned her head against his chest. He held her so tightly that it felt as if he would lose her if he loosened his grip even a fraction. His heart beat rapidly against her. Thump, thump. Her own heart matched the rhythm. His scent was pleasant. She reminded herself that of course it was pleasant, since she was the one who washed his clothes. Qiu Wuji did not want to speak. Listening to his heartbeat felt like listening to his voice. His heart sounded so real. She mused that she really seemed to have fallen in love. Her arrogant heart tried to deceive itself, but it failed. It was all because he was being a rascal, writing the line, if you want to find a man, find the father god of creation. Then she had been completely captivated by this rascally father god. It was a failure of fate, not a failure of will. His head began to move again. He leaned down, grazing her cheek with his hair. A sensation like an electric shock washed over her, leaving her numb. Qiu Wuji's heart hammered, but she found herself frozen. She forgot her instincts for self-defense, and even lost the impulse to dodge. Amidst the thumping of her heart, he found her lips. As their lips touched, an electric current exploded, spreading through her entire body and paralyzing her mind. Before Qiu Wuji could react, he pressed his lips tightly against hers, kissing her with force. She could only subconsciously clench her teeth and purse her lips. Her eyes widened, and she let out a muffled sound of protest, as if warning him to stop. But even to her own ears, the sound was weak. She pushed against his chest, but her hands lacked any strength. Chu Ge's movements were clumsy, and his mind was blank. He had not planned this, but passion had taken over. In truth, he had made no psychological preparation to kiss her. It had simply happened. She did not push him away. She was really kissing him back. This was Kyokyu's first kiss, and Chu Ge's as well. Two lost and bewildered souls reacted instinctively, both of them nervous and tense, holding their breath as if in the midst of battle. The doorbell rang sharply. A voice called out that the delivery had arrived. The two separated as if they had received an electric shock, both panting heavily. They did not know whether to blame the delivery driver or thank him for giving them a moment to regain their composure. Their minds were blank. Yet, looking at Qiu Wuji's flushed face, her rosy lips, and the shimmering light in her eyes, Chu Ge felt she was the most beautiful she had ever been. Are you still not going to open the door? Qiu Wuji retorted in a flustered rage, raising a foot as if to kick him. She told him not to think that just because he looked pitiful, he could take liberties with her. Chu Ge laughed. As you wish. His mood was wonderful. The delivery driver had likely never encountered such a polite customer. Chu Ge opened the door humming a tune, smiling as he took the meal, and repeatedly thanked the driver. He even asked the driver if he wanted a piece of candy. The driver looked at him in confusion. He wondered why the man was offering candy, and asked if he was getting married. Still, he was infected by the smile, and simply said he was welcome, and asked for a good review. That goes without saying. Chu Ge opened the app, and left a 5-star review on the spot. Everything was going perfectly. He turned around to find that Qiu Wuji had already hidden in her room, and refused to come out. Time to eat. Chu Ge knocked on the door. I am not hungry. What could possibly be worth eating? Qiu Wuji shouted from inside, her voice tight with embarrassment. Chu Ge smiled and did not take offense. He opened the packaging, and remarked that the braised pork looked quite good. The door slammed open, and Qiu Wuji sat opposite him with a stoic expression. She told him that it looked quite average to her. Of course, it is not as delicious as the food my Kyoku makes. I think you are trying to delete the words the food, and just imply the maker herself. Chu Ge let out a thoughtful sound, realizing she was right. What could possibly be sweeter than Kyokyu's lips? But he decided to keep that thought to himself. Qiu Wuji grew annoyed at the sight of his smiling face. She ate her rice with a pout, finding the food lacked flavor. It is not good. I will not order takeout in the future. I will make the pork myself. Yes, yes, of course. Stop looking at my mouth while you talk. I am not a piece of pork. Chu Ge lowered his head to focus on his meal. Qiu Wuji pouted and returned to her room, feeling angry. She was not angry at Chu Ge, but at herself. How had she allowed herself to be swept away and let him succeed? Now, looking at his face made her feel embarrassed, and everything he said sounded full of ulterior motives. What was she supposed to do? After sitting at the table and thinking for a long time, Qiu Wuji sighed softly. But, being kissed by him, she had not felt repulsion. Did she really like him? But if she dared to admit she liked him, he would certainly seize the opportunity to do even more lewd things. Qiu Wuji took out her phone and messaged her best friend. Meng 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 Meng. Zhu Meng Meng replied instantly, asking what was wrong, and if she wanted to come over for tea in the afternoon, mentioning a new batch of autumn tea that had just arrived. No, Meng Meng, you have plenty of experience with men, right? Hey, we are friends, but don't go around spreading rumors, or I will sue you for defamation, and I do not have that much experience. Qiu Wuji typed back. Please, just imitate the tone of a man who makes people angry, so I can dispel this impulse to fall in love. Zhu Meng Meng was silent for a moment, then sent a flood of messages. Have you eaten yet? Go to sleep early. That thing is a bit expensive. My phone died, I just turned it on. I was thinking about you the whole time. I have things to do. I just finished. I was so tired after a busy day. I love you. How could that be? That girl is just my sister. Don't make a scene. It really was not anything. We just had a few drinks. I was drunk and talking nonsense. We are just good friends. What are you doing? I am sorry, I do not know what I did wrong. You are too good for me. I am not worthy. Okay baby, next one. Do you want more examples? Zhu Meng Meng asked. Qiu Wuji was dumbfounded. Each one of these phrases made her fists clench. The men in this world were terrifying. Zhu Meng Meng offered her wisdom. Love is war. We must ensure that these words are said by us, not by those stinking men. Whoever says it first wins. Qiu Wuji browsed through the list for a while, then suddenly laughed. She slowly replied, but Meng Meng, he has never said any of these things. Not a single one of them matches. So, are you actually helping him? Zhu Meng Meng was shocked. There are still good men like that these days? No, it is just because he has not succeeded yet. It will be different once he gets what he wants. Qiu Wuji asked, what do you mean by success? Zhu Meng Meng declared, I bet that once you live together, he will show his true colors. Live together? Qiu Wuji looked up, thinking for a long time before smiling brightly. We have been living together for a long time, and he has really never been like that. Zhu Meng Meng replied with ellipses, asking where she had bought her boyfriend, and if she could introduce her to one. Qiu Wuji leaned back in her chair and thought for a very long time, whispering to herself, then I will love him. Chapter 132. Chu Ge cheerfully packed away the takeout containers and sat back in front of the computer. He stared at the screen, but his mind was not on the outline resting before him. His thoughts drifted. He had kissed her. Her lips were sweet and soft. The memory lingered. He realized he had been so nervous he missed the chance to truly savor it. He regretted not experiencing it properly. He wondered how he could have frozen up like that after consuming so many stories. He wondered when he would get another chance. As he sat there, torn between joy and regret, a familiar fragrance drifted by. Qiu Wuji set a cup of tea beside him. She asked if he was stuck on the outline. Her voice was soft, catching him off guard. A moment ago, she had been acting aloof. She seemed uncomfortable with her own gentleness, her cheeks flushing slightly as she glanced at the document. She suggested that he should not force it if he was stuck. She added that he could discuss it with her or take a walk outside. Chu Ge considered her words. While he preferred to keep the plot details to himself, discussing the general direction to spark inspiration was perfectly fine. Qiu Wuji was a native of that world, after all. Her understanding of the landscape and the power dynamics of the sects would make her an excellent consultant. He seized the moment, carefully suggesting that they could discuss the plot while they took a walk. Qiu Wuji seemed satisfied. She had made her desire to go out less obvious. Since he had suggested it, she would reluctantly agree. Chu Ge grabbed the trash bag from the kitchen, and they headed out together. As they waited for the elevator, Qiu Wuji glanced at his hand. He understood, switching the trash bag to his other hand and taking hers. A smile curled at the corners of her lips. Inside the elevator, a strange tension filled the small space. It felt empty, yet claustrophobic, and the urge to move closer was overwhelming. They stared at the security camera above, stiff and silent. The elevator reached the floor with a ding. Qiu Wuji remarked that the floor was low. Chu Ge blinked. She tossed her ponytail, pulled him by the hand, and stepped out. She asked where they should go. Chu Ge suggested the Riverside Park. It would be quiet, and the afternoon would likely be free of crowds. Qiu Wuji remembered researching where to take a girl, and since the park was a common answer, she agreed. The park was a bit far. Chu Ge climbed onto his electric scooter. Qiu Wuji climbed on, wrapping her hands around his waist with practiced ease. Chu Ge stiffened. He had always wanted her to hold him like this, but he never dared to ask for fear of being accused of having ulterior motives. Today, she did it naturally, so naturally that he felt foolish for even questioning it. In truth, Qiu Wuji wanted to try resting her head on his back, like other girls. It felt sweet. She could not bring herself to do it yet. If he asked if she felt unwell, she would want to punch him. She kept her head up. The embrace felt comfortable. His abdominal muscles were firm. She had touched them enough to know his recent exercise was paying off. Chu Ge told her to stop touching him. She retorted that she was simply checking the results of his training. Chu Ge reminded her that she was touching him in a way that tickled, and he was trying to drive. Her face flushed a deep crimson, and she nearly pinched his side instead of petting it. Chu Ge suddenly mentioned that they should introduce Zhu Mengmeng to him sometime. Qiu Wuji grew alert, asking what he was up to. He dismissed the concern, claiming it was only natural for him to know her friends. Qiu Wuji did not question why he did not know them already. She simply asked why he had brought it up now. Chu Ge explained he had checked with Zhongyi about whether her family was reliable, and Zhongyi had confirmed they were fine. Qiu Wuji scoffed. She did not need Zhongyi to tell her who to trust. Distinguishing between malicious intent and innocence in mortals was as easy as breathing, just as she had recognized his lack of malice from the very beginning. She caught herself, falling silent mid-sentence. Being with him was complicated. It might have been easier if he had actual malice. She wondered if his constant lewd thoughts counted as malice. She recalled the time he tricked her into wearing revealing lingerie. Chu Ge, oblivious to her internal monologue, remarked that seeing her now felt like a lifetime had passed since they first met. Qiu Wuji looked at the white clouds, lost in memory. The urge to slash him with her sword had slowly transformed into this. She was sitting on the back of his scooter, holding his waist, and she was happy. She could not pinpoint when it started, and she did not need to. When it began did not matter. They arrived at the park, hand in hand. The afternoon was quiet. To Chu Ge's surprise, several couples were walking hand in hand under the trees. They blended into the scenery, just another couple in the park. Qiu Wuji seemed genuinely pleased. Small stone paths wound through the trees. The leaves had turned yellow, and a few drifted down, crunching softly under their feet. Beside them, the Nanjiang River flowed quietly toward the sea. The sunlight reflected off the water in ripples. It was autumn. Qiu Wuji had always believed that autumn belonged to her. Chu Ge agreed. The park was ordinary, but this was her season. It was the most beautiful time of year. She turned to look at him, her eyes bright with joy. He understood her better than anyone. This was a good thing. They walked in silence, enjoying the autumn breeze, the scent of the park, and the sweetness of being together. Plotting was the furthest thing from their minds. As they walked deeper, they saw couples sitting on stone benches in the shade, whispering to each other. One girl rested on a boy's shoulder, while he hesitated, looking for a chance to steal a kiss. Qiu Wuji smiled with the warmth of an elder watching youth. It was a beautiful sight. Further on, they passed another couple where the girl was resting, but the boy was occupied with his phone. Qiu Wuji curled her lip. It was a glimpse into a potential future. She wanted to tell Chu Ge that he was not allowed to do that, but the words died in her throat. She remembered how he used to be restless whenever they went out, acting as if he were sitting on pins and needles whenever they saw other couples being intimate. Chu Ge whispered that the boy on the bench was an idiot. Qiu Wuji asked what he meant. He leaned close, whispering into her ear that he thought the boy was a fool. Her ear tingled. Qiu Wuji felt a restlessness stirring within her. She teased him, asking what he would do if he were in that position. Her eyes were like shimmering water. Chu Ge felt a thirst he could not name. He dared not answer. Calling the boy an idiot was already a clear enough hint. Did he need to say he wanted to kiss her? That would only result in a slap. He bit his tongue, refusing to rise to the bait. Qiu Wuji, suppressing her own impatience, kept walking until they found an empty stone bench. She stopped and said she was tired. Chu Ge urged her to sit. The bench was long, but they sat close together, just like everyone else. Qiu Wuji asked him again what he would do. Chu Ge hesitated, shrinking back. He replied that he would kiss her. Qiu Wuji grabbed his collar. In his wide, terrified eyes, she kissed him fiercely. Chu Ge went numb. He wondered what the sect master was doing. Qiu Wuji did not know how to kiss properly. She pressed her lips against his and pulled away just as quickly. She suppressed her racing heart, stiffened her expression, and told him she found him cute, and was only playing. She added that his kiss tasted bad, and was mediocre. Chapter 133. Chu Ge glared at Qiu Wuji with resentment, though his eyes betrayed a restless longing. She was a 10,000-year-old young woman, who had actually resorted to deceiving and ambushing a 28-year-old elder like him. He had been so stunned by the suddenness that he failed to appreciate it properly. He wanted to try again. The moment had passed. Sect Master Qiu stood guard, adopting a defensive posture. She warned him that she could play, but he was not allowed to harbor any malicious intentions, or she would beat him. Chu Ge clawed at his hair. Qiu Wuji looked up at the sky. She told him it was an eye for an eye. He had ambushed her yesterday, and she had ambushed him today. They were even. Chu Ge found himself both angry and amused. He agreed. He understood that if he ambushed her again, she would simply retaliate in kind. He found the prospect strangely romantic. Qiu was quite skilled at this. Qiu Wuji noticed his expression shift from resentment to a foolish smile, and she grew uneasy. She wondered what kind of dirty schemes were swirling in that writer's mind. Sect Master Qiu decisively changed the subject and asked about the outline. Chu Ge smiled and told her he had already figured it out, and no longer needed to discuss it. Qiu Wuji looked at him, confusion in her eyes. Chu Ge told her that one kiss from Qiu immediately opened the floodgates of his inspiration. Everything in that world flowed into his heart, so there was no need for words. Qiu Wuji raised her arched brows. Chu Ge continued, saying that 2 kisses would turn the outline into a detailed plot summary, and 3 kisses. He did not finish his sentence before the dreamer was captured by his female assistant, who twisted his arms behind his back. She asked if he wanted her to throw him into the South River to wash up and calm down. Chu Ge felt a surge of indignation, and complained that she had interrupted his chance to finish the book on the spot. Qiu Wuji could neither laugh nor cry. Chu Ge told her to stop holding him, and brought up the South River. He recalled a service where people could rent small boats to drift on the water, and wondered if it still existed. Qiu Wuji asked about boating. He confirmed it. He said he had rented a small boat there to drift in his youth. It had been a long time since he had been there, and he suggested they go ask. Qiu Wuji grew interested. Her spiritual sense swept across the area, revealing people boating in the distance, and she pulled Chu Ge along to investigate. Upon arriving, they saw the rowing area had been cordoned off into a small pond, making it impossible to row anywhere else. Chu Ge sighed with regret, though he understood why. If guests drifted down the river and disappeared, the liability would be too great. He had assumed the service was gone, but the fact that it still existed was a pleasant surprise. He turned to look at Qiu Wuji, seeking her opinion. He did not know if a cultivator like her, who traveled the seas, would be interested in boating in such a small pond. Qiu Wuji was full of enthusiasm. She told him this was fun, and suggested they row the boat. Chu Ge agreed. He quickly bought tickets, they put on life jackets, and they rushed onto a small, weathered boat. A staff member nearby asked if they needed instructions. Chu Ge waved his hand with a flourish and told him it was simple. He poked the oar against the shore, and the boat darted away. The staff member clicked his tongue, impressed by the man's strength. Then, the classic scene played out. Chu Ge rowed with all his might until he was sweating, but the boat refused to move forward, spinning in circles on the spot. The staff member grinned. It did not matter. Many young couples spent the entire afternoon spinning in circles, and were perfectly happy. The smiles they shared while figuring out how to make the boat move were worth more than the rowing itself. Chu Ge felt his face heat up. He insisted that he had rowed before, and must have forgotten how after all this time. Qiu Wuji rested her chin on her hand, smiling as she watched him. She found his flustered appearance adorable. She knew how to row, having done so on lakes during her time wandering the martial arts world. After achieving success on the path of immortality, she no longer needed such things. The application of force was clear to her, and she could make the boat go wherever she pleased. However, she had no intention of taking the oars. Watching Chu Ge spin around was too much fun. She waited for him to beg. Chu Ge stubbornly insisted that rowing was a man's job. He was drenched in sweat but refused to ask for her help. He fiddled with the oars until he finally found the rhythm. He cheered when the boat began to glide forward and laughed, telling her he had told her he knew how to row. Qiu Wuji just smiled. The river breeze was refreshing, the man was cute, and the afternoon was wonderful. Chu Ge's mood brightened simply by seeing her smile. He rowed for a while longer, finding his groove. He sighed, rowed gently, and laughed, reiterating that he could do it. Qiu Wuji laughed as she told him, of course he could, her master was the best. Hearing her praise, Chu Ge felt a surge of energy, and rowed with even more vigor. The muscles in his arms bulged as he poured more strength into his strokes. The boat shot forward like an arrow, overtaking another boat nearby. The man on the other boat swore, and began to give chase. There was no point in racing. As they reached the edge of the area where layers of boys made it impossible to pass, Chu Ge sighed with regret and clumsily turned the boat around, while the others had already deftly turned and left, offering a mocking gesture. Chu Ge laughed, preparing to give chase, when he froze. Qiu Wuji leaned over from her seat, a tissue in her hand, and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. She scolded him in a playful tone, asking how old he was to be arguing about such meaningless things. She asked what he would gain even if he won. Watching her expression, the gentle wiping, and the sisterly tone, Chu Ge was mesmerized. The soft light in her eyes mirrored the shimmering river. He sat there, stunned, losing all strength to row. He let the oars dangle, indifferent to where the boat drifted. He had only argued to save face in front of the girl he liked. But was that necessary now? The sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the river that felt like an old photograph. Amidst the sparkling ripples, a woman wiped sweat from the man's forehead. Viewed from the riverbank, their silhouettes against the sunset were dim and blurred, yet their beauty seemed to belong in a painting. The old man watching them from the shore felt a sense of nostalgia. His youth, decades ago, must have been just like this. The woman put away the tissue, picked up an oar, and laughed softly. She said that she would handle the return trip. The man smiled. He said they would return hand in hand. The old man wondered if he had misheard. Could people still talk like this in the world? Were they truly people who had stepped out of a painting? He watched the man and woman paddle in unison. Chu Ge changed his style, rowing gently, and Qiu Wuji seemed to row with casual ease. Their movements achieved a rhythmic harmony that was pleasing to the eye. Chu Ge sang softly. Qiu Wuji rowed with one hand and rested her chin on the other, her beautiful eyes blinking as she watched him with a smile, finding his singing voice adorable. It was pleasant to listen to, as she had never heard him sing seriously before, only humming little tunes. She realized he could actually sing. The boat drifted in the song, circled the pond once more, and returned to the shore. The old man caught a glimpse of their faces. The man was handsome and upright, and the woman was incredibly beautiful and elegant. As they walked past him hand in hand, they truly seemed to have stepped out of a painting. It was a pity that their next words broke the mood. They discussed that it was late, they had not bought groceries, and they would not cook tonight. They agreed to eat out. Chu Ge mentioned seeing a flyer for pizza and wondered if it was good, as the picture looked like a pancake with toppings. They decided to try it, regardless of whether it was good, since she had never eaten it before. Chu Ge joked that if it was not good, he would beat her. Their voices faded into the distance. The old man watched them go, a smile appearing on his face. Youth was truly a wonderful thing. Chapter 134. This is just a large baked biscuit. Qiu Wuji sat in the restaurant, with a small napkin wrapped around her neck. She held a knife and fork, looking at the pizza with indignation. A piece of baked bread topped with ham, and some kind of strange sauce. Why must it be sold for such a high price? Chu Ge did not know how to explain it. He paused for a long time before replying. It is the brand value. It is like the fried chicken we ate the other day. It is much cheaper if you buy it yourself. So it is designed specifically to cheat lazy people like you. No, Chu Ge spoke earnestly. It is designed to cheat people who want to bring girls or children out to eat. If I ate at that fried chicken place by myself, I would at least check what day of the week it is. Qiu Wuji looked at him. Can we return this? It cannot be returned. How many words must you write to earn this one biscuit? Qiu Wuji felt a pang of heartache as she carefully scraped the strange toppings and white sauce off the crust. She scraped away money with every motion, all for a piece of bread. Chu Ge drifted into a daze, wondering if this was his daughter or his mother. He remembered the first time he pestered his mother to take him to eat here. She had displayed a similar reaction. Why do we need a knife and fork to eat a biscuit? Qiu Wuji grumbled. It is uncomfortable to use them. Chu Ge chuckled. You can use your hands. Qiu Wuji looked around. Everyone else used forks. Is it allowed? She asked with suspicion. Chu Ge smiled. Why does my Qiu Wuji need to explain herself to others? You may use your hands. No one will laugh at you. Qiu Wuji discarded the knife and fork, picked up the pizza with her hand, and took a small bite. A dimple appeared on her cheek. It feels much better to eat this way, even if it does not taste particularly good. She stole a glance at the people nearby. No one was laughing at her. A few eyes drifted toward them, but their gazes were filled with envy. Qiu Wuji felt confused. Are they envious that I am eating with my hands? Why do they not use their own hands? Chu Ge smiled. People do not care much about this nowadays. You can eat however you like. Using a knife and fork is just about the atmosphere. It is not like the early days, when you would be despised for holding the utensils incorrectly. Besides, a beautiful woman looks correct no matter what she does. People will only think you look stylish. The waiter arrived and set down the steak. The lid was lifted with a hiss, and oil splattered everywhere. Chu Ge's words caught in his throat. Qiu Wuji's smile stiffened, and amusement flickered in the eyes of the waiter. Please continue using your hands, the waiter seemed to think. Chu Ge kept his composure. Please move the steak to my side. The waiter moved the plate. Chu Ge picked up his knife and fork, sliced a small piece, and offered it to Qiu Wuji. Open your mouth. Qiu Wuji snatched it away, and her eyes turned into crescent moons. The waiter felt goosebumps rise on his skin and hurried away. I bring you steak, and you serve me dog food. Can you please act like human beings? Chu Ge did not eat his own portion. He quickly cut the steak into small pieces and pushed the plate toward Qiu Wuji. If you do not like that pizza, give it to me. The steak should be fine. Qiu Wuji glanced at the half-eaten piece of pizza in her hand with hesitation. I have already bitten into this. Chu Ge did not care. He grabbed it and mumbled, our lips have already touched. Does eating a piece of pizza matter? Qiu Wuji blushed and glanced around. Seeing that no one was paying attention, she glared at him angrily. Chu Ge just smiled and ate the pizza. When did we kiss? In your dreams? She muttered, but she let it go and used her small fork to eat the steak. He cuts the meat so carefully. It is delicious. Qiu Wuji chewed on the beef. Are you really not going to handle the outline? You have wasted a whole day. Chu Ge laughed. How can spending time with you be considered a waste? Qiu Wuji replied. So I have become a witch who destroys the country. If the people in your group find out, they will kill me. Chu Ge shook his head. I already have a rough draft. Being by your side, feeling relaxed and happy, is much better than sitting in front of the computer scratching my head. I have so many ideas in my brain now. I will finish it quickly when we get back. Qiu Wuji looked suspicious. Really? Really? Chu Ge smiled. Trust yourself. You are the best assistant I could ask for. You only help me increase my efficiency. Qiu Wuji's eyes sparkled. She chewed for a long moment and swallowed the steak. Then let us go back. I am going to write my autobiography too. In the world within the book, outside the chamber, where the sect master was in secluded meditation, an elder bowed and asked for instructions. We have captured 5 high-level elders of the Fire Prison sect, along with Lu Yuanzhang of the Tianyuan sect, who defected earlier. How shall we deal with them? Please, sect master, give your orders. The voice of Qiu Wuji drifted from inside the chamber. My mood is good today. Lock them up. Wait, no. The elders hesitated. Qiu Wuji sighed. If we do not eliminate evil entirely, we will leave behind future disasters. This is not the time for mercy. However, these are powerful individuals who possess dignity. Do not humiliate them. Destroy their primordial spirits and give them a quick end. The elders bowed in unison. We obey your decree. Outside the book, Qiu Wuji sat on the back of Chu Ge's scooter. She wrapped her arms around his waist and sighed softly. She rested her forehead against his back. Chu Ge, I have killed people. I have killed quite a few. Chu Ge instinctively tapped the brake. He realized what she meant and remained silent for a moment. Are you not used to it yet? Yes. Your side is too peaceful. There are no disputes, no slaughter. It is so comfortable that I feel warm, lazy, and do not want to move. Chu Ge asked, are you afraid of having a split personality? Qiu Wuji shook her head. That will not happen. Cultivating my mind is not that easy to break. I only wonder if being too comfortable will wear me down. If I go back and cannot adapt to the fighting, will that make you worry? Chu Ge pondered. Should we take the initiative and get involved in the superhuman affairs? Qiu Wuji rejected the idea decisively. No, I like it like this, and so do you. We will build the world and the book together. We will present it completely to the myriad dimensions, watching it manifest step by step. That is what you and I should do. Chu Ge laughed and accelerated. Qiu Wuji asked, what are you doing? Chu Ge replied, since you said the book is like our child, I am going back to give birth. Go to hell. Dream on. Qiu Wuji struck him angrily. Her face was flushed red. Fortunately, he could not see it. Give birth. I have never thought about this in my life. Seeing mortal women give birth feels so painful and terrifying. I do not understand why they love to give birth so much, having several of them. Does Chu Ge want a few? No, why would I want to have children with him? He was just talking about the book, a double entendre to tease me. Why did I let him lead me down a rabbit hole of random thoughts? Qiu Wuji grumbled, but her expression slowly turned dazed. Maybe I cannot give birth. Whether this immortal body has these functions is one thing, and whether it has them is just a matter of him changing a setting. I do not need to think about that. But this split soul body, the internet says it leads to menopause? That is strange. This is a body of illusion and truth. In theory, it is shaped by my own self. Where does the age problem come from? Where does menopause come from? Even if it were the true body, it is not menopause due to age. It is because the cultivation has reached a certain level. The constitution has changed in a sense. It is called shedding the mortal shell. These mortal functions have been refined away. This is not true menopause. Why did the body shaped by this split soul experience it? It does not make sense. Qiu Wuji began to think about this problem seriously for the first time. It was not because she really wanted to give birth. When a cultivator thinks about such things, they truly feel puzzled. It seems like I must explore the reason for this. This includes why I possess the ability to condense a flesh body, which I should not have had. Perhaps I should seek an answer to the whole story from beginning to end. Otherwise, something might go wrong one day. Getting possessed by the devil is not a joking matter. As she thought about this, her stomach suddenly hurt. She let out a small hiss and grabbed Chu Ge's clothes. Chu Ge was startled. What is wrong? Qiu Wuji frowned and groaned. My stomach hurts, and I am bleeding heavily. Chapter 135. Chu Ge turned his electric scooter toward the clinic in a frantic rush. The result brought a sigh of relief, though it left him stunned. She was only experiencing her period. It was not an illness, and it barely qualified as menstrual pain. She simply lacked experience with the sensation, and the sudden onset felt uncomfortable. Her face had turned pale, suggesting it was likely more painful than it was for most women. 10,000 years of history. Chu Ge raked his fingers through his hair, struggling to find any logic behind it. From the moment Qiu Wuji first crossed into this world, it had been early June. Now it was mid-September. Nearly 3.5 months had passed without a single cycle. Both of them had assumed she simply lacked that particular biological function. She had even searched for the reason herself. They had both resigned themselves to the internal conclusion that she was like an old woman past her childbearing years. Yet, here it was, arriving suddenly, and without explanation. Could it really be because they had talked about having children earlier that day? Did the mere focus on the topic invite the biological response? Was this a case of speaking of the devil, or perhaps, I think therefore I am? The idea seemed too mystical to believe. They stared at each other for a long moment. Chu Ge settled Qiu Wuji at the clinic for a hot compress, and dashed off to the supermarket. He had once imagined the awkwardness of buying sanitary products for her, picturing himself blushing, stuttering, and facing the strange stares of the clerk. But now, having kissed and held her, his mental state felt entirely different. He bought several packs of day and night pads, picked up brown sugar from the food aisle, and grabbed a skirt and underwear from the clothing section. He dropped everything onto the counter without changing his expression. The clerk did not even glance at him, muttering instead that he was an inadequate boyfriend for only buying brown sugar once the period had started. Chu Ge sighed. He admitted he had been careless. The clerk said nothing more, scanned the items, and processed the payment. It was that simple. Upon returning to the clinic, Qiu Wuji emerged in her new skirt. She held her stained jeans with a look of despair, and whispered that they were difficult to wash, lamenting that she should not have worn them. Chu Ge felt a mix of annoyance and amusement as he pointed out her pale complexion. He urged her to focus on resting and suggested they head home first. She agreed with a quiet nod. Back home, Qiu Wuji sat on the sofa, clutching a pig-shaped pillow. She watched Chu Ge bustle around, preparing warm brown sugar water for her. The internal sensation felt strange. She was not truly weak. This was not even an injury, and it certainly did not affect her combat capabilities. If Yan Qianlie appeared now, she could still fight him to the death. Yet, in Chu Ge's presence, she felt a wave of feigned weakness, a craving for his care. She watched him move about, admitting to herself that he seemed quite reliable. She contrasted this with the scene from just a moment ago. Outside the meditation chamber, she had ordered executions. There had been screams, wailing, and heads falling like rain. It felt like another lifetime. In truth, it was literally another world. Chu Ge handed the steaming brown sugar water to her with a gentle suggestion to drink. Qiu Wuji pulled her thoughts back and took a small sip. The warmth flowed into her stomach, smoothing out the turbulent sensation and relaxing her body. She knew from internal observation that the drink lacked any magical efficacy, as it was no elixir. The comfort lived only in her heart. Chu Ge asked if she felt better. Qiu Wuji replied softly that she did. He sat beside her, wearing a puzzled expression, and asked if she understood the situation. She shook her head in a daze, truly clueless. Chu Ge attempted to help her find an answer. He suggested that perhaps she had overlooked these details when she first shaped her body. It might go beyond just this aspect. Other functions, like sweat glands, might have been copied entirely from her original state, causing a lack of certain biological operations. He concluded that it had nothing to do with age. Qiu Wuji held the cup, her gaze unfocused. She admitted that his theory sounded logical, as that was how she had formed her physical form. However, she noted that she had not intentionally reshaped herself just now, so she failed to understand why the function had suddenly appeared. Chu Ge hesitated, finding himself at a loss for words. Qiu Wuji's confused expression slowly transitioned into deep thought. Chu Ge's words sparked an idea, though she could not confirm it yet. Her split soul lacked the innate ability to create a physical body from nothing. Theoretically, it should have been just an illusion, yet it had inexplicably become a solid entity. That mystery had always been difficult to comprehend. Looking at it now, the body was perhaps never fully physical, retaining a semi-ethereal nature. The increased reality and vitality of her form likely stemmed from his rising cultivation level, or the growing density of the world's presence. In other words, her physical body was not the product of her own ability, but of his. Was it a reality born of fantasy? Perhaps she could not attribute it solely to him, as he had never imagined a female lead escaping into the real world. Rather, she had constructed it through the laws of heaven, and the degree to which she could manifest it depended on him. This line of reasoning proved difficult to verify, yet Qiu Wuji felt it carried a high probability of truth. It provided a coherent explanation for everything from the beginning to the end. Seeing Chu Ge still sitting there lost in thought, Qiu Wuji suddenly laughed. She told him to stop worrying, as it was only a normal monthly cycle, and not a crisis. She urged him to get back to his writing. Chu Ge replied that he had no desire to do anything else, while she was uncomfortable. Qiu Wuji felt a surge of happiness, yet she set down her cup and pushed him away. She insisted that she would not be the bewitching beauty who ruined a country, asserting her role as the strict teacher who forced him to be productive. Chu Ge allowed her to push him away from the sofa, though he offered parting reminders. He told her to drink plenty of warm water, rest early, and look up advice online on how to manage the cycle. He warned her not to push herself, reminding her that her current body was not her true self and lacked its full durability. She waved him off, telling him she knew what to do. Chu Ge had not been bluffing when he told Qiu Wuji he had an outline ready. The relaxed mood from their outing had naturally sparked a variety of ideas in his mind. Adjusting an outline was not the same as writing the actual prose, so it lacked the same difficulty. Once he settled down to organize his thoughts, the words flowed with ease. Previous blocks had stemmed from indecision regarding Qiu Wuji's role, specifically whether she should continue fighting. Now, that dilemma vanished. He decided she should rest during this arc. She could stay in the house and ponder the mysteries of her human body. This volume required no hard battles from her, so she would only need to appear occasionally to suppress minor villains, commonly known as showing off her power. While he wrote in a multi-perspective style, it remained focused on a primary protagonist. The story returned to Chu Tianji, making the narrative thread simple to untangle. It was just the standard main line for a leveling up story. Most of the previously designed plot points remained usable, and new ideas had emerged today. His inspiration flowed like water, leaving no reason to feel blocked. According to his deductions, the previous conflict between righteous and demonic factions in the book world had not been particularly sharp. Everyone had kept to themselves, with conflicts remaining localized. Ever since the battle between Qiu Wuji and Yan Qianlie, many sects from both sides had been drawn into a full-scale war. After that battle, the righteous path rose, and Qiu Wuji dominated the 9 provinces, while the demonic path was forced to unite as a single entity. New heroes had emerged. Using hidden lands, they led counterattacks and secret raids, planning new conspiracies. The fires of war burned more intensely than before. Meanwhile, the vanished Yan Qianlie continued to cultivate and heal, all the while plotting something else. Due to the demands of the plot, Qiu Wuji spent most of her time recovering and using divination to search for the whereabouts of the White Tiger Fang. She controlled everything from behind the scenes, rarely revealing herself. The progression for the protagonist and the main bosses he needed to challenge had become quite clear. During this time, Chu Tianji failed to defeat a powerful enemy and lacked the time to seek help from his section. Forced into a corner, he fled to the open sea, initiating the overseas story arc. The connections remained clear. Chu Ge organized the outline and felt confident about the following several hundred chapters. He even started drafting new chapters. Qiu Wuji sat in the living room, sipping the brown sugar water in small increments. She watched Chu Ge's back through the door, her eyes bright and filled with tender affection. He was such a fool. He focused entirely on whether she was feeling unwell and searched for reasons, failing to realize this was a good sign. It indicated that she was a normal woman, a real person. He also failed to consider that this might be a precursor to her ability to bear children. Wait, what did her ability to have children have to do with him? It was good that he did not think about it. She told him to keep treating his manuscript like a child, the idiot. Chu Ge imagined Sect Master Qiu was exploring the mysteries of the human body and seeking the reality of her physical form. In reality, Sect Master Qiu was thinking about how adorable he looked when he was startled during their kiss, how cute he was while rowing, how sweet he was while cutting the steak, and how endearing he was as he took care of her. Chapter 136. Qiu Wuji's period was merely a ripple in their daily lives. Beyond the initial shock, and their lengthy discussions about the universe, the world, and the nature of immortal life, they quickly returned to their usual routines. It was, after all, a perfectly normal biological function. A lack of such things would have been the abnormal occurrence. Qiu Wuji found these modern conveniences quite comfortable. Recalling her younger years, those times had been incredibly troublesome. Now, the products were considerate and understood her needs. Her daily activities remained almost entirely unaffected. The pain lasted only briefly before fading away. She had searched for answers online, where sources claimed one should not drink brown sugar water at the onset of a period. Qiu Wuji disregarded the advice and continued to drink it anyway. The water he brewed was far more important than the advice from the internet. This merely proved his ignorance of such matters. Was his lack of knowledge not a good thing? Facts proved that nothing went wrong. By the next day, Qiu Wuji was full of energy. She continued to visit the market to buy chicken for soup. She felt sorry for herself after losing so much blood, and decided she needed nourishment. She also wanted to nourish Chu Ge's brain. He woke up early every day to exercise before writing. The process seemed quite exhausting. As a small assistant who struggled to write 1,000 characters a day, she felt more strongly that Chu Ge's 10,000 characters were incredibly taxing. Yesterday's outing was a rare occasion, one that Chu Ge truly deserved. Chu Ge finished the first chapter of the morning at home. He checked the performance metrics slightly. The numbers continued to rise, and his position on the bestseller list remained stable. He hovered near the edge of the top 10. He wondered how many casual readers from the recent surge had stayed. He had expected them to leave after watching the commotion, but many appeared to have remained. Perhaps the timing of the major climax had helped. It was a stroke of luck. Did this count as a minor breakthrough into the mainstream? Chu Ge could not help but think about what Qiu Wuji had considered the previous night. Could the reality of these biological details stem from the increased presence of the world itself? Previously, she had been half a fictional character. Now, she was a real person. Was that the gist of it? However, the process lacked clarity, making it difficult to judge. After all, he had always treated her as a real person. He checked the comments section, but there was no feedback. The climax had passed, and the new volume had just begun its setup phase. This was normal. In the group chat, everyone talked nonsense, discussed games, and shared suggestive images. It was peaceful. Panda had become the most popular administrator among the group members, aside from Qiu Wuji. There was only one reason for this. No matter who posted an image, he could accurately tell everyone its source. The group members worshipped him. One user cheered that Brother Pill was their Superman, and another replied that the little blue pill made one strong. Chu Ge stared at the screen, silent. He wondered if Panda's superpower existed solely to find sources for suggestive images. His ability seemed surprisingly versatile. Lulu sent a temporary image and asked if he could identify the source. Panda broke into a cold sweat in the dark room. He struggled for a long time, but could not find the source. Finally, he seemed to lock on to the origin of the sender. He asked Lulu if she was turning herself into a suggestive image while others only shared external ones. Lulu responded with a question mark. Chu Ge typed out a digital gesture, petting Lulu's slender waist, finding the interaction refreshing. Qiu Wuji sent an emoji of a character peeking. Chu Ge sent a private message to Qiu Wuji, asking if she was supposed to be out buying groceries. Qiu Wuji replied privately, asking if he was supposed to be writing. Chu Ge offered a sheepish excuse, typing that he was just trying to relax. Qiu Wuji expressed her understanding. She messaged him that she had bought a new durian and would use it to help him relax when she returned. Chu Ge covered his face with his hands. She asked how to set up the poke feature and told him to teach her when she got back. Chu Ge asked what she was planning. She replied that she wanted to set it so that when Chu Ge poked Qiu Wuji, it would read that Chu Ge poked Qiu Wuji's feet and knelt to call her queen. Chu Ge refused to yield. He told her he would not teach her. She scoffed and decided to search for it herself. Her avatar turned gray as she went offline. Chu Ge wiped sweat from his face and returned to the group chat for a while. He noticed the group member count was reaching its limit again. 3,000 was no longer enough. He felt annoyed. He did not want to open a new group just yet, so he decided to leave it as it was for now. His phone rang suddenly. Chu Ge answered it. Lin Wang's weary voice came through the line, reminding him that they had agreed on a treat. Since it was the weekend, he asked if Chu Ge intended to follow through. Chu Ge replied that he truly had no concept of weekends. He spoke solemnly, stating that while others worked a 9 to 6 schedule, he worked 007. Lin Wang remained silent. Chu Ge sensed something was wrong and asked curiously what was happening. Lin Wuang sighed, admitting that his promotion had fallen through, and he wanted someone to drink with. Chu Ge's heart jumped. He asked if someone had been parachuted into the position. Lin Wuang laughed, confirming that the department had been upgraded to a deputy division level, leaving him as a section-level deputy division head. Lin Wuang laughed, but his tone lacked any hint of mirth. Chu Ge felt a chill hearing it and quickly suggested they go out, or perhaps Lin Wuang could come to his place. He mentioned he was stewing chicken and invited him to taste it. Lin Wuang seemed interested. He asked if it was a rental. Chu Ge confirmed it. Lin Wuang asked if he was cooking the chicken himself. Chu Ge was silent. Lin Wuang guessed the female fan had moved in. Chu Ge told him it was actually his cousin and invited him to check the family register. The two men fell silent for a moment. Lin Wuang suddenly laughed, noting that an invitation to the house felt a bit awkward, but it showed they were true friends. He appreciated Chu Ge's loyalty. He agreed to go at noon to see the woman who had been praised online as a heavenly beauty. After hanging up, Chu Ge fell into a daze, thinking of Zhang Qiren. It felt like Zhang Qiren and Lin Wuang were a pair destined to clash, yet their experiences were somewhat similar. Both sought things they could not obtain. In comparison, he felt too fortunate, especially since QQ had appeared. Chu Ge sighed and called Qiu Wuji, telling her to add more dishes since he had invited Wuang for dinner. Qiu Wuji raised no objection to him inviting a guest without asking. She answered promptly, agreeing and asking if they needed alcohol. Chu Ge said he would call the local supermarket for beer. Qiu Wuji offered to make some appetizers. Chu Ge marveled at her wifely nature. Soon after, Qiu Wuji returned before Lin Wuang. Chu Ge unpacked the vegetables and noticed there was no durian. Qiu Wuji asked why he had invited a guest without warning. Chu Ge explained Wuang's failed promotion. Qiu Wuji smiled, noting that life often fell short of expectations and hoping he would not become as twisted as Zhang Qiren. She asked if Ying Yu's department could help. Chu Ge said they were unrelated departments. She went to the kitchen. Chu Ge wrote for a while. Lin Wuang arrived with a roast duck and marinated food. He teased Chu Ge about his decorations. Chu Ge welcomed him. Lin Wuang poked fun at the timid cousin cooking. Qiu Wuji poked her head from the kitchen, greeting Lin Wuang and asking Chu Ge to treat him to tea. Lin Wuang stared at Qiu Wuji's beauty and gentle demeanor, her apron completing the image. His face twitched as he whispered to Chu Ge, asking to be allowed to punch him so he could move past this. Chu Ge mournfully told him his power was invulnerability. Lin Wuang's face twitched further, feeling he had made a mistake coming here. Chu Ge patted his shoulder and poured him a cup of tea on the sofa. He told him that in the modern city, many people could talk nonsense online, but few could speak their true thoughts in reality. He expressed his joy that Lin Wuang remembered Chu Ge existed. Lin Wuang looked at his smile, his mood gradually calming. He revealed a hint of a smile, admitting that while he still wanted to punch him, he was also happy that Chu Ge existed. Chapter 137. The meal began quickly. Chu Ge darted into the kitchen to help Qiu Wuji bring out the dishes. He bustled back and forth. Lin Wuang wanted to assist, but he hesitated, unsure of how to jump in. He observed Chu Ge's cheerful, domestic demeanor, and realized his old classmate had truly grown up. Once upon a time, their mental image of a writer involved someone decadent, unkempt, nocturnal, and living in a room too messy for a dog. Instead, Chu Ge looked sunny, cheerful, and fit. He vibrated with an energy that felt like a return to their college days. The apartment was elegant and tidy. A rose grew on the coffee table, though it was a mystery how he kept it alive. Calligraphy and paintings hung on the walls. He shared a harmonious moment with his girlfriend. They worked together, serving food, their eyes meeting with tenderness. Both of them carried that warmth. As a section chief, Lin Wuang possessed a professional habit of careful observation. Yet, the closer he looked, the more he felt smothered by the affection. He felt full without eating a single bite. They were clearly a couple in the throes of a passionate romance. Even the emperor himself could not deny that conclusion. Lin Wuang worried that he had come over as a bit of a third wheel. He wondered if the girlfriend would be unhappy about the intrusion into their private world. Qiu Wuji showed no signs of displeasure. She brought out a large basin of chicken soup and smiled. She suggested they try the handmade noodles in chicken soup. She thought it would be delicious. Chu Ge finished setting the table and took his seat with a smile. He gestured toward his guest. Let me introduce you. This is my old classmate, Lin Wuang, and this is my cousin. He paused, then corrected himself. My girlfriend, Qiu Wuji. He cast a cautious glance at Qiu Wuji. She shot him a glare but remained silent. Lin Wuang laughed. I knew she was your girlfriend. Are you trying to trick me with the cousin, or fan talk? Qiu Wuji pouted, but she still offered no rebuttal. She decided to give him face in front of an outsider. It was not the first time she had been called sister-in-law anyway. When are you holding the wedding banquet? Lin Wuang asked. Chu Ge glanced at Qiu Wuji again. She remained expressionless. He stood up quickly to pour wine for Lin Wuang, eager to change the subject. You were the first in our class to get married, right? He asked. I was not the earliest, but definitely in the top 3, Lin Wuang chuckled. Shortly after I passed the civil service exam, my family started arranging blind dates. This profession has its perks. It is popular for matchmaking. I found someone quickly, and it just happened. I heard your wife is an elementary school teacher, Chu Ge noted. A civil servant and a teacher. A standard match. Yes, Lin Wuang agreed with a smile. If you ever have questions about your future children starting school, you can consult my wife. She knows that education sector inside and out. Chu Ge peeked at Qiu Wuji for the third time. She was busy scooping soup for everyone, still devoid of expression. Chu Ge cleared his throat. I did not send you an invitation back then. That was not very loyal of me. Lin Wang only laughed. So, you made a profit. In school, their relationship had been average. They lived 2 rooms apart, rarely hung out, and had even less contact after graduation. In this day and age, a wedding invitation was a red bomb. Given their shallow relationship at the time, sending an invitation would have likely invited resentment. Now that they were closer, Chu Ge would certainly send him an invitation. Lin Wiang would then have to pay a gift. Chu Ge would come out ahead. Qiu Wuji seemed to understand these rules of etiquette immediately. She smiled and spoke her first words of the meal. Then Section Chief Lin should drink more chicken soup, eat a chicken leg, make up for the financial loss. Chu Ge stared at her with a strange expression. Qiu Wuji glared back at him. Be professional. Stop staring. Chu Ge ducked his head and hugged his bowl. Drinking chicken soup, what a beautiful thing. Playing with memes, deduct points, Lin Wang chuckled. You compare your girlfriend's chicken soup to pointless chicken soup? Chu Ge asked with curiosity. Hey, Section Chief Lin, if you are not in internet security or internet policing, how do you know so much about what happens online? I just have that hobby, Lin Wang sighed. I browse occasionally while slacking off, but even that is gone now. My accounts were all banned. I am going to transfer to internet security one of these days. I will mess those guys up. Chu Ge laughed. Lin Wang's voice dropped. I really want to transfer to internet security, working overtime day after day, fighting on the front lines, risking my life. During this recent Wang family incident, even my family received death threats. You tell me, what am I doing this for? Chu Ge started. The Wang family is that bold. Lin Wang waved a hand. Nothing happened in the end. But I am angry. Why? Chu Ge remembered Zhang Qiren and his questioning of why. A light figure and a dark figure seemed to overlap. He toasted with Lin Wang in silence. They drained their glasses. After they finished, Chu Ge sighed, trying to offer comfort. Wang, you said yourself not to hold high hopes. Our age is what it is. It is not strange. Lin Wang shook his head. Age and seniority might not be the main reason. It just serves as a convenient excuse. He pointed upward. We lack connections. Chu Ge offered a bitter smile. Why think that way? You are just being hard on yourself. If a truly capable and elite soldier came, I would accept it. But instead, someone who has only done political work arrives, with no supernatural ability. Why? Lin Wang refused to be comforted. He grew angrier as he spoke. He arrived and did nothing. He just held a few meetings about formalism, full of empty talk. Who the hell does he think he is? Chu Ge asked about his age. Is he old? Maybe he is just a transitional figure, and you will take over when he retires? Lin Wang sneered. He is in his 40s. He has plenty of time. Chu Ge remained silent. Lin Wang continued, full of rage. Actually, not getting the promotion would be fine. The critical issue is that I have become his deputy. Do you know that? The upgrade of the department was just to give others a chair. Did they consider us at all? Chu Ge had not thought of that angle initially. He found he could not argue with that logic. Anyone would be furious. He stopped trying to persuade him and filled their glasses. Brother, I cannot help with other things, but come, let us get drunk together. Lin Wang laughed aloud. I was waiting for those words. Why try to persuade me? I did not come here to listen to advice. I came to find my brother and get a drink. Chu Ge did not dwell on the pointlessness of drowning one's sorrows. He simply joined Lin Wang in blowing through the bottle. Bottoms up. The dishes on the table remained largely untouched. Qiu Wuji ate slowly, tilting her head to watch Chu Ge drink with abandon. She had seen too much of the cold and warmth of the human world. While she sighed at Lin Wang's plight, it caused few ripples in her heart. She had witnessed too many similar situations. However, Chu Ge's performance interested her. This was the spirit of the pugilistic world. It suited her aesthetic perfectly. She was a swordswoman who had fought her way up, not a cultivator raised in an ivory tower. Chu Ge rarely expressed this side of himself, or perhaps this era rarely allowed such expressions. She knew Chu Ge possessed that spirit, but seeing it in person felt different. There was Chu Ge, burying his head in documents, racking his brain to craft a story. There was Chu Ge, charging into battle, his golden fists blocking Rong Fu and smashing against the iron anvil. And now, this was Chu Ge, drinking and laughing, gulping down alcohol just to help a friend drown his sorrows. The youthful chivalry remained buried beneath his workload. It never vanished. It hid in every detail of the stories he wrote. It flowed through the life of his protagonist, Chu Tianji, and it permeated her own 10,000 years. Qiu Wuji suddenly longed for Chu Ge to enter her world. She imagined them walking the world together, swords in hand. Compared to this domestic comfort and sweetness, would that be a different kind of landscape? Damn it, Lin Wang mumbled, his voice thick with drunkenness. I will wait 3 more years. If I do not get my share next time, I am going to lie flat. Whoever wants to do the work can do it. Screw it all. Bang. Lin Wang face planted on the table, dead to the world. I did not think his tolerance was this low. I thought policemen could all hold their liquor. Chu Ge sighed as if nothing had happened. I have to call his wife to come pick him up. Qiu Wuji did not know whether to laugh or cry. You two drank a whole case in this short time, and you barely touched the appetizers. It is not that his tolerance is low. It is your constitution that has changed. Do you not know that? Chu Ge paused. He realized she was right. He had finished half a crate of beer without feeling a thing. It was like drinking water. In the past, his tolerance was decent, but nothing like this. It seemed his cultivation had brought a few unexpected perks, at least regarding his alcohol tolerance. Hey, speaking of which, I am getting drunk with someone else, and you are not upset. As long as you are not drunk, I have confidence. Qiu Wuji smiled. You have a lot of pressure. It is good to release it occasionally. You satisfied your friend's need to vent, and you satisfied your own desire for loyalty. It is a win-win. Win-win. Chu Ge looked down at the incoherent Lin Wuang. He whispered to himself, why do I feel like the South River lost this round? Chapter 138. Lin Wuang's wife, Fang Wengxiu, lived up to her name with her delicate and slender appearance. When she arrived at Chu Ge's apartment and saw her husband, the big, burly man, sprawled out on the floor like a dead pig, she found herself at a complete loss. She looked down at him, her frustration bubbling over. This man said he was eating with a classmate, but look at the state of him. Chu Ge rubbed his neck, feeling a bit awkward. Wuang is having a rough time, sister-in-law, please forgive him. I fed him some hangover tea earlier, and it works wonders. Why do you not sit for a while, and he should wake up soon? Fang Wengxiu squinted at Chu Ge. This old classmate of his looked far too young. Was he some ancient physician with magical concoctions? She glanced at Qiu Wuji standing nearby. The woman possessed an ethereal, celestial beauty that left Fang Wengxiu speechless. That was the advantage of beauty. Had it been only Chu Ge standing there, she might have called the police. Qiu Wuji stepped forward. If you are worried, we can call a car and help you carry him out. I cannot lift him. Qiu Wuji reached down, grabbed Lin Wuang by his belt, and hoisted him into the air like a sack of flour. She weighed him in her hand. Average. He does not weigh as much as Chu Ge. Fang Wengxiu stared, her eyes wide with bewilderment. She fumbled with her phone to book a ride and hurried to drag her husband away from this bizarre apartment. Chu Ge chased after them, calling out, sister-in-law, let us exchange WeChat contacts. I want to ask you about school enrollment for children later. Fang Wengxiu fled as if her life depended on it. You can just ask Wuang. Qiu Wuji hauled Lin Wuang toward the arriving car. She watched the vehicle drive away, then turned to glare at Chu Ge. Who is having children go to school? Chu Ge backed away slowly, his hands raised. Ah, well, there's. Qiu Wuji arched her brows, her eyes flashing with irritation. You want to have children with her. Chu Ge, I never took you for that kind of man. Chu Ge panicked, his voice booming across the empty midday residential complex. I want to have children with you. The sound echoed throughout the buildings. People in several apartments opened their windows, poking their heads out to watch the commotion. Qiu Wuji's face turned crimson. She grabbed Chu Ge's hand and dragged him into the stairwell to hide. You are talking nonsense, she hissed, grinding her teeth. Chu Ge covered his head and crouched down, convinced his end had come. A temperamental Qiu Wuji would surely beat him to a pulp. Qiu Wuji stared at him with intense irritation, then suddenly spoke. We are not married. Chu Ge blinked, stunned. Ha! Qiu Wuji pressed the elevator button, humming in annoyance. Do not think that just because you have been a little familiar, you can let your imagination run wild. I am a woman of the martial world. A little touching means nothing. As for children, keep dreaming. Chu Ge stood confused. Something about her logic felt off. Someone needed to explain this to him. The elevator chimed as it arrived. Qiu Wuji led him inside. The doors slid shut, sealing them in the small, dim space. They both looked up at the security camera at the same time. You want a kiss? Qiu Wuji asked, staring at the camera with a blank expression. Chu Ge shook his head reflexively. No, I do not. Qiu Wuji suppressed the urge to roll her eyes. She offered a charming smile. Even if you wanted one, I would not let you. Chu Ge stood frozen, his mind reeling. In less than 1 minute, he had been left speechless 3 times. Everything felt strange. That smile had been alluring. It felt as if Qiu Wuji had shifted from a girl to a mature woman, not in her actions, but in the way she carried herself. She had moved from being defensive and aloof to knowing exactly how to flirt. She resembled a rosebud unfolding to reveal its fragrance. As the elevator neared their floor, Chu Ge decided to test the waters. What if I want to kiss you anyway? Qiu Wuji turned around, pressing one hand against the wall by his ear. She looked him up and down for 2 seconds, then smiled sweetly. I do not think that is happening. Unless you can beat me and force it, then this young lady would have no choice, would she? The smile stole the breath from Chu Ge's lungs. The elevator doors opened, and Qiu Wuji walked out with ease. Chu Ge followed behind, his arms crossed as he pondered. Was she serious? It did not seem too difficult to beat this specific body of hers. And then he could. He shook his head, pushing the thought aside. Or was she just teasing him? What a waste, Qiu Wuji muttered, clearing the dining table. We prepared so many dishes, and hardly anyone ate. We will have leftovers for the evening. Lin Wuang brought roast duck and marinated meat. We can save those for tomorrow. He was sensible, or I would have beaten him. Chu Ge stared at her, speechless. Why are you standing there in a daze? Go write your story. Only 1 chapter today. You are becoming lazy. When a heroine, a fan, and an assistant combined to urge the author to write, the power was far more terrifying than panda-pounding people through the internet. Chu Ge doubted the readers of his novel would ever worry about a hiatus, provided the heroine did not kidnap him for an outing. Yet, his mind wandered away from the book and toward his training. Train until I can force you, is that it? Just you wait. Chu Ge felt a surge of motivation like never before. His eyes burned as he typed, his words filled with ambition. In the ride-hailing car, Lin Wang groaned and opened his eyes. He looked around, lost. How did I end up in a car? Where is Chu Ge? His wife scolded him. You go out to drink with those kinds of people and get drunk, then wake up and start asking questions. Why do you not just go live with him? Lin Wang rubbed his head, slowly recalling the situation. This is strange. I was blackout drunk. How am I awake so soon? My head does not even hurt, and I feel quite alert. Fang Wenzia paused. They said they gave you a hangover soup. Lin Wang pondered for a moment, then spoke softly. His girlfriend is not ordinary. Forget it. He does not want people to know, so I will not pry. He paused and offered his wife a gentle smile. He is not a bad person. He is a good brother. It is a pity I did not get to know him better in the past. You get drunk with him, and he is a good brother. Are you men stupid? You do not understand, Lin Wang murmured. When you are at your lowest, having someone invite you to their home for chicken soup, having the couple work hard to host you, and getting drunk with you. You might think it is nothing, but in this era, such people are rare. Fang Wenzia considered this. That is true. It is rare. His girlfriend is also kind. If it were me, I might have grumbled about having guests over and making a mess, but she did not. That is why even Zhang Qiren changed the way he did. Yet he still treats Chu Ge like a brother. Zhang Qiren has a good eye for people, Lin Wang said, leaning back in the seat with exhaustion. He is better than I am. Fang Wenzia whispered. Everything is settled. Do not keep thinking about it. Lin Wang smiled but said nothing. A notification tone rang from his phone. Lin Wang pulled it out, his expression turning cold. A message from an unknown number glowed on the screen. Section Chief Lin, if you cooperate with us, we will help you become a division chief. What do you say? Although the number was unknown, Lin Wang knew exactly who was on the other end. He typed a lazy reply. Even if I had not been passed over for promotion, and even if I were fired, I would never share a nest with rats. Why be so difficult? Section Chief Linear. In this world, a stubborn, practical worker like you has no future. The message continued. I will be honest. The reason you did not get the position is because you offended people, and we pushed hard. No one wants to see a section chief Lin who causes too much trouble. I am not a practical worker, Lin Wang typed back, his laziness returning. I have a degree in Chinese literature. You might as well call me a pedantic bookworm. Section Chief Lin is interesting. Is a pedantic bookworm a better description than a practical worker? At least there is one difference. If I like someone, I will talk to them. If I look down on a rat, I will make sure they die as far away as possible. Lin Wang replied. Like right now. If Zhang Qiren had sent me this message, I would be interested in talking. But you, Zhang Qiren. Nanshan is quite cool. Stay there. He added the number to his blacklist. Practical worker. He let out a laugh that surprised him. He gave me a reminder. Even if I am a deputy now, why can I not act as the chief? Those losers. I can just treat them like rubber stamps. Fang Wenzia watched her husband's eyes. The previous depression and decadence had vanished. A new light shone within them. It was the look of a man refusing to admit defeat. You want to sabotage me, is that it? Ambition and desire surged forth with that single thought after the wine. Chapter 139. Zhang Qiren's half-brother, Zhang Xiren, had once faced investigation for tax evasion. The amount involved was substantial, particularly concerning the issuance of fake value-added tax invoices, which carried a prison sentence. Yet, he emerged from the ordeal without being incarcerated. The reason was quite mundane. He had only just taken over the real estate company, as he had previously been in charge of the Miracle nightclub. Only after that establishment caused several problems did Zhang Qiren take it over, pushing Zhang Xiren into the real estate sector. Therefore, the issues within the real estate company had little to do with him, except for the involvement of their father. In the end, the previous manager took the blame and went to prison, leaving Zhang Xiren free. He remained under investigation for over 1 month, oblivious to the changing world outside. When he finally emerged, he discovered that he had won a resounding victory. The Wang family, which had always competed against his own, had collapsed due to the taboo of drug trafficking. Nanjiang was governed with a strict hand. Although protective umbrellas existed, the campaign to sweep away black forces was executed with severity. The special department officer, Lin Wang, kept a watchful eye, ensuring that the underworld organizations involving supernatural abilities remained uncomplicated. Once the Wang family fell, the Zhang family suffered a blow due to the closure of their illegal boxing ring and the investigation into their real estate company. They dared not emerge for a short time, yet they remained the most prominent force in the city. Given a little time to develop, they might even dominate the underground scene. Then, there was the trashy illegitimate son whom their father insisted on observing and cultivating. It seemed that due to offending too many people, he requested to be sent away, running off to Japan to manage a dilapidated import and export company. That company existed only because the family needed an export connection for their legal business. It was less of a company and more of an office, lacking any real power, and starting almost from zero. Zhang Xiren did not believe that the illegitimate son could stir up any trouble over there. He hoped he would not try any underworld tactics, or he might offend the local figures in Japan and end up being abandoned in the wilderness. It would be quite a joke. The black organization of the Anvil had also fallen, and the Anvil himself was captured, with all his core members imprisoned. The group in the Black House had also ceased their activities recently. They possessed only comical abilities, and who knew when another Rong Fu would appear to crush them. All these events were deeply connected to Lin Weiang. Even Rong Fu had been hauled in by him. Now, some had begun to call him the Tiger of Nanjiang, a name echoing with prestige. However, the special department had been upgraded, and Lin Weiang had moved from section chief to deputy division head. His rank remained unchanged, yet he lost his authority and became a subordinate. The Tiger of Nanjiang suddenly lost his teeth and turned into a sick cat. Zhang Ziren surveyed Nanjiang, wondering who remained to challenge him. This was the destiny of a protagonist. He felt triumphant and prepared to expand his ambitions. He had tried to win over Lin Weiang and received a cold shoulder. It did not matter. Lin Weiang could not get anything done now. Without him watching, the illegal boxing ring that the illegitimate son had shut down could finally reopen, could it not? That business made money and provided an easy way to gather supernatural forces. Once he united the underworld, their father would naturally realize that the illegitimate son was useless and that he, Zhang Ziren, was the one who mattered. Chu Ge and Qiu Wuji were currently receiving Yuying. Their first reaction was to assume that Yuying had come to reclaim the grain of sea sand. Both of them felt a pang of shame. They possessed a time-limited item, yet they had failed to use it with urgency. Only when she came to ask for it did they realize they still had a need for it. They spent their days thinking only of romance, which felt foolish. Yuying spoke up before they could apologize. It is not that. The month has not yet passed, so I cannot ask for the sea sand back ahead of schedule. Besides, I have not finished my work, so I am not leaving yet. Chu Ge breathed a sigh of relief. He asked curiously how it could be that she had not finished, since he had heard that the Wang family case was essentially settled. The task I am handling is different from the one Lin Weiang is managing. We are secretly tracking the drug channels of the Wang family. Yuying lowered her voice as she explained. They learned that the Wang family had been taken down, so they destroyed their original communication tools and moved their location. We could not extract their specific whereabouts from the Wang family, so the situation has become complicated. Qiu Wuji understood the implication immediately. You have come to ask for our help. Yuying looked a little embarrassed. Qiu is the most powerful supernatural being I have ever seen, even more capable than my instructor. I do not think there is anyone in Nanjiang who is more powerful than Qiu. Qiu Wuji chuckled. Yuying has become devious, learning how to flatter people. Yuying lowered her head in embarrassment. Chu Ge pulled a stern face. No, you are not allowed to go. Qiu Wuji smiled slightly and remained silent. Yuying said awkwardly, this is official business. Do not try to use the greater good as an excuse. I am not letting my Qiu risk her life for something this dangerous. You have the military, or if you do not want to use them, you can call in experts from the capital. Why come to a civilian woman for help? Qiu Wuji beamed, hearing only the part where he did not want her to risk her life. She heard nothing else. Yuying did not know whether to laugh or cry. I am not asking Qiu to risk her life, just to see if she can help find a clue. I remember that Qiu has abilities related to space, so she should be quite sensitive to these matters. Once we find them, we can handle it ourselves. Her information will not even be leaked, and there will be no danger. Chu Ge hesitated for a moment and looked at Qiu Wuji. If it did not involve danger, helping with such a task was acceptable. Although Qiu Wuji did not possess space-related abilities, her knowledge of spells was as vast as the ocean, and such a task should not pose a problem for her. The main issue was that once Qiu Wuji exhausted her energy, she would have to return. He felt reluctant to let that happen. However, there was no sign that Qiu Wuji would be unable to return to the world if she spent too much energy. At most, they would be separated for a few days, and compared to taking down drug lords, it seemed acceptable. Qiu Wuji smiled warmly. Punishing evil and promoting good is the duty of the righteous path. Even if you tried to stop me, I would still go. Chu Ge stared at her. If you were going anyway, why did you sit there smiling at me for so long without speaking? Qiu Wuji laughed. I am idle anyway, and going out with Yuying sounds like fun. You can stay home and write your story, practicing your skills as you see fit. She leaned in close to his ear and whispered. You were just saying yesterday that you feared too much comfort might dull your edges. Is this not an opportunity delivered to your door? Chu Ge retorted. With your mindset, I fear you will not be satisfied with just finding a clue. I worry you will go out of your way to cause trouble. Rest easy. Qiu Wuji moved away, her eyes flowing with life as her lips brushed against his cheek, seemingly by accident. I am Qiu Wuji. I have walked through more of the martial world than they have eaten grains of rice. Chu Ge felt a wave of numbness wash over him. He sat in stunned silence, clutching his cheek. On the other side, Yuying already felt goosebumps rising on her arms. Those two were insufferable. Whispering in private was one thing, but they were actually kissing in front of her. What is wrong? Qiu Wuji stood up straight, her gaze dancing. It was just an accidental touch. Why are you making that expression? Shall we go, Yuying? Yuying had a sudden realization. Was she trying to assert her ownership over him? She was such a jealous woman. Chu Ge watched in a daze as the two women walked away with their arms linked. The warmth of that moment still lingered on his cheek. Qiu Wuji had become so charming. Every day, she teased him until his heart itched, yet she never let him touch her. How was he supposed to live like this? Chu Ge returned to the room, filled with indignation. He took out the sea sand and pressed it against his brow, intending to practice the heaven-changing earth-striking technique. If he could become strong enough to force her, then he would be ready. Just wait. His mind remained restless while he practiced. After all, the task Qiu Wuji had undertaken still worried him. He knew her words were true, these people were not like Yan Qianlie. The gap in their methods and combat experience was as vast as heaven and earth. If anything, those criminals should pray for mercy once they were targeted by Qiu Wuji. Yet, concern led to confusion. Who could remain calm while their partner went out to fight, while they stayed home writing and cultivating? It was impossible. Who knew if the other side had guns, or if Qiu Wuji had sufficient psychological preparation and experience to deal with them in this world? But he would only be a hindrance if he followed. What could he do? Just as he thought this, his spirit connected with the book world once more. He saw Qiu Wuji standing on the mountain of the cloud's edge, looking at the moon through the window. Qiu Wuji seemed to sense his presence. She looked at the moon, tilted her head, and contemplated for a long time. Suddenly, a mischievous smile appeared on her face. I see something over here. I will give you a live stream of my words, so you will not have to worry anymore. Let us see how long your spirit can hold up, and how much of this live stream you can listen to. Good luck. The moon blinked its eyes. This sounded like a lot of fun. What others called the sound of 1,000 miles, what did this count as? A cross-boundary relay. Chapter 140. In truth, only at this very moment did Chu Ge remember that he and Qiu Wuji had already communicated through shared thought at close range. They had clearly learned how to transmit thoughts, yet when whispering, they seemed to forget they possessed such a formidable skill. They still subconsciously chose to lean in and bite each other's ears. Those lips brushed against one another by accident, and his heart spiraled into chaos. It was a pity that he could not manage long-distance mental transmission. Perhaps Qiu Wuji could do it, but it was not worth the consumption, nor was it necessary. However, this cross-boundary relay consumed nothing for Qiu Wuji, though the drain on his own spirit was quite absurd. Was it not, however, Qiu Wuji's intentional way of letting him exercise his mental strength? Whatever QQ said was surely meaningful. He remembered the last time he had entered her world. It was that time she had run away from home, and he had pulled her out of the meditation chamber to give her a spanking. He had not felt this exhausted upon returning then. It was clear that a spanking was not his limit, and it was far easier than correcting the white flames of Yan Qianlie. He could have stayed longer. Chu Ge wanted to try it. If he maintained the connection to the spirit world through the heaven-changing earth-striking technique, but did nothing but listen quietly, how long could he last? It felt similar to the way Qiu Wuji traveled over. QQ constantly controlled her energy in the real world to avoid unnecessary consumption, and strive to stay as long as possible. Now, he was the one trying to control his consumption to see if he could stay in the book world longer. This feeling was quite interesting. I will also experience what you have experienced. The real Qiu Wuji possessed an imposing aura, very different from that cute clone. She stood with her hands behind her back, gazing at the moon, her clothes fluttering. Her expression was cold and elegant, with a faint smile playing on her lips. That aura of a sect leader standing on a peak and looking down at the world was not intentional. It was simply who she was. The clone over there, perhaps due to a lack of strength, lacked much of that presence. Once she put on a straight face, the aura vanished, leaving only a stubborn girl. Perhaps it was the difference between ancient and modern attire, or perhaps it was the environment. He did not know. Chu Ge only knew that the girl he was pursuing seemed to encompass many people in one, even in terms of identity. One person and one moon stood facing each other for a long time. Qiu Wuji walked out the door, placed a pot of wine on the stone table on the mountaintop, poured herself a cup, and raised it toward the moon. Please. Chu Ge stared at the moon, completely baffled by the request. She knew he could not drink in this state. He mentally warned her not to force him to manifest his physical body just to spank her. The moon grew sullen. Qiu Wuji chuckled and drank the wine slowly. In her heart, she suddenly wondered if anyone else looking at the moon at this moment would see such vivid expressions. Far away, 10,000 miles away, Chu Tianji was currently speaking to a friend. That moon was very happy a moment ago, but now it is angry. The friend stared at him with a puzzled expression. The old man in the withered study looked up at the moon and chanted softly. If heaven has feelings. The disciple standing nearby looked back at him, blankly. Chu Ge felt no time to worry about how others viewed the moon. He mentally urged Qiu Wuji to continue. Stop drinking. Tell me what you encountered over there. Qiu Wuji sipped her wine leisurely. I was just walking a moment ago. What is there to say? Father God is just worried and confused. By the way, how many words have you written today? Chu Ge went silent. If the group members do not give you a small red flower for this, I will not be convinced. Qiu Wuji felt it was only natural. I am the operations officer. I am currently splitting my attention to write. I feel that writing while entering this place makes everything run more smoothly. The writing is smoother, and my perception of this place is also smoother. It is a win-win, so do not worry about the writing. Chu Ge scoffed. Then how many words has a certain person written for her autobiography today? Qiu Wuji quickly changed the subject. I am almost there. Chu Ge waited for more. It is an abandoned warehouse by the river in the suburbs. The things inside were all destroyed. Some personnel are currently trying to restore or repair things. It looks like they have been at it for a while, and some things have already been repaired. There are also people comparing footprints and looking for fingerprints. They look very professional. With Yu Ying leading, the people inside would not let me through the door. They said they were afraid of damaging footprints. Humph, if I truly wanted to go in, I would leave no trace. I would not leave any marks at all. You are acting arrogant again. Which Qiu Wuji are you right now? There is only one Qiu Wuji. It is just a matter of how you see me. That other Qiu Wuji would not speak such philosophical words. I have said them before. I just do not like to say them now. Father God is too silly. If I speak too deeply, it is difficult to communicate. Chu Ge mentally tried to roll up his sleeves, only to discover he had no hands. Qiu Wuji poured another pot of wine, beaming with smiles. The two Qiu Wujis are naturally different, not in temperament, but in mindset. If you truly traveled over, this Qiu Wuji would not cook for you either. You are thinking too beautifully. She might keep you in her back courtyard and tease you every day without letting you touch her. Oh right, that is not good. It would be better to go out and roam the martial world together. Chu Ge urged her to continue. What happened there? Yu Ying negotiated and vouched for me for a long time, before they let me in. Actually, I could have cast spells from the outside, but I was not happy. If they did not let me in, I would not do it. Chu Ge let out a mental scoff on her behalf. Qiu Wuji looked up at the moon with a blank expression. Are you stealing my huff? Chu Ge hurriedly offered a response. Then what? I am currently asking Yu Ying. Casting the tracking spell consumes a lot of spirit. I asked if that sea sand could be kept for a while longer, or if they could just give it to us as a reward. Yu Ying said she needed to ask for instructions. I am waiting for her to ask. Chu Ge did not know whether to laugh or cry. Upon reflection, that made sense. He had been too honest before. When the government came knocking, he had only thought about whether to help or not. He had not considered that he could take the opportunity to ask for some benefits. It was entirely reasonable to do so. After a brief pause, Qiu Wuji spoke. Yu Ying replied. She said that if we truly find them, it can be extended for a while longer. She did not mention a specific number of days. I am not happy. If they say one day when the time comes, would that not be a waste? Chu Ge suggested that there was no need to make things difficult for Yu Ying. She has to ask her superiors, and they will not hold a meeting for this at the drop of a hat. Their agreement to extend it is already a stance. It would be best if you make them promise not to record your abilities. The abilities do not matter. It is better to mislead them. There must be some explanation, right? That is also true. Very well. Since Father God does not think we should haggle, shall I begin? Chu Ge sighed. Actually, it is mainly because I am starting to get tired. I do not know how much longer I can maintain this live stream. You are truly useless. A certain someone was only able to threaten me with a sword and talk nonsense the first time she traveled over. Qiu Wuji wanted to hit the moon, but she realized she could not reach it. She thought about it for a moment and smiled. It is a pity that a certain someone is not coming for the first time. You are just weak. Chu Ge was defeated and went silent. All right, I am casting the spell. Do not speak for now. At the riverside warehouse, Yu Ying and several colleagues watched in horror as light blossomed in Qiu Wuji's hands. Indescribable textures flowed through the air. It seemed as if one could see shattered dimensions and chaotic time floating and sinking in the long river of time. It was exactly like watching special effects from the Matrix. Is that truly space-time ability? Someone lowered their voice in shock and spoke to a colleague. If it is evaluated, what would it be? S+? Yu Ying thought for a moment and spoke in a low voice. If she can develop it to the top level, it is undoubtedly SS. This evaluation system might not even be enough. The possibility of reaching the top level is too small. This thing is too powerful. Even if she can manipulate it slightly, it is enough to be an S rank. I think S+ is about right. Yu Ying did not argue. She watched, entranced, as time circled around Qiu Wuji. Sister Qiu could turn invisible. She guessed it was not an invisibility ability, but some application of spacetime. The ancients said that the four directions and above and below are called space, and from ancient times to the present is called time. The so-called universe is essentially time and space, the greatest of all propositions. The mysteries of space and time were too magical. They were things that could naturally fascinate generation after generation of humanity. She had not expected them to appear in her own acquaintance and benefactor. It seemed she also possessed other skills. She did not know to what extent she had developed them. Qiu Wuji shook her head slightly as she watched their reactions. She did not know the way of spacetime. This was merely a minor spell that barely scratched the surface. She was simply tracking the location of the true body from the residue of energy left behind in this place. Within the immortal path, many people understood various superficial studies of these things. But if one spoke of exploring time and space and taking them as the path, at least in the current setting created by the Creator Father God, no one knew how. Perhaps in the setting where she would ascend to the heavenly realm, someone there would know. That was too far away. She did not know how long that damn Chu Ge would drag things out before letting someone ascend. Why think so much about it? Qiu Wuji closed her eyes and sensed carefully. Amidst the various thoughts of the people, the river of time seemed to straighten out. The clues pointed in a direction. In a piece of flickering dimension, one could see a large ship quietly anchored somewhere near the coast. Qiu Wuji opened her eyes. It is there. Chapter 141. The team led by Yu Ying closed in on the large ship out at sea with practiced speed and efficiency. Qiu Wuji moved to follow, but Yu Ying blocked her path with a curious expression. Yu Ying reminded her that she was not supposed to put herself in danger, adding that she would have no way to explain it to Chu Ge if something happened to her. Qiu Wuji stiffened her neck, retorting that she owed Chu Ge no explanations for her actions. Yu Ying simply maintained an expressionless face. Qiu Wuji found the situation strange. She asked how it was that Yu Ying, a trainee, seemed to be acting like the leader. Others were busy working, yet Yu Ying was here chatting with her, and no one seemed to mind. Yu Ying looked a little confused. She explained that these were colleagues from Nanjiang, and she was technically an official from the capital. She did not fully understand the hierarchy herself, wondering if she was a supervisor or an assistant. Being new to the job, she still felt a bit lost about how things worked. The trainee assignment felt important, and completing it seemed to be the key to her becoming a full member. Yu Ying decided not to dwell on the logistics. She told Qiu Wuji that if she insisted on coming along, she must keep a safe distance and stay out of the action. Qiu Wuji agreed lazily, saying she was just there to watch the show. Elsewhere, Chu Ge watched the live feed too. The real Qiu Wuji flicked her finger. The wine in her pot solidified against the sky, forming a thin, translucent screen. Within the screen, the scene across the ocean materialized. It was a reflection of Qiu Wuji's own consciousness, mirroring the events as if they were a mirage. Up in the sky, the moon felt a twinge of envy. This was truly the power of an immortal. He caught himself questioning why he would envy her when he was the one who had written these abilities into existence for her. He huffed to himself. Qiu Wuji huffed back, asking if he could see clearly from such a distance. Chu Ge replied that distance meant nothing to him. He explained that this was the way of heaven, patronizingly telling the young lady to watch and learn. Qiu Wuji did not fly into a temper as she might have in the physical world. Instead, she said calmly that it had been a long time since she practiced grappling with the way of heaven, suggesting they try it out tonight. The sovereign of heaven went silent. He lamented internally that his lack of authority as a husband was certainly not his fault. His gaze returned to the screen made of wine, where a group of soldiers approached the large vessel. These were warriors trained in combat and possessing supernatural abilities. Chu Ge watched as some ran across the water, others leaped high into the air, and some fired grappling hooks. It felt exactly like watching a special operations mission. He marveled at the convenience of being able to watch a live stream of such an event. Yu Ying dissolved into the shadows, drifting onto the ship with the ethereal silence of a ghost. Chu Ge thought that her ability actually felt more like something a villain would possess. Qiu Wuji offered praise, noting that the agency was quite strong. She mused that it was a wonder families like the Wangs and Zhangs had managed to survive as long as they had. Chu Ge replied that modern society demanded procedural justice, so they could not just act recklessly. Of course, there were some matters that could not be spoken of to outsiders. Qiu Wuji smiled faintly. In her world, the secular society was even more absurd, and the immortal path was even worse. Chu Ge's world was actually quite civilized by comparison. Within moments of their conversation, the sound of gunfire, shouting, and screams erupted from the ship. The noise grew louder and more chaotic. With fire and sparks flying in every direction, the battle reached a fever pitch in an instant. Chu Ge watched, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. This was not a film. It was reality. In the darkness, hidden from the public eye, these warriors were bathing in blood to protect Nanjiang. Qiu Wuji looked up at the moon and asked if he was getting too worked up again. Chu Ge said awkwardly that it did not matter if he was worked up, as the battle was out at sea and far beyond his reach. Qiu Wuji told him to just watch. She assured him that with her there, no harm would come to them. These officers were protecting the daily lives he and she shared. The moon wanted to give a thumbs up, but realized he lacked hands. Chu Ge asked if she could handle such a gunfight, noting that while everyone used supernatural abilities, firearms remained the primary weapon. Qiu Wuji observed for a moment and nodded. Modern weaponry was sharp. She explained that if her true body were there, the bullets could not touch her, though her clone might be injured. Still, she could dodge them. Chu Ge doubted she was fast enough to dodge bullets. Qiu Wuji clarified that the footwork she taught him was sufficient to dodge bullets once mastered, though he was not there yet. Besides, he needed the right reflexes, or it would be for nothing. Chu Ge asked if she possessed those reflexes, and she answered simply that she did. A loud explosion rocked the bow of the ship. Chu Ge flinched at the sight of the fire, but Qiu Wuji remained expressionless. He asked if she could dodge that too. She confirmed, then sighed. She told him to stop focusing on her survival when she was not even in the fight, suggesting he should be more concerned about Yu Ying, who was currently in the thick of it. Despite her sigh, she wore a playful smile. Chu Ge wanted to roll his eyes, but decided to let it go. He was not indifferent to Yu Ying, but he felt she was a modern person with specialized training, making her more accustomed to these things than Qiu Wuji. Soon, he watched a drug lord firing from behind cover, unaware that a shadow behind him was rising up in a strange, unnatural way. The drug lord continued firing, oblivious. A moment later, the shadow turned into a blade and brought it down. A red line appeared across the drug lord, and he died without ever knowing why. A dagger whistled through the air, silently stabbing toward Yu Ying's back. Yu Ying sensed it in time and dissolved into the shadows. The attacker pulled back the dagger and vanished as well. It was true invisibility. The shadow on the deck resonated with a whistling sound, multiplying into countless forms. A muffled grunt came from the void as someone was struck by a shadow from out of thin air. Chu Ge commented that invisibility did not mean vanishing, and an area of effect attack would handle it easily. Qiu Wuji nodded slightly, wondering if they could break the invisibility, or the attacker would escape. As she spoke, a soldier fired a beam of light. The invisible figure screamed as the effect shattered, and they stumbled into view. Yu Ying darted forward, leaving a bloody gash across the attacker's throat. Qiu Wuji praised her swiftness, remarking that she was a natural assassin, and looked out of place in the police force. Then, she noticed someone else. As she spoke, someone on the shore where Qiu Wuji was hiding crept up with a gun. It was an accomplice of the drug lord on the shore. They saw a girl standing alone, and thought capturing her as a hostage would solve all their problems. The drug lord sneered, darting behind Qiu Wuji and pointing a gun at the back of her head, ordering her not to move. Before he finished speaking, a phantom hand descended from nowhere. With a loud pop, the man's head exploded like a watermelon. Two other accomplices behind him stood frozen in shock. Qiu Wuji turned around with a smirk. She remarked that she had been of help, wondering why there were stragglers hiding on the shore. She commanded them to come closer. A silent, invisible shackle bound the accomplices. Terrified, they realized they could not control their own limbs as they were dragged into the air and slammed together. Their heads collided with a dull thud, and both fell unconscious. A strange voice echoed from nowhere, praising her skill. Qiu Wuji straightened up, tossing aside the captives, and sliced through the void with her hand just in time. A dull sound rang out. A golden arrow had appeared at her throat, but her hand had intercepted it, knocking it down. Chu Ge broke out in a cold sweat, nearly disconnecting from the mental link, and shouted out in shock to ask who it was. Qiu Wuji looked grave. The golden arrow had traveled from far away to strike at her throat. The attacker possessed genuine space-based abilities, which made them a difficult foe. As she projected her spiritual sense to track the origin of the arrow, a woman's voice cut through the air. The voice called out that the golden arrow left no shadow and chased souls across the world, confirming the attacker's identity. A woman wearing the same uniform as the regular soldiers suddenly launched herself from the burning ship. In the blink of an eye, she reached the shore, 2 or 3 miles from Qiu Wuji, where rubble flew into the air and figures were seen retreating. The female warrior struck out with her palm, causing the rubble to explode into the air and settle around the area, creating a strange spatial cage. The fleeing figure trapped within the rocks struggled to break through the barrier, failed, and let out a sharp cry before charging upward. Violent spatial distortions erupted into the sky, colliding with the massive spatial force gathered by the female warrior. A earth-shattering roar followed, filling the sky with dust and smoke, drowning out the battle on the ship. Qiu Wuji tensed her entire body. These two were incredibly strong, fighting with the intensity of immortals. She had not noticed the female warrior before. Had she been hiding among the soldiers just to ambush the arrow wielder? The sounds of combat grew louder, rapidly approaching Qiu Wuji's location. Qiu Wuji formed a spell with her fingers, her eyes fixed on the battle. Chu Ge sat with his mouth hanging open, seemingly stunned by the intensity of the fight. Qiu Wuji's judgment of the situation surpassed Chu Ge's. She clearly sensed that the golden arrow user was approaching her, likely viewing her as an easier target to take as a hostage. Meanwhile, the female warrior displayed a cruel indifference to the lives of others, launching area of effect attacks without caring about collateral damage, perhaps even willing to let the hostage die. Indignation flared in Qiu Wuji's heart, and she began to gather energy for a major spell. Chu Ge watched as the phantom image of a flying sword appeared before her, radiating an aura of autumn waters spanning the sky, ready to sweep everything away. Recognizing the move as the autumn waters spanning the sky, Chu Ge, as the creator of these skills, instantly came to his senses. He shouted that this was an area of effect attack and asked if she intended to hit both opponents at once. Qiu Wuji replied coldly that the woman might not have good intentions, so she did not care if she hit her. Besides, the woman was strong enough not to be easily injured. Chu Ge panicked, telling her not to strike the woman. Qiu Wuji was annoyed, asking whose side he was on and pointing out that she was not going to tolerate the woman just because she was from the agency. Watching her prepare to unleash the attack, Chu Ge broke into a sweat, insisting that the woman could not possibly have malicious intentions toward her. Qiu Wuji asked coldly for a reason. Chu Ge shouted that the woman was their mother. Qiu Wuji's first instinct was to curse, but she realized what he meant. Her hand trembled, her sword veered off course, and she nearly lost her breath. Chapter 142. The two powerhouses collided right before them. The battle arrived just above Qiu Wuji, hovering nearby. The phantom sword image shifted form. The range tightened, condensing into a single line. Autumn waters spanning the sky transformed into solitary goose over the vast sky. Brilliant rays cascaded, accompanied by the swift flight of a lone bird. Beneath the gorgeous special effects lurked fatal intent. Qiu Wuji poured her full magical power into the strike. She doubted she had ever exerted herself this much while fighting Yan Qianlie. This was not merely about defeating an enemy. She was helping her mother-in-law. Wait, who said she was her mother-in-law? Qiu Wuji brushed the rebellious thought aside. Her sword light shimmered, spraying blood into the air. This was the first time she had unleashed a major technique in this world. It was no trifle. The man with the golden arrow could not dodge in time. A scream escaped his lips as his body twisted, attempting to flee into the void. The older woman extended her right hand, gripping the empty air. The void solidified. Space locked down. With a heavy thud, her left hand struck the man's lower abdomen. The man coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. His venomous eyes remained fixed on Qiu Wuji, as if he never expected the woman, who appeared on the shore, to become his executioner. Mother and daughter-in-law had joined forces to subdue the enemy with a single strike. This was a drug lord from Southeast Asia, a man who had roamed the coast for a long time. He was slippery. During the Wang family affair, they assumed he had already sensed the danger and escaped. The woman removed her military cap as she spoke. It was Wu Ziyun, Chu Ge's mother. The face revealed years of hardship. Gray streaked her temples and crow's feet lined her eyes. She eyed Qiu Wuji with deep meaning. Beneath the removed cap, soft, permed waves echoed a past era. Qiu Wuji blinked. She had seen this hairstyle on many middle-aged women at the market. Her features still held the beauty of her youth, explaining Chu Ge's own handsome appearance. Yet, even a powerful woman could not stop the erosion of time. Her ability was not related to time. Chu Ge was 28. As his mother, she was well over 50. Qiu Wuji dared not ask about her specific age. She felt her imposing aura vanish. She felt a bit guilty. She mumbled, "The man is not dead. Do you want to finish him off?" Wu Ziyun smiled gently. "We must take him back for interrogation. We need to know why he stayed here this long. We suspect he made contact with other channels." "Oh, then you are busy, auntie. Goodbye." Qiu Wuji turned to run. "Wait a moment." Wu Ziyun stopped her. "Just now I deliberately acted as if I did not care about you. I wanted the other side to believe I was cold and ruthless. Taking a hostage to threaten me would be meaningless. It was a roundabout way of protecting you. It was not that I truly did not care. If I felt I could no longer bluff, I would have changed strategies." Qiu Wuji laughed nervously. "I thought of that. I saw it. You seemed very unhappy before, as if you wanted to slash at me too." No, truly not. I do not blame you. My actions were too prone to misunderstanding." Qiu Wuji had no choice but to respond. "Truly not. I did not misunderstand. I was just helping Auntie beat up the bad guy." Wu Ziyun nodded. "Young lady, your skills are very impressive. If not for you, I might not have caught this slippery fish. Where did you learn these techniques?" Qiu Wuji froze. She realized she had shown off too much. It was too late to regret it. She replied, myself. I awakened them myself." Wu Ziyun looked her up and down again. She suddenly asked, "Where do you work? Do you have a government position?" Qiu Wuji felt extremely awkward. "I work as an assistant for a writer's studio. I have no intention of becoming a civil servant." "A writer's studio?" Wu Ziyun smiled slightly. "My son is also a writer. By the way, the matter is concluded. I must go see my son." Qiu Wuji stepped backward. Would she be homeless tonight? Should she hide? She could return to the book, but the traces of a woman living in that house were too obvious. How would Chu Ge fool his mother? Qiu Wuji's eyes darted around. She wanted to collude with the moon in the book world, but the moon had gone quiet. Chu Ge could not hold that connection for long, and had withdrawn his power. Qiu Wuji stomped her foot in frustration. "You are busy. I will go first." She vanished into the distance, heading home to find Chu Ge. "Hey, young lady, we have a car." Wu Ziyun called out from behind, but Qiu Wuji was already gone. Wu Ziyun suppressed a laugh and turned her head. The battle on the ship had ended. The soldiers suffered minor injuries, but no casualties. It was a major case and a glorious victory, but it happened in the shadows. The achievements of the heroes remained unknown to the public. The soldiers cleared the deck. Yu Ying flew over, looking astonished. "Director Wu, why are you here? Are you not a researcher?" "No, wait. When I called you to report on the sea sand, where were you answering the phone?" We have part-time jobs." Wu Ziyun smiled, patting Yu Ying's head. She had thought this girl was nice. She heard she used to be Chu Ge's neighbor. She thought Chu Ge was a complete idiot for not chasing her. Who gave birth to such an idiot? But today, she saw Qiu Wuji and felt so satisfied she almost burst with joy. "Yu Ying, I have a task for you." "Yes, ma'am." Yu Ying stood at attention and saluted. "Take this man back. You must keep him under strict control." "Yes, work hard. You will be promoted to full status after this." Wu Ziyun turned to leave. "Director Wu, where are you going?" "I am going home to see my daughter-in-law. Well, to be precise, I am going to provide an assist for my stupid son." Yu Ying blinked, completely bewildered. Qiu Wuji had prepared to return to the book world anyway. She wasted no time, conserving no mana. She flashed through the air repeatedly, covering the distance home in a short time. Chu Ge paced back and forth inside. When Qiu Wuji burst through the door, he rushed forward. "Where is my mother? Where is my mother?" Qiu Wuji did not even have time to close the door. She stomped her foot. "You only remember your mother. Are you not here? My mother and you fought side by side, and she did not return. So of course I am asking. Besides, how is my mother so powerful? Is this still my mother? Stop worrying about that. You are mother and son. You can ask whatever you want later." Qiu Wuji sniffled. "Your mother is coming to see you. I ran back first to coordinate our stories with you. All these things in the house." She gestured around the room and stomped again. "How do I explain this?" Chu Ge went blank. That was true. He had told his mother before that he liked a girl, but had not managed to pursue her yet. How could he explain this live-in situation? Qiu Wuji did not even know if she counted as a girlfriend. If others misunderstood and called her sister-in-law, she could still stiffen her neck and claim they were innocent. But this was meeting the parents. Would it trigger her rebellious nature? Looking at this stubborn girl, she was already jumping with agitation. How could he break this? The two of them paced in the living room together. Qiu Wuji said anxiously, "Have you thought of a way? Should I go back into the book and hide? As long as I am not here, you can make up whatever you want about these things. You are a story writer, you can do it, right?" Chu Ge braced himself. "I will try my best. I rarely managed to fool them when I was young. They are both too clever." "Who is clever?" A head poked in through the doorway. "Yo, practicing a duet." Chu Ge and Qiu Wuji froze in place. It took nearly an hour to take a taxi from the seaside if traffic was bad. It had only been 10 minutes. Qiu Wuji could teleport, but could she? Wu Ziyun looked at Qiu Wuji with genuine surprise. "Young lady, have we met?" Qiu Wuji covered her face. "You have the wrong person." "Is that so?" Wu Ziyun asked Chu Ge with a smile. Chu Ge, will you not introduce this young lady to your mother? Chu Ge's thoughts raced. He coughed. It is like this. She had a tragic life. She was trafficked into the mountains, and this year she finally managed to escape. Wu Zhaoyun listened with an expectant expression. Chu Ge steadied himself. I am a writer looking for an assistant. I happen to hire her. She is pitiful and has nowhere to live, so she is staying here for the time being. It is just like that. We have all the files. Your department is powerful. Go check it yourself. Qiu Wuji nodded along, doing her best to look pitiful and rustic. Wu Zhaoyun finally nodded. She sighed. Yes, after you took her in, you also discovered that she is actually the cousin from my great-uncle's branch. Chu Ge went blank. How did you know? Wu Zhaoyun looked heartbroken. Because this little story was fabricated by your mother. You are trying to fool your mother with a story your mother made up. Why did I give birth to such a stupid son? I should not have gone to raise pigs when I was pregnant. Chapter 143. Chu Ge sat on the sofa with his hands tucked away. Qiu Wuji sat to the side, hugging a small pig pillow. Both of them hung their heads, looking as if they had been caught by the police during a raid. Qiu Wuji felt that the small pig she held might be the true form of Chu Ge. Perhaps when Chu Ge's mother raised pigs, she mixed them up. This small pig was the real Chu Ge. No wonder she liked holding it so much. A thought like that suddenly improved her mood. She stole a glance at Chu Ge, then stole another glance at Wu Zhaoyun. Chu Ge leaned back, giving up on any pretense. Since you already know, I will not pretend to be an upstanding gentleman anymore. Wu Zhaoyun stared at him, confused. Qiu Wuji remained silent. Chu Ge cleared his throat. She is an unregistered fighter, who used to participate in illegal boxing matches. She is very skilled but lacks an identity. Now she has decided to turn over a new leaf and learn writing from me. Wu Zhaoyun took a deep breath, about to start scolding him. Chu Ge quickly continued. She is my girlfriend now, mother. Wu Zhaoyun forgot everything she had intended to say. Her eyes brightened instantly. Qiu Wuji's eyes also lit up, looking half angry and half happy. She wanted to argue, but the words died on her lips. She lowered her head once more. She had to deal with his mother, after all. Better to just get through this first. Chu Ge spoke with conviction. Her past identity does not matter. It does not matter if she was trafficked, if she was an undocumented person, if she was a powerful empress, or a ruthless killer. She is my Qiu Wuji. I like her, mother. Your department is so powerful, so please help cover her past. Qiu Wuji looked at him, completely lost in thought. Wu Zhaoyun glanced back and forth between the two of them. She was blooming with joy inside. Children never understand the psychology of parents. They always feel guilty and try to win understanding. In reality, it all comes down to gender. If the genders were reversed, and a girl brought home a man of unknown origin, claiming she wanted to be with him regardless of his history, the parents would be so angry they might slap her 10 times. They would throw the man to the bottom of the Nanjiang River. It would not matter how handsome he was. If he were handsome, he would still look ugly to them. But a boy bringing home an incomparably beautiful girl, telling his mother that he loved this woman regardless of who she was, that was a completely different story. Although she worried about her identity, the level of concern was different. The key question now was her character. Her past was less important. Even if she had offended foreign gangsters and fled back to the country, so what? Did their family fear such things? The old lady had been observing her calmly for a long time. Her observations were limited, because the two of them were always glued together. Apart from proving they could live together well, she could not see much else. This time, she suggested that Yuying ask Qiu Wuji for help in tracking the enemy. Although she really could not find them herself, the idea to ask a civilian to help did not come from Yuying. It came from Wu Zhaoyun. She wanted to see her conduct and whether she was on the right path. Qiu Wuji agreed to help without a second thought, showing her willingness to cooperate with the nation. She refused to leave after finding the enemy, insisting on following them, demonstrating her passion for eliminating evil. She countered a surprise attack with ease, showing her ability. When she realized the two fighters in the battle did not care about their own lives and prepared to attack both of them with one sword, it showed her hot temper. Or rather, her strength and confidence. When she finally sensed something was wrong, and decisively held back, only striking the enemy, it revealed her sharp mind. Working together, the mother and daughter-in-law captured a major drug lord. In a way, she had performed a great service this time. Except for a slight discrepancy regarding the sharp mind she displayed when she held back, the rest was basically accurate. A person's behavior when facing danger reveals a great deal. Combined with her previous observations, Qiu Wuji did not like to participate in these matters. She was a homebody. That is to say, she could handle domestic life usually, but she was decisive when things happened. She was capable in the parlor and in the kitchen. Wu Zhaoyun felt this was just like herself. She was so satisfied that she wanted to tell Chu Ge to get married immediately. The only sigh was that her son's authority as a husband seemed to be non-existent. No wonder he had to kneel on a durian so early. Seeing Chu Ge's nervous expression, Wu Zhaoyun finally laughed out loud. Since I created her identity, I will naturally help cover it. You do not need to worry. Chu Ge relaxed slightly. He muttered to himself. I thought Zhongyi was the capable one, but it turns out the capable one is my own mother. Qiu Wuji rubbed the small pig pillow. She felt more and more that this pillow was Chu Ge. Wu Zhaoyun continued. We have been fighting against vicious criminals for a long time. Once the identities of our family members are leaked, it leads to trouble. Unless you have decided to inherit your father's profession, you must keep things secret if you want your family to have a normal life. I must keep secrets from you too. Otherwise, young people are not tight-lipped and love to show off. If you show off to someone and leak information, everything will be ruined. Chu Ge remained silent for a moment. He lowered his voice. I understand. Only pride remains. Where is Dad? He is abroad. Wu Xiaoyun seemed reluctant to talk about high-level secrets. She quickly changed the subject. Zhong Yi is indeed a capable person, but do not trust him too much just because I introduced him. Oh, why is that? He is, well, an expert in ancient terms, a recluse of sorts. He is comfortable in both the underworld and the righteous world. He has a complicated social circle. As for being an outsider, he gets some convenience, but for us, it is also a way to put a lock on him. But you still leaked our relationship to him? I did it on purpose. First, to test him. Second, we changed our considerations regarding you. Since you have supernatural abilities, we intended to let you exercise them. Of course, he is different from external enemies. Even if he knows your identity and wants to do something, the methods he would use are not those of an enemy. It is fine to interact with him normally. Just do not be so naive and open up to everyone. Chu Ge nodded silently. He had felt earlier that his parents might have changed their thoughts about him, trying to let him contact the supernatural world. Perhaps because they were worried, they only offered peripheral support. Contacting Zhong Yi was one such instance. For example, that grain of sea sand. The spiritual world is illusory and invisible to ordinary people. This sea sand helps clarify perception. It is very meaningful for people who have just awakened their abilities to use it to familiarize themselves with and develop their skills early on. As soon as I knew the Wang family had this, I thought about letting you use it. To be honest, after working for so many years, it would not be difficult for me to bring this back for you. But our family does not do that. Actually, there is no need. Chu Ge agreed. It is indeed unnecessary. Since it is meant for initial introductory assistance, I will use it for a while. When I can perceive things without it, I will no longer need it. Wu Xiaoyun nodded with satisfaction. This child is not a pig after all. The problem is that since you are not a pig, others can use the sea sand for a month, and it is enough. Why do you still need to extend the time after a month? Seeming to feel his mother's contemptuous gaze, Chu Ge mumbled. I used it less before. Such an important item was in your hands, yet you did not study it day and night. What were you doing? Dating. The atmosphere went quiet. Qiu Wuji covered her face. This child is not a pig. Others study it day and night for a month, but this child has used it maybe 3 times in total. That was already enough. Wu Xiaoyun gritted her teeth. Where is it? Why can I not sense where it is? Did you lose it? Qiu Wuji finally spoke up. I used a method to conceal it. Wu Xiaoyun was very surprised. For things involving spirits, physical materials are hard to conceal. That is why the Wang family looked like fireflies in the night when they held it. They could not hide it. The daughter-in-law could actually conceal it. A thought flashed through her mind, but she did not ask how she concealed it. In fact, many in the bureau could do this, just with special spiritual abilities. It was just that this daughter-in-law appeared more and more unfathomable. What exactly was her ability? Forget it. It is better to leave some secrets for young people. If she asked too much, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship would be hard to maintain. Wu Xiaoyun put aside her serious thoughts. She stretched lazily. All right, you can keep using that sea sand until you do not need it anymore. It is very late. Mom can stay here tonight, right? I see you have 2 rooms. Chu Ge and Qiu Wuji froze simultaneously. They watched as Wu Xiaoyun strolled to the door of the second bedroom and peeked inside. Her eyes went wide. You are not sleeping together? Are there problems with your relationship? Cohabiting before marriage, everyone else is glued together. You two are sleeping in separate rooms? How will you live in the future? Wu Xiaoyun looked at the couple on the sofa with an unkind expression. The two stared at each other, breaking out in a cold sweat. Chapter 144. Qiu Wuji was filled with regret, deeply so. If only she had vehemently denied being his girlfriend from the start. What would have been wrong with claiming they were just roommates? Or perhaps she should have slipped back into the book world early on. This mess had nothing to do with her. But here she was. She was the girlfriend in a passionate, live-in relationship, yet they were not even sleeping in the same room. Who would believe that ridiculous story? Marriage had not happened yet, so separate rooms were not entirely unheard of. They could claim they were maintaining their purity, refusing to cross the line before marriage. She had seen people on the internet practicing this kind of trial marriage. As often as she surfed the web these days, Qiu Wuji was no longer a stranger to these modern concepts. Yet this trial marriage concept was niche. Few people believed in it. They were more likely to suspect one of them was keeping a backup option. Even without assuming the worst, it proved one undeniable point. Their relationship was still mediocre, stuck in the phase of familiarization and adjustment. That was undeniably true. For anyone else, being mediocre was fine. However, she had the unresolved issue of her undocumented status looming over her. The elder had only refrained from digging deeper earlier, because she believed their relationship was strong. So this was the vaunted romance. Who could see this without developing doubts? Wu Xiaoyun's expression betrayed her. There was no telling how many bizarre questions about identity were racing through her mind. Perhaps she suspected a backup lover, a female spy, a paid agent, or someone targeting her son's status. All sorts of thoughts could be swirling in her head. Chu Ge wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his thoughts racing as he scrambled for a reason. He gestured nervously. QQ has her period right now, Wu Xiaoyun hummed in question. Chu Ge spoke with increasing confidence. If you do not believe me, go check the bathroom. The pad is right there. Wu Xiaoyun looked completely baffled. No, why would the presence of a pad matter? Is there a connection between having a period and sleeping in separate rooms? Who told you that sleeping in the same room requires doing bad things? If that were the case, your father would have dried up into a mummy long ago. Wait, that is not what I meant. Chu Ge fell silent. Qiu Wuji stood frozen. Wu Xiaoyun glared at her son. What is with those expressions? If we were not active, would you even exist? We are talking about you. What kind of excuse is that? Chu Ge struggled to find a plausible excuse. Well this. QQ is quite superstitious. She thinks it brings bad luck. You know my book rankings are rising right now, right? She does not want me to taint that good fortune. So we are just separating for these 2 days. Just these 2 days. Qiu Wuji remained silent at his side, feeling a sense of awe at his audacity. The mouth of a man is truly the tongue of a deceiver. To come up with such a reason was masterful. Wu Xiaoyun looked her son up and down, asking with suspicion. Just these 2 days. Yes, yes. Chu Ge instinctively wrapped his arms around Qiu Wuji and made a kissing sound. Qiu Wuji stood there stunned. She wanted to kick him, yet a sweet smile formed on her face, and she nestled into his arms, feigning shyness. She thought to herself that she would deal with him later. She had forgotten that a verbal lie would not be the end of it. Wu Xiaoyun seemed to sigh with relief, waving her hand magnanimously. What era are we in to believe in such feudal superstitions? Our family are steadfast party members. Even if there were strange occurrences in ancient times, nowadays, it is likely just supernatural abilities. You and I both have them, so why worry about that? Go back to sleeping together. Watching you two is just awkward. Chu Ge hugged Qiu Wuji, offering a fawning smile. Of course, we cannot have mom sleeping on the sofa. QQ will just stay in here tonight. Qiu Wuji stared blankly, a hollow expression on her face. How did it suddenly feel like this mother and son were setting a trap for her? Regardless of whether it was a trap, things had reached this point. She either had to blow her cover, or grit her teeth, and continue the performance. Ultimately, she stood up with a soft, gentle smile. Auntie, you should wash up first. We have spare towels at home. Wu Xiaoyun's expression turned kind and amiable. Good, good. QQ really is a capable housekeeper. If I left that rascal to live on his own, he would never think of spare supplies. Chu's mother entered the bathroom with a look of satisfaction, leaving the couple outside with expressions so distinct they looked like a freeze frame from a famous painting. The night was deep and quiet. Qiu Wuji held the small pig pillow in one hand and her pajamas in the other, standing stiffly in Chu Ge's room, staring at him without expression, remaining silent. Chu Ge dared not approach the bed, nor could he change his clothes. He stood with his neck stiff, like a soldier awaiting inspection. 5 minutes had already passed in this standoff. They had shared a room in a hotel once before, but that room had 2 beds. Here, there was only 1 bed, and it was not large. What made Qiu Wuji want to vomit blood was that she needed to sleep tonight. Normally, missing a night or 2 was not an issue, but tonight she had expended too much energy. Without a proper rest, she would simply vanish back into her book. If she disappeared out of thin air, it would be a disaster. There was no way Chu's mother would not be suspicious then. It felt as though every possible misfortune had piled up at once, forcing the situation into this predicament. Chu Ge seemed to understand this too. After the 2 of them had stood there staring at each other for a long time, he finally sighed. I will pull an all-nighter. You go to sleep. This was the only solution. Qiu Wuji had certainly wanted that from the moment she entered the room. If he dared to trick her into sleeping in the same bed, she would sever his little head. Qiu Wuji was satisfied with his cooperation and ceased her anger toward him. She simply asked, what should I do about changing clothes? Chu Ge looked around. There was no screen here, and indeed, nowhere to change into pajamas. She could use magic to conjure a set, but did she have enough mana left for that? He looked at her shirt and trousers, stained with sea mud from the battle. Chu Ge had no choice but to say, I will turn around. You can change quietly behind me. I promise not to peek. Qiu Wuji stared at him with distrust. Chu Ge tilted his head. It is not like I have not seen it before. What is there to look at? Ow. Qiu Wuji pinned him against the wall, speaking with bitterness. It is precisely because a lecherous rogue like you peeked at me bathing that you are untrustworthy. Chu Ge was about to retort, but suddenly felt something strange. Her strength was too weak. She had almost no force behind her. She was truly at the end of her rope, on the verge of returning at any moment. This was really, she would have gone back, and that would have been that. But his mother had chosen such a precise and ruthless time to intervene. Chu Ge's thoughts stirred. He twisted his waist slightly, struggled with his wrists, and broke free from her grasp, reversing the position to pin Qiu Wuji against the wall. Qiu Wuji glared at him. You. Chu Ge placed his index finger on her lips. You said there was a time I could have forced you. I know this does not count. But at least this proves I will not take advantage of the situation. He finished and stepped back decisively, turning to sit at the computer desk with his back to Qiu Wuji. Actually, not changing is fine. If it gets dirty, it gets dirty. I will wash the sheets tomorrow. Qiu Wuji bit her lower lip, glaring at his back. The urge she had just felt to just return regardless of the consequences vanished. She hesitated for a moment, then sat gently on the edge of the bed and began to undress. If the sheets are stained with sea mud, Auntie will notice something is wrong. Listening to the rustling sounds of her changing clothes behind him, Chu Ge felt as if he could visualize the sweet scene. He swallowed hard, forced the thought from his mind, and opened a group chat, attempting to distract himself by talking to his foolish online friends. Unfortunately, he could not process a single word of what the group members were discussing. Qiu Wuji, behind him, was equally unsettled. She felt as though 10,000 deer were crashing around in her heart, and her entire body felt as if it were burning. Sometimes, the vague is more moving than the direct. Two people experiencing their first love grasped the meaning of this for the first time. Not until she had changed into her pajamas and climbed into bed with her small pig pillow did Qiu Wuji stop feeling incredibly awkward. This was his bed. The sheets in the thin quilt were full of his scent. The scent was familiar, but in this new environment and atmosphere, it made her heart beat uncontrollably. Could she really fall asleep like this? Qiu Wuji felt that she could not find even a trace of drowsiness. Qiu Wuji curled up in the thin quilt and turned to face Chu Ge. Chu Ge was staring blankly at the computer screen. In his current state, could he really pull an all-nighter? In truth, it was not good for Chu Ge to stay up all night online. He had finally managed to regulate his biological clock to a healthy state, and this would ruin it all. It would hinder his writing and his cultivation. Qiu Wuji suddenly felt it would be better to switch. Why do you not sleep? And I will meditate through the night. Chu Ge turned to look at her. The sight of her lying on her side, lightly embracing the quilt, it was truly too tempting. She was likely unaware of it herself. Chu Ge turned his head back immediately. No need. An all-nighter is no big deal. You should sleep. Both avoided a single question. Wu Xiaoyun was a powerful user of supernatural abilities. They did not know if she could perceive through walls with her mind. If she could, neither of them could fool her by pulling an all-nighter. Of course, Chu's mother would not be so boring as to engage in spying, but what if she did? The two fell into silence, their minds a jumbled mess. Chu Ge stared blankly at the computer and suddenly spoke. QQ. Ah. Qiu Wuji gripped the quilt, feeling a bit nervous. Chu Ge seemed to struggle, speaking one word slowly after another. Will you, truly, be my girlfriend? It was as if lightning had struck Qiu Wuji. She went numb, her mind a complete blank. You. Saying this at a moment like this, what are you trying to do? Chapter 145. The clock on the wall ticked away. Seconds and minutes slipped by. Light from the computer screen washed over Chu Ge's face. His expression shifted from tension to a slow, deliberate calm. Actually, we have kissed, held each other, and shared meals and beds. You are already my girlfriend. Chu Ge spoke again. At least in my heart, I have always believed that. I think deep down, you acknowledge it too, otherwise my Qiu Wuji would not kiss a man. Qiu Wuji stared at him, wide-eyed. A long time passed. The spark of recognition finally returned to her. She struggled to organize her thoughts into words. You must not think that just because we are girlfriend and boyfriend, you can do anything. Bringing this up right now, you. No. Chu Ge cut her off. Deceiving others and ourselves is pointless. I want to tell the world that Qiu Wuji is my girlfriend. It is not a ruse. I hope Qiu Wuji tells the world that Chu Ge is her boyfriend, and it is not a misunderstanding. What do we have to hide that makes us act so skittish? Qiu Wuji went quiet. She watched him steadily for a long moment. Her heartbeat began to slow. She finally understood why Chu Ge was so calm. Once spoken aloud, it was just that simple. Why keep the knot tied in her heart? She thought about it for a moment, then smiled. Her smile was like clouds parting for the moon, a field of flowers blooming. The entire autumn night grew bright. Chu Ge turned his head sharply, his face full of surprise. He had not expected such a direct answer. They had kissed and held each other, but an admission was a ritual. It was permission for the future. From this moment, he would never need excuses. She was his girlfriend. He was her boyfriend. They were lovers. There was nothing to hide. Qiu Wuji relaxed, leaning back against the headboard to look at the ceiling. I told you before that we were not married. That is what I meant. I might truly see you as my boyfriend, but I am unwilling to do those things modern people take for granted. I feared you would push for more, so I refused to admit it. Chu Ge blinked, unsure of how to respond. It seemed her experience with casual intimacy in media had left a scar. She feared that confirming their relationship meant inevitable escalation. Chu Ge, have you ever regretted writing an ancient woman? Someone with such rigid, righteous thinking, making things so complicated. I wrote her. I love her. They met each other's gaze. Something flickered in their eyes. Qiu Wuji lowered her voice. Come lie down. We do not want your mother to get curious and send a spirit probe. It would be hard to explain. As for other things, we have shared a room before. As long as you maintain proper etiquette, it will be fine. Chu Ge patted his chest. I will draw a line in the sand. If I cross it, you can hit me. Qiu Wuji shook her head. There is no need for such childish games. The boundary is in the heart. She shifted to make space, using the pig pillow as a headrest. She lay calmly, looking at the ceiling. Chu Ge lay down on the empty half of the bed. They listened to the rapid heartbeat of the other. It was different from a hotel room. They were so close. A hand could easily reach out to touch a body. A simple turn would bring them together. They were officially girlfriend and boyfriend. If he reached out, Qiu Wuji did not need a mirror to know her face was as red as a monkey's rear end. The weather was hot, which was fortunate. They did not need the thin quilt. Chu Ge started. Qiu Wuji instinctively balled her fists. Is that pillow uncomfortable? Do you want to swap? You just want to ask if you should let me use your arm as a pillow. Chu Ge blinked. She was surprisingly sharp. I am already resting on Chu Ge. They fell into a comfortable silence. Qiu Wuji whispered. Sleep well. Do not think too much. Chu Ge tried again. May I kiss you? A good night kiss. Qiu Wuji looked at the ceiling without answering. Chu Ge took that as permission and leaned in to kiss her cheek. It was burning hot, but she did not refuse. They were girlfriend and boyfriend now. He pulled back quickly and whispered, good night. Qiu Wuji relaxed her tense body and whispered back, good night. The fragrance of the person beside him drifted into his nose. The exhaustion finally took hold. He fell asleep. He was carefree, even smiling in his dreams. Qiu Wuji felt the same fatigue, but with her mind in such a state, she could not sleep. His breathing was rhythmic, almost hypnotic. It was strange. If she had traveled back a few months and told her past self this would happen, she would have cut that person down for spouting nonsense. She turned to look at his sleeping face. She felt a small urge to kiss him back and say good night, but he was asleep. She pouted and looked at the ceiling. If she waited until dawn, would she disappear? She thought about the pig pillow. If the pig I am resting on is Chu Ge, and I rest on it until dawn, does that mean I am resting on the spear until dawn? She laughed to herself and eventually drifted off. Qiu Wuji did not sleep soundly. She woke up early to find the man looking at her with a gentle, amused expression. She realized her posture. Chu Ge had remained honest, lying flat as he had the night before. She, however, was tangled around him, hugging his arm, leg over his thigh, head on his shoulder. It was embarrassing. She stared at him blankly. Look at what? You know that pillow was bad. Chu Ge smiled. Yes, it is the pig's fault. It is, she retorted. She noticed he was holding his phone in his other hand. He had clearly been awake for a while, but he had held his arm still so as not to wake her. She felt embarrassed and moved away. What time is it? It is just past 7. I have not been awake long. Is the group chat active this early? Yes. They are all cultivators. There are so many people, they have all sorts of schedules, not to mention the overseas members. She peered at his phone. 2,999 people. That is full. Are you going to open a new group? Chu Ge sighed. There are too many groups to manage. I did not want to, but it seems I have to. Qiu Wuji teased him. You were fighting in the same room before, so what should the new group be called? That is easy. Chu Ge operated the phone to create the new group. He typed 4 characters into the name field. Resting on the spear until dawn. Chapter 146. Qiu Wuji had picked up a bit of semi-profane internet slang. It was only semi-profane, because she had not yet evolved to the level where she could deconstruct the character for Dawn to understand the hidden layers of teasing Chu Ge was throwing at her. In truth, even among veteran internet users, that level of sophistication was not exactly common. Yet, she happily grasped another layer of meaning. If thousands of people are not enough to brandish spears, now you want thousands to rest their heads on them as well. As the saying goes, Chu Ge and the jade arms of 1,000, everyone rests their heads. Chu Ge felt a mix of laughter and helplessness as he reached out to tickle her. You seem quite happy about me being a pillow for 1,000 people. Qiu Wuji fought back with renewed vigor. You are the one who named the group that. Chu Ge offered a playful threat. There are not just guys in the group making jokes. There might be girls in there too. Qiu Wuji grew alert in an instant. That will not do. Oh, stop tickling me. The two of them nimbly engaged in a flurry of martial arts moves, dissolving into a tangled mess of laughter and playful fighting. They had completely forgotten the presence of someone else in the house. Wu Xiaoyun stood outside their bedroom door, rubbing her face with a towel. She paced back and forth, listening to the peals of laughter from inside. A fond smile spread across her face. Their relationship was truly good. She had known they were close for a long time. All her covert observations had not been in vain. She had known her foolish son was hesitant to make a move, which was exactly why she had come to provide a little assistance. Although she was a powerful superhuman with strong spiritual energy, her abilities were space-based, not the type used for mental espionage. Unless she utilized her spatial powers to distort or fold dimensions, she could only rely on pure spiritual energy to sense existence, not to uncover what was happening inside a room. This was a significant difference between the superhuman system and the cultivation system. In other words, she had absolutely no way of knowing who had stayed up all night, yet she had let the couple scare themselves and formulate their own elaborate internal strategies. The couple in the room was practicing cultivation, after all. They assumed that someone this powerful would easily be able to probe with spiritual intent. From inside the room, Qiu Wuji called out, "Stop messing around. Go meditate. I am going out to make breakfast." Wu Xiaoyun retreated quickly into the bathroom, pretending she had just been washing up. A moment later, Qiu Wuji opened the door and stepped out. She froze when she saw the movement in the bathroom. She had genuinely forgotten about the elder. Now that their relationship was established, Qiu Wuji was not as flustered or at a loss as she had been the previous day. She greeted her with a calm demeanor. "Good morning, Auntie. Did you sleep well?" Wu Xiaoyun smiled broadly. "Still calling me Auntie?" Qiu Wuji offered an apologetic smile. She did not change the way she addressed her, but simply asked, "I am going to make breakfast. Do you have any dietary restrictions?" "I have no restrictions at all. I will eat whatever you make, Wuji." Wu Xiaoyun was pleased to see a daughter-in-law who could cook. She was not offended that Qiu Wuji had not changed her form of address yet. They were not married, so it was perfectly normal. Even for engaged couples, most people went through a rather awkward adjustment period when trying to call their partner's parents mom and dad. They would either struggle to get the words out or say them so softly they sounded like mosquitoes. It was all very standard. In Wu Zhaoyun's personal opinion, someone who could call them mom and dad without a shred of hesitation upon the first meeting would be rather suspicious, hinting at a very colorful romantic history. Of course, personal opinions did not count for much. Even though she had not demanded a change in address, Chu Ge stuck his head out from the room and insisted on it. Mom, stop calling her Wuji. Do you want me to have married the leader of the Ming cult? Wu Zhaoyun blinked, stunned. You are one to talk about names being hard to call. Then what should she be called? Qiu. Why is that hard to say? Chu Ge spoke with righteousness. The group is all full of Qiu fans. Wu Zhaoyun could neither laugh nor cry. Fine, fine. She glanced toward the kitchen, temporarily setting aside the urge to help Qiu Wuji, and leaned in toward Chu Ge. When do you plan to get your marriage certificate with Qiu? Chu Ge went blank. They had only just established their relationship the day before. He did not even dare to think about getting a marriage certificate yet. Qiu's attitude yesterday clearly showed she was not at the stage of marriage. Moving too fast would only cause trouble. Her spiritual power had likely recovered after a night of rest, and she was surely listening in. If he said something wrong and angered her enough to hide back in the book, what would he do? He offered an explanation. Mom, things do not happen that fast. Qiu and I have only known each other for 3.5 months in total. There are people who elope after knowing each other for 3 days these days. You still think 3.5 months is short? 3-day elopements are more or less irresponsible. I have not investigated the success rate of those marriages. Your department is so impressive. Why do you not go look that up? Wu Zhaoyun narrowed her eyes. It feels like you have a lot of opinions about my department today. Not at all. I truly think you are impressive. We are not the Civil Affairs Bureau. Who would have the energy to investigate such things? Chu Ge continued. Anyway, your son has not achieved success in his career yet, and Qiu does not have a stable income either. It is not appropriate to get married so early. Wu Zhaoyun accepted this explanation and pondered. Qiu's income is irrelevant. You are the one who needs to provide. As a grown man, what is your monthly income now? Chu Ge thought about it. I mean, this punch. Wu Zhaoyun looked at him expectantly. Oh, my monthly income is decent. It just does not look like much compared to house prices. Wu Zhaoyun slanted her eyes at him. You are planning to wait until you have bought a house to get married? Depending entirely on yourself? Chu Ge had not originally intended to rely solely on himself. He had even planned to use his parents' savings. However, he did not dare say that now. He realized that if he mentioned needing his parents to support a new home, they might actually pull out the money for a house right then and there. He had to answer. That is right. Depending on myself. Wu Zhaoyun squinted at him further. I know your income is not very stable. Just tell me how much you made last month. Chu Ge did the math. Not quite 200,000. Wu Zhaoyun raised her voice an octave. Only 200. Wait, what did you say? Did you go out and commit robbery? Because last month there was a 100,000 yuan reward for catching a wanted criminal. The municipal bureau also gave a reward for righteous action, which was 10,000 yuan. Then a friend gave a gold tier donation, which was 50,000. With my own royalties and all the other tips, that comes out to 200,000. I deducted the taxes, so it is just under that amount. Otherwise, it would have been slightly over. Wu Zhaoyun stared blankly as she did the math. She realized that even deducting the unexpected windfalls, his income from royalties alone seemed to be 40,000. 40,000. Chu Ge added another detail. My rankings are even better this month, so the royalties will be higher. I do not know the exact figure yet. Wu Zhaoyun looked completely stunned. By that calculation, it seemed he would not need to save for too long for a down payment if he bought a house, as long as he did not buy something in the city center or a school district property. Her son had clearly been self-reliant for a long time, but Wu Zhaoyun had always thought of him as a child. Even after he found a girlfriend, she still did not feel he had grown up much. It was only when he presented this figure of 200,000 a sum that could take the combined monthly income of both his parents, grind it into the dust, and rub it on the ground that she finally felt her son had truly grown up. It was a strange psychological sensation. Wu Zhaoyun even felt the need to mentally remind herself of her social security benefits just to maintain some dignity. Chu Ge observed her reaction and spoke. So, as for our marriage, we will arrange it ourselves. You do not need to worry about it. You could not arrange anything yourself. If it had not been for my help yesterday, who knows when you would have managed to climb into her bed. Wu Zhaoyun swallowed the words. She felt that at this stage, she truly did not need to worry much. Her son had really grown up. Qiu Wuji poked her head out from the kitchen. Breakfast is ready. Mother and son smiled simultaneously. That sound was the most pleasant of all. Because they were entertaining the mother-in-law, Qiu Wuji had not made her usual self-ground soy milk. She had specifically cooked porridge, pan-fried a few flatbreads, boiled 3 eggs, stir-fried a plate of greens, and added some preserved vegetables and tofu skins. A light yet rich breakfast covered the table. Wu Zhaoyun's earlier thought that her son was grown up and did not need her interference vanished immediately. Her first reaction was to ask them to get married right there on the spot. Should she have the Civil Affairs Bureau moved to the house? She watched as Qiu Wuji drank her porridge with slow, deliberate grace and spoke softly. Auntie, as far as I am concerned, marriage is not about buying a house. Wu Xiaoyun asked in surprise. Then what is it about? Qiu Wuji smiled. His strength. Wu Xiaoyun stared, confused. He has already awakened his supernatural abilities, and his spiritual strength is nearing the 7-star level. He has great potential, and is no longer a mere mortal. Qiu Wuji spoke with a smile and a calm, unquestionable tone. Auntie, your spatial power is vast and unparalleled, a rarity in this world. I believed that as mother and son, the secrets of these powers would be right before our eyes. Yet, the discussions surrounding him always revolve around money and marriage. Is that not a pity? Wu Xiaoyun blinked her eyes. Her way of speaking sounded quite antique. At this moment, the Qiu Wuji who had softly whispered good morning, the Qiu Wuji who had just prepared a rich breakfast, and the Qiu Wuji who had been laughing and playing with Chu Ge in the room, were these truly the same person? The intense, lethal sharpness of the sword strike from yesterday seemed to appear before her again. Yes, this was a formidable young woman. So far, no one could evaluate her true strength, and Wu Xiaoyun herself had yet to understand it. This was not some shy young bride stolen from the mountains. This was a wild horse, a divine sword. The respect she showed was purely because Wu Xiaoyun was Chu Ge's mother, which was why she was now here cooking. Yet, could her expectations for her husband really be limited to something as trivial as buying a house? It was truly bizarre. How had this foolish son of hers managed to win the heart of a woman like this? Chapter 147. Qiu Wuji headed out to buy groceries. She acted with intention, leaving the mother and son space to discuss their abilities. She knew her presence as an outsider might be awkward. Wu Xiaoyun watched the door close before turning her attention to her son. She spoke with a measured tone. That girl sees through everything. She is an old hand at life, and for some reason, she projects an air of authority. In a normal interaction, you would feel like a grandson looking up at her. Why is she the one cooking for you? Chu Ge felt a surge of secret pride. He was the one who wrote her character, after all. How could she be superior to him? From the very beginning, he had kept his mindset higher than hers. He thought of her almost like a daughter, guiding her on how to perceive the world. Perhaps that was precisely why their relationship evolved the way it did. No one else could stand above Qiu Wuji. No one else understood her the way he did, and she had never depended on anyone like she depended on him. Slowly, her sharp edges had softened. He let the subject drop. He leaned forward. Mom, I really need to learn how to use these abilities. You are so powerful. Is it really fair not to teach your own son? Wu Xiaoyun exhaled a long breath. In the past, we did not know you had powers. During the 2 years after we awakened, we tested you in secret many times. We felt you had not inherited a single thing from us. Your father even argued with me about whether you were really ours. Chu Ge stared, unable to process the situation. Now I think we must have grabbed the wrong baby, at least in terms of intelligence. Stop right there. Can we talk about the main topic? The main topic is that powers are not necessarily hereditary. In fact, the chances are quite small, so we did not take it to heart. We thought since you were an ordinary kid, you should just go to school, get a job, and enjoy a simple life without getting involved in our dangerous world. That would have been perfect. Since that was our mindset, why would we bring up superpowers? We were not asking for trouble. Chu Ge poured his mother a cup of tea in silence. Now that I have them, is there any advice? Is the training in the dark room still the way to go? The training in the dark room is the gold standard. Everyone must undergo that foundational work, for both body and mind. For more advanced training, you would need to go to our base and undergo the same drills as Yueying. However, I actually think you do not need that. Chu Ge blinked. What do you mean? Because you have a strong instructor. Wu Xiaoyun sipped her tea. She spoke slowly. One that travels with you, personal tutoring. Are you foolish enough to go train somewhere else? Chu Ge sighed. Qiu does not understand powers. She awakened hers on her own, just fumbling around. She cannot give me systematic training. Wu Xiaoyun shook her head. You might have some misconceptions about these things. You are viewing them through the lens of a traditional learning system. Powers have only been developing for a few years. Who has not had to explore them on their own? So-called systematic training is just organization and categorization. It works for basic, generalized training, but for unique abilities, you have to look inward. Just like no one could train me. Chu Ge nodded. Because space is powerful? Exactly, Wu Xiaoyun said, matter-of-factly. As far as anyone knows, no one is stronger than me in space. So who is there to teach me? Chu Ge remained silent. Wu Xiaoyun continued. Based on current information, you are supposed to be invulnerable to blades and guns. What can I teach you there? Chu Ge looked up at his mother. He caught a hint of teasing in her eyes and realized something. She knew he was not actually invulnerable, and was waiting for him to confess. He weighed his options. He did not want to hide things from his mother, but some secrets were too bizarre. He feared variables. If too many people knew, if they started exploring, what if it caused changes in that world? Could he bear such unpredictable consequences? Besides, he had a selfish urge to keep that world as his private property. Moreover, his mother worked for the government. If she felt this was critical and needed to be reported, what if his superiors started ordering him to write things differently? What if they asked Qiu to teach them immortality? If villains like Yan Qianlie escaped into the real world, would people hold him responsible? He decided he could not talk freely, not even to his mom. He spoke in a low voice. I feel my ability also has a spatial aspect. It seems I can mentally link to an alternate dimension. The so-called invulnerability comes from techniques learned in that space. It is a set of cultivation methods, not my innate power. Wu Zhaoyun eyes shone. No wonder your spiritual power is inexplicably strong. It does not match the invulnerability power at all. She stood up, pacing the floor. Space. Space. Truly my own flesh and blood. We did not pick up the wrong baby after all. Chu Ge rubbed his temple. Wu Zhaoyun turned to him. Can you use spatial power? Like twisting space, dimensional slashes, teleportation, things like that? Chu Ge shook his head. No, absolutely not. Then it is not the manipulation type, she continued pacing. Just pure perception, and a link to another dimension. She seemed stuck on a problem. Even she did not know how to develop Chu Ge's power right away. She thought for a moment. I will try to teach you some spatial applications. See if we can find some parallels, help you get a clearer sense of space, and help you perceive that dimension better. Chu Ge said. I cannot perceive anything special about real space. What can I apply? I am very confused. When you link to that dimension, do you feel an overlap between the two spaces? Yes. And distance, stretching, vastness and smallness? Yes, Chu Ge admitted. It was starting to get interesting. You have a sharp blade in hand, why fear the chicken? Wu Zhaoyun laughed. Let us try the simplest thing first. I will teach you a bit of invisibility. Once you master that, we can move on. Chu Ge was stunned. Does invisibility need mastering? Is it not just a single spell? Wu Zhaoyun explained. There are several kinds of invisibility. Some twist light to fool the eyes, but ours is relatively high-end. Try using your perception of the two crossing worlds. See if you can create a feeling of cutting yourself off and crossing over, making yourself exist in an isolated space. Chu Ge widened his eyes. If you can do this, you can achieve invisibility, master it to a deep level, and you can isolate space to protect your body. It might even be called invincible. Wu Zhaoyun patted her son on the shoulder with a smile. I believe in you. Chu Ge watched his mother, suddenly feeling she was even more formidable than he had imagined. If she could reach that level of invincible spatial isolation. Chu Ge swallowed and could not help but ask. What is Dad's power? Wu Zhaoyun looked at her son and pulled a booklet out from somewhere. Chu Ge's heart leaped. A portable space? A mustard seed hiding a mountain? I need to learn this, Mom. Wu Zhaoyun said. This is the register of superhumans compiled by Xiao Gu and her team. It is an internal publication and cannot be shown to others. You do not count as others. Take it. When you meet strange people in the future, you can compare them to this list to get a sense of who they are. Chu Ge had coveted this thing for a long time. He took it and flipped to the first page. It was full of codenames and top secret designations. Anything above S-class secret was not listed. Chu Ge asked, what is the use of this? Wu Zhaoyun smiled, pointing to an SS rating. Based on the numbering, this is me. Chu Ge groaned. No ghost could recognize that. That is the point. Even internally, it is useless. Only those with proper credentials can unlock the true identities, but you will not find that here. My public identity is just the director of the Special Ability Material Research Office. I handle research on supernatural substances. Your sea sand falls under my jurisdiction. Chu Ge stayed silent. Wu Zhaoyun asked with a smile, as for what you asked earlier, what is your father's power? Chu Ge looked at her with anticipation. Wu Zhaoyun pointed to an SSS level top secret entry. This is your father. Chu Ge shouted, damn it. Wu Zhaoyun did not speak. The meaning was clear, she really could not tell him. Forget it. I will look at the others myself. Chu Ge flipped to the very last page. Name Chu Ge. Ability invulnerable to blades and guns. Potential assessment E. Chu Ge asked, I am only an E? Which idiot evaluated this? Wu Zhaoyun looked at him with an unkind expression. The idiot who gave birth to you. Chu Ge froze. Wu Zhaoyun continued. Xiao Gu tentatively put you at B, and let the expert panel review it. I was the one who had them change it to E. Now is not the time for you to show off. If you want to show off, wait until you are stronger. Right now, the goal is to mislead people into thinking you are weak, so you can explode their heads with a single punch. Chapter 148. Chu Ge found his mother's speech patterns much trendier than before. He did not know if it was from spending too much time online, or because her department was filled with young people. The memory of the internet meme she once sent him made him want to cover his face in embarrassment. It was not the kind of trendiness she needed. She resembled Qiu Wuji after being led astray by the silly people in their online group. Wu Zhaoyun stood up. I cannot stay long. The case from last night requires my attention, and I have to take some people back to the capital. I will likely only stay for one day. I might not even be here for lunch. Let us make the most of the morning. I will teach you, and we shall see what your intelligence is made of. Chu Ge asked about the spatial ability she used earlier. Is that the technique for storing mountains in a mustard seed? Not exactly. It is a personal space, and it only holds inanimate objects. Wu Zhaoyun gestured. This is much harder than simple invisibility. Are you sure you can learn it? Chu Ge pondered the request. Perhaps his mother still could not understand his perspective. To him, this personal space felt closer to his current state than his own independent space. Besides, it sounded incredibly useful. Qiu Wuji could not bring items out, and he lacked a storage ring. Having a storage space would be amazing. Chu Ge nodded firmly. Teach me everything. I have never found learning difficult. You will see what my intelligence is capable of. Meanwhile, Qiu Wuji stood in the market, hesitant. She struggled to decide what to buy. Shopping used to be easy. She bought whatever she pleased. Chu Ge never complained. Even if she bought something he disliked, he always finished his meals with a smile. She started paying attention to the dishes he reached for most often and remembered those preferences. With time, the small gestures between them grew into a perfect rhythm. She knew him well, perhaps better than anyone else. But with her mother-in-law present, she found herself at a loss. What if she cooked something the woman disliked? The awkwardness would be unbearable. Qiu Wuji sought help from her assistant, Zhu Mengmeng. She pulled out her phone and sent a message. Mengmeng, are you there? Zhu Mengmeng replied instantly. I was just looking for you. I saw a picture online today of a couple called First Autumn Love. The woman looks exactly like you. Qiu Wuji typed back. You surf the internet too? Are you a boy or a girl? She felt quite proud of herself. She could use internet slang now. She was a fashionable netizen. Every day, she reflected on herself within the group. Who am I and where am I, and why are the group members so knowledgeable? Learning from them made her fashionable. Zhu Mengmeng messaged again. Am I living on Mars? It is almost Mid-Autumn Festival already. So is that really you? It is me. Why? Your boyfriend is so handsome and gentle. Qiu Wuji rolled her eyes. Have you finished dealing with your husband, your lover, and the father of your children? Oh, I dodged that question already. Why are you looking for me today? Did you have a fight with your boyfriend? That is perfect. Introduce him to me. Qiu Wuji sent a single word. Go. Zhu Mengmeng sent a crying emoji. Qiu Wuji sighed. You are married. You must know how to cook for a mother-in-law. Zhu Mengmeng replied with a question mark. What do you mean? I am afraid that is a blind spot in my knowledge. Zhu Mengmeng grew interested. You have to cook for your mother-in-law. Are you at the market? Qiu Wuji regretted asking her unreliable friend. Yes. I do not know what to buy. Zhu Mengmeng typed back. That is the market across from my tea house, right? Wait there. I am coming over to hang out. Qiu Wuji sighed. Why are you coming? To learn how to buy groceries for a mother-in-law. I think this will be a powerful hidden skill for my future. Qiu Wuji replied. I think if your husband finds out that he is not the father of your children, that hidden skill will be useless. I was joking. I do not have children. You are so gullible. Qiu Wuji sent a random symbol. Fine. Just come. You can help me decide what to buy. A short while later, Zhu Mengmeng hurried over. Qiu Wuji waited at the entrance of the market. She saw her waving from a distance. She found Zhu Mengmeng amusing. Perhaps they simply clicked. The girl was a wealthy second generation, yet she lacked arrogance. She was cheerful and carefree, obsessed with spas and yoga. In short, she cared about her skin and figure. Perhaps she had a colorful romantic history, which made her a good source of advice. Although she was rarely reliable, friendship did not require reliability. She was the first friend Qiu Wuji made in this world, and for the time being, the only one. Sometimes, after shopping, she would go to the tea house across the street to drink tea and listen to the zither. It was pleasant. After Chu Ge confirmed with Zhongyi that the family was trustworthy, Qiu Wuji felt even more at ease. Zhu Mengmeng ran over and grabbed Qiu Wuji's arm, pulling her inside. You look like such a virtuous wife with that basket, I could just bite you. Qiu Wuji laughed. Are you a lesbian? Yes, yes. Do you want to join me? I promise you will eat and drink well. Forget it. You run such a classical tea house, yet you have no classical elegance. Even the girl playing the zither in your tea house has more charm than you. Qiu, you must understand. My family started by mining, then made teapots, and only then started selling tea. Qiu Wuji frowned. I see. So you are perfect for the tea house. When you sit there, you look like a beauty from an ancient painting, even without wearing historical clothing. Qiu Wuji asked. Is it that obvious? Yes, especially when you use those outdated phrases. You have a very distinct flavor. Qiu Wuji smiled silently. In the past, such comments would have made her panic. It was a sign of her secret. Now she realized it did not matter. She spoke modern language in her daily life, but her inherent ancient temperament could not be concealed. People simply assumed she came from an educated family, or that she liked to act sophisticated. No one would ever dream she came from ancient times or a book. She paused in front of a vegetable stall. She looked at the spinach, thinking it looked beautiful today. But she had heard that spinach could not be paired with certain foods, or that some people were allergic to it. When she ate with Chu Ge, she never cared about those things. But now, Mengmeng questioned the stall owner. How much is this cucumber? Qiu Wuji looked at her friend. You are really buying it? Cucumber. She did not know if her mother-in-law liked it. The stall owner looked at the two beautiful women arm in arm, and could not help but make a suggestive joke. Pretty ladies, cucumbers are not in fashion right now. Zhu Mengmeng was confused. What is in fashion then? The stall owner picked up a lotus root. People use lotus roots now. They are breathable. Qiu Wuji did not understand, but Zhu Mengmeng did instantly. She shouted, I am buying cucumbers for a facial mask. The stall owner realized his joke was inappropriate. He mumbled, these are 8 yuan per pound. Zhu Mengmeng thought about how much a spa charged for a few slices. It is so cheap. Give me a truckload. Qiu Wuji pulled on her sleeve. Mengmeng, 2 or 3 will do. Oh. Zhu Mengmeng picked 2 large ones and tossed them on the scale. She hesitated. Give me a lotus root too. Qiu Wuji stared at her. The stall owner looked equally bewildered. Qiu Wuji realized there was an unexpected benefit to bringing Zhu Mengmeng along. She did not have to struggle with decisions. Because Zhu Mengmeng bought everything she saw. She claimed kidneys were good for the liver, and pigtails were good for urination. She offered a stream of theories, and soon Qiu Wuji's basket was full. Although everything seemed related to certain things, she stopped worrying. If her mother-in-law asked, she would just say they were healthy. It was a good enough excuse. Her phone rang. Qiu Wuji's ringtone was the song Let Us Row the Skulls. Zhu Mengmeng watched her with surprise. People still used that as a ringtone? Was she a country bumpkin, or just innocent? Qiu Wuji answered the phone. Chu Ge's voice came through. Qiu, do not worry about the groceries. My mom has already left. You knew I was worrying about groceries? Of course. Chu Ge sounded proud. Can I not understand you? Qiu Wuji felt happy, but she kept a straight face. You could have told me half an hour earlier. I have already bought everything. Half an hour ago, I had not finished learning yet. Qiu Wuji checked the time, feeling stunned. Do you mean you have finished learning now? Yes. 2 spatial abilities are too simple. Chu Ge spoke as if it were a matter of fact. Qiu Wuji remained silent. That was space. One of the most difficult laws in history. Did he think he was just grocery shopping? Chapter 149. Qiu Wuji returned home to cook dinner, deciding to invite Mengmeng along. Chu Ge had previously mentioned that she should get to know her friends, and Qiu Wuji felt it was a reasonable suggestion. Becoming part of each other's worlds was a necessary step. While she voiced stern warnings about Chu Ge getting flirted with by other women, she trusted him deeply. Gu Ruian and Yu Ying were both exceptional women, and Chu Ge had shown no interest in them. Meng Meng was attractive, but clearly not in their league. Perhaps Meng Meng was more open, but that did not matter. They had bought cucumbers for facial treatments, but both women ate them on the way, munching loudly as they entered the residential complex. Zhu Mengmeng crunched on her cucumber and looked around. This community is quite quiet. It suits you somehow. Qiu Wuji smiled. My boyfriend writes novels. His primary requirement for a rental property is silence. You are really calling him your boyfriend now? Zhu Mengmeng asked. I am. How far have you gone? Have you slept together yet? Qiu Wuji felt a flicker of embarrassment. Did lying on the same bed count? Zhu Mengmeng guessed as much from her expression, and made a clicking sound with her tongue. You are 25 years old, and you have not done that yet. Qiu Wuji was more than 25, but she did not want to admit that. She lifted her chin defiantly. So what if I have not? Why is that something to be ashamed of? I think you are the ones who should be embarrassed. What century are you living in? Are you a boy or a girl? Zhu Mengmeng chuckled, wrapping an arm around her and whispering. It is quite comfortable, you know. Are you not the least bit curious? Why would I be curious? Qiu Wuji wanted to push her away. As they entered the hallway, Qiu Wuji felt a shift in the air. Her left hand moved instantly, pressing against the void. The empty air warped, revealing Chu Ge, his face distorted by her pressure. He had apparently intended to go for a kiss, but she had suppressed him completely. Trying to ambush me? You have learned some bad habits. Qiu Wuji sneered. Chu Ge felt wronged. He had wanted to use invisibility to provide a surprise, but upon seeing Qiu Wuji accompanied by someone, he had been too afraid to reveal his powers. He could only hide in the hallway. Qiu Wuji had sensed the disturbance the moment she entered. Whoa there? Zhu Mengmeng realized what was happening. Is there a thief? She pulled out a large lotus root and swung it toward the invisible figure. Catch the thief. Chu Ge retreated rapidly. Qiu Wuji pulled her hand back, catching the lotus root mid-air. She smiled apologetically. Mengmeng, it is a misunderstanding. Zhu Mengmeng looked at the man, a flash of recognition crossing her face. She held her lotus root like a weapon, eyeing Chu Ge with suspicion. Are you using powers? Qiu Wuji smiled. You have them too, so do not act surprised. Zhu Mengmeng cursed under her breath. They entered the elevator. Chu Ge took the basket from Qiu Wuji without hesitation. He hesitated for a moment, then reached out a hand toward Zhu Mengmeng. That bag looks heavy. Give it to me. Qiu Wuji stepped between them, her face devoid of emotion. That is her boyfriend, so do not worry about it. Zhu Mengmeng stared at her. Chu Ge looked confused. Are you slandering me the first time you see my boyfriend? As Chu Ge went to unlock the door, Zhu Mengmeng grabbed Qiu Wuji and gritted her teeth. I misjudged you, Qiu. Qiu Wuji remained silent. Zhu Mengmeng lowered her voice. But he is so gentle. He even thought to help me carry things. The boys out there these days are not nearly as thoughtful. Qiu Wuji thought that slandering her friend was clearly the right call. One had to guard against theft and one's best friend. Yesterday she had performed for his mother, and today he was performing for her friend. She wondered who would score higher. She took a bite of her cucumber. Chu Ge watched her eat the cucumber from the corner of his eye, swallowing hard. Qiu Wuji noticed and looked at him in surprise. Do you want some? There is another one left. No, I do not want any. Chu Ge turned his head away. Zhu Mengmeng giggled and whispered into Qiu Wuji's ear. Your boyfriend is still innocent. Qiu Wuji looked shocked. How did you know that? He is so cute. Stop saying he is cute. The three of them entered the apartment. Chu Ge played his part perfectly. Qiu, your friend is here, so spend some time with her. I will cook. Qiu Wuji ground her teeth, faking a smile. Mengmeng and I will cook together for fun. You go stay in the other room. Have you finished your writing? Chu Ge had not finished, but he feigned disappointment. Entertaining a guest is more important. Forget it. We do not need your help. Mengmeng, come with me. Qiu Wuji grabbed Zhu Mengmeng and pulled her into the kitchen. Chu Ge coughed twice and went to his room to write. He thought that Mengmeng seemed a bit slow-witted. It did not matter. Writing was more important than anything. He had a lot to do, and if he wasted more time, Panda would beat him through the internet connection. He wanted to discuss spatial powers with Qiu, but he decided to wait until the evening. Perhaps they could talk while lying in bed. Chu Ge's performance gained approval from both Qiu Wuji and Meng Meng. Qiu Wuji saw through his fake acting and realized he truly did not care about Meng Meng at all. That was a good sign. Meng Meng thought it was impressive that the man insisted on cooking. She nudged Qiu Wuji, who was washing pork kidneys, and whispered, Qiu, you cannot hold on to this man. You should let your big sister handle it. Go away. Why can I not hold on to him? Of course you cannot. Look, he is a man in the prime of his life. He has needs, right? So what? That is normal. It is not normal. Before you moved in, he could take care of himself. Now that you are living together, it is not convenient for him. You tempt him constantly, but do not let him touch you. What is he supposed to do? Qiu Wuji paused, her hands still in the water, lost in thought. What Meng Meng said made some sense. Zhu Meng Meng continued. You feed him kidneys, pigtails, and leeks. You are going to be the death of him. You even drooled watching him eat a cucumber. He is like those shut-ins in my chat groups. It is pathetic. Qiu Wuji spoke weakly. Meng Meng, I think you are offending people. Zhu Meng Meng looked confused. Qiu Wuji gestured to the ingredients. You are the one who told me to buy these. That is why I said you cannot hold on to him. I tell you to buy things, and you do it without thinking. Zhu Meng Meng spoke with grief. Fortunately, you are always home, so he has no chance to stray. If you ever have to go on a business trip, or back to your hometown, what happens if some seductive little vixen appears? He will be running off with her before you know it. Qiu Wuji's eyes glazed over. She actually had to go back to her hometown. Therefore, Zhu Meng Meng patted the juicer beside her. This military strategist believes that what the emperor needs is not a juicer, but a juicing concubine. Qiu Wuji found the meal tasteless, her eyes constantly darting toward Chu Ge's face. Chu Ge ate without understanding the situation, assuming Qiu Wuji was testing to see if he would flirt with Meng Meng. He sat up straight, and did not speak a single word to Zhu Meng Meng throughout the entire meal. Zhu Meng Meng watched the couple with interest, finding them amusing. One was 28, the other 25, yet both reminded her of her days on campus. That beautiful youth, the sweet innocence, and the warmth. It was rare in this world. She did not overstay her welcome. After lunch, she decided to leave, giving the young couple some space. Qiu Wuji did not ask her to stay. It was enough that she had not thrown her out. Why had she invited this woman over to eat? She felt restless. It would have been better to invite her mother-in-law. She saw Zhu Meng Meng to the door, and then returned to the kitchen to wash the dishes, her mind filled with worries. A pair of strong arms wrapped around her from behind. Qiu Wuji stiffened, but did not instinctively strike out with her elbow as she had the first time. She let him hold her. They were boyfriend and girlfriend, after all. She actually liked this feeling. She could sense Chu Ge's genuine attachment and affection. Chu Ge rested his chin on her shoulder as usual. Why do you seem so troubled today? It is nothing. Qiu Wuji offered an excuse. Lying on the same bed with a man is too much of a shock for me. It is disgusting. I have been in a daze all day. Is it that bad? Chu Ge sighed softly. If you are worried, you can sleep in your own room tonight. We were only doing it for my mother anyway. Qiu Wuji had intended to sleep in her own room, but hearing him suggest it so readily made her feel uncomfortable. He could have at least asked her to stay. She heard Chu Ge continue. Chu Ge's shoulder is for Qiu Wuji to rest on. It is ready for you whenever you want to rest your head. Qiu Wuji's annoyance vanished instantly. She huffed. You can keep waiting. Who wants to rest their head there? You are thinking too much. Chu Ge did not mind. He kissed her cheek naturally and kept holding her. Qiu Wuji felt a warmth spread through her, and she did not want to move. She wanted to lean against him like a cat, not even bothering to wash the dishes. The afternoon sun streamed through the window by the sink. Qiu Wuji found the light too bright, so she turned her head slightly and nestled into his embrace. Chu Ge seemed to take this as a sign. He leaned down and touched his lips to hers gently. Qiu Wuji's eyelashes fluttered as she closed her eyes. In the kitchen, filled with afternoon sunlight, everything fell silent. Only the young couple remained, holding each other in a quiet embrace, their breathing soft and faint. Chapter 150. The pair had kissed many times before, and Qiu Wuji had even taken the initiative to kiss him once. Yet, whether it was purely psychological or not, Qiu Wuji found this particular kiss comfortable. It felt better than that first time when she had been stiff and tense, and it was better than that later instance when she had impulsively kissed him, leaving him bewildered. The afternoon was warm, and she leaned lazily against his chest. He lowered his head, and she responded. It was a languid gentleness, a lazy intoxication. She did not need to think or act. She simply felt his affection and savored the sweetness. Her mind went blank. Numb electric currents darted through her, and something fluttered deep in her heart. Both of them felt the urge to deepen the intimacy, though they were clumsy about it. Chu Ge tried to press the advantage, and Qiu Wuji parted her lips. Then Chu Ge let out a soft groan of pain, and the atmosphere vanished instantly. Both of them opened their eyes, their expressions awkward yet amused. Chu Ge looked like a scoundrel, wanting another try. Qiu Wuji lowered her head and pushed him away. That is enough. The dishes are still there. What does washing the dishes matter? Chu Ge asked. Go away. That is enough now. She did not finish her sentence. Her lips were blocked again. This time the previous romantic atmosphere was gone. Chu Ge kissed her firmly and laughed. I will wash them. Qiu Wuji did not insist. She walked out with a chaotic mind. While he kissed her, she felt incredibly weak. It did not suit her style at all. She should have taken the lead as she did last time. But then, Meng Meng seemed right. Was she just lighting a fire and refusing to put it out? Why was this so troublesome? Qiu Wuji pouted, hugging her piglet cushion and sitting on the sofa to watch television. The man and woman on the screen were kissing too. They were not kissing very well. They were not as good as us. Soon, Chu Ge finished the dishes and walked out. He sat down right beside Qiu Wuji. Qiu Wuji moved half a foot away in disgust. Chu Ge shamelessly followed her by half a foot. Qiu Wuji glared at him. Chu Ge reached out and draped an arm around her shoulder. Qiu Wuji curled her lip, leaning against his shoulder to watch television. After a long silence, Qiu Wuji lazily broke it. How much have you written? Chu Ge chuckled, amused and helpless. The group chat does not nag me as much as you do, because I have always felt you were neglecting your work. You are my true profession. Stop with that talk. Qiu Wuji continued. That book is more than just a source of income. You know it has deeper meaning. Otherwise, do you think I would nag you every few days? Rest assured. Chu Ge smiled. I can multitask while I write now. Take last night for example. You thought I was distracted watching a live stream and wasting time, but I was actually writing the whole time. My drafts were already ready. After my mother finished teaching me this morning, I wrote while I exercised. By the time you and Meng Meng arrived, I had finished the second chapter. I even wrote half a chapter while I cooked. Qiu Wuji was a novice at writing and felt envious. You are so efficient. Do you not get stuck at all? I do get stuck, but the difficult phase has passed. Now that the plot is unfolding, the efficiency is there. I cannot stay stuck forever, can I? Qiu Wuji wanted to say that she remained stuck all the time, needing an entire day to write a single chapter. She already had the story ready, which made it even more frustrating. She heard Chu Ge continue. The group members have not been complaining about me being short lately, but they keep asking for the main text. When will your next chapter be released? Qiu Wuji shifted her gaze. Wait. I will go right after this television segment. I will try to finish tonight. Chu Ge said, I have applied to the editor. That content will be released as a bonus chapter for those who purchase the full book. Qiu Wuji paused. That is not necessary. Chu Ge tapped her nose. That is the result of your hard work as well. Qiu Wuji leaned lazily against his shoulder without speaking, feeling sweet inside. He cared about her labor. The two of them watched the television in silence for over 10 seconds. They decided it was not very good. Qiu Wuji finally stopped watching and spoke lazily. You said you learned 2 spatial abilities. Is one of them the invisibility you used in the hallway earlier? That is right. Chu Ge felt a bit embarrassed. I thought that kind of invisibility was high-end, and that you might not be able to detect it since your magic power was depleted, but I failed to hide it from you. Detecting something unusual does not rely on magic power. It comes from spiritual perception, intuition, experience, and warning signs. Qiu Wuji smiled. Furthermore, your invisibility is fresh and untrained. Your aura is unstable and space ripples. Any experienced cultivator could see the ambush. It is high-end, and it has great potential, but in this initial stage, it is arguably less useful than simply bending light. Chu Ge laughed. You do not study space, yet your perception of it seems clearer than my mother. Qiu Wuji sighed. I have 10,000 years of experience. Honestly, even I get goosebumps when I call her aunt. Chu Ge could not help but laugh. Qiu Wuji grumbled. What are you laughing at? It is all because of those 10,000 years you wrote. If you had written 18 years, there would not be so much trouble. Hey, an 18-year-old leader of the Cloud Boundary Sect, one of the strongest in the 9 provinces, and a master of the tribulation stage. Nobody would read that book. Why would nobody read it? I have seen others write stories like that which take a few months, and they are even more popular than yours. Those are protagonists. I am the female lead. Fine, fine. I am a bad writer. Chu Ge petted her. Qiu Wuji could not keep up the act. She could only hum. Theoretically, your ability is not space, but it seems to encompass spatial transformations, which allows you to use spatial skills. But you are not manipulating space like your mother. These are just things you have learned by analogy, like how the heaven-turning and earth-striking technique helps your spiritual link. I suspect that once you master both, they might combine into the true form of your power. Chu Ge hummed in agreement. I feel like I am getting a better grasp on it, especially after practicing the second spatial application. What is the second one? Chu Ge smiled. He flipped his right hand, and from nowhere, he pulled out a brand new piglet cushion. It was pink with a bow. It looked like a matching pair with the one Qiu Wuji held. Chu Ge smiled. I tried to ambush you earlier and wanted to give you the surprise, but Zhu Mengmeng was there, so I felt embarrassed to take it out. Qiu Wuji eyes lit up. Where did that piglet come from? Wait, no. Is this storing a mountain in a mustard seed? No, that is not it. Are you opening an independent space? Chu Ge sighed in admiration. You are truly impressive, Qiu. Qiu Wuji eyes shimmered. Is it a portable space? How big is it? Let me tell you, this place is too small. Since I moved in, there are more and more things here. It feels very crowded now. Could you use this space to store miscellaneous items? Chu Ge stared. Qiu Wuji blinked. Both of them were speechless for a moment. This was the first thought a supreme leader had upon seeing a portable space. After the room remained quiet for a long time, Chu Ge cleared his throat. The space is very small, about the size of a school bag. It is fine for snacks, but forget about anything else. I will wait until my ability is stronger. So, when you said you were getting a better grasp on things, did you mean this portable space made you feel the sense of ownership and the ability to overlook the world, similar to how you link with the world in the book? That is exactly right. Chu Ge looked serious. This space is just for my practice and reference. One day, I will make the world in the book as accessible as my portable space. When that time comes, I will truly be the creator and father god. Qiu Wuji moved away from his shoulder and sat up straight. She stared at him for a long time, then smiled. You already are. Chu Ge blinked. Qiu Wuji flashed a charming smile and leaned in close. Father god, do you intend to place 2 identical piglets on the bed to coax me into sleeping with you? Chu Ge's throat felt dry. With that tone and that posture, did she want him to answer yes or no? Why did he feel that if he answered yes, she would change her expression? Chu Ge had a flash of inspiration. This is a gift for you. You can place it however you want, and use it however you wish. Father God is truly considerate to his female believers. What reward do you want? Chu Ge could not withstand such stunning charm. He felt that this was not a moment for answering questions, but for making a move. Yet, it also felt like a trap. If he actually made a move, he might regret it. Chu Ge dared not act. He retreated and finally scrambled to his feet. I am going to practice my abilities, and then I will write. You should rest. Seeing Chu Ge flee back to his room as if escaping death, Qiu Wuji's allure vanished. She smiled. She held a piglet in each hand, controlling them to fly toward each other. With a soft sound, the 2 piglets kissed. Qiu Wuji's eyes crinkled into crescent moons. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.